Chapter 941. Half an hour later, the Ghost Group Villa. The fireplace in the living room was on fire, and the wall was lit with soft wall lamps. On the comfortable and soft sofa, a blonde boy and a silver-haired girl were curled up. Wang Zikai took off his shoes and stepped on the sofa with his feet. His face was red, his eyes were wide open, and he pressed the handle frantically, staring at the dazzling game screen in front of him. Hatsuchu was in another state. She curled up into a ball, her chin against her knees, half closed her eyes, and forced a sad and sleepy face. Hatsuchu yawned, seemingly pressing the handle casually. KO! The game ended, the green beast screamed and fell to the ground, and the girl with 2 buns jumped on the spot, cheering. Impossible. Wang Zikai threw the handle and jumped off the sofa. Absolutely impossible. Wang Zikai had lost 5 games in a row. At the beginning, he deliberately let the water go, but later he gradually realized that something was wrong and began to use all his strength, but Chushua still easily defeated him. How is this possible? The last time we played together, Chushua was clearly not his opponent. Chushua also put down the game controller and smiled slyly at Wang Zikai. Big idiot. Let's challenge each other next time. You. Wang Zikai is not stupid, he guessed the reason. Last time, did you lose to me on purpose? Chushua smiled. No, you are just good. Don't, come on, you can't even lie. Wang Zikai got even angrier. Why do you let me? Chushua didn't say anything, still smiling. Ah! Wang Zikai suddenly realized. Last time Gao Yang was here. You deliberately acted? Just to win his sympathy, right? Wow, Chushua, you have changed, you are so scheming. I want to tell Gao Yang. No. Chushua suddenly became nervous. I'm not scheming, I just... Just what? Tell me. Wang Zikai was aggressive. I just hope we can still play and fight like before. Chushua lowered her eyes. Gao Yang has been through a lot. I hope he can be happier. Wang Zikai was stunned for a few seconds. He sat back on the sofa and sighed. You're right, that guy has been getting more and more wrong since he became a leader. We can't just sit there and watch. We have to think of a way. Yeah. Chushua nodded. I do have a plan. Wang Zikai's eyes lit up, and he looked at Chushua with a sly smile. How about you be his girlfriend? Ah? Chushua opened her eyes wide in surprise. Why? Look, on one side is a good brother, on the other side is a girlfriend, waiting for him at home every day. Wang Zikai patted his chest. His eyebrows were flying. Look at what time he goes home every day. Pfft. Chushua was amused by Wang Zikai. She waved her hand, and a very secret disappointment flashed in her eyes. But my sister said Gao Yang doesn't like me, and my sister also said that a forced melon is not sweet. But it quenches thirst. Wang Zikai said confidently. Chushua was stunned. Never thought that there was a second half to this sentence. Wang Zikai got excited. Since ancient times, those who want to achieve great things have to show courage. Let things take their own course, that's all nonsense. If I let things take their own course, then Gao Yang and I are still strangers now. Really? Chushua always thought that Wang Zikai and Gao Yang must have been together since childhood, just like she and her sister were close, but she didn't expect that Wang Zikai and Gao Yang were brothers who got along well. Hee. Wang Zikai was getting more and more cocky, and couldn't help but brag, you're lucky, I teach you a thing or two today. Okay. Chushua hurriedly sat down with her pillow in her arms. She was very interested in everything about Gao Yang. Wang Zikai began to recall. When the first year of high school started, I drove to school to report. No. How did you get a driver's license in the first year of high school? Chushua already knew a lot of human knowledge, and was a bit serious. Don't interrupt me, this is not the point. Wang Zikai was very unhappy. Oh, okay. At that time, I was driving, and a stupid second-hand guy almost hit me because he was walking without paying attention. Wang Zikai was very excited, dancing with joy. I just bought a new car, and this happened on the first day of driving it. How unlucky. So, I got angry immediately, kicked open the car door, and was about to beat him up with my fists. According to my previous temper, that grandson would definitely be beaten to a pulp by me. Guess what? Wang Zikai said this, and suddenly laughed foolishly. That grandson was Gao Yang. Ha. Chushua thought of that scene, and felt inexplicably happy. When I saw him, I felt a strong sense of intimacy, and a voice in my heart said, Wang Zikai, this person is worth getting along with. Then what? Chushua was looking forward to it. Then I asked him his name, which class he was in, where he lived, how many people were in the family, whether he played games, whether he had a girlfriend. Chushua giggled. Stupid Kai, How did you check his household registration book? Oh, you've really grown up, and even know about the household registration book. Wang Zikai also laughed and patted his chest. What a joke. If you want to be my brother, you must investigate it clearly. I have very high requirements. Omitted. Chu Shua made a face in disdain. Hee hee. Wang Zikai's eyes flickered, and he became more and more excited as he spoke. Who would have thought that he would be in the same class with me? Isn't this fate? Then I would play games with him and invite him to dinner when I had nothing to do, and we became familiar with each other. Chu Shua nodded. I didn't expect that Gao Yang was forced to come here by you. Wang Zikai was stunned and looked embarrassed. Ahem, how can I say this? There is no relationship that I say must be a certain way. It is not like that. The first thing it focuses on is that things are in the hands of people. This any. Everything can be defined differently, right? Gao Yang and I, it's not a simple question of whether to force it or not. Okay. Chu Shua smiled slyly. Don't explain. Wang Zikai was too lazy to pretend, and happily revealed his cards. Chu Shua, to be honest, at the beginning I always felt that Gao Yang didn't like me very much, maybe even a little afraid of me, but you see, in the end I still became his best brother. So, if you want something, you have to fight for it yourself, especially for a taciturn person like Gao Yang, understand? Wang Zikai said. Chapter 942. Seeing Chu Shua not speaking, Wang Zikai was very disappointed. You guys don't really understand Gao Yang, only I do. Really? Chu Shua blinked. Of course it's true. Wang Zikai was very excited. He's a smart guy, and he values friendship, but in some aspects, he doesn't seem to be very smart. Not smart? Chu Shua tried to understand. Yeah, right, not smart. Wang Zikai suddenly looked at Chu Shua with a new look. Okay, your vocabulary is getting richer and richer. Chu Shua smiled and remembered what her sister said. If you want to grow up, the second best way is to watch 1,000 movies, and the first best way is to fall in love with someone. Chu Shua did both, but she was not sure if she had grown up. Wang Zikai scratched his head and tried to search for his limited vocabulary. Gao Yang, he is slow in some aspects and can't think clearly. If you wait for him to think clearly, the opportunity will be gone. Chu Shua was thoughtful. If you ask me, Gao Yang definitely has you in his heart, Wang Zikai said firmly. Chu Shua was startled and raised her head slightly. Why? You don't know, when he was in Nyo Erdive, he specifically came to talk to me. Wang Zikai was very proud. He was in pain at the time, because he really wanted to save you, and he seriously thought about whether to eat you. Think about it, how long did you two know each other at that time, and you were not related? If he didn't like you, would he even give up his life to save you? He is not a psychopath. Chu Shua looked at Wang Zikai steadily, her body and eyes did not move, and she did not speak. Chu Shua would be like this occasionally. She had been a human for a short time, and when she encountered something shocking beyond her expectations, her brain would crash, like a frightened cat. Wang Zikai felt that the atmosphere was not right. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? After a long while, Chu Shua finally blinked, as if she finally figured out something. She smiled and looked at Wang Zikai. Stupid Kai, thank you. Wang Zikai was a little embarrassed to see Chu Shua so formal. He waved his hand. Hey, what are you thanking me for? It's just a small favor. No, it's a big favor. You helped me find a piece of the puzzle. Chu Shua was very serious, with stars in her eyes, and it's the most important piece of the puzzle for me. In the middle of the night, Gao Yang quietly returned to the villa. All the lights in the house went out. In the living room, Chu Shua hugged a pillow and curled up on the sofa, with a layer of light moonlight covering her body. The door of the library on the second floor was ajar. Gao Yang strengthened his hearing and vaguely heard snoring in the house. The bedroom is now completely sufficient, but Wang Zikai still loves his former dormitory the most. Gao Yang did not wake up Chu Shua, but quietly went to the utility room and found the gift box that had been prepared long ago. Inside was a pair of retro red Mary Jane shoes, which was a New Year's gift for Chu Shua. When Gao Yang saw the pair of shoes in the street window, he immediately thought of Chu Shua. Chu Shua's second form is a cat. Even though she later developed the habit of wearing clothes, she rarely wore shoes and ran around barefoot most of the time. Gao Yang opened the gift box, confirmed that the gift was still there, closed it again, found a white ribbon and tied a bow, and attached a New Year's card with a simple Happy New Year. After doing all this, Gao Yang returned to the living room, placed the gift box on the coffee table in front of the sofa, and covered Chu Shua with a blanket. Then, he sat on the other side of the sofa, leaned back, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. It was 9 o'clock when Gao Yang woke up from his light sleep. The living room was bright, and the sun was shining outside the window. It was a good day on the first day of the Chinese New Year. Gao Yang opened his eyes. On the sofa opposite him, Wang Zikai and Chu Xue had changed into clothes for going out and dressed handsomely and beautifully. They sat side by side. They were obviously just waiting for Gao Yang to wake up, but pretended to chat in a relaxed and natural manner. Chu Xue, the weather is really good today, Wang Zikai said. Yes, yes. Chu Xue nodded vigorously. When the weather is good, you should go out more. I heard that sunbathing can not only treat insomnia and prevent depression, but also make you smarter. Yes, yes. Chu Xue continued to nod. Gao Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry for a moment, as if he was watching a kitten and a puppy wagging their tails. Gao Yang raised his head slightly. It's okay to go out for a walk, but I want to take a bath and change clothes. It's really troublesome. Leave the clothes to me. Wang Zikai jumped over the sofa with a handsome hurdle and rushed to the cloakroom on the first floor. Trust my taste, I promise to make you second to none. I will help you run the bath water. Chu Xue was not to be outdone and ran to the bathroom on the first floor. Gao Yang leaned back on the sofa with a relieved smile. What is family status? This is it. Chapter 943. At 3 p.m., Gao Yang and Wang Zikai rode two cool motorcycles to the most bustling Feiyang district. Chu Xue sat behind Gao Yang, hugging him with one hand and swinging him with the other. Gao Yang. Hurry up. Idiot Kai is catching up. Okay. Brother Kaizi is in trouble. Idiot Kai is fine, right? Wang Zikai followed behind and shouted angrily. I will knock you over. Ha ha ha. Gao Yang, hurry up. Chu Xue doesn't like to wear a helmet. Her silver hair fluttered in the wind. She shouted happily, as if she was talking to the electric fan, making a cute tremolo. Gao Yang smiled helplessly under the helmet, with mixed feelings. The last time the three of them went out together, Gao Yang was still in the Qilin Union. He bought hair dye and beauty contact lenses for Chu Xue and dressed her up. Now, Gao Yang, Wang Zikai and Chu Xue are already the top enemies of the Haichuan group, but they are openly and unscrupulously showing up. As I said before, even if Qilin comes, Gao Yang, who has system warnings and absolute defense, can force a 50-50 fight. Let alone fighting, escaping is definitely a piece of cake. Moreover, if Qilin can be lured out so easily, it would be a good thing. The three of them came to the mall and decided to watch a movie first. Chu Xue held Gao Yang's mobile phone and studied it for a long time. Finally, he chose a re-released animated movie, Ponyo Ponyo and Sosuke, from a dazzling crowd of blockbusters. The fairy tale style movie poster immediately attracted Chu Xue's attention. Gao Yang was still in elementary school when he first watched this movie. He almost forgot what the story was about. He only vaguely remembered that it was a warm and loving environmental protection themed story. He was very happy to watch it again. As for Wang Zikai, although he wanted to watch a big movie with fighting and killing, it was not bad to change the style of the movie occasionally and catch up on a good sleep. The three of them bought popcorn and juice and entered the theater on time. Because it was an old movie that was re-released, there were no other audiences for this show, which was equivalent to the three of them booking the theater. Chu Xue sat in the middle, Gao Yang and Wang Zikai on the left and right. The lights dimmed, and the movie began. Gao Yang thought Chu Xue would be like before, not understanding this and curious about that, asking a lot of questions, but Chu Xue was quiet and quickly immersed in the movie. Wang Zikai also fell asleep successfully 5 minutes after the movie started, snoring, holding a large bucket of popcorn in his hand, and a few grains fell out from time to time. Gao Yang looked calm, but in fact his six senses were magnified, and he was alert to his surroundings. Then, he activated the perception borrowed from Chening, and checked the entire mall, including the streets outside the mall, to eliminate the dangers, and then gradually calmed down. Hatsuyuki watched it very seriously from beginning to end, and before she knew it, the movie had a fairy tale ending. The goldfish girl named Ponyo went through hardships, and finally got together with Sosuke. She flew out of the sea, was lifted up by the magic soap bubble, and fell from the sky towards Sosuke. Then, the bubble broke, and the goldfish girl kissed Sosuke lightly, and then popped back to her girlish appearance. Hatsuyuki stared at this scene in a daze, and the bubble blocking her chest also broke at a certain moment. The emotion and excitement were like the wings of a butterfly that was about to turn into a butterfly, flapping hard to break out of the cocoon. She understood Ponyo, or in other words, when Ponyo stepped on the waves and fell from the sky, she saw herself. Ponyo just wants to be with Sosuke. If she can't do what she wants, her life will be meaningless. She would rather turn back into foam and return to the sea. At that moment, Hatsuyuki's mind was blank. For some reason, she turned slightly and looked at Gao Yang. At this moment, Gao Yang had fallen asleep without knowing when. It was not a light sleep, but a deep sleep. He hadn't been able to sleep for many days. Hatsuyuki didn't hesitate or even have any thoughts. She naturally turned sideways, propped up the armrests of the chair with both hands, leaned towards Gao Yang's right cheek, and kissed him gently and deeply. 3 seconds later, Hatsuyuki raised her head. Gao Yang felt something and slowly opened his eyes. He only felt a few soft hairs on his face, and then, in the blurred vision, Hatsuyuki's face became clearer and clearer. The two looked at each other, and their breaths intertwined. At that moment, time stopped. No one spoke, just quietly looking at each other's eyes, and themselves in each other's eyes. There was no panic, no awkwardness, no tension, no shyness, nothing, just like a new world after a heavy snowfall, all white. Time passed by minute by minute. Finally, the butterfly that had just emerged from its cocoon on Chushua's chest gently flapped its wings. She suddenly turned around and jumped away, stepping on Wang Zikai's belly, and at the same time took the popcorn in his hand. Wow! Wang Zikai, who was sleeping soundly, woke up and soon realized that he was attacked by Chushua. Chushu! What are you doing? Ha ha! Stupid Kai! Chushua jumped around on the empty seat like a cat, and occasionally picked up a handful of popcorn and threw it at him. Okay. Brother Kai, you think I'm a sick cat if you don't show your power. Wang Zikai grabbed the popcorn in Gao Yang's hand and chased after him. Watch out! Great dragon! Mountain shaking palm! Don't run! Stupid Kai can't catch me, Loyalu! The two of them jumped around in the empty theater like fighting cats and dogs, and soon ran to the screen, revealing two snow-white faces. They held popcorn and threw it back and forth, like they were having a snowball fight. Gao Yang! Gao Yang, come here! Chushua smiled and waved happily to Gao Yang. Gao Yang also smiled and stood up to join. Chapter 944. The three of them made a fuss for a while, and before the movie ended, they cleaned up the battlefield and walked out of the theater. The three of them were a little hungry, so they went to a newly opened grilled fish restaurant for dinner. Chushua was still the same. Before the dishes were served, she was so arrogant that she could eat a cow. After the dishes were served, she was full in 3 bites, perfectly demonstrating what it means to fight like a tiger for a meal, but the record is 0-5. Perhaps because of a short good sleep in the cinema, Gao Yang's mind was much clearer, and the feeling that the whole world was covered with a layer of light fog was much relieved. Although Gao Yang has not confirmed it, he guessed that this brain fog may be a side effect of frequent use of spirit armor. Seeing that the two had almost finished eating, Gao Yang got up to pay the bill and go to the toilet. When he came out, Wang Zikai and Chushua were no longer in their seats. Gao Yang was startled and immediately walked out of the store. He soon found Wang Zikai, who was standing in line outside a milk tea shop next door. Wang Zikai! Gao Yang rushed over. Where's Chushua? Chushua, isn't she right here? Wang Zikai turned around and was immediately surprised. Where's Chushua? She was just here. How could such a big Chushua disappear? Why didn't you wait for me and acted without authorization? Gao Yang's voice rose. We planned to buy a cup of milk tea, and we had to queue up, so we came here first. Anyway, you can see us as soon as you leave the store. Wang Zikai felt a little aggrieved. How could I know that Chushu had disappeared without a word? Ah! Wang Zikai thought of something. She didn't go to the toilet, did she? Gao Yang glared at Wang Zikai. What do you think? Oh. Wang Zikai remembered that Chushu didn't need to go to the toilet. Gao Yang picked up his phone, and then remembered that Chushu forgot to bring her phone when she went out today. She didn't have the habit of using her phone on weekdays. Gao Yang was anxious. Although Chushu liked to play, she was actually very sensible, and would never do anything to make Gao Yang worried. Now she disappeared without saying a word, which was too abnormal. Wang Zikai, you wait here, Chushu may come back. I go find her. Oh, okay. Wang Zikai also became nervous. Gao Yang turned around and left. He turned on his 6 senses to the maximum, and searched in each restaurant. He was furious. If he had known that he shouldn't have used perception when watching a movie, if he used perception now, he could capture Chushua's traces within 3 kilometers. Even if she was really kidnapped, the evacuation speed would not be so fast. A few minutes later, Gao Yang searched the entire restaurant building, but still couldn't find Chushu. First snow. Gao Yang ran back to the cinema floor. He didn't care about anything else. He shuttled through the crowd while shouting, First snow. Where are you? Gao Yang became more and more panicked. He rushed to the information desk and asked anxiously, "Did you see a girl wearing a silver wig and red contact lenses, about 1.6 meters tall, 17 or 18 years old?" "Sorry, I didn't notice it." The waiter at the information desk smiled apologetically. Gao Yang turned around and rushed to the ticket counter of the cinema. "Sorry, did you see a girl wearing a silver wig?" Gao Yang. Someone called him. Gao Yang turned around and found that First Snow was standing behind him. She blinked at him. "Are you looking for me?" Gao Yang was stunned for 2 seconds. After confirming that the First Snow in front of him was real, he walked up quickly with a cold face. "Gao Yang, where have you been?" Gao Yang yelled, and all the passers-by looked over at once. "Didn't I tell you not to act without permission? Why did you leave Mai and Wang Zikai's sight?" Gao Yang asked loudly. Chu Shui was stunned, and didn't know what to say for a moment. Do you know how anxious I was just now? If anything happens to you, how can I explain to your sister?" Gao Yang's chest was heaving violently, and his emotions were a little out of control, but he couldn't control it at all. No, this can't be done. Activate spirit. Gao Yang. Chu Shui stepped forward and gently held Gao Yang's hand, just stopping him from activating the skill. "I'm sorry, I made you worry, and I will never act without permission again." Gao Yang was stunned. Realizing that he had lost his composure, he lowered his head, controlled his emotions, and hurriedly pulled Chu Shui out of everyone's sight, and came to a place with few people. "Chu Shui, I'm sorry, I just..." Gao Yang was a little incoherent. "I thought you were in trouble." "Gao Yang, don't worry, I be fine." Chu Shui raised a hand and smiled. "I promise." "Yeah." Gao Yang's mood finally calmed down. "Then what were you doing just now?" Chu Shui smiled a little embarrassedly. "Just now it suddenly occurred to me that I was playing with stupid Kai in the cinema, and maybe we were seen by the surveillance. Just in case, I went to check, and it's okay, the security guard is sleeping, nothing will happen." Gao Yang was surprised. In fact, he was also worried about this problem at the time. Although Chu Shui and Wang Zikai were just playing around, their jumping ability was not something that ordinary people could do, and there was indeed a certain risk of exposure. But Gao Yang was too lazy to care about such little things. For him, it would not be dangerous if the two beasts were really activated. But this idea was wrong. What if the Horner was activated? That would implicate many innocent lost people. Gao Yang couldn't help but shudder. He was frightened by his own indifference and numbness. When did he become like this? At the same time, Gao Yang felt more and more guilty. "Chu Shui, I'm sorry. I didn't do it well just now." Gao Yang. Chu Shui smiled. "You have done very well. And good friends should say thank you more, and say sorry less." Gao Yang was stunned and smiled. "Thank you." "Well, you're welcome." Chu Shui accepted it happily. Gao Yang looked around and found that there was a row of claw machines nearby. "Chu Shui, can I grab a doll for you as a thank you?" "Okay." Chu Shui was very happy. The two came to the dazzling array of claw machines. Chu Shui turned around and saw a pink goldfish. Gao Yang. "I want this little goldfish." Chu Shui approached the glass cabinet. Her nose was flattened. "Okay, wait." Gao Yang put in the game coins and started to grab the doll. Gao Yang, who was level 5 lucky, thought it was just a piece of cake, but he didn't expect to encounter the biggest Waterloo in history. He grabbed it 5 or 6 times in a row, but all failed, and watched the game coins in his hand run out. Gao Yang was a little embarrassed, so he bought more game coins and grabbed it 7 or 8 times in a row, but still failed. There were several times when he was just about to win, but the clamp still loosened in advance in an outrageous way. Chu Shui tilted her head, and the excitement on her face had long since calmed down after experiencing repeated failures. She pulled Gao Yang. "Forget it, this claw machine is broken, we won't grab it anymore." "It's okay, try again, anyway, I still have coins in my hand." Gao Yang was already competing in his heart. He must grab it today. Gao Yang tried a few more times, but still failed, with only the last 2 coins left in his hand. Gao Yang took a deep breath, inserted the coin, and controlled the claw machine. He kept praying in his heart, and his palms were sweating. Gao Yang, the last chance, must succeed. Such a simple thing can't be achieved. What's the point of thanking? Kacha Wu. This time, the shelf firmly clamped the little goldfish and moved towards the exit. Persist. Persist. Don't let go. Hold on for another second. Gao Yang stared at the doll, hating himself for not being able to control it directly with telekinesis. However, with only half a second left, the clamp was still loosened. "It's over." Gao Yang's heart sank, and in an instant, A kind of indescribable huge sense of futility and despair came from the sky, almost crushing him. This feeling was so familiar that he was afraid. Pound. In a flash, Wang Zikai appeared and kicked the claw machine. The claw machine tilted to one side, and the doll that fell from the cliff flew out diagonally, hit the glass cabinet, and bounced into the exit. Ah! Chu Shui screamed, took out the little goldfish, held it in her palm and jumped. Great! Success? Gao Yang. Thank you. Chu Shui excitedly threw herself into Gao Yang's arms, then turned to look at Wang Zikai. And you stupid Kai. It's a small matter. Wang Zikai, who received Gao Yang's message, just came over. He put one hand in his pocket and looked contemptuous. Brother, what's wrong with you? Why are you fighting with a broken machine? Just do it directly. Gao Yang, who was hugged by Chu Shui, was stunned in place. At that moment, he was screaming in his heart. Wang Zikai. You? Are. My. God. What are you three doing? If you can't pick up the doll, you can exchange it with points. If you break the machine, can you afford to pay for it? An uncle dressed as a security guard ran over. Swindler. You still have the nerve to cause trouble to us. Wang Zikai rolled up his sleeves and was about to step forward, but suddenly felt something was wrong. When he turned around, Gao Yang had already run away with Chu Shui. Huh? Wang Zikai was dumbfounded and was in a dilemma for a while. He retreated and shouted, Brother is not afraid of you. Brother is too lazy to bother with you. Wang Zikai ran away. Brother, wait for me. Chapter 945. On the third day of the Lunar New Year, in the early morning, Qishan Chaofeng Forest. Chaofeng Forest is a well-known scenic spot outside the city, located halfway up the Qishan Mountain. The forest gathers more than 300 species of rare birds, with a total of tens of thousands of birds, divided into a flying area and a free-range area. There is a quiet little lake in the free-range area, and an antique corridor is built around the lake. The beams and the top of the corridor are painted with bird-themed murals, which are lifelike and vivid. It was a cold day, and most birds stayed indoors, but many birds could still be seen in the lake, including elegant swans, leisurely white geese, mandarin ducks showing affection, and some wild ducks that tourists couldn't name. The end of the corridor is also the end of the lake, where there is a three-dimensional landscape waterfall, and next to it is a small square. In the center of the square stands a marble screen with a valuable picture of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. Early in the morning, the mountains were shrouded in mist, the air was fresh, and the melodious chirping of birds could be heard from the forest from time to time. Two young female tourists, wrapped in gray down jackets, wearing winter hats, sunglasses and masks, walked through the empty corridor and came to the marble screen in the small square, absent-mindedly admiring the painting of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. Are we there? Asked the shorter and slightly fatter female tourist. This is it. The tall and thin female tourist answered softly. But this doesn't look like the juicy base at all, Sister Isher, are you mistaken? Ting said. No mistake. Isher took out a black hairpin from his pocket, the other hairpin is nearby. No one knew that not long after the Battle of Qingyang Bridge ended, Isher realized the new talent tracking. At that time, Chuyi was still on the way to Dr. Jia's laboratory, and Isher had already guessed that something had happened to Jiangyi. Afterwards, all members took the corpses and puppets back to the Haichuan group base. Within a few hours, Qilin and Li decided to quietly evacuate from the underground base. Before leaving, Qilin guessed that Gao Yang would come sooner or later, so he used part of the white rabbit's corpse to design a trap and asked Yushi, who had just comprehended Hunter, to execute it. Yushi felt very uncomfortable after setting the trap. When she returned to the logistics department to move, she couldn't help but tell Isher about it. It was also at that moment that Isher completely woke up. Qilin was no longer the Qilin he used to be, or in other words, the Qilin he used to be did not exist at all. If Elder Zhuke was still there, he would never agree to let Qilin treat the corpse like this. Controlling the corpse of his companion to continue fighting, at least he could be said to be fighting side by side with his teammates again. But he even used the remnants of the white rabbit's corpse. Such a trap could not have a fatal blow to the enemy, but more of a killing and heartbreaking effect. Isher, who had been wavering for a long time, finally made up her mind that she would never follow this out-of-control train to the abyss. She wanted to jump out of the car. The biggest problem of jumping out of the car is not jumping but landing. It is not difficult to find an opportunity to leave the Haichuan group, but where to go next is the key. Isher has three choices: to be a loner, to join Jussi, or to join Sangmu's sect. Option 3 was eliminated directly. After careful consideration, Isher chose option 2. The reason was first of all Li's prophecy. She said Gaoyang was the curse abyss, but Isher didn't really believe it. Not only her, but now other people have begun to doubt the authenticity of Li's prophecy. That old fox can backstab Chening, whom he regarded as his own son. What bottom line can he have? More importantly, Juicy's letter of challenge mentioned that Elder Zhu Ke was receiving treatment from them. Although it might be a lie, Isher was willing to take the risk to confirm it. If there is anyone in this world who is really worthy of her full support, it is not Qilin or Gaoyang, but Zhu Ke. If she wants to join Juicy, she must first find a way to contact Juicy. Isher didn't have any good ideas. After thinking about it, she seized the only opportunity at present. She immediately marked the 2 black gold hairpins with a tracking mark, sneaked into the corpse room, avoided the trap mechanism, disguised one of the black gold hairpins as an ordinary hairpin, and pinned it on Baitu's hair. She could only pray silently that Juicy, or the people of the 12 zodiac signs could see through the trap, and at the same time noticed the black gold hairpin and took it away. People who are smart enough will definitely notice the contradiction between this hairpin and the trap, so they will be careful. The storage time of black metal for energy imprints is much longer than that of ordinary objects, and it can produce energy resonance. Theoretically, within 10 days, Isher could track the other black hairpin through the black hairpin in her hand. Sure enough, on the 4th night of the Haichuan group's stay in the 3rd hospital, Isher activated tracking and immediately sensed the location of the other hairpin. She was surprised to find that the hairpin had moved. It moved from Nanji district to Shanqing district. Isher could not locate the specific location, and had to find it herself, then slowly narrow the scope until it was accurately located. Isher was sure that the other party had noticed that the Haichuan group had quietly evacuated, saw through the trap of the white rabbit corpse, and took the black hairpin. Everything was ready, only the east wind was missing. On New Year's Eve, Isher found an opportunity to leave the 3rd hospital and took Tingting away on a whim. The two took a New Year's bath and officially defected. Isher and Tingting found a place to hide, using airman to conceal their whereabouts, and changed places every day. 3 days later, Isher was 100% sure that the two had escaped danger, and were not tracked by anyone. At the same time, the energy connection of the black hairpin was getting weaker and weaker, and it would be too late if they didn't track it. At about 4 o'clock in the morning on the 3rd day of the new year, Isher, who was hiding in an abandoned factory, woke up Tingting and set off in the night. 2 hours later, that is, now, the two came to Qishan Chaofeng Forest. Tracking showed that the other hairpin was here, no more than 30 meters away from Isher. Look for it, it must be nearby, Isher said. Ah! Tingting suddenly realized. Did they hide the hairpin here on purpose to lure us here? What else? Isher smiled bitterly. Do you think Juicy will make the same mistake after the Jiaxing Pavilion incident, and let us follow the clues to find their lair? Then this place, isn't it a trap? Tingting's face turned pale, and she instinctively took a step back, wanting to activate Airman. Don't move. Isher immediately grabbed Tingting and stopped her. Tingting was trembling with fear. Don't use your talent, don't show any hostility, Isher reminded in a low voice. She believed that with just his pattern, he would not be blinded by hatred and kill the enemy when he saw it, otherwise Lele would not have disappeared at the beginning, but would have ended up like those people of Jiangyi. Swish swish. As soon as Isher finished speaking, all the birds on the lake flew up, bringing up strings of crystal water droplets. At the same time, the birds in the mountains and forests also flew out, circling over the lake and the corridor, and soon formed a colorful cloud that covered the sky. The sounds of birds chirping and flapping wings hit the eardrums like a tsunami. Soon, these birds began to fall. For a moment, the lake, the corridor, the marble screen, and the ground of the square were all colorful and dazzling. They were not aggressive, and were not afraid of humans. They calmly surrounded the two humans. Tingting's body trembled even more, and bad images began to flash in her mind again. Isher gently comforted, Don't be afraid, it will be fine. At this time, the flock of birds under the feet of the two people spread out to both sides, and a blue-green male peacock landed on the square. It dragged its green, purple, and blue-tail screen, like dragging a gorgeous robe, and walked towards the two people. Soon it stood in front of the two people, with its head held high, and its tail screen slowly unfolded, holding out a huge feather fan covered with green and purple eyes. It was the first time that Tingting saw a real peacock spread its tail, and for a moment she actually forgot her fear. A second later, her eyes lit up. Sister Isher, look at its mouth. Isher also discovered that the male peacock held a black hairpin in its mouth, which was exactly what Isher was looking for. It's really a trap. Tingting was no longer afraid. No matter how she looked at it, This trap didn't seem to be the type that would hurt them. Yes. Isher was about to say something, but a cool breeze entered her head. Johan, if you want to live, answer honestly. Isher, okay. Johan, did you leave the hairpin? Isher, yes. Johan, purpose? Isher, I want to join you. Johan, can I ask you a question first? Johan, ask. Isher, is Elder Suzaku really still alive? Johan, for now. Chapter 946. Late at night, in the Ghost Group Villa. Wang Zikai accompanied Chushua in the living room to play games. Gao Yang, Do Hu, and Johan stood in the library on the second floor. The three of them just met and started a meeting. Do Hu already knew the whole story and spoke first. Okay, Xiao Yang Yang, you are so good at predicting things. Captain. Johan looked excited. As you expected, the people behind the hairpin have arrived. They are Isher and Ting Ting. Isher has understood tracking and came up with the hairpin and wants to join us. Gao Yang nodded. Continue. Hey, wait! Do Hu suddenly shouted. Who are we? GOC, or the 12 zodiac signs? Let's make it clear first. Brothers should settle accounts clearly, so as not to make things unclear when the family is divided. By two left, and the HR work was taken over by Do Hu. GOC. Johan was not polite at all. Isher is coming for Zhu Kei. Zhu Kei is our man. Okay. Do Hu was not very disappointed. Johan continued. I will place them alone in a place, and plan to observe them for a while. I don't rule out the possibility that they are spies within spies, or are controlled by Qilin without knowing it. Give me the address, I will confirm it myself later. Gao Yang has lie detector, but it is still not safe. He plans to wait for Nana to come back, and let her give the two of them the Queen's baptism. Okay. Johan nodded and said, there is another good news. Say. Recently, 3 more people have comprehended new talents. Hong Xiaoxiao comprehended telekinesis, and Yining comprehended purification. Speaking of Yining, Johan's tone unconsciously softened a little. Yeah. Gao Yang was not surprised at all. He even felt that purification came too late. I asked Yining to do a purification for everyone, and they are no longer afraid of the blood curse. Johan said. Well done, just in case, help Wang Zikai purify once. Gao Yang said. Johan was prepared and took out an empowered black gold bracelet. Let him wear it for 2 days. Gao Yang took it. Johan continued. Since Juanma was reset by time, he has recovered well, and is not so depressed. However, he completely cheered up last night, and realized a new talent. Gao Yang guessed almost in a second. Jump. Johan smiled and nodded. Do Hu held an unlit cigarette in his mouth, and smiled roughly. Rabbit is really something. Juanma's legs are gone, so you might as well give them to me. It will be fine when Dr. Jia comes back. The sensitivity of the cyber prosthesis is definitely not as good as the original one, but the comprehensive ability may be higher. Gao Yang said. Haha, I was just kidding, I don't care about it. Do Hu narrowed his eyes. Oh, by the way, I asked Lei to check the 3rd hospital, and the Haichuan group has already evacuated. Not surprising at all. Johan analyzed in a deep voice. After Isher and Ting Ting defected, they would definitely move away, and they asked Sachin to launch the blood curse against us, which should also have the effect of delaying us. They probably thought that Isher and Ting Ting contacted us as soon as possible. Well, don't worry about it. Do Hu was more concerned about another thing. Did Dr. Jia say when he would be back? Ling said in the next few days. Johan said. So slow. Do Hu was a little unhappy. This old Jia, he won't play any tricks, right? Ling said there was an accident. Johan said. What accident? Gao Yang was shocked. No. Johan said in a subtle tone, but judging from her tone, it should be fine. As for Ling's speaking style, who else but me can hear the tone? Gao Yang appeared calm and said lightly, contact Nana and confirm with her alone. Yes. After that, the three talked about the situation of runes. Currently, the Guardian, Spacetime, and Elemental runes are on Gao Yang. The damage and strengthening runes are on Do Hu. The Toxin rune is on Gregor. The auxiliary rune changed owners several times, and returned to Kuyu. Others upgraded to level 4 smoothly, but Kuyu has never been able to break through level 4. After the spirit rune changed hands twice, it returned to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei and Kuyu fell into the same dilemma. Confidence could not break through level 4 no matter what. In fact, among the last 12 talents, except Gao Yang's luck, no other level 4 talents have been seen so far, which is really a bit unreasonable. Regarding this matter, everyone has no clue and can only wait patiently. After the meeting, Gao Yang saw the two off. Jiuhan walked in front, and Dohu followed slowly behind. Gao Yang saw the two off to the front yard, and couldn't help but say, "Uncle Hu, have you quit smoking?" "Ah?" Dohu was putting his hands in his pockets, still holding the unlit cigarette in his mouth. "No, I just forgot to bring a lighter." "By the way, you forgot that I have flame?" Gao Yang coldly exposed, winded killing expert, who can even accurately predict the time of using the opponent's talent to the second, become so forgetful? Dohu was speechless for a moment. "It's better to quit, be careful of lung cancer." Gao Yang thought of a woman again. "When she wakes up, quit smoking for me too." "Haha, you dare to meddle in that woman's affairs, be careful that she hits people." Dohu smiled and waved his hand lazily. "Bye." On the 4th day of the first lunar month, Yasha arrived in Nigwa by water, put Dr. Jia's laboratory into the dimensional space, and then returned by the same route. On the 5th day of the first lunar month, Qingling, Nana, and Dr. Jia disguised themselves and arrived at the airport in Liqing at 6 o'clock in the morning. The three of them did not rush back to the Xiaoshui base, but took a car to a fast hotel. In a double room in the hotel, Gao Yang, Dohu, and Jiuhan had been waiting for a long time. Dr. Jia, Qingling, and Nana still maintained their disguised images when they set out, namely a middle-aged man, a beautiful stepmother, and a college student daughter. When a beautiful woman with light blonde wavy hair tore off her hip skirt that was inconvenient to move, and kicked open the door in high heels. Gao Yang, Dohu, and Jiuhan were stunned for 2 seconds before they recognized her. "You're back." Gao Yang smiled. "Yes." The woman put down her heavy handbag, squatted down, unzipped it, and took out 2 cyber calves from it, for a horse. "Haha, he will definitely like this New Year's gift." Dohu happily stepped forward and embraced Dr. Jia, who came in later. "Okay, we welcome the God of Wealth on the 5th day of the new year, and you are our God of Wealth." Nana came in last, dressed in an ordinary college student outfit, but it did not hinder her second-year syndrome at all. She kicked off her sneakers, jumped on the bed, and waved her hands. "People, your queen is back." Next, Nana began a second-year speech with gorgeous words, but no nutrition. Gao Yang was curious. "No, Qingling, why didn't you stop her?" Nana was sensible and stopped talking. When she had said almost everything, she raised her hands and closed all the curtains at the same time. "Gao Yang." Qingling glanced at Gao Yang. "Dr. Jia has something to tell you." "That's right. I'm going to publish a major research result." Dr. Jia was very proud. "Hee, it will definitely shock your mothers for 100 years. Jiuhan leaned against the window, holding an energy drink in one hand, with a blank expression on his face. Dohu squatted on the ground fiddling with his 2 cyber calves, and didn't hear anything at all. Gao Yang sat quietly on the sofa, smiling perfunctorily. When Dr. Jia saw the attitude of the 3 people, he was very unhappy. He raised his voice. "Let's talk about the conclusion first. I've opened the fog." Swish. Gao Yang teleported to Dr. Jia's side, stroking his back with one hand and holding Dr. Jia's hand with the other. "Doctor, come and sit down, let's start a chat." Just as Dr. Jia sat down, Dohu came over and took out the cigarette box from his pocket. "Old Jia, you must have worked hard on the road. Come, have a cigarette." Dr. Jia turned his head and said pretentiously, "No, I've been smoking all this way. Running around, not even able to drink water." Jiuhan had already sat at the head of the bed and dialed the front desk. "Bring me tea, drinks, coffee, hurry up." Dr. Jia rolled his eyes to the sky. "Hey, I didn't sleep well on the way, my back and waist are sore." Swish. Gao Yang separated a phantom, came behind the sofa, and massaged Dr. Jia's shoulders and back. "Is this strength okay? Do you want more emphasis?" After a while, the tea was served, and Dr. Jia was also served well. He took out his mobile phone from his trouser pocket and threw it on the coffee table. "The latest video in the album, watch it yourself." Chapter 947. Gao Yang turned on the video on his phone, and Dohu and Jiuhan came over. The time in the video was midnight, and the ground was a desert. The undulating sand dunes were like a turbulent, solidified gray-blue ocean, the sky was deep, and the stars were bright. Dr. Jia, Qingling, and Nana all appeared in a fixed camera lens. Dr. Jia was wearing a vest and shorts, holding a black gold cylinder the size of a small flashlight. Qingling and Nana were wearing home t-shirts and denim hot pants, standing aside. Dr. Jia looked into the depths of the desert and shouted, "Nana, take off." Nana didn't act arrogant this time. She bounced off the ground and flew over. Obviously, The three people in the desert were at the edge of the fog, so from the video, Nana was flying in the distance, like an actor hanging up and down on a wire pretending to fly. It has been confirmed that there is fog ahead, and it is impassable. Dr. Jia spoke to the camera, then picked up the small black gold cylinder, held the head and tail respectively, and twisted it in the opposite direction. Instantly, the black gold cylinder emitted black and white light, or more precisely, a black and white energy, which was in a strange state between fog and rays. Next, Dr. Jia threw the thing into the sky with force. Nana caught it, and continued to fly forward. Soon, Nana's figure began to get smaller, and a reasonable perspective relationship appeared, which showed that Nana was effectively approaching the magic boundary of the fog. Halfway through the video, Dr. Jia suddenly took back his phone, and pressed the pause button. "Hey, what are you doing? Keep going." Do, who was in high spirits and impatient. "I know you are anxious, so let's hurry first." Dr. Jia was fearless. "Before continuing to play, I have to explain to you how I did it." Gao Yang, Do, and Johan all pricked up their ears, full of curiosity. Dr. Jia looked at Gao Yang and smiled playfully. "The most important thing is your active energy." Next, Dr. Jia briefly described his trial and error process. At first, Dr. Jia used conventional methods to study the energy of the air of God, and it was not surprising that he failed. The active energy of the air of God was very fragile and unstable. After that, Dr. Jia collected 12 rune types of innate active energy, and tried to merge them with the active energy of the air of God. The process seemed to be smooth, but the result was still a failure. Dr. Jia was almost desperate, and the most important thing was that Gao Yang's active energy had been used up. It happened that Master Jiang came to Dr. Jia at this time, and asked him to invent a space bomb, and provided Dr. Jia with an extra portion of the active energy of the delusion beast. Before Dr. Jia had time to study, he was robbed by Gao Yang. But before leaving, he took all the important data and experimental materials, including Master Zhang's active energy. After arriving in Ni, Qin Ling conveyed Do Hu's intention, hoping that Dr. Jia would also make a space bomb for them. Dr. Jia lied directly, because he only had the last energy of the delusion beast in the Mist World. How could he waste it on such a thing? Dr. Jia restarted the early laboratory at the fastest speed, and then started the experiment without stopping. This time, Dr. Jia decided to take a big gamble and merge all the active energy of the air of God, the 12 rune gifted, the delusion beast, and the ghost. It just so happened that he still had a copy of these things. This is the only chance. It can only be said that God will not let down those who work hard. This time, Dr. Jia succeeded. The active energy of the air of God accepted the active energy of the awakener, the beast, and the ghost. In this process, it did not self-destruct, disintegrate, or mutate, but merged into a new energy form. Unfortunately, with Dr. Jia's current means, it is not possible to observe and study it in depth, and it can only be stored in a special black gold battery. Dr. Jia didn't know what it was used for, but it was a new thing anyway. Dr. Jia hid it secretly like a treasure. It would have been better if he didn't hide it. Once he hid it, he was exposed and was discovered by Qin Ling. Qin Ling didn't say much, and put the knife directly on Dr. Jia's neck, asking him to choose one of the two passionate choices, either confess and be lenient, or lose his head. Anyway, genius will not disappear, it will only transfer, and the 9 heirs and the 12 zodiac signs don't have to keep Dr. Jia. Dr. Jia just made a major breakthrough. How could he bear to die? So he had to tell Qin Ling everything. Qin Ling was a little angry, but she could still accept it. She had a flash of inspiration and thought of a possibility. Gao Yang, your wife is a genius. Dr. Jia looked excited. She said, since we don't know what this thing is used for, why not touch the fog? Maybe there will be a reaction. I thought about it, and it makes sense. Dr. Jia slapped his thigh. I thought before that Song Dao is a high-level energy form, and the fog is another high-level energy form, and the beast is the environmental product after the conflict and confrontation between the two, that is, the chessboard, and we awakened people are the chess pieces. Although we haven't figured out where humans and beasts come from, there must be a source, just like any commodity has a manufacturer and a production setting. This thing is our identity authentication, which allows us to obtain protection and also suffer restrictions. Now it's fun. When the factory settings of the awakeners, descendants of gods, beasts, and ghosts are all mixed together to create a self-consistent new product, do you think this thing is a chessboard or a chess piece, a Gui Song Dao tube or a fog tube? Virus. Gao Yang immediately thought of this. Yes. Dr. Jia was very excited and drank the tea in one gulp. It looks like a virus, Maybe it can deceive the immune system and reach the nerve center directly. Dr. Jiao looked at Qingling and Nana with a beaming face. So, we did an experiment. I modified the black gold battery so that this special energy can be slowly and naturally dissipated, and then let Nana take it to fly into the fog. I have calculated accurately that the battery has a power of 5 minutes. For safety reasons, I shortened it to 4 minutes. Once the fog can be opened, Nana will explore forward for 2 minutes, and then turn around immediately to ensure that when the energy of the black gold battery is exhausted, Nana will not be swallowed by the fog. Too dangerous, this is a fog. Gao Yang sank his face and looked at Qingling. Why don't you stop Nana? Don't worry. Qingling said, I go with her. The air was quiet for a second. Nonsense! Gao Yang yelled, and everyone was stunned for a moment. As the leader of the 9 heirs, it was the first time that Gao Yang got angry at his companions. Chapter 948. Who told you to act on your own? Hearing that Qingling had also entered the mist, Gao Yang became even angrier. Can't you come back and do another experiment? At least let Hong Xiaoxiao give you a hairpin. Gao Yang, you also said that this is a mist. Dr. Jiao looked disdainful. If they are really swallowed by the mist, can game player work? Even if it works, the casting distance is not enough. Gao Yang was speechless for a moment. Okay. Dohu smiled and acted as a peacemaker. Xiaoyangang, what's wrong with you? People have made great contributions. It's okay if you don't praise them, but you are also mean to them. It's really unacceptable. Xiaoqing, you shouldn't do this. As a team leader, you still have to consider the overall situation. You must never act first and report later in the future. Do you hear me? Qingling slightly turned her head to avoid Gao Yang's burning gaze. Of course, she knew that she shouldn't act first and report later, but if she really had to report first, given Gao Yang's personality, she would definitely do it herself, and Qingling would never allow this to happen. Since it was her idea, it would be better to let her take the risk. As for Nana, she insisted on going with her, and even Qingling's knife couldn't persuade her. Nana believed that exploring the fog was a high-end thing that was worthy of her Supreme Queen status. Once successful, she would add another fog destroyer to her gorgeous title in the future, which was exciting just to think about. Qingling thought carefully. Nana's level 7 gas was very suitable for traveling, and her combat power was also strong. If she encountered danger in the fog, she could advance or retreat, so she finally agreed. Come on, keep watching. Dr. Jia didn't care about the couple's quarrel, and clicked on the video again. Sure enough, next, Qingling flew with a sword to catch up with Nana and grabbed her hand. The two figures became smaller, and gradually disappeared. The video ended. For minutes later, the two of them came back. Dr. Jia said, it was almost the same as I guessed. The micro cameras they carried with them did not capture anything. It was pitch black. As for the fog boundary, when the energy of the black gold battery was exhausted, it quickly restitched, and the lag time was no more than 30 seconds. We tried to get closer and started to mark time again. Gao Yang had regained his calmness and composure as a leader at this moment. He looked up at Qingling. What's in the fog? Qingling turned his head back and looked directly at Gao Yang. Nothing. What do you mean? Dohu asked. Qingling wanted Nana to explain, but considering her exaggerated and crazy middle school speech, she decided to do it herself. Qingling began a cold and concise description. The two of them flew smoothly into the fog with the glowing black gold battery, but there was no real feeling of stepping into. First of all, visually, there is still an endless desert outside the boundary of the fog. They just stopped standing still and flew smoothly into the desert that they could see, without feeling the existence of any strange territory. According to Dr. Jia, this desert existed 20 years ago, and was a scenic spot. Later, it was swallowed by the fog one day, and Song Dao took the initiative, or was forced, to erase any traces of this scenic spot, as if it had never existed. Now, Qingling and Nana have simply entered the scenic spot smoothly again. There is nothing behind the fog. Qingling and Nana really can't accept this result. They would rather encounter some dangerous environments or mysterious enemies. Seeing that they still had enough time, the two accelerated their flight and finally found something. Oasis. Qingling's voice caught the nerves of everyone present, and the room was silent. Qingling continued to recall. She and Nana found a round dark green ink spot in the endless desert. The two looked at each other, and flew over immediately. Soon, they found that it was a very small oasis, probably the size of 2 football fields, with a dark green lake in the middle. The lake was surrounded by lush palm trees, and from a distance, it looked like an emerald gem inlaid on a green crown. Qingling and Nana quickly landed on the periphery of the oasis, not daring to go deeper immediately. Nana controlled a hurricane to blow towards the oasis, but it did not cause any reaction except for making the leaves rustle and ripples on the lake. Time was running out, and the two no longer hesitated and entered the oasis. They passed through the palm forest and came to the edge of the lake. The lake was quiet, there were no human buildings around, and no traces of civilization could be seen. However, there is a life by the lake. It is a dark brown dromedary camel with short and soft hair, long legs and neck, short tail, thick eyelashes, deep cleft upper lip, flat nostrils, honest and docile, the most common camel in Nepal. It lowered its head to drink water, lazy and indifferent. The calmer it is, the more weird it is. Camel? Johan was confused. What's going on? It's just an ordinary camel, Qingling said. It can't be ordinary. Gaoyang lowered his head and concentrated. The desert in Nepal was swallowed by fog 20 years ago. How could the camel live there for 20 years? Qingling nodded. I have also checked that the lifespan of a camel is 30 years. That camel looks very young, and it is impossible for it to live for 20 years in the fog by drinking water alone. Is it an illusion or hallucination? Dohu made a reasonable hypothesis. I also doubt it, so I drew my sword and chopped the camel, Qingling said. Oh my god! So cruel? Dohu couldn't help laughing. I didn't provoke you. Why did you fight just because of a disagreement? Qingling didn't think so and continued to recall. Qingling and Nana saw that the camel was not in danger, so they approached carefully and shouted at the camel. The camel's sensitive little ears moved. It slowly raised its head and looked at the two of them lazily. It didn't feel strange, nor was it afraid. It continued to lower its head to drink water. Small ripples spread on the water surface in circles, and then quickly returned to silence. Qingling has been paying attention to the time. In another 20 seconds, they must return the same way. Qingling was unwilling to give up, so she controlled the tang sword to chop at the camel from a distance. Of course, she used the blade to slap it hard. Humph. The camel cried out in pain, and it walked away from the tang sword with steady steps, keeping a distance of about a few meters. It stopped and continued to lower its head to drink water. The scar had healed, and it had forgotten the pain. Qingling thought about whether to kill the camel, but on the one hand, there was not enough time, and on the other hand, she was afraid of triggering any danger. If she delayed a little, she might be completely trapped in the fog. She also thought about whether to take the camel away, but it felt more dangerous, and whether she could take it out of the fog was another matter. The two finally gave up and left the oasis. Qingling and Nana flew out of the fog before the energy of the black gold battery was consumed. After seeing Dr. Jia, they reported the situation and took off the micro-video recorder hanging on their waists. Dr. Jia turned on the video recorder, and it was pitch black inside, with nothing, but the recording time showed that it was indeed filmed for more than 4 minutes. That's all? Dohu was just getting excited. Chapter 949. That's it, Dr. Jia replied. This is the whole process of exploring the fog. Why does it feel like thunder is loud but rain is small? Dohu leaned back and crossed his legs on the coffee table. What else do you want? Being able to enter the fog is an unprecedented breakthrough, Dr. Jia said. That's right. Johan nodded. Since we can pry open a corner of the fog, it is not impossible to understand the entire fog in the future. This completely opens up another way for us. Unfortunately, there is not enough time. Gaoyang did not comment and thought quietly. Seeing that everyone was silent, he looked up at Dr. Jia. Tell me your speculation. Dr. Jia snorted proudly and waited for Gaoyang to ask. He tapped his head with his hand. Although Song Dao erased all traces of the desert, he couldn't erase the memory in my mind. I actually went to the oasis that Qingling and Nana explored. The lake is very beautiful. Tourists would ride camels there to take photos and check in. It is a famous tourist attraction. I originally considered building the laboratory near the oasis, but there were frequent tourists, and it was very close to the border of the fog. It might be swallowed by the fog one day. In the end, I moved back 10 kilometers. I didn't expect that this desert would really be swallowed. This is foresight. Gaoyang immediately understood. You mean, the area explored by Qingling and Nana is the area before the fog swallowed it? From the existing information, this is the case. Dr. Jia shrugged. No. Gaoyang had doubts. If it was just like this, why did the camera fail? It's easy to talk to smart people. Dr. Jia was very happy. I currently have 2 inferences. Everyone immediately sat up straight and listened attentively. The first speculation, I call it the dispersal theory. Dr. Jia said. Everyone exchanged glances. No one interrupted. In short, I think the fog is really just a form of fog. Now I have made a fog-dispersing lamp. Qing Ling and Nana bring it close to the fog, and the fog will disperse, revealing the territory that was previously swallowed from Song Dao. Dr. Jia raised his two fists and fought left and right. You take a step back, I will take a step forward. You take a step forward, I will take a step back. You make a fog-dispersing lamp. Okay, you are powerful, I will avoid you. Your fog-dispersing lamp is running out of power. Haha, I am back again. How is it? Just playing. Loyalu. It must be said that after Dr. Jia personified the fog, he was full of sarcasm, and the blood pressure of everyone present rose immediately, and they wanted to beat him up immediately. Dr. Jia, you still haven't explained why the camera failed. Johan said. It should be that the fog carries some strange energy field or interferes with the magnetic field. Although the territory has been returned to us temporarily, the pollution that has been caused is irreversible. Dr. Jia shrugged. But even if this explanation is given, loopholes can still be found. Camel. Qing Ling said. Yes. Dr. Jia gave Qing Ling a thumbs up. According to your description, the camel is not an illusion, it is still very young. According to normal logic, it has been in the fog for at least 20 years. It is impossible to survive, for 20 years, by drinking only water and not eating. Then, there is another possibility. The camel that Qing Ling saw was the camel that was just swallowed by the fog 20 years ago. You mean? The time loss inside and outside the fog is different. Johan understood. Dohu touched his chin and added, only 1 or 2 days have passed for the camel, but 20 years have passed for us. No, there is still a loophole. Gao Yang said, if the time inside and outside the fog is different, Qing Ling and Nana come back from the fog, Dr. Jia's time cannot be synchronized for 4 minutes, he has to wait at least a week. That's right. Dr. Jia laughed. So this inference doesn't work. Old Jia, are you kidding us? Dohu was a little unhappy. You know shit, teachers also have their value. Dr. Jia moved his butt and became more energetic. Now let me talk about the second speculation, which I call observation theory. The room was silent for a long time. Dr. Jia was like an examiner who was asking questions, waiting for smart students to raise their hands to answer. You mean? Gao Yang finally grasped something. We can never observe the true state of the fog, because observation itself is a kind of interference? Dr. Jia nodded with satisfaction. Schrodinger's cat knows it, right? Johan, Dohu and Qing Ling all knew something and nodded in response. Dr. Jia's eyes moved to Nana. Nana was stunned and shouted guiltily, how dare you? My king is omniscient and omnipotent, how dare you, an ant, question it? Okay, I continue. When Nana saw Dr. Jia's eyes move away, she immediately took out her mobile phone, typed quickly, and began to search for relevant popular science. I try to put it in a popular way. I think that the places swallowed by the fog no longer exist. Ah? Dr. Jia's first sentence made Dohu confused. Your popular and my popular seem to be different. Not only Dohu, but others were also confused and shocked. Nana was even worse. She held her phone and read 10 lines at a glance. It was difficult for her to understand why Schrödinger tortured cats. Dr. Jia said again, there is no cat at all. She gave up directly, turned to sit down, put on a cold and contemptuous look, and decided to keep it like this until the end of the discussion. This is called keeping unchanged in the face of changes. Don't be nervous. Dr. Jia smiled a little gloatingly. The non-existence I mentioned is only non-existence in a narrow sense, targeting the rules and life dimensions of our world. From our perspective, the desert swallowed by the fog no longer exists. For the convenience of understanding, you can imagine it as emptiness. Void is also a state, but we cannot perceive this state. Are there any problems here? Dr. Jia asked. No one asked questions. Dr. Jia continued. Okay, now Qing Ling and Nana hold the tickets, enter the void, and observe the void. However, they cannot understand the void, because the void is equivalent to non-existence to them. Therefore, their observation becomes a kind of interference, and the interference itself carries information, which reversely completes the existence of Qing Ling and Nana, so they see the desert before being swallowed by the fog. You mean, that desert is all made up by their own brains? In fact, there is nothing? Isn't this still an illusion? No, this is not an illusion, but a form of existence after being interfered by the observer. Dr. Jia shook his index finger. In addition, Qing Ling and Nana only act as a perspective, or a line of sight, and they are not qualified to be observers. Popular. Dohu was going crazy. Popular? Huh? Gao Yang, who had been thinking hard, breathed a sigh of relief and finally caught up with Dr. Jia's thinking. We are the chess pieces of Song Dao and the eyes of Song Dao. Chapter 950. Do, who was stunned at first, then his eyes widened and he took a breath. Hiss. Qing Ling and Jiu Han were silent for a moment, and suddenly they felt a chill on their backs. Humph. Nana folded her hands in front of her chest, with an arrogant look on her face, as if she had already known these things and didn't even bother to talk about them. You understand metaphors, Dr. Jia praised. Gao Yang smiled bitterly. Dr. Jia, let me continue. Do you think I'm right? Everyone looked over, including the all-knowing Nana. The Awakened One's talents come from Song Dao, so to some extent we have inherited Song Dao's energy and will. We enter the fog. On the surface, we are the observers, but in reality, Song Dao is the observer. Everyone, think about what Song Dao is doing now. He gives talents to humans, restricts beasts from harming ordinary humans, fights against the continuous erosion of the fog, and strives to maintain the normal operation of the world. Even if the fog swallows up a place, Song Dao will take the initiative to clean up the mess, and try to keep the shrinking island running reasonably. Gao Yang looked around at everyone. From this, we can draw a conclusion. Song Dao loves this world, and he hopes that this world will continue to exist in an orderly manner. Now, Song Dao sees the inside of the fog through Qing Ling and Nana's eyes. 20 years ago, this place was a desert scenic area occupied by the fog. Even gods cannot escape the limitations of observers, and observation itself is an interference with the fog, which leads to the fact that what Song Dao wants to see, or can see, is only the desert before the fog occupied it. So, Qing Ling and Nana's eyes. All you can see is the desert, but this is not the truth about the fog. The best proof is that the camera did not record any information during those 4 minutes. I can't say it's exactly the same, I can only say it's word for word. Dr. Jia was very satisfied. You are really good at translation. Even Nana understood Gao Yang's explanation. The room was extremely quiet for a while, and everyone felt a very helpless confusion. Sure enough, the more you understand, the more you realize your own insignificance and ignorance. Soon, Gao Yang broke the silence. Dr. Jia, if your second speculation is correct, can I think that the Gate of the End is the official channel for us to enter the fog? Sure, it coincides with my idea. Dr. Jia nodded. Without the official channel, we are likely to be swallowed by the fog, or erased, or become an incomprehensible part of it. But if we enter the official channel, we may be able to truly jump out of the observer's perspective, stand at a height that Song Dao cannot reach, overlook the fog, and figure out what it is. To be optimistic, once we understand it, we will know how to deal with it, or even adapt to it and transform it. TSK. Dohu smacked his lips heavily. Why do you feel so scared and excited? Me too. Jiu Han's expression was subtle, and his voice was low. My back is cold, and my scalp is numb. Qing Ling still had a cold face, but subconsciously tightened the handle of the knife at his waist. Hey, don't be too happy too soon. It's all speculation. We don't have enough information right now. Dr. Jia scratched his head a little irritably. Master Zhang's active energy is gone. The delusion beast and the life beast are all dead. The anger beast and the greed beast don't seem to be on the same level. I don't think it's going to work. Without the beast's energy, I can't make a second fog lamp, let alone improve it. There are also dead beasts, Qing Ling said. You are so brave that you want to kill dead beasts. Dohu was very pleased. He is worthy of being my disciple. Actually, Jiu Han just opened his mouth and met Gao Yang's sharp eyes. Jiu Han stopped talking. Gao Yang knew what Jiu Han wanted to say. They had discussed privately before. Wang Zikai might be a dead beast whose beast nature has not awakened, and the possibility is at least 50%. In fact, since Gao Yang witnessed the true appearance of the Gate of the End through Qilin's illusion, he had this terrible guess. However, Gao Yang would never and dared not extract Wang Zikai's active energy for Dr. Jia to experiment. There are so many links in the middle. If there is a slight mistake, Wang Zikai's beast nature may be activated. What if Wang Zikai is really a dead beast? What if the dead beast's mission is to kill all mankind? Gao Yang dared not think about it anymore. This is an abyss that is more difficult to face than the abyss. To explore the fog, you can only do what you can. The Gate of the End is the most urgent task. All along the way, Gao Yang was more and more convinced that opening the door was the only hope for mankind. The 6 people ate and rested in the hotel, and after dark, they quietly returned to the Xiaoshui base. When Dr. Jia entered the house, he saw many familiar and unfamiliar faces. He didn't even bother to greet them, and looked around with his eyes. After a few seconds, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he shouted, "Ying Wu! Fake doctor! Fake doctor!" A fat gray parrot stood on Hingmu's shoulder. It saw Dr. Jia and flapped its wings happily. "Ying Wu!" Dr. Jia ran over happily, touched its head, and scratched its chin. "Not bad, the hair on its head has grown back. Hey, have you lost weight? Your pet always steals food, and then has diarrhea." Hingmu, who looked relieved, couldn't help but recall the painful experience of taking care of this parrot. To be honest, he would rather go to the front line than do this job again. "Stupid bird. I've told you so many times that eating anything will only harm you." Dr. Jia began to lecture. "Don't eat the mud pills. Don't eat the mud pills." The parrot shouted excitedly. "You're addicted to holding grudges, right? I deal with you later." Dr. Jia was relieved when he saw the parrot. He turned around and shouted, "Raven Shark. Where is Raven Shark?" "Here." Raven Shark stood behind Suzaku, pushing her wheelchair. "Hurry up and open the dimensional space, I want to work." Dr. Jia was eager to try. "Old Jia, this place won't work." Dohu came over with a smile. "This place is crowded enough for everyone to live in. Where can we fit a research room?" "What should I do then?" Dr. Jia said, "You can't let me go to the dimensional space to do research. Everyone will be researched." "Don't worry." Dohu smiled wickedly and glanced at Gao Yang. "We have chosen an address for you. Purple air coming from the east. A feng shui treasure land. I guarantee you will be satisfied." Chapter 951. At noon the next day, west of Shijing District, the lower reaches of Yuanyang River. Yuanyang River originates from this green mountainous area and is one of the main sources of Lijiang River. It is said that there is a famous Yuanyang tree in the upper reaches of the river, which is also a scenic spot. But now it can't be seen. The area has been swallowed up by the fog without knowing it. The fog swallows leaching very slowly, but it is not absent. A dam was built in the lower reaches of Yuanyang River. In winter, the water is shallow and full of withered branches and fallen leaves, which looks bleak and cold. Under the dam is a pool of water, which is also dried up for the most part. Not far away is a barren field, and a large commercial vehicle is parked on the road next to it. The driver Dohu leaned on the car window with one hand, holding an unlit cigarette in his mouth, basking in the sun, squinting his eyes, and his lazy appearance really looks a bit like a tiger taking a nap. Chinning sat cross-legged on the roof of the commercial vehicle, basking in the sun, while using perception to detect the surroundings. Behind the car, the crow shark opened its arms, and opened a dimensional space entrance as big as a football goal. The sturdy figure of the dead pig went in and out, carrying various heavy instruments and equipment up and down. "Handle with care. Be careful. Hey, there are wires under your feet, don't trip over them." Dr. Jia was directing on the side, sweating profusely, feeling more tired than the dead pig doing physical work. The parrot flew around, constantly imitating everyone's words, like a noisy repeater. On the wasteland 30 meters away, the monkey controlled the earth element, transformed into walls of different shapes, and quickly built a warehouse prototype. In this process, Qing Ling also participated. She controlled countless steel bars, cement, doors and windows, and building materials to reinforce and finally repair the warehouse. Nana grew several times bigger, and with the help of swift wind, she covered the warehouse with a roof. Tengu activated space cutting to cut off the wires on the electric pole not far away, and Hong Xiaoxiao used telekinesis to connect the wires to the energy converter developed by Dr. Jia. After that, the two took the corresponding tools, and went to the pool to drain the water. Hengmu, Muzitu, and Juanma, led by Gao Yang, carried out various hard installations such as water and electricity lines. Gao Yang could use flame, which was very convenient for welding. After half a day, a laboratory with water and electricity, simple and solid, and complete functions was built. In the car, the supervisor Dohu yawned. "Xiao Yanong, do you think Song Dao will not restore it directly for us? This scale will not attract Song Dao's attention." Gao Yang finished his work and took off his work clothes while walking towards the business car, and Dr. Jia has confirmed that the closer to the fog boundary, the weaker the restraint of Song Dao. "That's good, I don't want to work in vain," Dohu said shamelessly. "It's really hard for you to sleep here for half a day," Gao Yang complained. "Okay, tell me your plan quickly." Dohu stuck his head out of the car door and threw a bottle of mineral water to Gao Yang. "It's not a good idea to build a laboratory outdoors. Although this place is remote, it will be discovered sooner or later." "It's right to be discovered," Gao Yang said. "Haha, you want to lure the snake out of the hole?" Dohu guessed. Gao Yang twisted open the bottle of mineral water and took a big sip. Yes. Do, who has not been too fond of brainstorming recently, tell me more. Gao Yang's eyes narrowed slightly, looking at everyone who was still busy. Now the Haichuan group is in the dark, and we are also in the dark. It will be disadvantageous for us if we drag it on. So, you want to jump out into the open? Dohu said. Yes. Gao Yang said. If we show up now, do you think Qilin will take the bait? Definitely not. He's not stupid. Dohu laughed. Yes, so we must give Qilin a reason to take the bait. Gao Yang looked at the laboratory. Dr. Jia has pried open the fog, which is a groundbreaking research. Whether it is true or not, Qilin and Mr. Li would rather believe it than not. Indeed? Dohu nodded. If it were me, I would definitely send someone to take a look if I found Dr. Jia doing something tricky at the edge of the fog. Gao Yang took another sip of water. Although Qilin is in the dark, it will definitely send out a reconnaissance team. It is only a matter of time before they find this outdoor research room. Their people have clairvoyance, and will soon find that this Dr. Jia is genuine and is doing novel research. Once they find out that Dr. Jia's research object is fog, Qilin will never sit idly by. You know, Dr. Jia is a huge uncertainty factor and may cause a big commotion. Jing, Qilin will not allow such variables to exist for a long time. As for me, I have no objection to this fishing tactic. The only problem is... Dohu's eyes sank slightly. Are you sure we have a chance of winning if we go head-on with Qilin now? Not sure. Gao Yang shook his head and told the truth. Although Qilin lost an eye, the beast and the Azure Dragon puppet, and lost a lot of people, if Li is level 8 prophet and Qilin is level 8 puppet master, we are still in great danger. Dohu recalled his last failure. Puppet master has a high upper limit and a low lower limit, which depends entirely on the strength of the puppet. If there is no powerful puppet, he is nothing. I will tell you the detailed tactics. Gao Yang said. Dr. Jia has put on the black gold bracelet I gave him. Once he encounters danger, he will immediately activate a small absolute barrier, which will last for about 3 minutes as a bait. Dr. Jia will be absolutely safe within these 3 minutes. 3 minutes? We can do a lot of things. Dohu said. Gao Yang nodded. You asked Jingshu to make a few substitutes to protect Dr. Jia day and night. They can't be too strong or too weak. They have to be reasonable. Dohu thought for a moment. How about Qing Ling, Zhonghe, and Pang Jun? They can fight, escape, and heal. Add Qining. Gao Yang said. Qin Ying's perception detection ability is too strong. Will it dissuade the people of Haichuan group? Dohu was a little worried. Gao Yang smiled. With my and your IQ, if you want to protect Dr. Jia, do you think it's possible not to send Qining? Isn't this obviously a trap? Really? Dohu slapped his head. Once I quit smoking, my brain will rust. Chapter 952. Qin Ying's perception can't be kept on all the time. She needs to rest. Let Jingshu build this feature into the double, and make it as real as possible. If the Haichuan group really wants to launch a surprise attack, they will definitely find a way. Don't underestimate them. Gao Yang said. Okay. Dohu replied. Gao Yang continued. Our people are lying in ambush 2 kilometers away. We must not let the enemy notice us. Once the enemy takes the bait, we will close the net immediately. The premise is that Qilin is not present. If Qilin is present, everyone should stay put and notify me immediately. The Ghost Group Villa is not far from here. I can reach it within 2 minutes by flying at full speed. I will use a large barrier to trap Dr. Jia's small barrier and escape. No matter how strong Qilin is, he can only watch. It is feasible in theory. Dohu simulated it in his mind and said, in fact, if we fight Qilin together, we still have a chance of winning. Don't you really want to fight? No. Gao Yang was firm. If Qilin comes in person, it only means that he must have a stronger trump card than the one he had that night at Qingyang Bridge. Even if we encircle and suppress him at all costs, the chance of winning will not exceed 40%. By then, even if we win, it will be a miserable victory. I don't know how many people will die. Gao Yang thinks it is not necessary to go to this step yet. For the final showdown, I want to wait until Zhang Wei's confidence breaks through level 4. I always have a feeling that he will be the winner against Qilin. Then do as you say. Dohu no longer insisted. If the person who came to raid the laboratory is not Qilin, you should close the net immediately. Gao Yang paused and added, try to catch him alive. No matter from which aspect, a living person is more valuable than a dead person. No problem. Dohu agreed, and he thought of something else. Wait, if it's not Qilin who comes, does that mean he is temporarily unable to start a full-scale war with us? Yes. Gao Yang smiled faintly. This is also another purpose of luring the snake out of its hole. He must be very curious about what Dr. Jiao wants to do by studying the fog, and I am also very curious about how strong he is. It can be regarded as a mutual test. Ha. Dohu was happy. You, Long, Qilin, the three of you together have more tricks than the lotus roots in Qinghe Lake. After arranging everything, Gao Yang returned to the Guituan villa. It was already evening, and a white net was set up in the front yard of the villa. Wang Zikai and Chu Xue were wearing sportswear and playing badminton. A blonde boy and a silver-haired girl were happily jumping and laughing in the gentle sunset, like two carefree elves. Gao Yang stood at the gate of the yard, lost in thought. This time, his head did not swing with the trajectory of the badminton. He just felt everything in front of him, and an indescribable sadness came over him. He concentrated his mind, forced this feeling away, and shouted with a smile, Wang Zikai, I want to tell you something. Wait! Wang Zikai jumped up and smashed hard. Wait until I finish this game. Gao Yang is back. Chu Xue swiftly backhanded the ball. I don't want to play anymore. No! The last ball will decide the outcome. Wang Zikai was in high spirits. Gao Yang sighed, split into a clone, picked up the spare racket beside him, and rushed into the court. I replace you, my win is equal to your win. Ha, this is possible. Wang Zikai left the court and ran to Gao Yang's real body. Brother, what have you been doing these 2 days? Making some preparations. Gao Yang said. Are we going to do something big? Wang Zikai's eyes lit up. Although he was very happy staying in the villa these days, he was God Kai after all, shouldering the heavy responsibility of saving the world. How could he just waste his time here all the time? Maybe? Gao Yang didn't say it for sure. You go to Yuannong River to find Johan, listen to his arrangements, remember, absolutely obey. No problem. Wang Zikai was still relatively obedient to Johan. He found that Gao Yang didn't move, and frowned. Brother, you don't go? I will also participate, but I will stay here with Chu Xue first. Gao Yang patted Wang Zikai on the shoulder. Don't worry, I support quickly, and I will definitely not miss any good show. Okay. Wang Zikai didn't doubt him, turned around and ran into the villa. Wait until I change into a handsome set of clothes and set off. After playing 7 or 8 more rounds, Gao Yang quietly let Chu Xue win. I won. Chu Xue threw away the racket, jumped up, flew over the net, and pounced on Gao Yang. Gao Yang quickly dropped the racket, caught Chu Xue, and put her back on the ground. Gao Yang was a little surprised. Chu Xue, how do you know I'm real? As he spoke, Gao Yang, who had been chatting with Wang Zikai before, turned into a phantom and disappeared into the sunset. I just know. Chu Xue raised her chin proudly. Gao Yang was so stupid. It was as easy for her to distinguish him as breathing. Chu Xue, Wang Zikai can't play with you anymore. Gao Yang said, I will play with you. Wow! There is such a good thing? Chu Xue was very happy. Don't let him hear it, he will be sad. Gao Yang smiled. Then let's keep it down. Chu Xue blinked slyly, although stupid Kai is not bad, but if it's Gao Yang, this wave. I'm making a lot of money. Gao Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I've been to the internet cafe a lot recently, and learned a lot of words. Gao Yang, I'm hungry. Chu Xue had changed the subject. Gao Yang was stunned, and didn't even react. What kind of hunger? Chu Xue was also stunned, and waved her hands vigorously. No, I won't eat you. Let's eat dinner. Don't force yourself if you're hungry, I'm fine. Gao Yang said. I'm really not hungry at all. Chu Xue said seriously. Activate lie detector. The target didn't lie, and his attitude was kind. Gao Yang was relieved. She touched Chu Xue's head. Let's go, let's eat. Chapter 953. Regarding Gao Yang's plan this time, Dohu called it the fishing for Jia fish plan. In a blink of an eye, the plan was implemented for the 3rd day, and everything was going well. As Dr. Jia was unaware of the situation, he was obsessed with research and ignored the outside world. He first tried to use the energy of higher-level beasts below the level of the delusion beast as a substitute, but as expected, it didn't work at all. It didn't matter. As long as Gao Yang didn't die, the most critical experimental materials would never be exhausted. He could try whatever he wanted. When he thought of this, he happily hummed a song. Those who can't get it are always in turmoil, and those who are favored are fearless. Ugly! 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 The inseparable parrot always prevents a disaster in time. The only thing Dr. Jia was dissatisfied with was that Chen Ying was a blockhead, roundabout, and inefficient. For example, Dr. Jia suddenly wanted to borrow some of Chen Ying's active energy. Although he could collect it in person, Chinning said that he had to ask his superiors first, and he could not report it by phone, but had to apply for approval in person. Then he had to wait at least 2 or 3 hours before Chinning reappeared and handed him the black gold battery with active energy. Apart from this, everything else was good. The few people guarding Dr. Jia were very quiet, and never bothered him. 8th day of the first lunar month, evening. Hong Xiaoxiao and Tiango, who had been lurking at the enemy on the front line, quickly returned to the Xiaoshui stronghold by flying and invisibility. The two of them learned from each other, and each carried a large-capacity mountaineering bag full of teammates' spare clothes and daily garbage. A group of people ambushed in the wilderness. Life was extremely inconvenient. Tiango and Hong Xiaoxiao disposed of the packed daily garbage, handed the spare clothes to Gao Xinxin and Jingshu, loaded new supplies, and returned to the front line. Most of the elite troops were sent out for this mission, and only Gao Xinxin, Gregor, Zhang Wei, Jingshu, Ming Yang, Wang Weiyin, Zhu Ke, and Zhang He were left at the Xiaoshui stronghold. Gregor would definitely not go, because he couldn't stand the hardship. It would be better to kill him than to stay in the wild for 24 hours and suffer from the cold. Moreover, he was just full of inspiration recently, and was typing like crazy. Zhang Wei didn't go because he was useless. He didn't plan to have a direct conflict with Qilin this time, so he stayed at home and tried to brainwash the vegetative Zhu Ke every day to see if he could help her recover. This was also Gao Yang's idea, but it didn't work. Jingshu stayed with Gao Xinxin to take care of Zhu Ke and the two children and be responsible for logistics. Zhang He is now an absolute T1 combat force. In principle, he must go to the front line, but he stayed at home, because he was completely useless after the Battle of Qingyang Bridge. At first, everyone thought that Juanma would be the hardest person to cheer up, but they didn't expect that after Juanma inherited jumping and installed the cyber calf, he successfully walked out of the post-war trauma and became a brand new person. On the contrary, Zhang Hyuk, who was usually carefree and fearless, was still sinking in the swamp of pain. Hong Xiaoxiao quickly finished the work at hand. While Tengu was still packing up his backpack, she bought herself 2 minutes and quickly walked towards Zhang Hyuk's bedroom. Hong Xiaoxiao gently pushed the door, and a strong smell of alcohol immediately came out from the crack of the door, choking Hong Xiaoxiao to the point of coughing. The light penetrated the crack of the door, cutting through the turbid darkness, and just illuminated Zhang Hyuk, who was sitting in the corner. His clothes were messy, his hair was greasy, and his face was covered with stubble. It seemed that he hadn't taken a shower for many days, and there were empty bottles around him. In Gregor's words, this kid drank all his 1 month's supply in a week. He was just a barrel of wine. Dohu, Gaoyang, Johan, Gao Xinxin, Zheng Wei, Hengmu, many people have advised him, but it didn't work at all. Zhong He didn't show obvious resistance. He always responded with okay, oh, but when he turned around, he was drunk and fell asleep. Yesterday, there was no more wine in the house. Zhong He didn't care, and continued to sleep in the room. Now he was just a pile of mud, no one could help him. Hong Xiaoxiao felt heartache. She stood at the door, and the courage she had finally mustered disappeared. This hesitation only left 1 minute. Bang! Hong Xiaoxiao kicked the door open and turned on the light. Ah! Zhong He stretched out his hand to block the strong light. He was pale, his face was swollen, and his voice was weak. Zhang Hyuk. Hong Xiaoxiao strode over and pulled him up forcefully. Get up! Oh! Zhang Hyuk stood up shakily, and stumbled down in less than 2 seconds. He sat down on a chair, his body like a puddle of water, about to slide to the ground again. Pa! Hong Xiaoxiao slapped Zhang Hyuk in the face, and yelled, be serious. Look at what you look like now. Do you still look like a human being? Zhang Hyuk's head was tilted by the slap, and a ripple appeared in his dull eyes. Huang Daihu, Huang Furong saved you with her life, not to make you become like this. Hong Xiaoxiao blushed, anxious and angry. Who can you be worthy of if you are like this now? Zhong He lowered his head, and was silent for a moment, and sneered in self-abandonment. They shouldn't have saved me. People like me are not worthy at all. Zhong He, you are not qualified to say such things. Hong Shishi's eyes were red. What did you tell me before? You said that everyone is unique. You said that we are all masters of our own destiny, not vassals of anyone. You also said not to let down the people who saved you, let alone yourself. Have you forgotten all this? Or did you use those words to deceive others? Answer me. A tear fell from Hong Xiao's face. Zhong He was stunned. Zhang Hyuk. It doesn't matter if others look down on you. It doesn't matter if fate looks down on you. But you have to look up to yourself. Isn't that the meaning of our lives? Hong Xiaoxiao grabbed his collar and stuffed a black hairpin into Zhang Hyuk's shirt pocket. Let's go. Follow me to the front line. Don't be a coward. I'd rather die on the battlefield. Zhang Hyuk lowered his head slightly and looked at Hong Xiaoxiao, who was much shorter than him. The broken eyes in his eyes gradually came together and then flashed with a scorching light. He suddenly reached out and held Hong Xiaoxiao's waist, hugged her into his arms, held the back of her head with one hand, and kissed her roughly. After a brief panic, Hong Xiaoxiao closed her eyes, held Zhang Hyuk's face with both hands, and gave him a more enthusiastic response. The two of them were close to each other, and their breasts were intertwined. Chapter 954. Hong Xiaoxiao. Ah! Hong Xiaoxiao, who was standing at the door, put an end to her fantasy. Let's go! Tiango was carrying a heavy backpack and holding Hong Xiaoxiao's backpack in his hand. Oh, okay. Hong Xiaoxiao turned around and took her backpack and put it on her back. Let's go. The two walked through the living room and came to the entrance. Hong Xiaoxiao suddenly stopped and didn't move. Tiango turned around and looked at her with a puzzled look. Wait for me. Hong Xiaoxiao plucked up her courage and turned around and ran to Zhong He's bedroom. She stood outside the door again and pushed it open a crack. She controlled telekinesis, and a black hairpin flew into the crack like a butterfly and floated in front of Zhong He's eyes. Zhong He slightly raised his eyelids and found it, but his eyes were still numb. At this moment, the hairpin suddenly flew over and tapped his forehead lightly. Then it tapped again. It tapped again. 3 times in total, and then the hairpin flew safely into Zhong He's chest pocket. Outside the room, Hong Xiaoxiao almost used up all her courage in her life just to do this. She didn't dare to stay, retracted her telekinesis, walked quickly to the entrance, and said to Tiango, "Let's go. Your face is so red." Tiango said, "Oh, I'm used to the cold wind outside, the heating in the house is too strong." Hong Xiaoxiao avoided Tiango's eyes, and went straight out. At this moment, in the dim room, Zhong He was motionless, like a statue forgotten by civilization. I don't know how long it has been, his almost dead eyes swept a ray of light, and some words sounded in his ears. Hong Xiaoxiao, we are about to go to Qingyang Bridge, are you afraid? Well, a little scared, what about you? I'm not afraid, I have magic. What magic? Ah, why are you knocking on my head? Knock on wood 3 times, the bad ones don't work, but the good ones do. There's no wood here, use your head. Thank you, ah, no, are you calling me a blockhead? No, really not, ha ha ha, I was wrong, Sister Hong, spare me. Zhang Hyuk slowly raised his hand and placed it on his chest, feeling the energy. It was so warm. He tried to find his inner self, and slowly, his dull and numb 6 senses returned. The room was so dark, the air was so turbid, his tongue was astringent and bitter, as if he had eaten a large mouthful of moss, and his tinnitus was also very serious, buzzing non-stop. Oh, I didn't expect that I would become a piece of rotten wood in the end. That girl looked down on me. Zhang Hyuk grinned, and suddenly, he wanted to take a shower, eat something, move his body, and then go to the mission front together. He is a level 7 Phantom, an AT-1 combat force. How can he rot and stink here? Late at night, in the forest 1.5 kilometers away from Yuannong River, west of Shijing District. Jiuhan, wearing camouflage uniform, holding a tactical telescope, stared at the outdoor laboratory. At this moment, the whole house was brightly lit. Through the window, you can still see Dr. Jia's busy figure and a bird flying around. On a flat ground outside the laboratory, there was a commercial vehicle parked. Chen was wearing winter clothes and sitting cross-legged on the roof with his eyes closed. Juanma, Zhang He and Qingling sat around a bonfire. Juanma and Zhang He chatted while drinking hot coffee. Qingling said nothing and silently wiped the tank sword. It must be said that Jingshu's level 4 stand is very lifelike, and it is impossible to find any flaws when observing from a distance. The ambush lineup of the Fishing for Jia Fish plan this time is divided into 3 groups: the reconnaissance group, the vanguard group, and the core group, and the ambush locations are different. The reconnaissance group is closest to Dr. Jia's outdoor laboratory, about 1.5 kilometers away, and is mainly responsible for command, reconnaissance, and logistics. The members are as follows: Jiuhan, Chen, Hengmu, Hong Xiaoxiao, and Juanma. Jiuhan's voice transmission is the absolute battlefield command center, and with the Bird King, it can be called a perfect commander. Chen Ying's perception can quickly obtain accurate information about the enemy within 3 kilometers. Hengmu's afterimage creates a false illusion, perfectly covering the 4 people from being discovered by the enemy. Juanma's treatment is responsible for healing, Jumping is responsible for support, and light is responsible for fighting, which is very versatile. Hong Xixiao's invisibility is a stealth and escape skill, and Gamer is a backup skill. The life and death of teammates all depend on her. The Vanguard group is about 1.8 kilometers away from the laboratory, and the members are as follows: Qing Ling, Tiango, Dead Pig, Pohu, Lele, Kyo. This group is highly mobile, and has high combat power. Talents such as Dumb, Chaos, Strange can effectively interfere and protect themselves. They can advance or retreat, and are suitable for charging. The core group is 2 kilometers away from Drive Jia, and the members are as follows: Dohu, Wang Zikai, Nana, Gao Yang for an aid. This group is the core combat power, the last trump card, and it is not easily exposed. It is to prevent the enemy's backhand. Kirin controls the living beast puppet to catch them all in one fell swoop. This kind of thing must never happen again. The more controversial here is Nana, whose combat power is far from the core level. But she had made many outstanding achievements and had been resurrected twice, so she could no longer use the golden medal of immunity from death. In addition, her level 7 Swift Wind could help teammates on their way, so Gao Yang transferred her from the Vanguard group to the core group. Nana had no idea about this. She firmly believed that there was only one reason why she was in the core group. It was in line with her supreme and noble status as a queen. On this point, Wang Zikai had an unprecedented agreement with her. Style is everything to God. Everything was normal on the reconnaissance team side. Johan, who was crouching on the tree, suddenly put down the telescope and shouted in a low voice, "Oh no!" Chapter 955. Chen Ying, Heng Mu, Hong Xiaoxiao, and Juanma, who were hiding in the trenches in the woods, suddenly changed their faces and stopped what they were doing. Their hearts were in their throats. As the highest commander on the battlefield, Johan was always calm, restrained, and didn't talk nonsense, ensuring that the information of each command could be conveyed as quickly and accurately as possible. Therefore, whenever he said nonsense such as "it's bad" or "it's over," it meant that the situation was extremely serious, and tragic casualties would inevitably occur afterwards. What's wrong? Chen Ying, who happened to be resting, immediately activated perception, but did not notice anything unusual. Ahem. Johan looked embarrassed and immediately explained, "Everything is normal, sorry, I have something personal to do." Others immediately breathed a sigh of relief and looked at each other. Johan took out his mobile phone, opened the voice-changing software, found the commonly used voice, and tried, "Hello, hello, Grandma, this is Xioi." Soon, a low and slow voice of a young man appeared. "Hello, hello, Grandma, this is Xioi." After confirming that it was correct, Johan immediately dialed the number of a nursing home. After more than 10 seconds, the call was connected. It was a young woman. "Hello, this is Tianla Nursing Home." "Hello, this is Xioi. May I ask if my grandma is asleep?" Johan said the name and room number of the grandma. "Oh, it's you. Your grandma is still awake and has been waiting for your call." The other party had some impression of Xioi. "Thank you. Please let her answer the phone," Johan said. "Okay, but remember to call early next time. It's so late." "Sorry." Johan apologized. After a while, the old man's voice came from the phone. Her ears were not working well, and her voice was unconsciously raised. "Hello. Xixiao. Can you hear me?" "I can hear you." "Happy birthday, Grandma. How are you today?" Johan said. Good, good. Grandma is the big birthday girl today. They bought me a cake and held a dance party. The old man next door even invited me to dance." "Hey, you said my eyes are almost blind. Why should I dance?" "Haha, today is really lively. Everyone is happy. Grandma is happy too." Grandma kept talking, and she must have prepared these words in her mind for a long time. "Xiao, are you doing well abroad? Are you used to the food and accommodation? Is anyone bullying you? If you have any difficulties, be sure to tell Grandma. Don't think Grandma is old." "No, Grandma, I'm fine. I have a lot of classes recently, and I'm working part-time. I want to accumulate some social experience, so I'm a little busy. I remembered to call you this morning, but I forgot it as soon as I turned my back. I'm sorry. By the way, did you receive the gift?" "I received it." "Do you like it, Grandma?" "I like it. I like it very much. Everyone envies me." The 4 people in the trench in the woods listened quietly, without saying a word, for fear of disturbing Xioi and Grandma's chat. A few minutes later, Johan hung up the phone and turned off the voice changer, as if nothing had happened. Alas! Heng Mu was lying on the wall of the ditch, holding a withered dogtail grass in his mouth. He looked at the bright night sky through the gaps between the leaves and sighed. Old Zhong should really learn from Captain Johan. Captain Johan did not give up on himself despite the same heavy burden. Not at all. Hong Xiaoxiao said. Cantu told me that Captain Johan was also depressed at the beginning, but was helped by Captain Gaoyang. Oh, I can't imagine it at all. Hengmu looked at Johan on the tree, who was watching with a telescope, and didn't mind his teammates discussing his past. I believe Zhang He will be able to cheer up soon. Hong Xiaoxiao glanced at Pang Jun beside him. Juanma, right? Juanma was pulling up his trouser legs, checking and adjusting his cyber calf. His profile became more and more tough, his eyes were calm, and he was serious. He was completely different from the previous Pang Jun. If everyone hadn't witnessed his rebirth with their own eyes, some people would believe that he was possessed. After Juanma adjusted the cyber calf, he began to check the gun and dagger he carried with him. He didn't look at Hong Xiaoxiao and answered calmly, as long as he doesn't die, he will survive sooner or later. I can do it, and so can he. Yeah. Hong Xiaoxiao got Juanma's affirmation, and her mood became better. Chen Ying was about to join the chat when a cool breeze got into her head. Johan, the fish has been hooked. Repeat, the fish has been hooked. Chen Ying, the investigation team received it. Qing Ling, the vanguard team received it. Dohu, the core team received it. Ah. Chu Shui woke up with a start. The room was quiet. The moonlight came in through the thin gauze curtains like shallow waves. The Gaoyang star and Chu Shui star on the ceiling were also illuminated by the gray-blue waves, which made Chu Shui feel at ease. She slowly got up and found that the door was ajar, and there was light outside. She tidied her hair and wrinkled nightgown, walked out of the room barefoot, and was shocked. The villa was brightly lit, and the crystal lamp was gorgeous and dazzling. The retro crimson long dining table was filled with delicious food. On the high-back chair at the top of the long table, a little boy in a black suit with silver hair and red eyes sat upright. He was the head of the ghost group, Chun. Next to Chun sat a man in a tuxedo, with a tall figure, a stern face, and a dimpled chin. It was Jingjia. Master Chun. Chu Shui didn't care about anything and jumped down from the second floor. Swish. Jingjia turned into a gust of wind, caught Chu Shui in an instant, and put her safely on the seat opposite him, and he himself returned to his seat. Master Chun. Chu Shui cried, I miss you so much. Stinky girl, you have a conscience. Master Chun was also very happy. Today is New Year's Eve. Let's have a reunion dinner. Yeah. Chu Shui suddenly thought of something. Where's my sister? Still in the kitchen, frying your favorite salmon. Chun elegantly picked up the knife and fork in front of her chest. Chu Shui turned around and saw that the door in the direction of the kitchen was open, the lights were on inside, and there was a sizzling sound of frying and grilling, as well as Bailu's cheerful singing. Whenever Bailu entered the kitchen, her elegance and nobility would disappear, and she would immediately transform into a happy woman humming a vulgar ditty. Great! Chu Shui was very happy that everyone could celebrate the new year together again. Suddenly, she remembered something and asked, Master Chun, where is Gaoyang? Master Chun was cutting steak. He slowly raised his head, his tender eyebrows slightly frowned. Lamb? I remember you don't like lamb. It's not lamb. It's Gaoyang. Chu Shui was a little anxious. Where did he go? He is obviously here too. Master Chun looked at Jingjia in confusion, and Jingjia also shook his head, indicating that he had never heard of this name. Chun put down her knife and fork, feeling somewhat helpless. Chu Shui, what are you talking about? Who is Gaoyang? It's Gaoyang. Chu Shui stood up excitedly. You wanted him to be your son-in-law at the beginning. Have you forgotten all this? What son-in-law? Chun was getting more and more confused. Did Bailu show you some strange novels recently? No. Chu Shui was angry. She was too lazy to explain. I'm going to find Gaoyang. Chu Shui turned and rushed to the kitchen. Bailu was no longer in the kitchen at this moment. On the stove, the pan frying salmon was still bubbling and about to burn. Sister! Chu Shui shouted, but no one responded. Sister! Gaoyang. Chu Shui panicked and turned around and rushed to other rooms. The bathroom, the nanny's room, the living room, the gym, no one was there. Chu Shui was anxious. She ran up to the second floor and went out along the square corridor. Master bedroom, second bedroom, guest room, library, leisure room, bathroom, toilet, utility room. Still no one. Sister! Gaoyang. Where are you? Don't hide, come out quickly. Chu Shui was so scared that she kept shouting, but no one responded. Bang! Chu Shui pushed open the balcony door of the living room on the second floor. It was white outside. The cold wind swept in the heavy snow, turning into a dazzling white tsunami that swallowed everything. Chapter 956. Ah. Chushua opened her eyes, sweating all over. She was still lying in bed. It turned out to be just a dream. Chushua sat up slowly, got out of bed, and walked to the dressing mirror, and began to practice smiling in front of the mirror. At first, the smile was a little bitter, but slowly, the smile became more and more natural, and the cheerful, lively, and carefree Chushua came back again. Dong dong dong. Chushua walked down the spiral staircase. The lights in the living room were off, the fireplace was warm, and Gao Yang on the sofa was resting with his eyes closed, waiting for the signal from the front line at any time. He opened his eyes. Can't sleep? Yeah. Chushua walked to Gao Yang. Where's Gao Yang? I'm not sleepy, Gao Yang said with a smile. Then let's go to the movie, okay? Chushua blinked gently. Okay. Gao Yang patted the sofa beside him. Sit down. Chushua sat down. Gao Yang stood up, walked under the TV cabinet, and dragged out a large box of DVDs. What movie do you want to watch, or do you want me to recommend it? First row, second one. Chushua directly reported the location of the DVD. Gao Yang found it immediately, and found that it was the second part of a play on Journey to the West. Gao Yang was slightly stunned, and remembered some happy past events, with a smile on his lips. Everything happened naturally, as if they had lived together for a long time. This was just an ordinary sleepless night among countless days and nights. Even the movie they watched to kill time was one they had watched countless times before, and they couldn't tell what was good about it. Everything was like water flowing and wind blowing, the most ordinary and the most profound. He turned on the TV, inserted the DVD, and returned to the sofa. Chushua leaned against Gao Yang gently, and watched it seriously. She watched this movie many times later, and she would laugh and cry every time she watched it. Each time she watched it, her feelings were different. She could recite every plot, and even every line by heart. I want to remind you again, you will no longer be an ordinary person after wearing the golden hoop. You can't touch the lust of the world anymore. If you are tempted, the golden hoop will tighten around your head and make you miserable. Unconsciously, the movie was coming to an end, and the classic lines appeared again. Chushua followed the recitation softly, while subconsciously holding Gao Yang's hand. Her eyes turned red. After a while, Chushua said, Gao Yang, why do you feel a little uncomfortable in your chest every time you finish watching a movie? Because I'm moved? Not moved, nor sad. In addition to these, there is also an indescribable discomfort. Gao Yang thought about it seriously and replied softly, what you said may be a sense of emptiness, or a sense of nothingness. Sense of nothingness? Chushua blinked. I often feel this way. After watching a movie, reading a novel, or completing a game, I will fall into a brief sense of emptiness. A story has ended. As a fully engaged audience, I will have this feeling. What should I do? Chushua asked. Just go back to my own life. Gao Yang gave his answer. No matter how wonderful other people's stories are, they are still other people's. No matter how ordinary our own life is, it is the only life we have. Chushua thought seriously for a while. Her wet eyes were like a lake filled with mist under the moonlight, and she smiled at Gao Yang. Yeah. Soon, the most classic scene in the movie came. Zizunbo grabbed the dead Zixia fairy, and the tight hoop on his head became tighter and tighter. He was in pain, but he was unwilling to let go. Chushua suddenly picked up the remote control and turned off the movie with a beep. Everything ended abruptly. Gao Yang was puzzled. Chushua grinned at Gao Yang. Gao Yang, I'm hungry. Yuanong River, outdoor laboratory. Chinning on the roof of the business car opened his eyes, ended perception, and entered a half-hour break. Beside the campfire, Zhonghe and Jun Ma were chatting, all of which were irrelevant gossip. If anyone had the patience to listen for an hour, they would find that the two were just constantly piecing together and reorganizing hundreds of lines. After wiping all his weapons, Qing Ling got up and left, and came to Dr. Jia's laboratory. Qing Ling would talk to Dr. Jia 3 times a day, and the lines were all one sentence. What do you need? This is very consistent with Qing Ling's personality. If Dr. Jia has a need, Qing Ling will find a way to tell Johan, and Johan will make specific arrangements to ensure that there are no loopholes. Jinning had already jumped off the roof of the car, and sat down on a folding chair next to the campfire. While warming herself by the fire, she said the preset words, and joined the chat of Zhonghe and Jun Ma. You two, pay attention. With Sister Ying's perception, what are you afraid of? My perception is not omnipotent. The Haichuan group will not come. Qilin is already at the end of its strength, and it is too late for it to hide from us. The research that Dr. Jia is doing is very important, and there must be no mistakes. Heh, that crazy Dr. Jia actually wants to pry open the fog. Speak softly. Don't worry, they don't have super hearing and can't hear. The three people were chatting. Suddenly, a space portal the size of a basketball appeared 200 meters behind Channing. Swish. A dart was shot out from the portal and flew towards Channing. Swish. The moment the dart approached Channing, and Hegi flew out of the dart, holding a three-edged thorn, and pierced Channing's back unexpectedly. Channing did not react at all. And Hegi was shocked. She didn't want to kill Channing. If possible, she hoped to just injure her, and make her lose the ability to resist. But she never expected that Channing was so easily assassinated without noticing. In just a moment, and Hegi reacted, "It's a substitute. This is really a trap," and Hegi wanted to remind her teammates, but it was too late. Chapter 957. There are enemies. After Channing was stabbed, Zhong He and Jun Ma on the side immediately shouted the preset lines, stood up at the same time, and took offensive postures. The two stand-ins could only pose. And Hegi swished and got into the three-edged thorn in his hand. Voila, voila, voila. The next second, countless yellow spells came down like a group of locusts, surrounding Zhong He and Jun Ma and leaving them no chance to escape. Boom, boom, boom. A few seconds later, the yellow spells exploded collectively. Not only that, countless blue energy bombs and air bombs also fell from the sky, bombing the explosion area again. At the same time, a group of brown decay dust also surrounded them. At this time, thousands of meters away in the sky, a super large toy flying saucer was diving at high speed. 10 people were lying on the flying saucer, namely Wu Sei, Chu Yu, Bumblebee, Canary, Lin Fu, Lao 7, Wei Xiaoluo, Xiao Qingkai, Hui Che, and Qi Feng. The flying saucer quickly approached the laboratory. Chu Yu, Wu Sei ordered. Got it. Chu Yu opened his arms and summoned a normal-sized portal on the flying saucer, leading directly to the laboratory. Wu Sei took the lead and jumped into the portal and immediately came to the laboratory. There were a lot of lights in front of him, and there were complex instruments and equipment everywhere, and signal lights flashed frequently. Dr. Jia was wearing a pink nightgown, holding half a cucumber, and a parrot was standing on his shoulder, debugging data in front of the operating table. Behind Dr. Jia, Qingling stood. Qingling had just turned around when he was fixed in place, and his body quickly petrified. However, Wu Sei stopped when he was only half petrified. Bang! Qingling exploded, turning into countless golden energy particles, among which a strand of black hair also fell. It was Qingling's hair, which was burned to ashes in an instant. It's a substitute. Wu Sei had never thought of this possibility before, and was also worried that this was a suicide, but she had no choice. At this time, other teammates also entered the laboratory through the portal. The noise was too loud, and Dr. Jia finally came to his senses. Wow! Dr. Jia was so scared that the cucumber fell to the ground. Why didn't you knock on the door? Wu Sei didn't waste any words, and directly launched petrification on Dr. Jia. She was not even sure whether Dr. Jia was a substitute. She didn't care anyway. Her mission was to surprise the laboratory and kill Dr. Jia completely. After completing the mission, she took people away without stopping for a second. Dr. Jia's instincts shook and numb all over, and his body fell into a state of paralysis. Ding! And at the moment he was hurt, the black gold bracelet on his hand exploded with a golden energy, which quickly transformed into a translucent golden coffin, locking Dr. Jia and the parrot inside. This was Gao Yang's small absolute barrier. In a flash, Wu Sei figured out everything. Dr. Jia was a real bait, and her people were trapped in the jar. Wu Sei had to make a choice immediately. Choice 1, grit his teeth and wait for Dr. Jia's absolute barrier to disappear, then kill Dr. Jia and complete the task. Theoretically, if the master of the talent is not present, the barrier set in advance will last for a short time. But in this case, the enemy's reinforcements will definitely arrive and encircle them. Before the raid, Wu Sei asked Hui Che to use clairvoyance to carefully patrol the area. There were no other enemies nearby, which meant that the enemy was ambushing farther away. But with Tengu's flight, Nana's swift wind, and Gao Yang's absolute barrier, this kind of large spaceship, rapid support is very simple. Option 2, evacuate immediately, maybe there is still a glimmer of hope. I open another portal. Chu Yu shouted, enter, see which direction is the safest. Yes! 2 blue rays of light burst out from the eyes of the return, penetrating the wall and sweeping outside. Bang! The door was knocked open, and Hegi rushed into the laboratory. It's a substitute. We fell into a trap. She didn't say anything else. Seeing the faces of her teammates, she thought there was no need to remind them. 20 seconds later, the return took back the clairvoyance. Her face was pale, and her voice was trembling. There is fog behind us, so we can only go from the front. Huiche looked at the door of the laboratory. There are people in many directions. The weakest point is at 9 o'clock. We should be able to. Have you seen Gao Yang and Do Hu? Wu Sei thought for a while, and Wang Zikai. Huiche shook his head. No. Wu Sei's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. She knew very well that she couldn't run away. The seemingly weak breakthrough point might be waiting for them. More dangerous enemies. Wuz. There is no time. Chuyu shouted, let's run. Wuxing raised her head slightly and took a long breath, just like the relief after the test scores finally came out. She sneered, we won't run. Are you crazy? Qi Feng didn't care about the relationship between superiors and subordinates. If you want to die, die by yourself. I won't accompany you. Me too. Lao Qi was so anxious that his face turned red and his neck became thick. I finally saw it. Qilin and Mr. Li kept saying it was for humanity, but in fact they never cared about our life or death. He guessed it was a trap. In his eyes, our lives are not important at all. As long as he can kill Dr. Jia, he doesn't care if we all die. Lin Fu also exploded. Sister Wu say, I don't want to die. Xiao Wei Luo's eyes were red, and she cried, I don't want to become a puppet of Qilin. Wan Wei finally saved us, but we died in a place like this. It's not worth it. Bumblebee shouted excitedly, his double chin trembling. Wow! So annoying. So annoying. Canary grabbed his hair with both hands. Xiao Qingcai's face turned pale. I. No time. Qixi, Tengu is coming. Enter and reopen clairvoyance, with a look of despair. Chuyu, don't stand there, open the portal. Qi Feng shouted, if you want to stay, stay, I'm leaving anyway. Even if the King of Heaven comes today, it won't work. Enough. Wu Sei's roar was accompanied by the overflow of spiritual energy, which shocked everyone for a while, of course, excluding Dr. Jia and the absolute barrier. At this moment, Dr. Jia had picked up the cucumber at his feet, and was feeding the parrot while chewing it. Although Dr. Jia had no idea, he figured out the situation the moment the absolute barrier appeared. He was not only a resource, but also a bait. How can this coffin be soundproof? I can't hear what they are saying. Dr. Jia watched the excitement, and didn't mind the trouble. Judging from their expressions, the situation is not good. Not good. Not good. Not good. The parrot's voice was more excited than Dr. Jia. The laboratory outside the barrier was quiet for a few seconds. Wu Sei's voice calmed down. Everyone, you can't escape. Even if you can escape, do you still want to return to Haichuan Group? Everyone was silent. That's not home. Wu Sei's eyes burst into dazzling red light, and his red hair flew up in strands. The visualized mental power entangled his hair, and turned into thin red snakes. I chose the wrong path before and hurt many people. I want to choose again. Chapter 958. No! And Hegi immediately guessed what Wu Sei wanted to do. Captain. Red snake bite. The visualized red mental power rushed out of Wu Sei's body, turning into countless red thin snakes, biting everyone's body. For a moment, everyone fell to the ground and could not get up. In the next few minutes, they would all be in a paralyzed state. Wu Sei, you are crazy. What are you going to do? Chu lay on the ground, eyes wide open, confused and shocked. How vicious. Actually, took our lives. As a token of allegiance. Qi Feng's head tilted and he fainted. Captain, don't. And Hegi gritted his teeth and tried to reach out to Wu Sei, but after a few seconds, he still dropped his hand. The others also struggled and slowly fainted. Wu Sei did not respond to anyone. She picked up the giant folding knife on her waist and pressed the switch. Crack! The folding knife unfolded and turned into a huge cross boomerang, which was once Iman's weapon. Wu Sei broke out of the door alone. Outside the laboratory, several figures appeared in the night sky in front of him. Tengu was flying in the front, with 3 white cloth belts extending from his arms, pulling the dead pig and the monkey respectively, but it was like flying 3 kites. In another direction, Qing Ling was flying with a sword, and behind him stood the hitchhiker Lulu. Wu Sei smiled coldly, and his arms instantly became twice as thick, with muscles bulging and as hard as steel. Huh. Wu Sei threw the boomerang out. She not only inherited Iman's weapon, but also her arm strength. On the night of the New Year's Eve, Wu Sei's sanity collapsed. She used the double energy ring and wanted to die with everyone around her. However, fate did not let her go easily. The bridge collapsed, she fell into the river, and was rescued by an Hegi. Wusei was in a coma for a whole week. When she woke up weakly and just regained consciousness, a sacred and cold voice came from her mind. 76, arm strength, strengthen. 76, arm strength, strengthen. At that moment, Wusei's tears fell like rain, and his heart was quenched. Swish. The boomerang turned into a gray-white meteor and flew towards the Qingling team. Everyone easily avoided it, and the boomerang quickly turned around and attacked Tengu again. Swish. Qingling, who was not far away, slashed out a green sword and hit the boomerang. Sparks flew everywhere for a while, and the trajectory of the boomerang changed, and it flew back to Wusei's hands after half a circle. Leave this man to me, don't interfere. Qingling's eyebrows were stiff, and the show knife under his feet was suddenly withdrawn. Ah! Lao felt her feet go empty, and began to fall. She roared in her heart, why do you kick people off the bus when you don't agree with me? Can't I buy a ticket? Swish. Tengu arrived in time, easily hugged Li's waist, and began to fly at low altitude. Huh? Lao breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Go is still reliable. The others should hide in the laboratory. Ku shouted again, there is no escape portal nearby. Tengu, you can just throw me into the house. Dead Pig began to think about tactics. Anyway, Dr. Jia is protected by a barrier. I will drive them out, and you can deal with them. This tactic is good. Lele's judgment standard is simple. A tactic that does not require me to rush to the front is a good tactic. It is best not to destroy the laboratory. It is troublesome to rebuild it. Ku said again. Uh-huh. Dead Pig laughed with a strong nasal sound. That's right, Dr. Jia will scold me again later. But he came up with another plan. Monkey Master, seal the lab. I only need a few seconds to pull everyone except Dr. Jia into the strange realm. No hurry, wait a minute. The monkey had a different opinion. His eyes were vigorous, staring at the brightly lit lab. Haha, it seems that Monkey Master has a better tactic. The Dead Pig still laughed. No tactic. The monkey also laughed, but I feel that they don't want to fight. Liao was stunned for a moment, and suddenly realized, sure enough, the old ones are still the best. This group of people neither opened the portal to escape, nor did they all hide in the house, which was very contradictory. Obviously, they did not have a strong group defense talent, and it was easy to be wiped out if they were concentrated in the building. Novices would not make this mistake. So something must be wrong. I sent insects to explore the way first. Liao activated King Kuan, and for a moment, thousands of insects gathered towards the lab, and soon turned into a black mist, covering the lab. Ding ding ding. Near the laboratory, on the scorched earth that had been bombed, the boomerang in Wusei's hand spun at high speed and turned into a spiral. Qingling stepped on the black gold dart and dived towards Wusei on the ground, swinging his two swords at the same time, continuously slashing out green blade energy. The cross-shaped blade energy slashed on the high-speed rotating boomerang, disintegrating into circles of green ripples, dyeing Wusei's face and the scorched earth under his feet green. Wusei watched Qingling enter the range of his mental attack. Red Snake Bite. The visualized mental power transformed into hundreds of red poisonous snakes that leaped into the air and attacked Qingling. If bitten by a red snake, most of the ability to move will be lost. If bitten by 2 red snakes, it will be basically paralyzed. If bitten by 3 red snakes, it will be petrified and die within 3 seconds, and the process is irreversible. Except for game players, there is currently no way to revive. Qingling had already experienced the horror of petrification, and she also knew that even if the mental power was visualized, it could not be defended by physical means. Qingling's weapons and elemental attacks could not defend against these red snakes. Qingling could only dodge. She burst out with all her strength and jumped to the left. Hundreds of red snakes pounced on her and immediately turned around to catch up. When Qingling jumped halfway, she immediately stepped on the other butterfly double blade, jumped back in the air, and changed direction. In this way, Qingling relied on her black gold weapon as a pedal, jumping and dodging in the air, and the red snakes kept chasing her, swimming around in the sky, but always one step behind her. A drop of cold sweat condensed on Wusei's chin. She knew very well that Qingling was consuming her. She deliberately kept the maximum distance that Wusei could attack her, and dealt with Wusei. The long-distance control of mental power to fight consumed a lot of energy, and there was a lag time, so Qingling could not be captured at all. If within 10 meters, Wusei's mental power can bite Qingling instantly. Of course, Even if Qing Ling is bitten by the red snake, he can chop off Wu Sei's head before it petrifies. Both sides are betting on a one-hit kill, and each has a 50% chance of winning. But now, Qing Ling is very patient and wants to win steadily. Wu Sei sneered in his heart, "Qing Snake, you must be very upset to be killed by me last time. You are determined to take revenge. Ha, don't look down on me, I am not fighting alone." Ha. Wu Sei continued to control the red snake group to chase Qing Ling, and at the same time threw a boomerang, predicting the position of Qing Ling's next return jump. Wu Sei guessed right. Qing Ling was startled, and a high-speed rotating boomerang was reflected in his clear eyes. Chapter 959. Ding. Qing Ling clenched her right hand, and quickly retracted the tang sword closest to her. She chopped it smoothly, and blocked the boomerang steadily. The sharp blade was stuck in the middle of the boomerang, preventing it from rotating and cutting, but it was still pushed away by its huge momentum, thus changing Qing Ling's original trajectory. On the left side of Qing Ling, hundreds of red snakes were biting Qing Ling in a double-teaming manner. She had no time to turn around and jump away. Qing Ling remained calm in the face of danger, and a purple light flashed in her eyes. Half a second later, the red snakes beside Qing Ling disappeared. Because Wu Sei felt a huge crisis, he had no time to control his mental power remotely, but suddenly jumped behind him. Boom boom boom. More than a dozen thigh-thick lightning bolts struck Wu Sei's original position, and the entire scorched earth was stained with pale white. Wu Sei rolled over and stood up, raising one hand. Swish. The boomerang flew towards her palm. Just as Wu Sei was about to catch the weapon, her brows tightened. The color of the boomerang was wrong. Under the moonlight, it should have been a cold blue-gray color, but there was a trace of purple light flowing on its surface. Oops. Wu Sei jumped to the side again, and the moment the boomerang passed by her, countless tiny purple tadpoles exploded in all directions. They were thunder elements that were temporarily attached to the weapon. Zzz. These purple tadpoles did not have much lethality, but they had a strong paralysis attribute, which instantly radiated to 5 or 6 meters around the body. Wu Sei dodged urgently, but her right calf was still caught by several purple tadpoles, and she immediately lost consciousness. She didn't care too much. She only felt a strong light shining above her head. In the night sky, Qing Ling held a knife in his right hand, and his left hand clamped his right arm, injecting energy crazily. Purple lightning elements burst out from Qing Ling's right hand, poured into the tang sword wrapped in sword energy, and turned into a lightning dragon head. It flashed with lightning, and with a dazzling purple-blue tail, it rushed towards Wu Sei. Wu Sei looked up, and Qing Ling in the backlight looked like a thunder girl dancing with a dragon lantern. Just what I want. Wu Sei's energy was fully activated, gathering all the petrification power in his body, ready to go, just waiting for Qing Ling to enter his best attack distance. Swish. A black gold dart flew from the side, and pierced Wu Sei's temple. Wu Sei was horrified. When she reacted, she could no longer dodge effectively. She threw her head back hard. Although she avoided death, her 2 eyeballs were cut by the rotating black gold dart. Ah! A line of blood dyed Wu Sei's face red, and she could not see anything. Without his pupils, Wu Sei's mental attack was greatly weakened. If he only relied on the mental power overflowing from his body to attack the target, these mental powers were like bullets without a gun barrel, unable to focus, unable to aim, and the power was no more than 20%. But Wu Sei still chose to fight to the last moment, which was a respect for the enemy and an explanation to himself. Wu Sei roared, and burst out all his mental power towards the invisible enemy and the darkness that could never be dissolved. There should have been hundreds of red thin snakes disintegrated and turned into even smaller red plankton, which gushed out of Wu Sei's body and spread in all directions. Qing Ling was instantly penetrated by these red planktons, and his body showed signs of petrification, and the energy path in his body was also damaged. But this was not enough to kill Qing Ling. Qing Ling retracted the power of lightning and concentrated all her mental strength to resist the invasion of the red floating, while her body fell towards Wu Sei by inertia. Puff. 2 seconds later, Qing Ling's tang sword turned into a cold light, fell from the sky, pierced Wu Sei's heart, and nailed her heavily to the ground. Qing Ling knelt on Wu Sei, gasping for breath. The dry lines on her face that showed the first signs of petrification disappeared little by little, and her pale face also turned red. Wu Sei opened her arms, her eyes were bleeding, and her pierced chest rose and fell weakly. She didn't look very painful, but very calm last time. I killed you. This time you kill me. It's even. Qing Ling stared at Wu Sei, not in a hurry to draw her sword, which would accelerate Wu Sei's death. Her hair was messy, her face was stained with blood, and she calmly waited for the enemy's last words, which could be last words or intelligence, so it was better to listen to it. Qilin, there is a conspiracy, but I don't know what it is. Was raised his hand, and tried to grab Qingling's hand, but Qingling dodged coldly. Was had no choice but to grab the tang sword that was inserted into her heart. She held it tightly, and her fingers bled. They are just following orders. Spare their lives. Blood and hatred end here. Can you? Qingling was silent for 2 seconds, and said coldly, I will tell Gao Yang. You? Cough. Was coughed violently, and the blood stained her chin and neck red. There was a hint of pleading in her voice. Do you think Gao Yang will kill them? Qingling was silent again for a while. Gao Yang is not Zhu Yuan. Was smiled, she was finally relieved, and her voice became weaker and weaker. That's good. The red-haired woman's chest stopped rising and falling, and her breath stopped. From her blinded eye sockets, tiny traces of blood were still quietly flowing out, staining her face red despite her death, without regrets. Qingling slowly stood up, and drew out her tang sword. She looked at the woman on the ground, speechless for a long time. Jiuhan, Qing Snake, report the situation. Qingling, Wu Sei is dead, and her people are hiding in the laboratory, not resisting. Liao, here is the latest information. Everyone in the laboratory is unconscious. Jiuhan, Wu Sei wants them to surrender. Qingling, yes. Jiuhan, tie them all up. Don't let your guard down. Be careful of changes. Liao, got it. Qingling, Wu Sei also said that Qilin has a conspiracy, but she doesn't know what it is. In the woods 1.5 kilometers away, Jiuhan ended the voice transmission, put away the telescope, and his face was heavy. Jiuanma, Chening, Hong Xiaoxiao, and Hingmu were fully armed and ready to support at any time, just waiting for Jiuhan's order. Deputy Captain, what's the situation? Hingmu was a little nervous. Are there any wounded? Jiuanma asked. Chening closed her eyes, and was sensing, an enemy with strong mental power just died, and it seems that no one on our side is injured. The battle is over, Wu Sei died, and the others surrendered. Jiuhan's face was heavy. This is too smooth? Hengmu couldn't believe it. Too weird. Jiuanma frowned. Even if his subordinates are unfaithful to him, he can make them into puppets and hand them over to us. This is not Qilin's style. Chening still closed her eyes, with a puzzled look on her face. But there are indeed no other enemies within 3 kilometers. Qilin and Madame Li have no backup plan. Ah! Hong Xiaoxiao suddenly shouted. Others looked at her. Hong Shishu's eyes were red, and she shook her head in panic. No, I must be overthinking. Chapter 960. Gao Yang went to the refrigerator to find ingredients, and made a seafood stew. Chu Shui had a very small appetite. She said she was hungry, but she was just greedy. Therefore, Gao Yang only made 1 portion, prepared 2 small plates, a pair of chopsticks and a fork. Chu Shui was not very good at using chopsticks. Sure enough, Chu Shui was full after eating just 2 bites. She sat on the blanket next to the coffee table, holding her chin with both hands, watching Gao Yang eat, and was mesmerized. After a while, Gao Yang also finished eating. He looked up, and found that Chu Shui was staring at him seriously. He took out a tissue and wiped his mouth while asking, "What's wrong?" Chu Shui still stared at Gao Yang, her eyes shining, as if they would glow. She asked sincerely and naturally, "Gao Yang, Stupid Kai said that when you were in Yo Erdive, you thought seriously about whether you wanted to be my food. Aren't you afraid of death?" Gao Yang thought seriously, "Yes." "Then why did you save me?" Chu Shui asked. "Because we are good friends," Gao Yang said. "You lied." Chu Shui smiled, and tilted her head. She was not angry. At that time, Gao Yang and I were not good friends at all. It was just my wishful thinking. Gao Yang was stunned. "Gao Yang, can you answer me honestly?" Chu Shui stared at Gao Yang seriously. Gao Yang was silent for an unknown period of time before he finally told the truth. "Chu Shui, I forgot." "Forgot?" Chu Shui repeated. "Well, I forgot." Gao Yang smiled helplessly. "I don't remember why I had this idea at the time. Maybe I didn't understand it at the time. But one thing is certain, I didn't want you to die at the time. That feeling was particularly strong. I still remember that when I thought about you dying, I was particularly scared. That fear was deeper than the fear of death." Chu Shui lowered her head, seeming a little disappointed. Soon, Chu Shui raised her head again and smiled. "It turns out that Stupid Kai is the one who understands you the most." "What?" Gao Yang was confused. Although Gao Yang is very smart and knows a lot of things, he is actually very slow in some areas. Chu Xue leaned forward, stretched out her hand, put it on Gao Yang's head, and gently rubbed it. Gao Yang's head also has some knots, and there are things that he has never dared to face because of fear. Gao Yang was stunned. Chu Xue sat back down and looked at Gao Yang seriously. Gao Yang, you want to save me and yourself, because my disappearance will remind you of yourself. Because we are the same kind. You are afraid, and I am afraid too. Chu Xue said, putting her hand on her chest. Since I was a child, I knew there was a curse in my body. It gave me a second form, and made me different from humans and animals. At first, I was ignorant, and just thought it was fun, but as my companions left one by one, I gradually realized that another name for the curse is death. At that time, I was often afraid. I couldn't sleep, so my sister came to comfort me. I asked my sister, why aren't you afraid? Why am I the only one who is afraid? My sister said, because she has grown up, people will not be afraid when they grow up. So I also eagerly hope to grow up, as if everything will be fine as long as I grow up. Hee, sister is lying. It turns out that when you grow up, you will also be afraid. Even Master Chun and Jingzhou will be afraid, and adults are just pretending not to be afraid. But Gao Yang, since I met you, I found that I really don't seem to be that afraid anymore. At first, I didn't understand why, but now I seem to understand. Gao Yang looked at Chu Xue and never thought that she could say these words. Chu Xue slowly stretched out her hand, covered Gao Yang's hand, and gently held it. Gao Yang, you should know that I love you. Whether you are a human, a descendant of God, a leader, everyone's hope, or a nightmare, it doesn't matter at all. In my eyes, you are just Gao Yang, the Gao Yang I love the most. Because I love you, nothing is scary. Gao Yang's body trembled violently. To be precise, it was a rapid and secret tremor in his nerve endings, just like a brick was chiseled off the indestructible cold wall, and the whole wall felt it. His soul was also trembling. Then, the intense joy and sorrow overwhelmed his reason. He suddenly realized that it was not him who was taking care of Chu Xue, but Chu Xue who was taking care of him. He suddenly realized that he had found all kinds of excuses to live with Chu Xue in the villa, not to give Chu Xue a home, but to find a safe haven for himself, to let himself take a breath, and to temporarily escape the responsibilities and sins on his shoulders. He suddenly realized that his soul had been locked in a bottomless abyss, facing endless self-blame, sadness, and hope alone. His soul wailed in pain, accused loudly, and called for help at the top of his lungs, but Gao Yang could not hear it. He could only hear the buzzing tinnitus. But Chu Xue heard it. She was like a ray of light, shining into the abyss and illuminating him. How ironic, Chu Xue has always been the sun that warms everything, and he is just the snow that is afraid of melting and has nowhere to go. Gao Yang turned his hand and held Chu Xue's hand tightly. Buzz. The phone rang. Gao Yang was startled, pulled back his hand, took out the phone, and the caller ID showed, Hong Xiao Xiao. Gao Yang immediately took it. Captain, something might have happened to Zhang Hyuk. Hong Xiao Xiao burst into tears. Zhang Hyuk? Gao Yang frowned. Isn't he in Xiaoshui? After asking this question, his heart sank. Speak clearly. What happened? I gave Zhang Hyuk a hairpin, and just now, the energy on it was destroyed. I can sense that this is very wrong. Gao Yang couldn't hear the rest of the words. His face turned pale quickly, his hands couldn't stop shaking, and his breathing was rapid. Gao Yang panicked and looked up at Chu Xue. Chu Xue, something might have happened in Xiaoshui. I have to go there immediately. Yeah. Chu Xue nodded. Don't worry, Gao Yang. My sister said that the more it is at this time, the more you have to be calm. If something really happens, you have to think about the countermeasures. You are right. Launch spirit armor. Gao Yang took a deep breath and calmed down quickly. The moment Gao Yang stood up, he had already made a decision. Chu Xue also stood up and blinked at Gao Yang. Gao Yang, go quickly. Gao Yang nodded and disappeared in the living room with a swish. 1 second later, Gao Yang appeared in the front yard of the villa. Boom. Gao Yang activated the borrowed level 6 flight, turned into a cannonball, shot obliquely into the sky, and disappeared in the night sky in a blink of an eye. Zhang He was in the Xiaoshui stronghold. If Zhang He really encountered an accident, then the other people in the stronghold, Gao Xinxin, Zhu Ke, Gregor, Wang Weiyin, Meng Yang, Zhang Wei, Jing Shu, might all encounter an accident. This possibility, just thinking about it, makes people feel like they are in an ice cave. Gao Yang flew half a kilometer in less than 5 seconds, but it was still too slow. The use time of the copy flight is very short. After it ends, Gao Yang can only rely on the large absolute barrier to fly, which is not only slow, but also extremely energy-consuming, and even more unfavorable for subsequent battles. After landing, Gao Yang has to continue teleporting to avoid wasting time in the complex sewers as much as possible. It will probably take at least 8 minutes to get home. No, too slow. Chapter 961. Activate Power of Awakening. Physical Strength, 1 Endurance, 1. Strength, 1 Agility, 1 3 2 4 6. Spirit, 1 Charm, 1. Luck, 2020. The Power of Awakening can be used for 15 seconds, and the time for copying flight is only 15 seconds, just right. Empty, empty, empty. Gao Yang exceeded the speed of sound and broke through the sound barrier. If it weren't for the energy armor of absolute defense protecting his body would probably fall apart. Too slow, faster. Faster, Gao Yang roared in his heart, thinking that as long as he was fast enough, he could stop the terrible thing from happening. He didn't know, and the others who rushed back didn't know, that no matter how fast they were, it would be meaningless as long as they couldn't be faster than the speed of light. Because a person can never catch up with what has happened. 20 minutes ago, when Wu Sei led his men to raid Dr. Jia, Qilin, Mr. Li, and Huang Furong's puppet were standing outside the secret room door of Xiaoshui's stronghold. Qilin supported himself with a cane, while Li was held in the arms of the Huang Furong puppet. Qilin's control time of the Huang Furong puppet reached 15 minutes, which was more than enough for this mission. Qilin looked at the secret door in front of him, which was disguised as a damp and dirty wall, and asked lightly, "Here?" Li, who was held by the Huang Furong puppet, replied softly, "I can see it very clearly, I can't be wrong. A level 7.5 prophet can do this." Qilin smiled and sighed. If you had reached level 8 earlier, the civil war would have ended long ago. A bitterness appeared at the corner of Li's mouth. She also wanted that if she could reach level 8 prophet, she might be able to see all the destinies clearly, and then all the misfortunes would not happen. Although Mr. Li cannot merge with the knowledge rune now, he has indeed learned new skills, so he uses the 7.5 level prophet to describe it for easy understanding and communication. The new skill is called Fate Slice, which can make a contract with the target, so as to enter his river of fate and peek into all his fate in the future, as short as 1 day or as long as 10 days. In other words, the target's future will unfold slowly in Mr. Li's dream, like a slice of a slide, and each frame can be seen clearly, without sound, only the picture. In addition, the contract does not necessarily require the target himself, and certain parts of the target's body can also be contracted once, but the time will be very short. This move is the real trump card of Qilin and Mr. Li. In order to play this card, Qilin found Sa Qing, and used the blood and body tissues left by the enemy on the battlefield to launch a one-time blood curse. There are only 3 targets, Juanma, Dead Pig and Prince Kai. It would be best if it worked, but it doesn't matter if it doesn't. After all, it's just a smoke screen, and the purpose is to let the other party relax their vigilance and mistakenly think that Zhang Wei was also cursed, but it didn't work. In fact, Zhang Wei's 3 teeth were not wasted on blood curse, but waiting for the right time to let Li make a contract of Fate Slice, so as to enter his river of fate and spy on his fate. As for when to start, Qilin and Li are undecided. If he is unlucky, Li may only be able to see Zhang Wei's Fate Slice for 1 or 2 days. If Zhang Wei happens to stay at home for 1 or 2 days, Li will have very limited clues, and will miss the opportunity. The two had no choice but to continue waiting. Soon, Hui Che discovered that Dr. Jia had built a laboratory on the edge of the mist near Yuanong River. Hui Che relied on clairvoyance to launch perspective, and intermittently monitor Dr. Jia for 10 hours, confirming that this Dr. Jia was genuine and seemed to be studying the mist. Qilin and Li were shocked to learn about this. Their opponents, apart from Long and Gao Yang, had the biggest variable, and it had to be Dr. Jia. But soon, the two calmed down and judged that this was a clear card thrown by Gao Yang, and the main purpose was to test. Qilin and Li decided to take the card, but how to take it was up to them. Qilin sent Wu Sei to assassinate Dr. Jia. How to kill, and how many people to bring were decided by Wu Sei himself. The only requirement was, he must act within the next 48 hours. Qilin believed that once the two armies fought, the actions of both sides would be frequent, and then Zhang Wei's future Fate Slice would be much richer in content. Sure enough, that night, Li used Zhang Wei's teeth to make a Fate Slice contract, and began to spy on Zhang Wei's fate. Fortunately, Li could see Zhang Wei's fate for the next 3 days. During these 3 days, Zhang Wei only left the base once, which was to provide active energy to Tiango and Hong Xiaoxiao, who then brought it to Dr. Jia. During this handover, Zhang Wei came to the outside of the Xiaoshui base, allowing Li to see the sewer and the entrance. In addition to this key information that exposed the location, Li also grasped 3 pieces of information from the 3-day fate slice. 1. During those 3 days, the people hiding in the Xiaoshui base had little combat power. 2. The spirit rune is on Zhang Wei. 3. Li saw the scene where Zhang Wei was easily subdued by Qilin. At that moment, even Qilin felt a little fear. He has not acted yet, but he has succeeded. How terrifying it is to predict the future. Of course, Qilin does not trust Li 100%, and must take her with him. Li analyzed Zhang Wei's fate slice, combined with the current situation, and came up with an optimal time for action, which is 11:16 p.m. on the 8th day of the first lunar month. At this time, Wu Sei should launch an attack on Dr. Jia. The core combat forces of Jiu Si and the 12 zodiacs are not in the base, and it is impossible for them to rush back. Qilin can easily get the spirit rune without taking any risks, and he will no longer have an opponent. At this moment, Qilin stood outside the wall and confirmed that there was no ambush around. His green eyes flowed and activated Puppet Master. The eyes of Huang Furong Puppet flashed green light, receiving the signal again, holding Li, and taking a few steps back, and catching the cane thrown by Qilin. Qilin took a step forward and punched the wall. Boom! The entire underground space trembled slightly, gravel splashed, and a hole appeared in the half-meter-thick wall. Qilin just used the arm strength of Iman Puppet and the bone hyperplasia of Jinka Puppet, and only one punch could produce such power. Although arm strength has been comprehended by Wu Sei, it does not conflict with Puppet Master. In essence, Qilin does not have any puppet talent. Puppet Master is the same as copy. The former temporarily borrows this talent, and the latter temporarily copies this talent. Therefore, even if the corpse puppet's talent is understood by other awakeners, as long as the Puppet Master has signed a contract with it before, he has the right to use its talent. Whether it is stored in the corpse puppet or transferred to the Qilin, it will not disappear before the use time ends. Qilin took out a silk handkerchief and wiped his dirty fist. Mrs. Li, did you see the scene? Mr. Li said calmly. Go in, the person you want to see most is waiting for you. Qilin gently pushed the glasses on his nose, took back the crutches thrown back by the puppet, stepped on the broken bricks on the ground, and walked into the smoke and dust stirred up by the collapsed wall. Chapter 962. Zhang Wei was brushing his teeth, which were leaking a little, when he heard a loud noise, and the whole house was shaking. He was stunned for 2 seconds, spit out a mouthful of toothpaste foam, and walked quickly to the living room. Until then, he had not realized that the danger had come. Ever since the incident at Jiaxing Pavilion, everyone has been very careful about keeping the base secret. Every member who enters and leaves the Xiaoshui base is completely trustworthy, and those who go out must disguise themselves, enter, and leave at midnight, and go to very secret places. Zhang Wei's first reaction was, could it be an earthquake? Or a natural gas pipeline explosion? Zhang Wei held a toothbrush in his hand, with white foam at the corner of his mouth. He saw at a glance that the half-meter-thick secret room door at the entrance was smashed to pieces by someone from the outside. At this moment, Zhang Wei realized that it was an enemy invasion. At this time, a black shadow slowly walked out of the dust. He wore a gray coat, his chestnut hair was soft and slightly curly, he wore gold-rimmed glasses, his right eye was gray and his left eye was green. He was leaning on a crutch with his right hand, and his left hand was wearing a black glove, which was placed unnaturally in his pocket. The man smiled kindly. Zhang Wei, we meet again. Zhang Wei's blood froze instantly. He didn't even bother to turn around, and shouted, quick! An invisible force grabbed Zhang Wei's throat, forcing him to be speechless. The force deepened inch by inch, his throat tightened, his cervical vertebrae ached, and he felt like they would break at any time. Qilin activated the telekinesis stored in his body on Zhang Wei. Qilin focused slightly, with a hint of scrutiny. If possible, I don't want to kill anyone tonight, but I won't give anyone a second chance, understand? Zhang Wei held his throat with both hands, and nodded desperately to surrender. 2 seconds later, telekinesis disappeared, and Zhang Wei crawled back from the brink of death. Cough, cough, cough. Zhang Wei coughed painfully, and knelt down. Don't kill me. I apologize to you for everything I did before. You are not really apologizing, but I still accept it. Qilin smiled faintly. I appreciate that you can put aside your boring self-esteem for the sake of the overall situation. Zhang Wei felt the frozen blood in his body shattering, and he was completely seen through by this person. Next, do as I say, Qilin said. Okay. Zhang Wei didn't dare to look into Qilin's eyes, which made him breathless. First, throw the spirit rune to me. Qilin said. Zhang Wei's heart sank. This old bastard. Why did he know that the spirit rune was on me? Or is he deceiving me? No, I can't lie. He will definitely search me, and I will die if I play tricks again. I can't die yet. Only my confidence can be immune to all things. If I die, no one will think of defeating Qilin. Zhang Wei, do it all. Even if he puts a dog chain on you and tells you to eat shit, you still do it. Zhang Wei's hands trembled as he took out the spiritual rune circuit from his trouser pocket and threw it to Qilin without any hesitation. The rune was suspended in the air in front of Qilin's eyes and slowly rotated a circle. After Qilin confirmed that it was correct and checked for danger, he reached out and took the rune. In a flash, the rune disappeared in his hand. At this time, Wang Furong's puppet had already carried Li into the house and stood quietly behind him. Very good. Qilin said calmly, now, bring everyone in the house to me. Yes. Zhang Wei stood up slowly, his legs still trembling. Don't play tricks, remember, you don't have a second chance. Qilin added. Yes. Zhang Wei absolutely obeyed. A few minutes later, Jingshu led Ming Yang and Wang Wayne. Zhu Ke sat in a wheelchair, and Zhang Wei stood side by side in front of Qilin. Ming Yang and Wang Wayne were still in pajamas, sleepy. They knew Qilin was a bad guy, but when they saw the gentle uncle in front of them, they didn't have any particularly direct fear, but more of a faint panic. Qilin took 2 steps forward and squatted on one knee. Jingshu's face was pale, and she dared not move. She protected the 2 children with all her strength. Please, please let them go. They are still children, they don't know anything. Qilin ignored Jingshu and smiled gently at the 2 little girls, as if he was an ordinary elder. Don't be afraid, uncle is your enemy, but not a bad person, uncle will not hurt you. Qilin started mental comfort on the children, and the 2 little girls were no longer afraid immediately, but just felt confused and a little sleepy. Qilin stood up and walked towards Zhu Ke with a cane. His eyes were complicated and his mouth was bitter. Zhu Ke, I'm glad that you are still alive. Wait a little longer, you can witness the future of mankind with me. Unfortunately, Qinglong can't see it. Qilin looked around and said to the study, don't hide, come out. Zhang Wei was shocked and his face turned pale. I really didn't know Gregor was at home. I remember he went out for something. Don't be nervous, I believe you. Qilin certainly didn't believe Zhang Wei, but he believed in Zhang Wei's emotions that he had detected, and he didn't lie. Aren't you coming out yet? Qilin stared at the direction of the study. I said, I won't give you a second chance. Zhang Wei stared at the door of the study. He thought someone would walk out of the room. No, there was a locker next to the study. The shadow on the side of the locker shook, and then the shadow turned into a human form. It was Zhonghe. You are not good at art, right? Qilin still smiled faintly. The light source of the room comes from the top of the head, and the shadow of the locker you disguised as shows that the light source comes from the left, which is very abrupt. Zhonghe didn't speak. His eyes were sharp and broken, staring at the puppet Huang Furong behind Qilin. Like Qinglong at the beginning, Huang Furong was wrapped in black cloth strips, like a mummy, and the nose was also wrapped, revealing only a pale, wooden and cold half of her face. The golden wavy hair that she was once proud of was cut off and turned into a messy short hair. Huang Furong hated short hair the most when she was alive. When she was a child, she was excluded and isolated by her classmates because she looked like a tomboy. How angry Huang Furong would be if she knew that she was treated like this after death. The pain like quenching poured into Zhonghe's chest. His red eyes were full of anger, and he wanted to cut Qilin into pieces immediately. But he couldn't move. He could feel that the powerful mental rays were suspended on every inch of his skin. They turned into thousands of cold poison needles that could penetrate his body and brain at any time. Not only Zhonghe, everyone in the room was within the range of Qilin's mental attack, even within the attack range of brain formatting. As long as Qilin wanted, he could instantly kill everyone. Except Zhang Wei. For Qilin, it was just a matter of using other talents to make up a knife. Do it, Zhonghe said. Chapter 963. Qilin still had plenty of time. He looked at Zhonghe with interest. You are not as fearless as you appear, are you? Zhonghe trembled, and Qilin easily saw through his heart. You are angry, but more afraid. You may not even realize that you are using anger to cover up the fear deep in your heart. You are afraid of me. Qilin paused. No, not just me, but all being stronger than you. Zhonghe did not speak. Don't be afraid, Qilin said. I said I won't kill you. Why? Zhonghe asked. I don't like to kill innocent people indiscriminately. Killing is just a means, not an end. TSK, Zhonghe sneered. It's hard for you to believe this, I understand. Qilin did not feel offended, but you can think about it carefully. Before Gao Yang appeared, did the Qilin Union, which I led, kill any innocent people? The person who forced me to start a civil war was Gao Yang, and the person who caused the current situation was also Gao Yang. Zhong He was silent. Zhong He, I've said it before. Mr. Li was a little sad. Gao Yang is the curse abyss. Sooner or later, he will kill everyone and destroy the world. This has nothing to do with his personal will. This is fate. And we have been changing fate. Even if the hope is slim, even if I have to go to the 18th level of hell, I will never give up. Zhong He was still silent. Qilin returned to the previous topic. Another reason for not killing you is that I need you to be hostages, and let Gao Yang bring other runes to exchange with me. Zhang Wei, who was listening, was stunned. He really didn't expect that Qilin's grandson was so frank. Come with me, or I do it for you. Qilin retracted his smile. This was a serious topic. Zhang Hyuk. Let go of your hatred. Li shouted, enough people have died in vain. Don't make any more unnecessary sacrifices. Zhang Hyuk lowered his head, and his clenched fist slowly loosened. He suddenly laughed, raised his head, and said slowly, when I was in school, there was a boy in my class. He had good grades, was handsome, had a rich family, was generous, and was very popular in the class. Let's call him A. Qilin and Li didn't interrupt Zhong He, and watched him quietly. A's favorite thing to do is to mobilize the classmates around him to bully a classmate. Let's call that classmate B. B is from a single-parent family, introverted, average grades, thin, and never fights back. He is simply perfect. The target of bullying. At first, it was just verbal humiliation, but then, they started to use physical force, and it got worse. The worst time was when B was dragged to the men's restroom by A's group, punched and kicked, and stripped him naked and threw him into the women's restroom next door. B had no choice but to wait until everyone was out of school before he secretly went to the women's restroom to get his clothes, but he ran into the teacher who was going to the restroom. This matter was considered a big deal. The bullying classmates were punished, and A even made a self-criticism in front of the whole school. I still remember clearly what A said at the time. I really have no ill intentions. I care about B very much. I think B is too timid, and such a character will easily suffer in society, so I want to help him build up his courage and hope that he can get along with his classmates. I was just joking, but I didn't consider that my behavior was too extreme and caused harm to B. I am really sorry and ashamed. I will reflect deeply and learn from my mistakes, and I also hope to be forgiven by B. Zhong He stopped and found that Qilin and Li still had no intention of interrupting him. He pulled the corner of his mouth and continued, I don't know whether B has forgiven A, but most classmates and teachers have forgiven A anyway. After that, B transferred to another school. The rumor that he went to the women's bathroom naked and acted like a hooligan had spread, and B couldn't stay there at all. Later, I didn't hear from B anymore. I was active in the classmates and friends circle. He was doing very well. He studied abroad, graduated from a prestigious school, started a company, bought a luxury house, showed off his sports car, and his wife was a little star. He gave birth to a son and a daughter. He had good genes, and was a real winner in life. To be fair, A was very nice to me when we were in school, and I maintained a superficial relationship with him, but in my heart, I was always very afraid of him, very afraid. Because I couldn't figure out why A treated B like that. What did B do to A? Later, I gradually figured it out. I was just bored and wanted to have some fun. Even if it wasn't B, there would still be C, D, and E, F, G. Anyway, he just wanted to find a weak person who couldn't resist or speak out, enjoy the pleasure of dominating, trampling, and destroying him, and give himself a legitimate reason to cover up his arrogance, hypocrisy, and cruelty. I didn't become B just because I was lucky. Zhang Hyuk reached out and touched his messy bangs. To be honest, I was scared to death of A. After graduation, I sometimes had nightmares and dreamed that I became B. In the dream, I had no protective color. I cried and yelled. I begged A to let me go, but A laughed even happier. In the stinking toilet, he stepped on my face on the ground covered with feces and urine, and kept asking me, Zhong He, why are you so unsociable? Zhong He raised his head suddenly, his eyes sharp again. Now, I understand. Fear is useless. The more afraid, the more useless. As long as I am alive, I will never hand over this world to A, otherwise there will be another B, countless BS. Zhong He stepped forward. Sooner or later, B will come to everyone. Qilin and Li listened silently. Li's pale lips trembled slightly, and a layer of heavy sadness quickly appeared in her eyes. She slowly closed her eyes. Tap. Suddenly, all the lights in the room went out, and the impenetrable darkness swallowed everything. Shadow Army. Zhong He's previous long speech was indeed heartfelt, and on the other hand, it was also to attract the attention of Qilin and Li, and to maximize the opportunity for a sneak attack. His heels had been standing in the shadow of the locker, and quietly transformed into a black shoelace. Zhong He was not stupid enough to use this black shoelace to sneak attack Qilin. He quietly controlled it, using the shadow as a cover, slipped into the study behind him, then went around the ventilation duct into the utility room, and then got into the switch in the wall cabinet, looking for the right time, and pulled down the main switch. In the absolute darkness, the shadow element was activated very quickly, directly ignoring the distance from Qilin and Li, making it hard to defend against. Moreover, the phantom element was not bound by the power of the spirit. Once shown, he ordered kill without mercy. Even if he was controlled or killed by Qilin in the next second, the shadow army could still move for 2 seconds by inertia. 2 seconds, enough to kill the enemy. Click. After a few seconds of silence, the main switch was pulled. Qilin in the living room and Li, who was hugged by the puppet, were surrounded by 18 black shadow warriors, and all weapons were inserted into their bodies. Success? Suddenly, Zhong He remembered a detail. 1 second before Zhong He attempted a sneak attack, Li closed his eyes with a look of reluctance. By the way, Li can see the future 10 seconds later. In this situation, she will definitely keep the prophet mode on. But she didn't remind Qilin. Why? Zhong He's pupils trembled, and he found the reason. Chapter 964. Qilin, Li was surrounded by phantoms, and his body was stabbed into a hornet's nest by the weapons of the Shadow Legion, so Zhong He failed to find it in the first place. The color of the two people's bodies, at some point, turned into a translucent light green, like a ghost state. Invincible. Zhong He immediately thought of someone, Edmund of the tail team. Yes, Qilin had already made Edmund's corpse into a puppet and transformed his talent into himself, but unfortunately the corpse was severely damaged by the energy of the living beast, resulting in a usage time of less than 2 minutes. Last time at Qingyang Bridge, Qilin did not use the invincible card, entirely out of cost-effectiveness considerations. The upper limit of the 7th level puppet master to control a corpse puppet of Qinglong's level is 4. But judging the strength of a corpse puppet does not depend on its real strength, but on the crude and simple talent theory. This means that Edmund and Xuebua, as the owners of the last 12 talents, are as powerful as Qinglong in the evaluation criteria of puppet master, and they also have to occupy 2 precious slots. Qinglong and Xuebua puppets are a complete routine, and Qilin must spend 2 slots for this. The living beast puppet is used as a backup, and it takes up another slot. It is unwise to use the last slot to control Edmund, who can only protect himself, has no combat power, and has a usage time of only 2 minutes. Qilin then vacated the last slot to control his own substitute, and at the same time, he can control some lower-level puppet corpses, leaving himself enough room to maneuver. In theory, Qilin can also hide Edmund's puppet nearby and realize the control of multiple powerful puppets at the same time by constantly switching slots. But this is only in theory. The battlefield changes rapidly, and it is difficult to give Qilin such an opportunity. Moreover, although Qilin's mental power is extremely high, and the summoning runes he carries with him also have a certain blessing effect, as a human, he still has limits. If Qilin keeps switching the quota of puppets at the beginning, the energy will be consumed very quickly, and it will be impossible to have the spare energy to play the card of the beast puppet later. Now, the situation is different. Qilin has lost the Azure Dragon and the beast puppets, leaving 2 big quotas, so he can control many other small quotas while controlling Edmund and the Blood Amber puppets at the same time. The Huang Furong puppet holding Li is still in place, and has lost the energy connection with the owner. In the invincible state, Qilin will terminate all other skills. Qilin turned around and waved his hand lightly, and Li flew out of Huang Furong's arms like a ghost, escaping from the encirclement of the Shadow Legion. Qilin also slowly passed through the Shadow Legion, step by step approaching Zhong He. Zhong He, I said that I would not give anyone a second chance. Unfortunately, you have to follow me in another way. Swish. Zhong He immediately took back the Shadow Legion and fully armed himself. At the same time, countless black evil spirits lingered around the invincible Qilin. Okay. Zhong He had no fear on his face, and his eyes were determined. Let's see if your Wanxiang is fast, and you want my phantom to be fast. Qilin smiled, and that smile was filled with a hint of pity. The next second, Qilin's invincible state disappeared. Swish. In an instant, the black evil spirit lingering around Qilin turned into countless long spears, piercing Qilin's body, turning him into a real hornet's nest. On Zhang Yi's side, relying on the phantom armor to effectively slow down the invasion of brain formatting, he successfully killed Qilin before it took effect. It seems that I am the winner. Zhang Yi gritted his teeth. His face with the phantom fading was too pale, but full of joy. All things are just like this. 2 seconds later, Zhang Yi's pale smile solidified. Qilin, who was stabbed into a hornet's nest, was bleeding from all 7 orifices, but he was still elegant. He looked at Zhang Yi calmly, with a somewhat regretful tone. Zhang Yi, when you saw me, you had already lost. In reality, Zhang Yi successfully turned off the main switch and launched the Shadow Legion in the dark. Qilin did rely on invincibility to successfully protect himself and Mr. Li. But everything that happened later did not happen. From the first second that Qilin saw Zhang Yi, Qilin implanted the seeds of micro-illusion in his brain, and Zhang Yi was unaware of it. When Zhang He turned off the switch, Qilin activated invincibility, and made the seeds take root and sprout. After that, Zhang He was immersed in a hidden hallucination based on the real environment. He stood there motionless, and retracted all the phantom power. Qilin walked towards Zhang He with a cane in front of Zhang Wei, Meng Yang, Wang Weiyin and Zhu Ke, and then easily pierced his heart with the cane. Brother Zhang He. Don't. The 2 children were stimulated by this scene, broke free from Qilin's spiritual comfort, and rushed towards Zhang He shouting. Forget. Qilin uttered a word lightly. Meng Yang and Wang Weiyin didn't run 2 steps, their bodies softened, and they fainted on the ground. Take them. Qilin turned his back to Zhang Wei and Jing Shu. Yes, yes. Jing Shu suppressed her grief and fear, and with tears flowing quietly, she quickly stepped forward and picked up the fainted Meng Yang. Zhang Wei's face was pale, and trembling all over. He also walked over tremblingly, and held Wang Weiyin in his arms. Very good. Qilin pulled out the black gold cane from Zhong He's chest, and blood splattered all over his face. Zhong He fell to the ground with a muffled sound and died without a word. Qilin clenched the cane and concentrated slightly. A dark green net slowly emerged on Zhong He's shoulder, and the puppet totem in the middle of the net quickly took shape. 5 seconds later, Qilin frowned and noticed some kind of energy interference, just like a fish bone that ruined the view in the delicious fish meat. Qilin gently raised the cane, and gently picked up the pocket on Zhong He's chest. A black gold hairpin that was gleaming with light was picked out, and soon dimmed. After that, the power of the contract became smooth again. 10 seconds later, Zhong He's chest stopped bleeding, and his eyes flashed with a cold green light. He stood up silently, becoming a loyal, cold, powerful, and perfect puppet with a usage time of 15 minutes. Qilin controlled Huang Furong's puppet, and asked her to pick up Li, while carrying Zhong He's puppet on his back. A powerful puppet, not a single second of its usage time can be wasted. Qilin slowly turned around, pack up and go home. Chapter 965. Swish. A golden figure teleported into the living room. Gao Yang tried his best to rush back to the Xiaoshui base. He didn't care about anything else. He put on a layer of energy armor, and went through the wall to enter the base to meet the possible battle. There was no battle, not even anyone. Gao Yang's heart suddenly tightened, and he could hardly breathe. He activated spirit armor again to calm himself down, and then quickly rushed into Gao Xinxin's room, which was also the bedroom of Meng Yang, Wang Weiyin and Zhu Ke. Bang! The door was knocked open and empty. Gao Yang was stunned for only a second, and quickly turned around and teleported into Gregor's study, which was empty. Then it was the bedrooms of other people, the kitchen, the toilet, and the utility room. Gao Yang searched them all, but there was no one. Gao Xinxin, Gregor, Zhu Ke, Zhang Wei, Zhong He, Meng Yang, Wang Weiyin, Jing Shu, all disappeared. Gao Yang returned to the living room again, reorganized his thoughts, and looked for clues. First, there was the broken door at the entrance, and then, there were a few drops of dried toothpaste foam on the floor. The toothbrush was nowhere to be found. There were some dried bloodstains near the study door, and there was a very dark black hairpin next to it. The cooling time of spirit armament was over. Gao Yang took a deep breath, and forcibly suppressed the trembling of his body, and the despair in his heart. Gao Yang grabbed something again, and quickly went to the room to look around. Sure enough, the personal belongings of those who disappeared were taken away, probably to prevent Isher's tracking talent. Gao Yang took out his mobile phone, took a deep breath, and tried to dial Gao Xinxin's number. Shijing District, Municipal Library. In the reading room on the second floor, a certain information borrowing area, 2 figures were sitting cross-legged under a bookshelf. The cold moonlight shone down from the high window, slanting down, just shining on the tops of Gregor and Gao Xinxin's heads. The two of them looked like they were holding a glowing triangle. Gregor held a small flashlight in his mouth, carefully flipping through a book on folk culture research. He was looking up writing materials. Gao Xinxin, wearing a peaked cap and dressed like a boy, stood by with a lollipop in her mouth. She was a little impatient. "Don't read it, just take it home." "How can I do that?" Gregor said seriously. "This information is very precious. It can't be found on the internet. What if someone wants to borrow this book later? If I steal it, it will hinder the spread of knowledge and damage my virtue." TSK. Gao Xinxin immediately looked at Gregor with a new look. "Although you are seriously unqualified as an adult, as a writer, you still have a conscience." "Thank you." Gregor continued to flip through, and when he saw an important place, he took out his mobile phone to take pictures. Gao Xinxin sighed. Originally, she and Gregor could never go out. But no matter what Gregor asks, as long as it does not violate the principle, GOC will try his best to meet it. If it is not a special period, someone will definitely do something like tonight. But now, everyone is on a mission. Gregor is eager to solve the problem once he is stuck. If he cannot solve it, he will be incompetent and furious, rolling around, which is simply a disaster. Gao Xinxin had no choice but to make an exception and help Gregor go to the library to check information. Unexpectedly, Gregor was worried. "You are a little girl. How dangerous it is to go out. If you have something, how can I explain to your brother?" In the end, the two of them went out together. It must be said that Gregor is worthy of being an Awakener ranked in the top 12 in terms of talent. After Plague Knight broke through level 4, not only did his poison ability increase greatly, but his comprehensive ability was also significantly enhanced. It is difficult for ordinary people to climb over eaves and walls, and open windows, but Gregor can do it. "Hey, hurry up!" Gao Xinxin was quiet for only half a minute, and she couldn't help but urge again. For some reason, she was always uneasy in her heart. "It's almost there, the last few pages." Gregor turned the pages faster and kept taking pictures with his mobile phone. Buzz. Suddenly, Gao Xinxin's mobile phone rang. Gao Xinxin was startled, took it out, and saw that it was a call from brother. Gao Xinxin's heart suddenly sank. "Hello?" Gao Xinxin took the phone. "Gao Xinxin, where are you?" Gao Yang heard Gao Xinxin's voice and yelled, which scared Gao Xinxin. I'm in the library." "How did you get there?" "Were you kidnapped by Qilin?" Gao Yang asked. No, Gregor and I came to the library. He suddenly went crazy and had to check something." Gao Xinxin wanted to explain, but suddenly shouted, "What did you say?" In the next half-minute, Gao Xinxin's face was pale, her eyes were red, and her hand holding the phone couldn't stop shaking. "Done!" Gregor was completely selfless, and didn't feel Gao Xinxin's abnormality at all. He closed the book with a snap, turned his head and was shocked. "Wow! Why are you crying?" Gao Xinxin's face was full of tears. "Gregor, we are in big trouble." Gao Yang hung up the phone. He stood there for a full 10 seconds, then suddenly collapsed and almost fainted on the sofa. "Thank God, at least. Gao Xinxin is fine." "Gao Yang, cheer up, think of a way quickly." Gao Yang immediately picked up his phone and called other people, but sure enough, none of them got through. Boom! A black shadow rushed into the room and stopped beside Gao Yang. It was Do Hu. Soon, Jun Ma, Wang Zikai, Tengu, and Nana all rushed in one after another, and were shocked by the scene in front of him. Do Hu, Nana and Wang Zikai met Tengu and Jun Ma while they were on their way, so they came together. The five of them couldn't teleport through the wall, so they wasted some time in the intricate waterways, and were much slower than Gao Yang. "Where are they?" Do Hu stared at Gao Yang. "Gone." Gao Yang reactivated spiritual armor, his face calm. "I arrived 3 minutes earlier than you. When I came, everyone was gone. There was almost no sign of fighting at the scene. It was most likely that they were directly captured. Gao Xinxin and Gregor happened to be out for something, so they escaped." "Qilin did it?" Do Hu frowned. "Only Qilin could take so many people away without a fight." "It should be," Gao Yang said. "How did Qilin find this?" Do Hu couldn't figure it out. "We have been very careful." "I don't know," Gao Yang said. Bang! Do Hu turned around and kicked the coffee table away. It hit the wall and broke into pieces. He roared, "What the hell is this?" Meng Yang, Wang Wayne, Suzaku, they might have been taken away by Qilin, or they might have been killed by Qilin and made into puppets. Just thinking about this made him lose all reason. Tengu and Nana on the side looked ashen and said nothing. Wang Zikai opened his mouth, not knowing what to say for a moment, But as long as Gao Yang and Gao Xinxin were fine, he would not be furious. Uncle Tiger. Juanma stepped forward, calmed down. How can I be calm? Dohu roared. If Qilin dares to touch Mingyang, I will skin him alive. I will open the lid of Long's coffin now. I don't believe that I can't kill that son of a bitch. Deputy Captain. Juanma shouted. Dohu was stunned and was awakened by Juanma. Yes, he was like this with the head of the 12 zodiac signs. What should others do? Don't collapse. Don't be incompetent and furious. This is stupid behavior. Dohu quickly took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth, wanting to take a deep puff, but immediately realized that he was quitting smoking. He crushed the cigarette and threw it on the ground. After going through this process, he calmed down a lot. Juanma stepped forward and stretched out his hand to Gao Yang. Brother Yang, I know I have no right to say anything to you, but you are different from me. You are the leader of the 9 heirs, the head of everyone. You must cheer up and take action immediately. Gao Yang looked up at Juanma, and 3 seconds later, he reached out and held Juanma. Juanma pulled hard and helped Gao Yang stand up. Meeting. Chapter 966. Gao Yang opened the locker, took out an anti-eavesdropping interference ball, and motioned for everyone to follow. Several people quickly entered the study room. Gao Yang turned on the interference ball, and white noise immediately filled the entire room. This place is not safe. Pack up the important things and leave immediately, Juanma. Wang Zikai, go and do it immediately. Gao Yang paused. Don't forget Gregor's manuscript. Yes. Leave it to me. Wang Zikai and Juanma immediately executed. Gao Yang thought for a few seconds, and then said, Nana, look for any personal belongings that are missing at home. If you find them, give them to Yishur tracking. Okay. Nana walked out of the room. Tengu, contact Johan, and ask him to take everyone, including Dr. Jia, to the second base immediately. Oh! Tengu immediately took out his mobile phone. There is something. Dohu said, was brought people to surrender tonight. To show her sincerity, she gave up her life. What should we do with her people? Gao Yang thought for a moment. Uncle Hu, this matter can only be handed over to you. You should calm them down first and hide them. Once the situation is not right, you can abandon them and run away at any time. If nothing unexpected happens, you can find out their background and then see how to absorb them. Dohu nodded. I think so too. Okay. Gao Yang looked at Tengu and Nana. Nana, after you finish your work here, take Wang Zikai and Juanma to the second base and meet up with Johan. Tengu, send Dohu and me back to Shijing District immediately, and then you go to the library to pick up Gao Xinxin and Gregor and take them to the second base. Tiango looked at Gao Yang. What about you? Take me to the Guituan Villa on the way. I will pick up Chushua and meet you again. Gao Yang said. Okay. Gao Yang finally reminded. Remember, don't disperse after the reunion. Enter the first level of alert. Let Chening, Liao Liao, Johan, Yasha patrol for 20 hours. Qilin has obtained the spiritual rune. Wan Xiang may reach level 8 at any time. Very dangerous. Ha! Dohu sneered bitterly. After tonight, the Haichuan group will exist in name only, and our enemies are only the 2 beasts Qili. Gao Yang secretly clenched his fists. The meeting is over. Action. Early morning, over the city. Tengu's arms dropped 2 white strips of cloth, leading Gao Yang and Dohu, and flew towards the mountainous area of Shijing District. In 2 minutes, he will arrive above the Guituan Villa, put Gao Yang down, and then send Dohu to the Yuannong River Laboratory to let him take away the surrendered people. As for the colorless corpse, Johan has taken it away, and will not let her become Qilin's puppet. Although Qilin and Li were strong, they were crushed by flying and swift wind on the way. Gao Yang was not worried that they would get ahead. Along the way, Dohu pondered for a long time and asked, Gao Yang, do you think they are still alive? Gao Yang tried to remain objective and calm. Zhang He may have been in trouble. Hong Xixiao's hairpin shows that he was attacked. What about the others? Dohu asked. Gao Yang was silent for 5 or 6 seconds and said, I don't think their lives are in danger for the time being. Dohu breathed a sigh of relief. He and Gao Yang agreed with each other. It seemed that he was not deceiving himself. Gao Yang calmly analyzed, I don't judge Qilin as a person. I only analyze this matter from the perspective of maximizing benefits. It is stupid for Qilin to kill them and make them into puppets now. Yes. Dohu said, Qingyang Bridge Battle, Qilin had a lot of corpse puppets, and now there are a few more, and it may not be able to handle them. And the puppets have a time limit, and Qilin will also consume the time to take the puppets away, so it is better to take the living people away. That's the first reason. Gao Yang's eyes sank slightly. Second, Qilin has obtained the spirit rune and has the absolute strength to deal with us. The combat power increased by a few more puppets is not that great, but... Gao Yang didn't say anything else. Dohu was stunned, and immediately reacted, but Qilin can take them as hostages. Gao Yang nodded. Suzaku, Mingyang, Wang Weiyin, Zhang Wei, Jingshu, Zhang He, we can't just sit back and watch them being used as hostages. Don't forget that Qilin's ultimate goal is to collect the 12 runes. If he kills these people, it will only completely anger us. We may go to extremes, and hide the remaining runes until the end of the world, and perish with Qilin. Dohu sneered, don't say it, I might really do it. But if Qilin takes them as hostages, and lets us exchange one rune for a hostage. Gao Yang glanced at Dohu. What would you do? Dohu's face was very ugly. Emotionally, I must save them. But rationally, I tell me that if Qilin succeeds, everyone will die sooner or later. Dohu looked at Gao Yang. What about you? I try not to think about it. Only when things really happen will I have the answer in my heart. Gao Yang said. Dohu narrowed his eyes slightly, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Don't mention it. It's true. I want to save people. Tiango, who had been silent all the time, spoke. His tone was flat, but his eyes were more determined than ever. The cute lamb must not be in trouble. Gao Yang and Dohu were both stunned, looked at each other, and suddenly felt relieved. In fact, they just tried to make themselves objective and calm like a leader, but in fact, deep in their hearts, they had no choice. In this matter, they and Tiango, like all other companions, will inevitably follow the guidance of a certain voice in their hearts. That voice is the only comfort in the foggy world, the weak fluorescence in the endless darkness, and the key bond that can closely unite mankind. Its name is human nature. We're here, Tiango said. Gao Yang looked down, and saw that there was a mountainous forest area under his feet. Because it was concealed, he couldn't find the villa of the ghost group from a high altitude, but Gao Yang knew it was there. Be careful, see you later, Gao Yang said. You too, Dohu replied. Gao Yang let go of the white cloth and fell down. Chapter 967. Gao Yang fell from a height of 100 meters, and landed steadily, in the front yard of the villa. After the Xiaoshui base was exposed for some unknown reason, he was also worried that the Guituan villa had been exposed. He did not dare to delay, and teleported into the house. The living room still maintained the appearance before Gao Yang left. The firewood in the fireplace was burning quietly, the air was warm, and the light was dim. Gao Yang jumped to the second floor, and walked towards Chushua's room. He knocked on the door anxiously. Chushua? No one responded in the house. Chushua, we can't stay here. Gao Yang didn't care, and pushed open the door. Follow me immediately. Gao Yang was stunned. The room was empty, with only the gently swaying gauze curtains, and dim moonlight. Gao Yang's heart skipped a beat for no reason, and then it accelerated, and a strong sense of uneasiness surged up. Could it be that Chushua was also captured by Qilin? Impossible. It would take Qilin more than an hour to get here from Xiaoshui at the fastest, and Gao Yang only took 8 minutes to get back. Even if Qilin left Xiaoshui the moment Hong Xiaoxiao sensed that Zhong He was in danger, it would only be 40 minutes, and it was impossible for him to make it in time. Besides, Qilin has already obtained the spiritual rune and kidnapped enough hostages. His next focus is to upgrade to level 8 all things, and set up a trap to deal with Gao Yang. He has no reason to do anything unnecessary. Or did Bailu take Chushua away? No, Bailu would definitely call Gao Yang to pick her up. The last time Bailu didn't spend the spring festival with him, she also called in advance. Or did Chushua get angry and run away from home? No, Chushua would never do that. Not to mention now, even the willful and playful Chushua in the past is much more sensible than imagined. First snow! Gao Yang shouted and teleported back to the living room on the first floor. He looked around, and saw that the kitchen door was half open. Gao Yang immediately rushed into the kitchen. No one was there. The pots and pans were neatly arranged. He opened the refrigerator, and found that the things inside had not been touched. Gao Yang walked out of the kitchen, and rushed into the bathroom. The shower curtain was opened. There was no water in the bathtub, and the floor was a little wet. This was the trace left by the first snow, when she took a bath. Gao Yang walked out of the bathroom, and took a look at the nanny's room on the side. He rushed into the living room, that was basically unused, and then to the gym, that was completely used as a decoration. There was no sign of the first snow. Gao Yang was stunned for a second and teleported back to the second floor again. He searched along the corridor room by room, including the master bedroom, the second bedroom, the guest room, the library, the leisure room, the bathroom, the toilet, and the utility room. At first, Gao Yang pushed the door one by one, but later he became more and more impatient and teleported through the wall. A minute later, Gao Yang had searched the entire villa. The first snow disappeared. Chushu. Where are you? Suddenly, Gao Yang grasped hope. I know, she is playing a prank. She must be hiding, wanting to make me anxious, and then give me a surprise. He rushed back to Chushua's room again, and suddenly opened the closet. Chula. A pile of clothes rolled out of the closet. The closet was indeed turned over, but Chushua was not inside. Chushu. Gao Yang lay down and looked under the bed. There was only an empty floor. Gao Yang rushed out and searched every room where someone might hide, including the closet, storage cabinet, under the bed, under the table, including the cellar, front yard, backyard and roof. No! 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 Chushu. Gao Yang panicked. The feeling of uneasiness was like countless cold worms, spreading all over his skin, drilling into his flesh and blood inch by inch, reaching his bones, and almost decomposing him. Chushu. Where are you? Stop hiding, okay? Come out! We have to go. Gao Yang kept shouting and searching. He hoped that some places he had overlooked before, and Chushua was hiding there cunningly, deliberately not coming out, waiting for him to get anxious. No! No! Still no. Gao Yang returned to the empty living room on the second floor, shaking all over, and he shouted. Chushu. This is not fun. Not fun at all. I'm angry. I'm really angry. I'm really leaving, and I won't care about you anymore. Gao Yang. Gao Yang was startled. There was a voice coming from the direction of the front yard of the villa. It was definitely not an illusion. Yes. Gao Yang, how could you forget such a critical place as the open-air balcony on the second floor? When you are in a bad mood, don't you also like to sit on the balcony and think about things? Chushu. Gao Yang was ecstatic, and pulled open the balcony door. Wow! It was unknown when the heavy snow began to fall outside, and it was blown in by the cold night wind. There was no first snow on the open-air balcony. Gao Yang walked up to the balcony, looked down, and found a woman standing in the front yard. She had silver hair tied up, red eyes, a black hat and veil, no makeup, and a pale and sad face. She held a long-handled black umbrella, wore a solemn black cord dress, black gloves, and a purple ice crystal flower on her chest. Gao Yang only took a look at Bai Lu, and suddenly understood everything. No! This is ridiculous, this is too sudden, this is not in line with common sense, this is not right, it shouldn't be like this, there must be something wrong, yes, I must have thought too much, it must be, too many things happened, one after another, making me neurotic. Hasn't there been a situation where I scared myself before? I don't know how many times. This time it must be a false alarm. Absolutely no doubt. Gao Yang. In the increasingly heavy snow, Bai Lu's sad eyes were almost pitiful. Her voice was very light, but it was loud and powerful, pressing hard on Gao Yang's heart. You have never kept a cat before. Stop talking. Shut up. Shut up. I don't want to hear it. I don't fucking want to hear it. Get out. Get out. Don't look at me with that expression. When a cat is about to die, it will find a place to hide by itself. Chapter 968. 1 o'clock in the morning, Nanji District, abandoned amusement park, Ferris wheel. Bai Lu appeared in the front yard of the Guituan villa. After asking Gao Yang about raising cats, Gao Yang never said a word. He had no expression on his face, his eyes were dull, and his body was stiff, like a robot that had lost its command. Bai Lu was very normal, so normal that she was almost indifferent. She kept talking along the way, as if she was talking to herself in front of a stone. Twins have telepathy. I sensed it the moment Chushua left. I know where she hid herself. That's the place she can't forget the most. I wanted you to guess, you'd definitely guess it. But forget it. It's not good to leave the body for too long. Come with me. She'd definitely be happy if you're there. Gao Yang, you don't need to blame yourself. No matter what you do, it's in vain. The day Zhu Yuan dies, we ghosts will have no hope. The people of Songmu cult are only half right. Our curse is related to Zhu Yuan. To be precise, our curse. From the curse abyss, if the curse abyss does not die, it will sooner or later control us. Once the curse abyss dies, it is equivalent to cutting off the source of the water flow, and our curse will slowly disappear. We can feel these things ourselves. But there is one thing that the Songmu cult did not say, and may not know. We and the curse are not mutually exclusive, but mutually beneficial. If the curse disappears, we will not survive. We have no way out from the beginning. If the curse abyss lives, we die. If the curse abyss dies, we die the same way. Chun is really pitiful. He has been looking for hope all his life, but found that it is just a spare pack with a gift box of hope and a ridiculous bow. The curse of Chun disappears the fastest, so he picked a good time to give himself a grand funeral and help his son-in-law. He actually likes you very much. You are the first family member Chun recognizes besides ghosts. Oh, by the way, he passed away on the night of the New Year's Eve of Jingzha. I didn't celebrate the festival with you. I was mainly taking care of his funeral. In fact, it's not a bad thing that Chushua passed away earlier than me. I can still take care of her funeral. She knows that no matter where she hides, I, her sister, can find her. If Chushua was the last to pass away, I don't know how lonely she would be. But it's hard to say. Chushua told me that she has someone she loves, so she is not afraid of anything. I don't know if she is just pretending. To be honest, I loved a human before, and I ate him in the end. When it comes to love, Chushua may be the most talented. Okay, we're here. Unconsciously, the world was pale, quiet and sad. The abandoned amusement park seemed to be abandoned in the pure white ruins at the bottom of the sea of time. Bai Lu took back the long-handled black umbrella and elegantly brushed off the snow on it. Gao Yang, who was standing next to him, was covered in snow. His face was ashen, and his eyes were dull. He could hardly feel the breath of a living person. You go first. Chushua still wants to see you the most. Bai Lu smiled bitterly. Really, you value beauty over my sister. Gao Yang's neck was as stiff as a stone. He raised his head with great difficulty, and looked at the sad and dilapidated Ferris wheel in front of him. His already depressed heart almost couldn't breathe. He tried to open his mouth, and his voice was hoarse. Why are you so calm? Bai Lu looked up at the Ferris wheel and still smiled. We are practicing parting every moment. Swish. Gao Yang appeared in the blue and white cabin at the highest point of the Ferris wheel. It was the first and only cabin that Gao Yang and Chushua had taken. Gao Yang grabbed the door handle outside the cabin and had no courage to go in. He took a deep breath and activated his talent again. The waves in his eyes were gradually smoothed out and turned into cold calm. Caw. Gao Yang opened the rusty iron door, and Chushua was inside. She sat on the right, tilted her head, and leaned against the transparent glass window. She was wearing a white dress, her silver hair was draped softly on her shoulders, and she was wearing a pair of red Mary Jane shoes on her feet. It was a New Year's gift from Gao Yang. This time, she finally wore them. Next to her seat, there was a small white storage box with the lid opened and half closed. Chushua looked calm, with a slight smile on her lips. She seemed to be just waiting for Gao Yang to come to the appointment, and fell asleep because she waited too long. First snow? Gao Yang opened his mouth and felt that the sound did not come from his body. First snow did not respond. Gao Yang finally stepped into the small cabin of the Ferris wheel, covered with snow. First snow. Gao Yang called again, but the girl still did not respond. Gao Yang stretched out his hand and touched the nose of first snow. The process was not long, but Gao Yang's head began to fantasize uncontrollably. Bai Lu suddenly appeared outside the cabin, laughing with relief. Ha ha, I lied to you. I teach you a lesson, and see if you dare to make my sister sad in the future. First Snow also opened her eyes and laughed mischievously. Ha ha, Gao Yang, I lied to you. I knew you would worry about me. Gao Yang hoped that this scene would happen, but it did not happen. Gao Yang's hand was smoothly placed under Chushua's nose, and he retracted his hand, as if he had received an electric shock. The blood in his body began to condense into frost silently. No, breathing is not accurate. You have to look at the pulse. Gao Yang reached out his hand again and touched Chushua's wrist. It was obviously a cold wrist, but it felt like a hot iron. Gao Yang quickly retracted his hand. The frost-condensed blood began to crack and crack, pulling his heart. Chushua, don't do this. Gao Yang took the storage box away and sat down next to Chushua. He smiled strangely and gently shook Chushua's shoulder. Don't play, this is not fun. Chushua slid towards Gao Yang. Gao Yang hurriedly hugged Chushua. Her body was soft and boneless, like a pool of water. Chushua, stop making trouble, wake up. Let's go home, okay. Gao Yang kept hugging Chushua, but her body kept sliding down. Gao Yang felt like he was trying to draw water with a bamboo basket. He had no choice but to hold Chushua tightly in his arms, his two knees shaking uncontrollably, and the back of his head hitting the car dong-dong. Gao Yang put his chin against Chushua's head and tried to straighten her head. Chushua, don't sleep, I beg you, don't sleep, okay. Chushua's clenched right hand slowly loosened. Gao Yang was stunned. He looked down at Chushua's half-open palm, where a mint candy was hidden. The simplest and cheapest one, with a green package and a small white circle, is usually placed in restaurants and hotel front desks, and you can grab a handful of it. Those were the two candies that Gao Yang and Qingling picked up after eating hot pot, and gave them to Chushua in a half-coaxing and half-perfunctory way. Chushua was so greedy that she ate one in front of her. But who could have thought that she would not eat the remaining candy until her death? Chapter 969. Spiritual Martial Arts. Spiritual. Ah! Powerful, exploding white energy rushed out from the topmost cabin, creating a circle of giant white ripples that spread across the snowy night sky. The sky and earth lost their color for a second and turned into a silent gray. Bai Lu stood under the Ferris wheel, watching all this quietly. Bang! Suddenly, the cabin at the 9 o'clock direction of the Ferris wheel collapsed into a piece of iron sheet. Bang! Immediately afterwards, the cabin at the 6 o'clock direction quickly melted and turned into a ball of liquid metal, splashing out in all directions. Bang, bang, bang. Then, the steel wire rope on the central axis of the Ferris wheel was like being cut by an invisible pair of scissors, breaking like fragile hair. If you look closely, you will find that a high-speed black afterimage, with a dazzling flame trail and irregular golden energy, has turned into a headless fly with a speed 10 times faster, jumping up and down around the Ferris wheel and rushing around. This scene is like an NPC with a bug in the game, appearing and disappearing, here and there, constantly flashing at a high frequency in the screen, with messy afterimages and pop-up windows overlapping until it crashes. However, in this disorder, explosion, and desperate collapse, the blue and white car at the 12 o'clock direction was intact and unscathed. Crack, crack, creak. The Ferris wheel can no longer withstand the crazy destruction of the black afterimage and is facing collapse. Bai Lu raised her hands, and the white snow around her immediately gathered and turned into purple ice crystals of various shapes, roughly repairing the damaged part of the Ferris wheel and constantly reinforcing it. Half a minute later, the black afterimage disappeared, and the bug stopped. Everything returned to silence. Bai Lu raised her hand slightly, and a slender ice crystal pillar grew under her feet, supporting her to slowly rise to the blue and white cabin at the highest point of the Ferris wheel. She opened the half-open rusty iron door. In the cabin, Gao Yang was covered in blood and his clothes were torn. He held the dead Chushua tightly in his arms. He was laughing. To be precise, he was drooling and laughing foolishly. That was the spiritually armed idiot. Hey, Chushua, Chushua is good. It's getting dark. The big bad wolf is coming to eat people. Hurry, hide. Ah! The big bad wolf is coming, it's coming. Don't eat Chushua, don't eat me. We are not bad kids. Bai Lu had a blank expression and stretched out her hand to Gao Yang. Gao Yang, Chushua is dead. Gao Yang was stunned, slowly raised his head, and looked at Bai Lu, with a disgusting silly smile on his blood-stained face. Dead? The idiot in front of him didn't seem to know what death was. Well, dead? Bai Lu said. What you are holding is not Chushua, but a corpse. Corpse? Corpse. Gao Yang seemed to understand. Come, give me the body. No. No. Gao Yang shook his head desperately and hugged Chushua tightly. No, don't. Gao Yang, Chushua is a cat. Have you forgotten that cats love to hide? Bai Lu pointed to the storage box on the seat. I bet Chushua must be hiding in it. Go find her quickly. Don't let the big bad wolf find her first. The big bad wolf is coming. No. Don't eat Chushua. Gao Yang was horrified, let go of Chushua, and rushed to the storage box. Bai Lu saw the opportunity, and pulled Chushua into her arms. Gao Yang, look carefully, Chushua is inside. Bai Lu gently closed the iron door, she gently hugged her sister, and returned to the ground. Bai Lu turned around and left without any nostalgia. The snow in the night sky was getting heavier and heavier. At first, she walked slowly and gracefully. But slowly, the snow on her hair, eyelashes, shoulders, and Chushua in her arms became more and more, and her steps became faster and faster. It was as if she didn't hurry up, the two sisters would be buried by this ruthless wind and snow. Soon, Bai Lu left the abandoned amusement park and came to a wasteland. Bai Lu seemed to be walking alone in the snowfield. After walking for an unknown period of time, she finally couldn't walk anymore. She stumbled and fell to the ground with Chushua in her arms. She gasped, sat down on the ground, and hugged Chushua from behind, as if she wanted to hug Chushua into her chest and flesh. But she couldn't do it, and all she got in response was coldness and stiffness. Soon, she gave up, her black hat fell off, her silver hair spread out, like a crazy white-haired witch. She raised her head, and cried desperately. Ah, ah. 2 lines of blood and tears slid down from the woman's eyes. First snow. In the blue and white cabin of the Ferris wheel, Gao Yang drooled while holding the storage box as if it was treasure, looking for the hidden first snow in it. First snow, where are you? Come out quickly. Let's play together. Gao Yang took out the things in the storage box one by one. A Coke bottle pull ring. An empty golden hair dye. A contact lens case in the shape of a kitten. A Zuidundan doll. 2 DVDs of A Playful Journey to the West. 2 movie ticket stubs of Ponyo Sosuke. A pink goldfish doll with a note on it, written in childish font, "Stupid Kai, help me." An ordinary coin. An unopened red envelope of lucky money. A white ribbon for wrapping gift boxes, tied into a bow shape. A New Year's card with Happy New Year written on it. 5 postcards, 4 of which were filled with words, including the content of Chushua's letter and Gao Yang's reply, and 1 postcard was blank. A wrinkled and somewhat hairy wish list, which must have been folded and opened frequently. Half of the wishes on it were not checked. The last wish on the list was, "Be Gao Yang's love." Chushua. Where are you, Chushua? Gao Yang took out all his things, and the storage box was empty. Gao Yang yelled, "You lied to me. You lied to me. Chushua is not here. Chushua, where are you? The big bad wolf is coming. It's coming. Let's go. Let's go." Gao Yang did not give up, and began to look for those small objects again, trying to find Chushua. Soon, Gao Yang picked up the postcards. It was strange that although he had become an idiot, he could still read. He stared at the postcards, and his stupid eyes were soon attracted by Chushua's childish handwriting. The first letter. "This is my first letter. Please take care of me, Cici. Gao Yang, there are horses on the prairie. My sister and I ride horses together. Happy. Gao Yang is also called Hey Horse, so I rode a black horse. The beef jerky here is delicious, but the goat milk is not good. Gao Yang, I miss you so much, you have to miss me too. Waiting for your reply." The second letter. "The snowy mountains are so cold, I don't like it here. My sister taught me to ski, but I'm so stupid that I can't learn. I didn't use pinyin when writing this letter. I'm awesome, right? Gao Yang, I miss you so much. Do you miss me? Looking forward to your reply." The third letter. "The sea of love is so beautiful. I love it so much. But why is it the sea of love, not the sea of friendship? The sea of friendship is definitely more beautiful than the sea of love. Just like my friendship with Gao Yang. I ate the second most delicious fish in the world here. The first most delicious fish is the fish I ate with Gao Yang, the fish that Stupid Kai caught for me. Gao Yang, are you okay? I miss you so much. Do you miss me?" The fourth letter. "The sun is so bright and hot. I sweat a lot and am always thirsty. I don't like the desert. My sister said that we are vampires, so we don't like the sun. I don't like the sun, but I like Gao Yang, Cici. Gao Yang, I miss you so much. Do you miss me?" Gao Yang quickly finished reading the 4 letters, but he still couldn't find Chushua. Liar! Chushua is not here. Gao Yang got angry, and suddenly threw the storage box away, and knocked all the things around him to the ground. Liar! Liar! Gao Yang was furious in the car, throwing tantrums and rolling around, making a very ugly scene. At this moment, the 5th blank postcard slowly fell and covered Gao Yang's eyes. Gao Yang suddenly became quiet. He held up the postcard blankly and stared at it carefully. On the front of the postcard was a fairy tale style watercolor painting, a snowman in the sun, smiling very happily. On the back of the postcard, there was nothing written. The first snow. Melted. Gao Yang, who was in an idiotic state, looked at the watercolor painting and immediately thought of it. No, don't. First snow, don't melt. Gao Yang knelt in the car and hurriedly picked up the other 4 postcards, trying to find the first snow from them. He quickly scanned the 4 postcards and suddenly froze. It turned out that the content of the 5th letter was already hidden at the beginning of the previous 4 letters. It turned out that the beginning of some destinies already marked the end. Idiot time is over. Spiritual armor is lifted. Once again, he couldn't stop it, couldn't escape, and couldn't get rid of it. The sadness that permeated Tianling caught up with him. Chapter 970. Hey! I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Xiang? Dark Horse? Xiang? Jean Tianan? Luli? Gao Yang? Gao Yang suddenly came to his senses. He was sitting on a chair surrounded by a strange room without walls, ceiling and floor. The things that depicted the concept of the room were some old furniture and home appliances, as well as various posters on the non-existent walls. On the computer desk under the curtains was a clumsy square-shaped computer monitor. A girl with silver hair and red eyes, wearing a loose off-shoulder white t-shirt and a pair of gray and black-edged elastic sports shorts, with bare white legs. She was not wearing shoes or socks, holding her toes with one hand and holding a half-melted pudding ice cream in the other hand, with an impatient face. "I'm calling you, are you stupid?" All the forgotten or misplaced memories returned. Gao Yang came back to his senses. This was the room behind the door under the abyss. The person in front of him was not Chushua, but a superior who kept changing his face because he refused to show his true face. "Oh!" Chushua looked down at herself. "Why did I change again? You are such a scumbag, you have so many girls in your heart." Chushua used the closed computer screen as a mirror, looked at herself carefully, and stroked her hair. "Well, don't say it, this girl is really pretty." Gao Yang. Chushua turned around, suddenly tilted her head, and blinked cutely. "Think of me. Change someone." Gao Yang's voice was cold and hard. "Who are you? Let me change, and be my warm." Chushua finished speaking, and once again pretended to hold her face with both hands. "Gao Yang, I will wait for you on Chushua Star, you must come. I told you to change people." Gao Yang stood up suddenly and roared. Suddenly, an invisible black evil spirit exploded from Gao Yang's body. In an instant, the entire room lost its traction with each other, flew in all directions, and quickly disappeared, like a miniature Big Bang. In a blink of an eye, Gao Yang was standing in absolute darkness. Hatsukshu in front of him was still sitting on the only swivel chair, frightened and pale, and the ice cream in his hand fell on his t-shirt with a click. Why are you yelling so loudly?" "I'm just joking. Why are you so fierce? You don't have any sense of humor." Hatsukshu has turned back to the image of Nana, a little timid on the one hand, and forced to put on airs on the other hand, which is somewhat appropriate to the image of Nana. Gao Yang stared at Nana coldly and said nothing. "Gao Yang, what's wrong with you? I just told you to get out, but you didn't. You were stunned for a long time, and when you came to your senses, you suddenly became a different person, as if you had been shot. I didn't provoke you, why are you mad at me?" Nana crossed her hands, crossed her legs, tilted her head, and looked to the side, feeling aggrieved. Gao Yang would not be fooled. The person in front of her was playing dumb. Just the name Luli showed that she had discovered that the person in front of her was not the Gao Yang in the past, but the Gao Yang consciousness from the future. Now, some of the problems that troubled Gao Yang suddenly became clear. The reason why Gao Yang forgot everything in the abyss was because the him in the future had come back and occupied his body for a short time, causing the Gao Yang to forget. For some reason, Gao Yang felt very comfortable and clear here. He could control his emotions well without mental arming. Gao Yang began to think, connecting many things. He was silent for a long time. Time was meaningless here. During this process, Nana conjured up another ice cream and licked it with relish. Then, she conjured up a computer desk and a square computer, holding the ball mouse and clicking it click, click, click. She was playing the Minesweeper game. Finally, Gao Yang looked up, his eyes bright. Click. Gao Yang raised his hand and snapped his fingers, and a high chair appeared behind him. He sat down again, leaned forward, put his hands together, and looked down at Nana. "If you want to play, I play with you." Nana stopped the game, turned around the swivel chair, and smiled playfully. "Wow, are you serious now?" "Duh." Nana also snapped her fingers, and the computer desk turned into a boss desk. She leaned back, crossed her snow-white legs, and placed them on the desk, with an arrogant attitude. "Okay, tell me how you plan to play." Gao Yang smiled. "Before, I didn't understand why the talent couldn't be upgraded to level 7. Now I understand, because I refused to sign the contract. In fact, deep in my heart, I have already found what I want to do most, and that is my true belief. The so-called signing is to confirm the belief. I dare not sign because I am still hesitant and confused in my heart. Although I am extremely eager to achieve this goal, I am afraid that I can't do it." "Duh." Gao Yang snapped his fingers again. In his hand appeared the contract, and a pen that Nana had given him before. Gao Yang glanced at the contract. Sure enough, although it was filled with dense words, they were all 2 words that kept repeating. Hero. This time, Gao Yang waved his hand and signed his real name, Gao Yang. Gao Yang spun, and the pen disappeared between his fingers. At the same time, he raised the contract and flicked it gently. Clatter. The contract burned quickly, turned into ashes, and disappeared in the darkness. At this moment, Nana finally stopped smiling. The boss's desk in front of her disappeared, and the chair disappeared. She just sat cross-legged in the void, supporting her face with one hand, with an arrogant look, but a happy smile. Gao Yang, I have to say that you are the worst savior, but also the most interesting one. You are as ordinary as a supporting actor who earns 60 yuan a day and only has a box lunch. I have never seen a god's heir worse than you. But I just can't take my eyes off you. You are a poisonous person, you know? I love and hate you. How does the song go? Love and hate are just a moment. Ha ha, ha. Nana suddenly laughed out loud and fell to the ground. She rolled and laughed, almost out of breath. Ha ha ha, ha. Gao Yang was still sitting on the high chair, looking at Nana rolling on the ground. He was neither humble nor arrogant, and his expression was normal. Yeah, I think it's too bad. I can only watch the people I cherish die one after another. I can only keep escaping and paralyzing myself to go down this path. What kind of savior is it? Listen to me. My belief is to understand time and space ghost and go back to the past. Not to go back to this fake 100 years ago, but to go back to the starting point of all the shitty things. It doesn't matter if it's Song Dao, Misty Mist, or some god standing in front of me. No matter what conspiracy or trick you or the existence behind you have, I will definitely crush it. I will rewrite this absurd fate, and I will save all the people I cherish. You can laugh at me and humiliate me. You can torture me arrogantly and judge me from a high position. No matter how many times I fall, I will stand up. You can't stop me, you can't destroy me, otherwise you would have done it long ago. You can win 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, countless times. It doesn't matter, I'm lucky, I just need to win once. I will take back everything that belongs to me, and I want to restore the original appearance of this world. I, Gao Yang, will become a hero. You are just a footnote. Nana didn't know when she stopped laughing crazily. She spread her limbs and lay on the ground in a big letter shape. She opened her eyes wide and looked at the empty darkness, with a faint laziness in her tone. Gao Yang, you have to keep your word. Gao Yang stood up and walked to Nana's side, squatted down, lowered his head, and stared at her with a half smile. Before you leave, let me tell you something. What for? Nana, who was lying on the ground, suddenly became nervous. She protected herself with both hands. I warn you, don't have any bad ideas. Gao Yang looked disdainful. It's really disgusting to touch your face with your hands that have been used to pick your feet. Gao Yang opened his eyes again and regained consciousness. The Ferris wheel cabin was unusually quiet, as if nothing had happened. Gao Yang's face was still sad, but he was no longer desperate. He calmly shed tears, carefully picked up the items scattered on the ground, dusted them off, wiped them with clothes, and put them back into the storage box one by one. Click. Gao Yang closed the lid solemnly. Congratulations. Talent upgrade. Absolute defense level 7. Teleport level 7. Copy level 7. Flame level 7. Phantom level 7. Spirit armor level 7. Lie detector level 7. Chapter 971. 3 days later. Beiyong District, Botanical Garden, Chunlai Lake. Chunlai Lake is a natural lake at the foot of the hillside. Water birds roam on the lake, ripples rise, and it is quiet and beautiful. There is a field of white camellias planted next to the lake. From a distance, it looks like a piece of snow white. There is a touch of red in the middle of the snow white. It is a particularly tall and lush red camellia tree. After the spring snow melted, the red petals were scattered all over the ground. A melancholy boy in a black windbreaker, holding a bunch of white forget-me-nots and 2 bunches of white carnations. He strolled to the red camellia tree, activated the borrowed perception, and carefully checked all the advanced life forms within 3 kilometers to eliminate the possibility of being followed. Swish. Gao Yang disappeared. He activated teleport, passed through the ground under his feet, and came to the underground tomb. Gao Yang walked down a narrow stone path, and soon came to the center of the tomb. It was a tomb of several hundred square meters, with irregular purple ice crystals growing everywhere, like a sea of purple flowers. Some places where the ice crystals were particularly dense had already clustered into the shape of a tomb. Through the translucent amethyst, you could see that there was a coffin buried under each of those tombs. The owner of this place, Bai Lu, was still wearing a solemn and elegant black cord dress, holding a bunch of flowers made of purple ice crystals, standing in the center of the tomb. In front of her were 3 amethyst tombs, with 3 vaguely visible sarcophagi hidden underneath. There was a low crystal platform in front of each tombstone, engraved with the birthdate and name of the deceased. From left to right, they were spring, waking of insects, and first snow. Bai Lu had noticed Gao Yang's arrival early, but did not respond. Gao Yang walked forward slowly, placed 2 bouquets of white carnations on the crystal stands of Spring and Jingja respectively, and bowed solemnly and respectfully. Finally, he knelt on one knee and gently placed the forgive-me-not on the crystal stand on the far right. Gao Yang knelt, Bai Lu stood, and the two quietly looked at the crystal tomb of the first snow. It was a long, speechless, and sympathetic silence. Gao Yang and Bai Lu were originally 2 parallel lines, and they might not have any intersection until the end of the world, but because of the girl under the tomb, the two stood here together, and they might stand here again and again in the future. After an unknown amount of time, Gao Yang stood up, still looking at Chushua's tombstone. What are your plans? Bai Lu also looked ahead. It's too early for me to curse. I have an agreement with Chun that I will never commit suicide, but if I die while helping the ghost group's son-in-law, it will not be considered a breach of contract. Okay. Gao Yang turned and left. I will find you when I need you. Don't show up before then. Be careful of Qilin. Gao Yang. Don't lie to me. Bai Lu turned around and shouted unhappily. Pick a better curtain call for me. Do you hear me? Gao Yang waved his hand lightly, and disappeared with a swish. Gao Yang didn't tell anyone about Chushua's death, so his teammates didn't know his itinerary. Leaving the botanical garden, Gao Yang came to a block half a kilometer away, entered the underground parking lot of a shopping mall, and got into a black business car. The person driving was Nana, and Qining was sitting in the passenger seat. Both of them had disguised themselves. Qining closed her eyes and concentrated on perception. Mortals, the wheel of fate has turned. Start your adventure. Nana honked the horn with a sense of ceremony after saying this. Do. Translated into adult language. Where will the captain go next? Tiger's Den. Gao Yang said. Tiger's Den refers to Dohu's current hiding place. For the past 3 days, he has been hiding outside with a group of newcomers who have surrendered, testing their loyalty, sharpening their will, and exercising their muscles. Translated into adult language. Freshman military training. Let's go! Nana stepped on the accelerator and started the car. Dohu is very accurate in judging people, but to be on the safe side, those newcomers still need Gao Yang's lie detector to test them. Speaking of lie detector, although it is a talent after level 100, it has miraculously risen to level 7. Gao Yang cannot explain this at present, but he accepts it with pleasure. But luck is still level 5, and has not been able to directly rise to level 7. Gao Yang cannot explain this at present, so he can only accept it helplessly. Let's talk about lie detector first. After level 7, some attribute values increase slightly, and the talent ability undergoes a qualitative change. It can detect lies once every 3 hours, and can be launched on multiple people at the same time. In addition to the 3 major categories of hostility, neutrality, and goodwill, the state detected can also further keenly capture the other party's current emotions, such as tension, calmness, excitement, sadness, anger, weirdness, trance, inner conflict, etc. It can be said that the comprehensive effect of the 7th level lie detector is no longer inferior to the top 100 talents, and is no longer a garbage talent. This also provides Gao Yang with a conjecture. Maybe at the beginning, all talents can reach level 7 or above, and the strength of talents is not as different as it is now. But for some reason, the talents after sequence 100 are restricted. But now, the restraint of Song Dao is weakening, so some restrictions have disappeared, which is somewhat similar to the situation in Ningjing's judgment field. Level 7 Absolute Defense. Some attribute values are greatly increased, and skills are greatly enhanced. The maximum volume of a large absolute barrier is comparable to a sports plaza. Of course, the larger the volume, the shorter the duration. The upper limit of the summoning of a small absolute barrier within a certain period of time is 6, and the duration is also doubled. The comprehensive resistance of energy armor is enhanced by 50%, and it is no longer only for physical and elemental damage, but also has a certain resistance effect against mental, toxin, and spiritual damage. In addition, Gao Yang can also put energy armor on teammates, but the comprehensive resistance effect is reduced by half, and the energy armor that appears at the same time, including himself, cannot exceed 4 pieces. In addition, the official name of energy armor also appears, called Golden Holy Cloth. Level 7 Teleport. Some attributes are greatly increased. The teleportation distance is longer, the number of short-term teleportations is more, and a new skill teleportation is learned. As long as the target appears within his teleportation range, no matter how he dodges or what moves he makes, Gao Yang can forcefully lock onto the target and appear next to the target during the next teleportation, ignoring any obstacles, just like the opponent's shadow. Of course, this move can only be used once every 3 minutes, and it is a double-edged sword. If used well, It can lock the enemy and kill instantly, but if used poorly, it can force ahead. Level 7 Copy. Some attributes are enhanced, and some attributes are reduced. The number of talents that can be copied is still 3, the storage time is up to 3 days, the use time is extended to 60 seconds, and the cooling time is only 3 hours. It is still limited to sequence 11189, judgment is unknown. However, Level 7 Copy has learned a new skill called 6 Ears in a moment. Chapter 972. It can copy any talent or even any ability in sequence 1199, not limited to Awakeners, with a storage time of 2 hours, no usage time, only 1 usage, and a skill cooldown time of 3 days. This move does not conflict with copying 3 talents. That is to say, Gao Yang can copy up to 4 talents, but the usage is different. Level 7 Flame. Some attributes are enhanced, the flame temperature is higher, the ability to control the flame is more exquisite and proficient, and a new skill Burning Sky is learned at the same time. The name sounds good, but it is not easy to use. It is equivalent to self-immolation, at the cost of burning life, bursting out super strong flame damage in a short time. This move is similar to Lu Shuang's Lotus Burial, and will not be used unless it is absolutely necessary. Level 7 Phantom. All attributes are slightly enhanced. The use time, strength and mechanism of the Phantom are enhanced on the previous basis, and a new skill Doppelganger is learned at the same time. The talent extracts 30% of his own energy to create an identity. Theoretically, as long as the clone does not merge on its own and is not destroyed, it can exist independently for 3 days. During these 3 days, it can think independently, and use its talents to fight. It is no different from the real body except that it is weaker than the real body. After completing the task, the clone can return to the master to merge, and the master will immediately share everything the clone has experienced in the past 3 days, whether good or bad. The disadvantage is that during the time the clone is away, the real body is in an incomplete state, and its strength will be weakened by 30%. Moreover, once the clone is destroyed, the real body will no longer be able to share all the experiences of the clone, and its comprehensive strength will be reduced by 30%, and it will take at least 10 days to recover. In addition, the clone cannot create another clone, and the owner cannot use the Phantom during the existence of the clone. Level 7 Spiritual Armor. Some attributes are enhanced, the control of emotions and feelings is stronger, the defense against mental damage is further improved, and a new skill Madman is learned. As the name suggests, Gao Yang is not sure what the use of turning the talent owner into a real madman is, and he does not plan to use it for the time being. Half an hour later, the business car drove to a block in Nanji district. Stop here. As Gao Yang spoke, an identical clone appeared beside him. I will walk the rest of the way by myself. Gao Yang's clone added lightly. Okay, there is no danger around here, but you still have to be careful. Chening still closed her eyes. You too. Gao Yang's clone opened the door, and got out of the car. He walked very slowly, but his figure quickly disappeared in the desolate and deserted streets. Nyochang subway station. The subway station had been closed for many years because of a collapse accident. The internal circuit was damaged, dark and damp, overgrown with weeds, collapsed walls, and rubble everywhere. There was a bonfire at the end of the platform, and 10 people were gathered in a circle. Some sat cross-legged on the ground, some brought stones to use as small stools, and some put their hands on their waists, and walked back and forth impatiently. The 10 people were Chuyu, Unhegi, Bumblebee, Canary, Lin Fu, Lao 7, Wei Xiaoluo, Xiao Qingkai, Hui Che, and Chifeng. They all wore old-school uniforms that didn't fit them well, with baggy blue and white long sleeves and trousers. Except for Bumblebee, the school uniform was a little small for him. Their last hiding place was number 11 middle school. They took off their previous clothes and only found some old school uniforms in number 11 middle school, so they made do with them. It's the 3rd day. Chi Feng sat on the ground, chewing a biscuit. His tone was between unhappy and impatient. Oh, kind person, thank you for reminding me for the 180th time, otherwise, I really didn't know that today was the 3rd day. Lao 7 sat next to Chi Feng, bored and throwing an empty Coke bottle, and said sarcastically, How long will it take to take us away? Chi Feng glanced at everyone. Or we can run away, anyway, Dohu is not here. Brother, isn't it good to be alive? Chuyu, with short blue hair and black-framed round glasses, chewed a cold corn, which tasted like chewing wax. He was the deputy captain of the assassination mission of Dr. Jia. After Wusei died, he became the captain, but now everyone has surrendered, and there is no distinction between leaders and subordinates. Chi Feng was just talking nonsense. How dared he really leave? Do Hu was not with them all the time, and would leave from time to time. However, before leaving each time, he would smile and kindly warn them, "When I come back, if one person is missing, I will kill all the rest." The deterrent power of collective responsibility was too outrageous. 10 people supervised each other, fearing that someone would escape. Even going to the toilet required at least 3 people to go together. Well, let's make the best of it. Lin Fu looked quite relaxed. He sat on a stone, holding a stack of yellow talisman paper in his hand, and a brush in his right hand, drawing talismans on it. After each drawing, the yellow talisman paper seemed to have gained life, and flew up with a swish sound, and got into the wooden box on his back. Wei Xiaoluo controlled the toys to entertain himself, including robots, cars, excavators, trains, airplanes, soldiers, bamboo dragonflies, clockwork frogs, etc. They ran and jumped around their owner, making it very lively. Alas! She sighed, and the toys around her stopped immediately, and she became dejected. Sister Wu Sei used her life to exchange for our lives, and we must not let her kindness down. But, when she thought of Wu Sei's sacrifice, her eyes moistened. Does Sister Wu Sei really have to die? Why can't we talk about it properly from the beginning? Canary hugged her legs tightly, half of her face buried between her knees. She was manic and always shouted for war and killing, but that was because Wu Sei and AI Man were there. Since she awakened, the 2 elders have been taking good care of her. AI Man died before, and now Wu Sei is dead too. Canary felt that she had really become a stray dog. The sadness she had suppressed with great difficulty burst out again. Wow! She raised her head and cried loudly. Don't cry, don't cry. Xiao Qingkai hurried over, took Canary into her arms, and kept touching her head, like comforting a puppy. Canary cried even more aggrievedly, and buried his head in Xiao Qingcai's arms. Chuyu ignored Canary and looked at Hui Che with a mature smile. Hui Che, you are too naive. If it was when the civil war just broke out, Wu Sei took us to Jiuxi, there would be no problem. But now that it has come to this point, how can you surrender without paying any price? That's right. Chi Feng sneered. If I were Gao Yang, I would not be able to swallow this breath. You killed so many of my brothers before, and now you bring people to surrender. You just said you followed the wrong person and it's over. How can I explain to my dead brothers? So, I will accept your people and your life as well. That's about it. Chuyu smiled helplessly. Otherwise, Gao Yang's emotional side is not justified, and Captain Wu Sei is very strong. He must have been a leader in the past. This is a harm to Gao Yang's old subordinates, and even a hidden danger to Gao Yang himself. Your analysis makes sense. Lao 7 nodded. It doesn't make sense. Gao Yang was sitting by the campfire, eating a bag of little squirrel instant noodles. Chapter 973. Why? Chi Feng asked first. Was this not the one who started the civil war? Gao Yang put down the snacks and said slowly, Jiuxi has no irreconcilable contradictions with her, and I personally have no grudges against her. In terms of death, you have more deaths, so it's fair. Xiao Qingkai, Xiao Wei Luo, you have all participated in the Jiaxing Pavilion incident before. If you really want to talk about hatred, Jiuxi should hate you more, but aren't you still alive? Xiao Qingkai and Xiao Wei Luo lowered their heads at the same time, and their faces became complicated. Gao Yang smiled calmly. If Wu Sei surrendered sincerely, I would not kill her, and Jiuxi would accept her. Alas. Lin Fu put down the brush in his hand, and said with regret, she didn't have to die. Wow! Canary and Xiao Qingcai's arms cried even harder. Gao Yang sighed softly, yes. Everyone present was silent. However, Gao Yang paused, going to die is Wu Sei's choice. Yes. Lin Fu is old and experienced, so he figured it out immediately. The other members, however, seemed to understand. Wu Sei must think that she is not worthy of living, and that she is the one who deserves to die the most. Gao Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. I can understand her. There was a time when I thought so too. Wu Sei's choice is very extreme. Gao Yang paused. But there is no right or wrong in choice. Choice is just choice. Everyone has his own path. You are worthy of being the boss, and your pattern is different from us little people. Chi Feng said. Chuyu was convinced. I have learned from you. You are flattered. Gao Yang looked around at everyone. You can also think seriously about your own path. Jiuxi and the 12 zodiac signs will not coerce or hurt you, but betrayal will never be allowed. Once you decide to join, you can't turn back. The taciturn and Hegi nodded slightly. Suddenly, her pupils opened, and she jumped up quickly, and threw out 2 plum blossom darts. Swoosh! Gao Yang moved very quickly. He raised his hand, and 2 hidden weapons were caught between his slender fingers. Oh my god! Fuck! Oh my god! Woof! The others finally reacted, and were so frightened that they almost ran away. But they soon calmed down. There was no need to run away. If Gao Yang really wanted to hurt them, they would have died. Gao. Chuyu hurriedly changed his words. Mr. Gao, when did you come? It's been a while. Just call me Gao Yang. You can call me Captain after joining Juicy. Gao Yang threw the hidden weapon back to Enhegi and smiled faintly. Don't be nervous, sit down. After Gao Yang arrived at the Nyochong station, he activated the level 4 airman borrowed from Tingting. With the blessing of the Guardian Rune, his mental strength and charm were very high. Gao Yang's airman was even more effective than Ting Ting's, and no one noticed when he approached them. As long as Gao Yang did not actively break the airman state, even if it was a passive ability, the effect would be maintained after the copy usage time had passed. Gao Yang ate snacks while listening to everyone's chat. Later, he couldn't help but interrupt, but he didn't expect that even if he spoke, the people around him didn't react immediately. In the end, Enhegi was the first to notice. There is one more 9 heirs leader among us. After the initial shock, there was only lingering embarrassment in the air. This feeling is like a group of young people who went to a big company for an interview, discussing the company's boss in the tea room, and the cleaning staff took off their hats and said, I am the boss. After a moment of silence, Gao Yang picked up the topic. Out of necessity, you have worked hard for the past 3 days. Not hard, not hard. Chi Feng immediately became enthusiastic and flattering. Teacher Do who has good intentions. He takes us to a different place every day to lead team building and let us accept transformation. We have now changed our minds and learned from our mistakes. Chi Feng. Gao Yang interrupted with a smile. I still liked the rebellious you before. Ha ha ha. Chi Feng laughed awkwardly. Captain Gao, I like to talk bad, don't take it to heart. Suzaku has a good opinion of you, you don't have to be nervous, just be yourself. Okay. Chi Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Gao Yang slowly looked at the others. We all lost a lot in the Battle of Qingyang Bridge. We hated each other, and even dreamed of killing each other to avenge our dead companions. It is normal to have such thoughts and emotions, which shows that we are still human beings. Gao Yang paused for a moment and calmly welcomed everyone's gaze. But first of all, we must think clearly about what we are fighting for. If we can't figure this out, we will only be blinded by hatred. Was didn't become a slave to hatred because she figured it out. Before she died, she told Qin Ling that she hoped that blood and hatred would end with her. She may not be a perfect captain, but a real warrior. She made a choice, and I made a choice too. It's your turn. That's great. Old Seven jumped up excitedly, pulled off his cap, and threw it to the ground. Brother Yang. Bah, Captain Gao. You can call me anything, it's just a name. Gao Yang smiled. Okay. Brother Yang. I really... Old Seven's face flushed, a little incoherent. I really don't know how to say it. At the beginning, I, San Tiao, and Zhang Wei, the 3 of us have always admired you. The Scarlet Tide asked you for an autograph that night. You may not remember. I remember. Gao Yang was a little regretful. It's a pity that San Tiao's pen is out of ink. Old Seven was stunned for 2 seconds, and his eyes quickly turned red. Brother Yang. You may not believe it, but in fact I have never believed that you are Zhu Yuan. In these 3 days, Teacher Do who told us a lot of truths that we don't know. I can only say that Qilin is really not a human. Thank God for giving me another chance, so that I can still have the opportunity to work with Brother Yang. I have always been afraid of death, but now I think it through. I am afraid of death, but I am more afraid of dying unclearly. Ihua Ba, Lu Tu, Jing Ke, Ling Jia, Musashi, so many companions, I really feel sorry for everyone. Really. Not worth it. Old Seven couldn't say any more, his voice choked, and tears filled his eyes. Forget it, I won't say it anymore. I won't say it anymore. He turned his back to everyone, covered his face with a pair of fat hands covered with scars, and sobbed in frustration. Lin Fu sighed and looked at Gao Yang. Captain Gao, count me in. Count me in too. Chuyu said. I joined too. Bumblebee knew that Elder Suzaku was not dead, so he made up his mind. Take me with you. Enhegi said. And me. Me too. For a moment, everyone expressed their opinions. Captain Gao then. Have we passed the test? Weijie couldn't wait to confirm. She couldn't eat well, and couldn't sleep these days. She dreamed that Qilin came to kill them, and made them into puppets. No, there's only 1 step left. Gao Yang said. Oh, Hui Che blushed with embarrassment for a moment, and hurriedly lowered her head to stroke her hair. How about we stay for a few more days? Chuyu suggested. Don't let the headquarters be discovered by Qilin. We are not afraid even if we are discovered. Gao Yang said confidently. I can protect you better if we are together. Yes. Captain Gao has absolute defense. Xiaowei Luo was very excited. She thought of the White Tiger Elder on the night of the Scarlet Tide. He was only level 3 absolute defense at that time, but he protected everyone safely. How handsome. Gao Yang stretched out his hands to both sides. I need everyone to gather around and hold hands. This is the final test. Everyone was confused, but they did it immediately. Soon, 11 people held hands and sat around the campfire. The red flames flickered on everyone's face, and the burning faith jumped in everyone's eyes. 3 seconds later, Gao Yang said solemnly, GOC, can I trust you? Yes. The uniform voice echoed in the silent platform, along the empty tunnel, extending into the depths of darkness. Chapter 974. In the early morning, outside the subway entrance of Nyochong Station, Dohu squatted on the curb, with an unlit cigarette in his mouth. Many times, he wanted to take a puff, but he told himself that it was not the right time. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and noticed the movement behind him. How is it? Gao Yang had sat beside Dohu without knowing when, and looked at the desolate and quiet old street with him. I took the lie detector test, and there was no problem. Wu Sei's vision is not bad, and the people he brought are not bad. Dohu smiled and took out his mobile phone from his pocket, opened the notepad, and threw it to Gao Yang. According to your character, you must have used copy to check their talents. This is what I asked them to register. Check if there are any discrepancies. Maybe someone has kept a trick. Gao Yang took the phone and was slightly surprised. Had the sequelae of quitting smoking been cured? Dohu laughed. Gao Yang quickly read the information on the phone. Chuyu, level 6 space teleport, level 3 shielding. And Hegi, level 6 king of hidden weapons, level 3 man in the mirror. Bumblebee, level 6 dust of decay, level 3 hedgehog. Canary, level 4 rabies, level 3 taunt. Lin Fu, level 6 spell, level 3 personality kill. Old 7, level 6 finger strength, level 3 6 sense judge. Wei Xiaoluo, level 6 toy, level 3 praise. Xiao Qin Kai, level 6 magic hair, level 3 lion's roar. Enter, level 4 psychological suggestion, level 3 clairvoyance. Qi Feng, level 6 bee venom, level 5 spider venom. Gao Yang returned the phone to Dohu. They all match, only one person is lying. Who? Dohu looked over sharply. He was a little surprised that he had made a mistake. Canary. Gao Yang said. She also has level 1 dodge. That irritable girl? Dohu was stunned. He really didn't expect it. But when I did a lie detector test, she didn't lie. She was kind. Gao Yang laughed. I guess she was careless. She missed the reminder of her newly realized talent. Haha, it fits her style. Dohu waved his hand. I'm too lazy to remind her. Let's see when she can find out. 20 minutes later, Dohu borrowed a small truck from a moving company, and everyone squeezed into the car and set off. Along the way, Chuyu activated shield on the truck, and Huiche also activated clairvoyance to check the surroundings. Dohu drove, and Gao Yang sat in the co-pilot. Is there any news from Qilin? Dohu has been thinking about this matter these days. Gao Yang shook his head. Dohu smacked his lips, and consoled himself. No bad news, only good news. Have you merged your runes? Dohu asked again. Everyone knows that Gao Yang's talent is level 7. This is exciting good news. Everyone is looking forward to Gao Yang's absolute defense upgrading to level 8. Gao Yang shook his head. It shouldn't be. Dohu touched his chin with one hand. You kid has always been very fast. I mean the growth rate. Don't get me wrong. Gao Yang didn't take Dohu's joke and frowned slightly. This may just confirm my speculation. Trinity? Dohu said. Yeah. Gao Yang nodded. Firm belief, clear path, and matching ability are all indispensable. My father's belief is to protect his family, and for this, he is willing to lock his fate. But you are different. Dohu sighed. Most of the people I want to protect have left me. Gao Yang looked straight ahead. Rather than locking my fate, I would rather go back to the past and change it. Time and space ghost is more suitable for me. Dohu shook his head, not knowing whether to be happy or sad for a moment. Xiao Yang, anyone with a dream is great, but you have to comprehend time and space ghost first. You haven't even started yet. Gao Yang couldn't explain the existence of the system and wishing pool to Dohu, and turned to care about Dohu's growth. What about you? Dohu was unhappy when this was mentioned. He held the steering wheel with one hand and played with a damage rune with the other. Good mentality, stable performance, and still level 6. Gao Yang was not surprised. To be honest, he saw many advantages in Dohu, but he didn't see the thing called belief. During this period, I have been thinking about your theory. I thought, maybe I have to find out what I want to do most before I can reversely deduce my beliefs. Dohu narrowed his eyes and lightly turned the steering wheel. Putting aside other factors, what I want to do most is to find a powerful person to fight. Gao Yang was surprised. Is it that simple? It's that simple. Dohu laughed. The simplest, but also the most difficult. I haven't found a suitable opponent. When I first came to Liqing, I was ignorant and walked sideways every day. I felt that I was invincible. As a result, I met Long and was taught a lesson by him. I thought at the time that a good man would not suffer a loss in front of him. I would follow this person first, and then kill him when I was stronger than him one day. You are really a rebellious person, Gao Yang said half-jokingly. Ha ha ha. Dohu laughed happily. In the end, plans can't keep up with changes. After following Long for a few years, I found that I had no desire to fight with Long at all. Because you know you can't beat him? Not really, you can fight even if you can't beat him, but I just don't want to fight him. Dohu shrugged. Later, I had a new goal, that is Qing Long. For a long time, I often fantasized that one day I would have a good fight with this paper Superman, a life and death fight. Just thinking about it makes me excited. What happened? Dohu rolled his eyes at Gao Yang. Qing Long was killed by you. Facing his corpse puppet, I have no desire to fight at all. Gao Yang's eyes moved. Don't you have a better target now? You mean Qilin? Dohu asked. Gao Yang nodded. I must kill their grandson, but I don't want to fight him. I don't have the desire at all, Dohu said frankly. Why? Gao Yang asked. I don't know, I just feel bored. Dohu sighed. I have always had a perfect opponent in my heart, but I haven't found it yet. This should be the reason why I can't upgrade to level 7, Dohu said, looking sideways at Gao Yang. If you want to find me, I'd be there anytime. Gao Yang supported his face with one hand and looked at the road ahead calmly. But you'd better ask Hong Xiaoxiao for a hairpin. Ha ha ha. Dohu laughed. What's the point of asking for a hairpin? Xiao Yang, even you don't understand me. Hey, it seems that no one in this world is destined to understand me. A few seconds later, Dohu suddenly sang heroically. I am a tiger from the north, walking in the boundless wilderness. Dohu's singing reached the carriage behind. The shrill north wind blows. The endless yellow sand passes. Lin Fu also came from that era. He was very familiar with this song and joined in generously. I can only grit my teeth. Chiyu also sang. This old song he often ordered in KTV. Respond with 2 long howls. Bumblebee, Lao 7 put his arm around his shoulder and sang along slightly out of tune. Not for anything else, just for the beautiful grassland in the legend. Qifeng simply stood up and sang with all his heart. The main point was to show his support. I am a tiger from the north, walking in the boundless wilderness. Xiao Qingkai and Wei Xiaoluo also joined in. Wei Xiaoluo sang in a childish voice. Xiao Qingcai's voice was pure and clear, unexpectedly nice, and she didn't stutter at all. And Hegi was silent as always, she couldn't sing. Canary, who was squatting on the side, was at a loss. How could everyone sing? She couldn't fit in at all. She was a little anxious, her mind was twitching, and she raised her head and howled. Awoo. Chapter 975. 2 o'clock in the morning, Shijing District, Old Fisherman's Wharf. The moonlight was silent, the river was quiet, and the ripples were like the quiet dream of the river after it fell asleep. Gao Yang, Dohu and the other 12 people went down the river bank and came to the dock, but they didn't see the ferry, not even a small boat. Gurgle gurgle. Gao Yang stood at the end of the dock, and some bubbles appeared in the river in front of him. After a while, the crow shark slowly emerged from the water, and fish and shrimps kept jumping out of the water around him, splashing water, as if they were playing and fighting. Captain. The crow shark looked at Gao Yang's feet. Is it safe around here? Gao Yang asked. Safe. The crow shark's friends were already patrolling around. Okay. Gao Yang stomped his right foot lightly, and a golden line of energy suddenly exploded under his feet, and drilled into the river along the dock. Soon, the underwater energy golden line split into 12, spreading out in all directions, quickly outlining a bus-sized cuboid, and draining all the river water inside. Splash waves emerged on the river surface, turning into a fountain. After the fountain stopped, A round hole the size of a manhole cover appeared on the river's surface, and Gao Yang turned around. Come in. Everyone had seen the golden spaceship of Elder Baihu, and was not surprised by the golden submarine made by Gao Yang. Everyone lined up and jumped in an orderly manner. Gao Yang entered last and sealed the hole. Next, a small golden submarine carrying 12 people moved quickly at the bottom of the river, with crow sharks leading the way in front and thousands of fish escorting it. The group arrived at the downstream of the river, entered the sea pier, and swam along the official channel, and finally came to a real isolated island. The island is less than 0.5 square kilometers, with only an abandoned lighthouse on it. It is located at the border of the fog and has been unattended for many years. Pohu, Qingling, Hong Xiaoxiao, and others used their talents to quickly build a spacious house on the island, and Yasha used dimensional space to help Dr. Jia move the laboratory here. This is the second base of Jusi, and the 12 zodiac signs. Splash. The golden submarine slowly surfaced and moved to the shallows, then broke into countless golden particles and dissipated with the wind. Jiuhan, Gao Yang, and Qining have been waiting on the shore for a long time. Everyone was very uncomfortable for a while. Gao Yang was right beside them, but there was another Gao Yang in front of them. He was serious and intimidating. He doesn't know you yet. It will be fine in a while. Gao Yang's clone smiled and comforted everyone, walked towards Gao Yang, and stretched out his hand to him. Gao Yang grabbed the clone's hand and gently pulled it. The clone merged directly into Gao Yang's body in a strange form, and the two merged into one. Gao Yang closed his eyes, and spent a few seconds digesting everything about the clone. When he opened his eyes again, his expression became gentle and friendly. Welcome, new colleagues. 10 minutes later, everyone had gathered in the simple hall. They sat on chairs made of metal elements around a long table made of earth elements and held a simple induction meeting. The hosts were Do Hu and Jiu Han. There was an abandoned lighthouse on the rocky beach of the isolated island. On the lighthouse, Gao Yang was sitting cross-legged, holding a mint candy in his palm, looking at the vast ocean that did not exist in front of him, thinking. He noticed someone approaching, and put the mint candy back in his pocket. A figure jumped onto the lighthouse in 2 or 3 steps. It was Jiuhan. He sat down next to Gao Yang, took out his mobile phone, and sent Gao Yang a document. Respect the wishes of the newcomers, and let them choose Jusi or the 12 zodiac signs. This is the latest list of members. Please take a look. Gao Yang took out his mobile phone and opened the document. Members of Jusi: Gao Yang, Jiuhan, Qingling, Wang Zikai, Nana, Hong Xiaoxiao, Qining, Kuyu, Yasha, Lele, Gregor, Dr. Jia, Gao Xinxin, Yishir, Bumblebee, Qi Feng, Lao 7, Wei Xiaoluo, Xiao Qingkai. P.S. Zhang Wei, Wang Wayne, and Suzaku are waiting to be rescued. The 12 zodiac signs: Dragon, Fighting Tiger, Tengu, Poor Monkey, Dead Pig, Horse, Hengmu, Musi 2, Anhegi, Huiche, Lin Fu, Canary, Chuyu, Tingting. P.S. Meng Yang, Zhonghe, and Jingshu are waiting to be rescued. Jiuhan added, people who were in the Qilin Union at the beginning all came to Jusi, mainly because you and Suzaku were there. Most of the people who were in the Baichuan group at the beginning went to the 12 zodiac signs, probably because of Zhonghe. Gao Yang nodded, no objection. Captain, there is another good news. Yishir finally succeeded in tracking with Jingshu's bottle of hand cream. Where? Gao Yang asked. Feiyang district. We can only lock a rough range. Jiuhan's eyes sank slightly, as if he remembered something in the past. However, there are coordinate buildings in that area that are familiar to us. Shalongzai? Gao Yang guessed. Jiuhan nodded. Leave it to me. Gao Yang stood up, called Tiango. Captain. Jiuhan stood up quickly. I know you are eager to save people, but this is probably a trap set by Qilin. You haven't slept for a few days, and need to rest. You can let Lele take the investigation team to explore the situation first, and then make a decision. I'm the best person for this kind of thing. Seeing Jiuhan still looking serious, Gao Yang smiled casually. You know, I treat everyone equally, and it's a 50-50 chance for anyone to come. Jiuhan sighed. Okay, in addition to Tiango, you bring another person. Who? Gao Yang asked. Gregor. Jiuhan said. At 4 o'clock in the morning, Tiango held Gao Yang in one hand and Gregor in the other, flying over the city. Due to its small size, fast speed, high altitude, and the cover of darkness, no one could find it. There are also disadvantages, that is, the cold wind blowing in the face is like a knife, so Gao Yang thoughtfully made a partial golden holy clothes for the 3 people, a glittering translucent safety helmet. Gregor looked at the dark squares under his feet through the translucent helmet, and was in a good mood. As expected, riders still need to experience more. This is the feeling of high-altitude flying, which is still different from what I imagined. Teacher Gao, how come you are in the mood to play tonight? My sister hijacked the manuscript again? Gao Yang half-jokingly. No, I took the initiative to ask for it. Gregor was very frank. I decided to help you deal with Qilin, so I will find a small task to practice first, accumulate experience, and it would be best if I can upgrade my talent. Gao Yang was slightly surprised. Gregor had been firm from the beginning, and would never get involved in the war. He just wanted to write novels quietly. Why did you suddenly change your mind? Gao Yang asked. Do you think I want to? Gregor rolled his eyes. I'm not in the mood to write. When I think of the two children in Qilin's hands, I can't write a single word. Life is short and fleeting, and literature is eternal. Gao Yang smiled. That's what you said. Yes, I think so now. Gregor sighed irritably. But this matter? The trouble is that I can't ignore it. Gregor thought for a while and continued. I give you an example so you can understand. For example, I want to write a masterpiece now. I have confidence. I can write right away if I have talent and inspiration. But there is a fly that keeps buzzing in front of my eyes, which is so annoying. This fly is nothing compared to the masterpiece I want to write. But if I can't deal with this fly in front of me, I can't write at all. Do you understand? Gao Yang nodded and concluded lightly. The ideal is too far away, and there are too many flies. Leaving the world, and then entering the world is the true realm. Gregor smiled bitterly. I heard this when I was 10 years old, and now I understand it. Two masters, we are here. Tengu kept trying to join the topic along the way, but didn't find a chance. Landing, Gao Yang said. Chapter 976. Tengu slowly descended. Gao Yang activated the borrowed perception, and soon found the only suspicious target. Shalongzai Square, Gao Yang said. Oh! Tiango immediately accelerated. 20 seconds later, the three landed safely. Today Shalongzai has long become a silent dead city. Only the old tree in the center of the square, which has withered for many years, is forced to be full of vitality with the help of the colorful small light bulbs that do not belong to it, and it is more and more showing a strange loneliness and beauty. This dead tree, isn't it a puppet? There is a figure standing under the tree, and it can be vaguely seen that it is a petite young woman. Don't move, be careful around. Gao Yang left this sentence, and walked straight to the dead tree in the center of the square. In the colorful neon lights that flickered on and off, Gao Yang gradually saw the other party clearly. The girl wore a red winter hat, a short down jacket, jeans, and snow boots. She had a quiet temperament, but her eyes were dull and lifeless. Her face was pale and weak, her lips were cracked, and her ears were covered with frostbite. She must have been freezing here for a long time. Gao Yang was sure that Jingshu in front of him was controlled by the puppet master, but her eyes did not turn green, which meant that she was still alive, but was only being controlled softly. Gao Yang walked a little closer, and sure enough, there was a partial green mesh mark in the collar of her sweater, and a black gold earring in the shape of Jupiter was hanging on her earlobe. Gao Yang, you are finally here. Jingshu smiled stiffly when she saw Gao Yang. I have been waiting for you for a long time. If you don't come, I will die. I am so hungry and cold now. Gao Yang was expressionless, waiting for the next part. Qilin asked me to tell you that when you find me, please bring all the rune circuits alone to Qinghe Lake and Qinghe Park to meet him at 11 o'clock tonight. As long as you give him the rune circuits, Shu Ke, Zhang Wei, Meng Yang, and Wang Weiyin will all be able to return to you alive, and the civil war will end, and no one will be injured or killed. Gao Yang's heart ached. There was no Zhang Hyuk name. He found that the first thing he thought of was not the appearance of Zhang Hyuk's death, but the expression of Hong Xiaoxiao when she confirmed the bad news. Good. Gao Yang replied in a deep voice. Great, thank you Gao Yang, you just saved my life. Jingshu smiled happily. Tonight, Qilin will wait for you, see you there. Swish. In the blink of an eye, Gao Yang waved his hand to cut off the puppet mark on the girl's sweater and collarbone, and at the same time picked off the Jupiter earrings on Jingshu's earlobe. Jingshu's body trembled and fainted. Gao Yang separated the phantom, stepped forward to support her, took out the special adrenaline and sea medicine he carried with him and injected her. Half a minute later, Jingshu's stiff body gradually warmed up, and some blood appeared on her face. Tengu and Gregor were still standing far away. Although they were anxious, they could not act rashly without Gao Yang's order. Gao Yang's phantom confirmed that Jingshu had no other dangers or curses, picked her up, and walked towards Tiango and Gregor. She's still alive. Let's go back. The two finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wait, is that all? Gregor suddenly realized. I didn't do anything. How can I gain experience and upgrade my talent? Why don't you wait here? Maybe the enemy will come back. Galyon said deliberately. No. Gregor suddenly woke up and yelled at Tiango. Why are you standing there? Return home. At the same time, Bayong District, Baigui Funeral Home. On the first floor of the morgue building, in Director Xiao's office, the TV was turned on. Ming Yang, Wang Wayne, and Zhang Wei were sitting on the sofa, watching cartoons quietly, and cheerful songs came from it. I awaken the sea, awaken the mountains, awaken the desert. Everywhere is full of colors, beautiful places, fly forward happily. The two little girls held hands and watched very seriously. This was not like a child watching a cartoon. This was the state after being mentally comforted by Qilin. Zhang Wei sat aside, with black gold shackles on his hands and feet. He was not subjected to any mental hypnosis or soft control because Qilin could not do it at all. But he also had a wooden face, no fighting spirit, and a depressed spirit. Of course, this was acting. Zhang Wei knew very well that his first task was to survive, so he absolutely obeyed and did not find the slightest unhappiness for Qilin. As long as he was alive, Qilin had weaknesses, even if Zhang Wei, who was level 8 all things and puppet master, was completely immune. Gao Yang would definitely find a way to save him, definitely. In the wheelchair next to the sofa, Suzaku sat quietly, also watching the cartoon in a trance. Lu Ding stood behind him, giving Zhu Kei a muscle massage. This was specially arranged by Qilin. He hoped that Lu Ding could take care of Zhu Kei like a private nurse. 5 people were in the same room, watching TV harmoniously. The atmosphere was joyful but weird. The corridor outside the door was guarded by Tang Qid. As for Yushi, Jianghao, Daji, Anonymous, Dofu, and Han Ju, they hid in the safer basement, responsible for guarding Qilin's puppets. There was also a small room on the side of the office, which was the temporary dormitory of Zhu Kei's studio. At this moment, Qilin stood in front of the windowsill, slowly opened his eyes, and his left eye flashed green. Did Gao Yang find Jingshu? Li, who was sitting in a wheelchair, noticed it. Yes. Qilin turned his back to Mr. Li and replied calmly, I will settle with Gao Yang at 11 o'clock tonight. Will he come? Mr. Li asked. He agreed. Qilin said. It may be a trick. It must be a trick, but he will come. Qilin was sure. The cooling time of the fate slice is over, I can restart it. Let me see your fate. Mr. Li was a little worried. In this way, we can know the result tonight. No need. Qilin refused. Why? Mr. Li was puzzled. Isn't it more interesting to keep the story suspenseful? Qilin laughed. Hee. Mr. Li knew that Qilin had never trusted her, and was afraid that her prophet had some hidden abilities that would be disadvantageous to Qilin. In fact, she didn't trust Qilin. If she hadn't had a choice, she wouldn't want to associate with this ambitious man. To be honest, Mrs. Li was not disappointed that Wusei brought his men to Jiuxi, but felt relieved. It would be best if Gao Yang could come alone tomorrow and let Qilin kill him, so that the civil war would end and no one would be sacrificed. However, she was still worried. Fate cannot be easily changed. How will you deal with Zhang Wei? Li asked. He is your only weakness. Qilin thought for a moment. I will take him with me tomorrow night. Are you crazy? Li was shocked. Qilin looked calm. I wanted to make him into a puppet, but I can't do it. He is completely immune to Wenxiang and Puppet Master, even after death. I don't agree with you killing him, but you can completely imprison him and prevent anyone from finding him, so that you have no weakness. Qilin shook his head gently. I want to use Zhang Wei as a card to defend against someone. Defend against whom? Li asked, and immediately understood. His voice became a little colder. Dragon? Qilin nodded. Once the plan succeeds tomorrow night, I will collect the 12 runes. I don't believe that Long can still hold his temper, and he will probably end hibernation early. Li was a little anxious. That's why I want to see your fate slice, so I don't have to guess. Zhang Wei's fate slice has been seen, and it can't be seen again in a short time. Li's own fate slice cannot be viewed. As for other people, they are not in the core circle of the event, and may not be able to see the final result. Qilin is the most suitable candidate. The ending is already determined, and excessive peeping is a kind of interference. Qilin has made up his mind. Li sighed, and no longer insisted. After a moment of silence, Li returned to the previous topic. So you think Zhang Wei is immune to Long's domination? Confidence is very special. Qilin did not answer directly, but it was equivalent to tacitly agreeing. He kept Zhang Wei by his side to prevent Long's domination. When Qilin and Gao Yang fight tomorrow night, Long is likely to hide nearby and launch domination on him silently. How Long killed Shuang Mei was all Gao Yang's one-sided story. Qilin did not know how strong Long's ability was. With Zhang Wei, there is an extra insurance. As long as Zhang Wei is immune to domination, or partially immune, it will be impossible for Long to succeed easily. Li naturally understood Qilin's arrangement, and she asked the last question, "What do I need to do tomorrow night? Assist me with all your strength." Qilin's eyes were deep and cold. "Make history with me." Chapter 977. On the eve of dawn, a deserted island on the border. The sky was dark gray, and countless crows were circling over the deserted island, as well as various insects that appeared in winter. There were also countless schools of fish swimming in the sponges around the deserted island, and even shark fins emerged from the water and swam back and forth. There was a simple big house on the deserted island. In the square in front of the house, there stood 3 broken oil barrels, which were filled with firewood. They were lit together and gathered into a vigorous flame. Jiusi, almost all members of the 12 zodiacs, gathered in the square. After Gao Yang, Tiango, and Gregor brought Jing Shu back to the base, Isher immediately treated her. Gao Yang explained the situation and held a general meeting 10 minutes later. As for the rescue of Zhu Ke, Ming Yang, Wang Weiyin and Zhan Wei, all members had no disagreement and passed it unanimously. But regarding the rescue plan, everyone expressed their own opinions, and there were many different opinions. There were mainly 3 schools of thought. The first group believes that the rune circuit must not be handed over to Qilin, as this will only play into his hands. He should pretend to trade, and then find a way to rescue the hostages. If there is a chance, it is best to kill Qilin. Those who support this view include Jiuhan, Qifeng, Lao 7, Pohu, Kanari, Tsiyo, and Hej, Linfu, Hengmu. The second group believes that the rescue of the hostages must be prioritized. As long as Qilin keeps his word, it is okay to trade the rune circuit, and then everyone will find a way to get it back. Those who support this view include Dead Pig, Tengu, Crow Shark, Chen Ying, Kyo, Isher, Hong Xiaoxiao, Gao Xinqin, Gregor Xiaoqin Kai. The third group has no opinion, and said they will obey the arrangement. The people in this group include Qingling, Wang Zikai, Nana, Lele, Tingting, Bumblebee, Hui She. The first 2 groups argued fiercely. Gao Yang and Dou Hu, as leaders of the 2 organizations, did not take the lead in expressing their opinions. Dou Hu, holding an unlit cigarette, squatted on 2 old tires, with a broadsword stuck on the ground next to him. He squinted his eyes and concentrated, as if thinking about something. Gao Yang sat on an old sofa and listened quietly. Dr. Jia squeezed beside Gao Yang, combing the feathers, trimming the nails, and giving the parrot in his arms a head massage. His face became more and more impatient. He didn't want to attend any crappy meeting in the first place, but was dragged here by Jiuhan. After listening for half an hour, he felt that his life was wasted, and he was very irritated. Enough, enough, enough. Dr. Jia couldn't stand it anymore, and stood up and shouted, "Stop the ineffective discussion, it's like Qilin will choose us." For a while, the square was silent, and everyone looked at Dr. Jia. "Awkward. Awkward. Awkward." The parrot cried happily. "Get out of the way." Dr. Jia slapped the parrot and drove it away. He cleared his throat and shouted, "Everyone. I ask you a few questions, you answer me first. Is it possible that Qilin has already killed the hostages and used Puppet Master to control the hostages and pretend to be alive?" When this was said, many people immediately turned pale. It's not that everyone has not thought about this possibility, but they dare not think about it, and don't want to think about it. Is it possible that Qilin will not go at all, but dig a pit for us to jump into? Is it possible that Qilin is making a feint to the east and attacking in the west, actually to steal our home, because he doesn't believe that we will obediently give him the rune circuit? Is it possible that Qilin doesn't need to play tricks with us at all? He is already level 8 all things plus Puppet Master, and he will accept as many heads as we go tonight? These 4 questions silenced everyone. You are not sure about these questions, but you are just wishful thinking to find the answers. Dr. Jia showed his contempt. You should go to sleep if you have time. You may die in a more beautiful way tonight. Old Jia. Dohu interrupted with a grin. You said well before, but the last sentence is unnecessary. It will only boost others' morale and destroy your own prestige. Prestige? Dr. Jia said mercilessly. I don't see how you are prestige. Whether you are right or wrong, you are not as good as Qilin in terms of getting things done. Oh! Not as good as you. Dohu pretended to be unconvinced, but was actually asking questions. Just one point, he has a clear goal and firmly grasps the key points. Dr. Jia said, "Look at you, this one wants, that one wants, this one worries, that one worries. You all went to elementary school, you have learned the story of the monkey entering the orchard, you know what it means to pick up sesame seeds and throw away watermelons." Everyone can make sarcastic remarks. Chi Feng was a little unconvinced. "You are a genius, you should give me some tricks." "I don't have any tricks, I just tell you that if you want to succeed, try to simplify the complicated things, and then focus on the simple things. Find the fulcrum first, then you can lift things up." Fulcrum. Johan pondered the word. "Kill Qilin." Gao Yang smiled faintly, and said his first sentence after this meeting. For a moment, everyone looked at Gao Yang. "That's right." Johan's eyes were bright. "The fulcrum is to kill Qilin." Dohu slapped his thigh. "Haha, it seems like nonsense, but it's actually the only answer. Fortunately, the boss has some IQ, otherwise it would be a disaster." Dr. Jia was very pleased. He patted his butt and turned back to the house. "This is none of my business. I will continue my research." "Brother Yang, my brain is not working well. Can you tell us more about it?" Old Seven looked at Gao Yang with admiration. "Haha, brother, tell us about our tactics." Wang Zikai pretended to be an insider, and the people present smiled awkwardly but politely. Any tactics must be implemented based on strategy. Gao Yang leaned forward, put his hands together, rested his chin, and looked at the blazing bonfire. "Let's talk about strategy first." Dr. Jia is right. The situation tonight may be completely unexpected to us, but no matter how it changes, as long as the strategy is clear, we will not be confused. Gao Yang didn't rush to talk, giving everyone some time to digest. Johan, as the deputy, helped Gao Yang to make additional explanations. "Let me give you an example. If we went there with the intention of rescuing people, but found out that all the hostages were fake, or the hostages were already, then our rhythm would be disrupted, and we would be very passive. On the contrary, if we went there with other purposes, and Qilin suddenly threatened us with hostages and forced us to surrender, then we would also be very passive." Everyone nodded one after another to show their understanding. Gao Yang continued, "So, killing Qilin is the only strategy we can formulate. No matter what situation greets us tonight, we will know what to do next." "That's right. Strategy comes first, and tactics are ever-changing. Chuyu is the coach of the esports club before awakening, and his occupational disease came up. Tonight, if we see Qilin, we will kill Qilin, and if we don't see Qilin, we will retreat. If Qilin threatens us with hostages, we will still kill Qilin. Killing Qilin will save the hostages. If the hostages have already met with an accident, then we must kill Qilin. No matter what, killing Qilin is right, and we should remain unchanged in the face of ever-changing situations." "I understand what the captain means." Isher looked worried and pessimistic, but the plan of killing Qilin to save the hostages only exists in theory. Chapter 978. You may not know how terrifying Qilin is. Isher herself did not notice that her voice was trembling. It only takes a moment for his all-seeing to kill the hostages at close range. If we do not cooperate, he can kill all the hostages with just a glance, and will not give us any chances. But if we cooperate, Qilin might really release the hostages. Qilin wants you to think so. You have already hit the mark. Qifeng was very excited. If Qilin really gets the 12 runes, can we still be his opponent? That psychopath will turn us all into puppets sooner or later. Heh. Lin Fu, who had already learned the truth from Dohu, sneered. If Qilin was really a pacifist, he would have agreed to Captain Gao's plan and let the first. The three parties opened the door, but he did not hesitate to kill the captain, provoked a civil war, and ignored the lives of his compatriots. Facts have proved that he does not take human lives seriously. I will never believe a word of such a person again. But Isher was about to say something, but was interrupted by Johan again. Isher, I know you are eager to save people and don't want to give up any hope, but think about it. How long has Zhu Ke followed Qilin, and what happened in the end? Do you really think that Qilin's words can be believed? Isher was silent. She pinched her arm, and her expression struggled. I really don't want to see any more deaths. Mengyang and Yinin are still children, they are still so young. The dead pig's voice was full of pain and anger. Since Mengyang was captured, he has not eaten or slept. I don't care, they must not be in trouble. Under the firelight, Tiango's eyes were sharp and murderous, and the gentle, lazy, and clean boy in the past disappeared. Gao Xinqin and Gregor didn't say anything, both lowered their heads, their eyes red. The topic was returning to the endless debate before. Everyone. Gao Yang's voice had a soothing effect, pulling everyone's emotions back to reason. Isher just asked a good question, which has already involved the tactical level. It's just right. Let's assume the strategy of killing Qilin first, and then talk about tactics. Gao Yang looked at Isher calmly. You just said that Qilin killed the hostages at close range in just a moment. If we don't cooperate, he might kill all the hostages, right? Isher nodded. Think about it again. Gao Yang smiled. Will Qilin kill hostages? Isher was stunned. I don't quite understand. Does Qilin enjoy killing? Gao Yang changed his approach. To be fair, I don't think he enjoys it. He is a person who will do anything to achieve his goal. But as long as the goal is achieved, the means are not important. That's why I think that as long as we cooperate with him, the hostages should not die. Very good. Gao Yang nodded. Killing is just a means, not a goal. So what is Qilin's goal tonight? Isher was stunned. I hope you go alone and give him the rune. Okay, keep pushing. Gao Yang said. If I go there tonight and refuse to give the rune to Qilin, will Qilin not achieve his goal? Yes. Isher said. We already know that killing is just a means for Qilin, not a goal. Since the goal was not achieved, why did Qilin go to the trouble of killing the hostages? Isher was asked. She couldn't find any logical loopholes, but still felt something was wrong. But? You mean? I disobeyed Qilin. Qilin felt offended, so he killed the hostages in anger, wanting us to be sad and regretful, and to suffer, right? Isher shook his head slightly, as if he had found the thread in the ball of yarn. Think about it carefully. Would Qilin kill people for such a boring reason? Gao Yang asked. No. Isher suddenly realized. He doesn't care about these things at all. He only has his ambition in his eyes, although I don't know what this ambition is. Very good, keep pushing. Gao Yang looked around at everyone. Suppose I disobey Qilin tonight, and Qilin really kills all the hostages immediately, then what will be the reason? Everyone was about to think, and Qingling, who had been silent, had an answer. To anger you. Correct. If Qilin killed the hostages, there is only one reason, which is to anger me, make me lose my sense of proportion, and then kill me and steal the rune. Gao Yang raised his fist. Finally, achieve the goal. TSK. Dohu smiled evilly and smacked his lips. Old lovers have a tacit understanding. But it's a pity. Gao Yang tapped his temple. I have spiritual armor. It's not that easy to anger me. Qilin must know this. The only reason for Qilin to kill the hostages is no longer valid. Johan smiled. Gao Yang focused his mind. Not only that, if we kill the hostages just for pleasure, it will completely anger everyone. It is hard to guarantee that some of us will disobey orders and hide forever with the rune, and die together with Qilin. This is the situation that Qilin does not want to see the most. Cool? Tengu gave Gao Yang a thumbs up. At present, the space-time rune is on Tengu. Gao Yang really gave him a good idea. Gao Yang nodded gently. So, Qilin has almost no reason to kill the hostages, but there are many reasons not to kill the hostages. Brother Yang is awesome. Lao Chi slapped his thigh. This is the strongest brain. Dr. Jia is nothing, just second-rate. But, Hong Shishu's eyes were already swollen from crying. Why did he kill Zhonghe? Gao Yang's eyes dimmed for a second. Zhonghe is very strong, and the risks and benefits of being a hostage are not proportional, which may ruin his plan. To achieve the goal, do whatever it takes. Hengmu sneered, suppressing his anger. It really fits Qilin's style. Jingshu just woke up and told me. Sure sighed. Zhonghe attacked Qilin and was killed. She was manipulated afterwards, and what happened next is unclear. Hengmu was confused for a moment. How is this possible? Although Zhonghe is usually arrogant, he is actually very timid. He would not be so impulsive if he knew he was not the opponent. Hengmu, you are wrong. Dohu said sadly. With a bit of appreciation, I am very good at judging people. Zhonghe may be one of the most courageous people among you, no, among us. The monkey stood on one leg, doing Tai Chi with both hands, and his voice was old and distant. True courage is not fearlessness, but moving forward with fear. Hengmu was stunned. Why is he so stupid? Why? Hong Xiaoxiao covered her face with both hands and burst into tears. Nana, who was standing on the side, was a little at a loss. She hesitated, but still stood up, opened her arms as much as she could, hugged Hong Xiaoxiao into her arms, and patted her back, like a little rabbit hugging another little rabbit. Everyone, this is not the time to be sad. Johan's face was serious and his eyes were firm. Cheer up. There is still a tough battle waiting for us. That's right. Lao 7 was very excited, turned grief and anger into strength, and killed the dog Qilin. Yes. Kill Qilin. Everyone echoed a few words, and returned to silence. Johan brought the topic back. Everyone, the captain said it very clearly. If Qilin wanted to kill the hostage, he would have killed him long ago. And if Qilin didn't kill him, he wouldn't be in a hurry to kill him, because this matter would be harmful to his goal. With this sentence, Gao Xinxin, Gregor, Dead Pig, Tengu and others all breathed a sigh of relief. Others also basically agreed with this point of view, and no longer had any disagreements. I continue. Gao Yang said calmly, "We've been talking for so long, but we've overlooked a very important person, Li." Gao Yang paused, his voice slightly lowered. As we all know, Li has a clear goal, which is to kill me. Because in the future she sees, I'm Zhu Yuan, and I destroy everyone. Ha ha. Ha ha. Wang Zikai suddenly laughed, vividly demonstrating what it means to be hilarious. Chapter 979. Ha ha, curse Yuan. Wang Zikai slapped his thighs wildly. Gao Yang is curse Yuan, ha ha. Gao Yang had no expression on his face, but he was confused inside. He didn't understand what was so funny. Ha ha ha. Old Seven also laughed. Puff. Even Gao Xinxin couldn't help laughing. Ha ha. Ha ha. Ha ha. Next, Dou Hu, Jiuhan, Chening, Gregor and others all laughed, as if Wang Zikai's laughter was a program virus that infected many people around him. After laughing for half a minute, everyone stopped one after another. Seeing Gao Yang's puzzled expression, Gao Xinxin smiled and explained, "Brother, you may not know that we have discussed this matter privately many times. We really can't connect you with the curse abyss. We think it's too far-fetched, just like pointing at a fat orange and saying it's an evil dragon." Gao Xinxin raised her hand and swore, "Anyway, if anyone can find a similarity between my brother and the curse abyss, I, Gao Xinxin, will." Gao Xinxin paused and looked back at Wang Zikai. "I will supervise Wang Zikai eating shit upside down." "Hey, why am I eating it?" Wang Zikai looked innocent. "Stop talking nonsense. You eat it?" Ha ha. Lao Chi also laughed happily. "Don't be afraid, brother Kai, I eat with you. Don't worry, my brother Yang can't be the curse abyss." Everyone laughed again. Gao Yang still looked at everyone with a normal expression, but no one knew that at that moment, he wanted to cry. It was not sadness, despair, anger, nor joy, touching and grievance. It's hard to explain, but my nose felt sore, my eyebrows twitched, and my tear ducts weren't under control. Fortunately, he still had spiritual armor. A minute later, the episode ended, the bonfire weakened a little, Hengmu was very conscious, and immediately stood up to add a few big logs. "Everyone, let me continue. As we all know, Li's goal is to kill me, and Qilin's goal is the 12 runes, and then to kill me. Based on this, I will go to the appointment tonight. If I disobey Qilin and cause him to not get the runes, Qilin will most likely target me instead of the hostages. There are many reasons." Gao Yang explained. "First, I am one of his biggest enemies. If he kills me and makes me a puppet, his." Dou Hu grinned exaggeratedly, unimaginable. "Dog Qilin wants to eat fart. Don't be excited, it's just a hypothesis." Gao Yang smiled, "But Qilin may not kill me, but find a way to control me and take me as a hostage, which is more important and more conducive to his goal. Suppose he is level 8 puppet master, it is entirely possible that he possesses me and shares memories. At that time, it will be easier for him to collect the remaining runes through me. After all, I know all the circumstances." Everyone was silent, and many people were frightened by this hypothesis. "So, no matter what happens tonight, as long as Qilin is present, as long as I go to the appointment and don't cooperate, Qilin will definitely not let me go." Gao Yang looked at Isher again. "Isher, you just said that Wanxiang only takes a moment to kill the hostage at close range, which is a very good idea." "Ah?" Isher was stunned. "I just said one sentence. How many sentences have you disassembled? You are almost analyzing it. What's going on now? You still want to take my original words as your answer, right? Please stop exuding your damn charm. In the past, you would have been one of the male protagonists in my novel. What I mean is that we should have given up the idea of rescuing the hostages from the beginning. This is impossible. What we need to do is..." Gao Yang leaned forward, his face flashing with fire, and a cold smile on his lips. "Kill the hostages faster than Qilin. In this way, Qilin will have no chance to kill the hostages and can only attack me." "Ah? Ah? Ah?" For a moment, most people were stunned and thought they were listening to a joke from retarded. Only Qingling, Jiuhan, and Dou Hu looked calm. Gao Yang's basic operation was nothing new to them. "Haha, here it comes." Dou Hu rubbed his hands, looking forward to it. Xiao Yangyang's performance time has finally arrived. Dou Hu jumped off the tire and stretched his body. "Everyone, confiscate all communication tools, move freely for 5 minutes, go to the toilet, eat something and drink some water. The next tactical meeting will take several hours to finish. Everyone stood up and handed over their mobile phones to Johan. Old rules, at least 3 people act together. Dohu smiled enthusiastically, pointed at his eyes with 2 fingers, and then pointed at others. Uncle's eyes are the ruler. Anyone who dares to act alone during this period will be treated as a traitor. The atmosphere, which was originally slightly relaxed, immediately became solemn, and everyone started the game of finding friends. Gao Yang also stood up. At that moment, the sea breeze blew in his face, the sky was dawning, and a touch of crimson light pushed away the darkness and fell into his eyes. The tactical meeting lasted until 10 a.m. Except for the patrol team, all other members went back to the house to rest and prepare for the decisive battle in the evening. However, Dr. Jia did not rest. He was working hard to develop the mousetrap. The original plan was to manufacture it in 2 days, but now he had to rush to work. In the square, Gao Yang was still sitting on the broken sofa in front of the bonfire. This broken sofa was scavenged by Qing Ling, Tian Go, and Hong Xiaoxiao from the second-hand furniture factory. She knew very well that Gao Yang could not sleep anywhere except on the sofa. But in fact, Gao Yang has not closed his eyes since the 8th day of the first lunar month, not even a 10-minute nap. At this moment, he hunched over, with his hands on his chin, staring at the bonfire, thinking deeply, repeatedly deducing, for fear that he would overlook any details. System. Gao Yang called softly in his heart. I'm here. The next second, the dormitory auntie wearing a winter sweater and a long skirt sat next to Gao Yang. She put her feet together, clasped her hands on her legs, turned her body slightly, and smiled gently. What do you want to talk to me about? Look at the page. Please look ahead. The dormitory manager raised her left hand, and the bonfire in front of her burst into a tongue of fire with a whoosh sound, splashing out large pieces of sparks. These sparks hung in the air and quickly formed golden words and numbers, like a holographic image. Latest accumulated lucky points, 2,677 points. Physical strength, 3439 endurance, 3291. Strength, 2401 agility, 2675. Spirit, 2583 charm, 3662. Luck, 2020. Absolute defense level 7. Teleport level 7. Copy level 7. Flame level 7. Gecko level 3. Phantom level 7. Spiritual armament level 7. Lie detector level 7. Lucky level 5. Gao Yang took a quick look and made a clear request. Make a wish. This wish will cost 2,000 lucky points. Are you sure? Sure. Wow. A fierce flame jumped out of the bonfire again, and the words and numbers composed of countless sparks disappeared. They were disrupted and reorganized into an abstract golden face. This face twisted and swayed, as if it would be blown away by the wind at any time. You can make a wish now. The dorm auntie smiled faintly. I want to comprehend space-time, Ghost, Gao Yang said. After deducting 2,000 lucky points, there are 677 points left. The dorm auntie looked at Gao Yang. The wish has been delivered to the wishing pool. Swoosh. The golden face dissipated in the wind, turning into sparks floating all over the sky, reflecting Gao Yang's deep and melancholy eyes. Gao Yang sighed in his heart. The accumulation of lucky points is too slow. Even if there is a wish blessing, you can comprehend space-time Ghost at once, but you still need more than 3,000 lucky points, and it will take more than 2 months to hang up normally. Gao Yang. Gao Yang looked up, and the dorm auntie had disappeared. Qing Ling stood by the sofa without knowing when. She seemed to have something to say to Gao Yang, but she didn't rush to speak, but looked down at the sofa. Gao Yang was stunned for a second, and his voice became quiet and gentle. Long time no see. Chapter 980. Qing Ling was stunned and subconsciously lifted her hair. How did you recognize me? Your sister wouldn't use her eyes to ask for my consent. She would just sit over here. Gao Yang didn't explain. Sit down. Qing Ling sat down next to Gao Yang, moved her body, and patted the sofa. Well, it looks worn out, but I didn't expect it to be quite comfortable. My sister is quite picky. Gao Yang pretended to be relaxed and smiled. Do you have something to ask me? Can't you ask me if you don't have anything? Qing Ling asked back. Of course, Gao Yang said. Qing Ling sighed, stopped beating around the bush, and his tone became more serious. Gao Yang, there's still enough time. You have to rest. You can't go on like this. I rested. Don't lie, Johan said. You haven't slept for many days, and he asked your sister to come to you. Qing Ling smiled bitterly. In the end, This job was handed over to me. Gao Yang lowered his eyes. Gao Yang. Qing Ling's tone was a little lighter. I can feel that it's not just Zhong He and Zhu Kei. Is there something else happening? Gao Yang paused, as if he was hit by something. He didn't tell anyone about Chu Shua's matter. Even Wang Zikai didn't know yet. He just thought she left with Bai Lu. Gao Yang didn't know how to start. He didn't want to mention a word, and he didn't dare to mention it, as if Chu Shua hadn't left. He didn't understand why people deceived themselves before. He thought he would be different, but there was nothing different. But he couldn't be Gao Yang at this moment. He had to be the leader of the 9 heirs, the captain of everyone. Chu Shua's departure was something he should bear alone, and it couldn't be bad news that made things worse for everyone. Qing Ling sighed slightly. If you don't want to say it, don't say it. Just tell me, is there anything else? Gao Yang was silent for a long time, like a stubborn child who finally admitted his mistake, and nodded slowly. It's really strange, just admitting it. The sadness and self-blame seem to be melted a little, although they haven't decreased at all, but they don't seem to be so sharp across Gao Yang's chest. Not bad. Qing Ling was quite satisfied. Then I ask you another question. Gao Yang didn't speak. Qing Ling pretended to smile casually. Don't be nervous. If you don't answer, can I still dig out your heart to see? Gao Yang noticed Qing Ling's persuasion, but he didn't reject it. You asked? Why can't you sleep? Qing Ling said, no matter how much is on your mind, you haven't slept for so long, you should sleep for a while, and you can meditate, and you have that spiritual armor. Gao Yang raised his head, his tired eyes passed over the swaying campfire, stepped on the gray beach, and lost in the gloomy ocean that did not exist within the magic boundary. Half a minute later, just when Qing Ling thought Gao Yang would refuse to answer, he spoke softly. Because I'm afraid. No way, don't let everyone hear you say this. It will shake the morale of the army. Qing Ling still smiled, but his voice was a little softer. Things that can scare the heirs of God must be very powerful, right? Gao Yang was silent for a long time again, and said something that didn't exist at all. Air fish. Air fish. Qing Ling was stunned. They have no shape, or they change in 1,000 ways. It's hard for you to see them at ordinary times. They hide in the air, and especially like darkness. Gao Yang looked down at his hands. I can see air fish, many of them, hiding around, swimming around. They are waiting for me to sleep. As soon as I close my eyes and relax my vigilance, they will immediately swim over and eat me bit by bit, and when I wake up, there will be nothing left. Qing Ling's lips slightly opened. She was surprised to find that she understood it completely, so she didn't know how to answer. She couldn't pretend to be relaxed anymore, and her eyes were a little sore. For some reason, just looking at Gao Yang's thin and pale profile, she wanted to cry. Qing Ling took a deep breath, pinched her thigh hard, and forced herself to cheer up. The smile returned to her face. She straightened her body, picked up the pillow next to her, and patted it hard. Gao Yang, come, lie down for a while. No. Lie down if I tell you to. Qing Ling's attitude was tough. I'm not sleepy. Gao Yang replied. Gao Yang, how many people are counting on you for tonight's operation? How many lives are in your hands? Even if you are not responsible for yourself, you have to be responsible for everyone, right? Gao Yang was silent. Qing Ling put the pillow down and patted it. Come here, lie down. Give it a try. Forget it if it doesn't work. Gao Yang was no longer tense, thank you. He turned his body sideways and rested his head on the pillow. Don't lie sideways, face up, back of the head down. Qing Ling said. Gao Yang did as he was told, straightened his body, and put his legs on the sofa, just like he used to sleep. How long has it been since Gao Yang fell asleep in this position? Close your eyes, Qing Ling said. Gao Yang tried hard to close his eyes, but he didn't expect that one day, the action of closing his eyes would be so difficult. Very good. Qing Ling's voice came from his ear. I know that once you close your eyes, you will have a lot of thoughts, a lot of pictures, messy. It doesn't matter, let them appear. Just take a little bit of attention and talk to me, you can do it. Dual back-end operation? Gao Yang said. Haha, that's a good analogy. As soon as Qing Ling finished speaking, Gao Yang felt a slightly cool, soft touch on his temple, which was Qing Ling's fingertips. Let me give you a head massage first, Qing Ling said. Qing Ling's fingers spread out from Gao Yang's temple, first visiting the forehead, then occupying the center of the eyebrows, and occasionally expressing his opinions. How old are you? Your eyebrows are wrinkled, can't you smooth them out? Qing Ling's tone was light and disdainful, and his fingers did not stop. No, if you continue like this, you will age quickly, nasolabial lines, forehead wrinkles, crow's feet. You are not even 30 years old, and you will become an old man. catching up with Dr. Jia. Gao Yang tried to imagine himself like that, and it was a little funny. Gao Yang, have you noticed that my sister is too lazy to suppress Nana recently, letting her be as young as she wants? It seems so. Do you want to know the reason? Qing Ling pretended to be mysterious. I want to. Qing Ling told Gao Yang about cleaning in the laboratory in Nigeria in a relaxed and playful tone. Nana is so miserable, we should compensate her well. Gao Yang was so absorbed in listening that he began to sympathize with Nana. He did not realize that the lingering thoughts and images in his mind were slowly fading away. Deep-seated fatigue slowly emerged in his body, like drowning mayflies, screaming all the time, and finally converged into a continuous light tinnitus. It turned out that Gao Yang's body was so exhausted that it could not be forcibly eliminated by talent and energy. Qing Ling spoke intermittently, and Gao Yang answered in a daze. After a while, Qing Ling's fingers touched Gao Yang's earlobe and gently rubbed it. Well, the earlobe is good, not too big or small, full and fleshy. Really? Gao Yang's voice became softer and softer. Such earlobes are the most blessed, and they will enjoy happiness all their lives. Qing Ling said slowly. My aunt asked a master to read her face, and the master said that it was because her ears were not well grown that she suffered so much. Well? Gao Yang had entered unconscious answering, his breathing became heavier, and his facial muscles relaxed. Qing Ling's words became fewer and fewer, and softer. She raised her right hand slightly, rolled up her long hair, lowered her head, and looked at Gao Yang's face carefully and gently. At that moment, she wanted to kiss him secretly. But she would not, and could not do so. This would definitely wake Gao Yang up, and even make him embarrassed. This was too willful and selfish. She could feel that Gao Yang was not asleep yet, and his consciousness was wandering on the edge of wakefulness and dreams. At that moment, a picture suddenly appeared in her mind. In the dark wasteland, a skinny lamb was injured in the leg. There was no star or moon in the sky. It was lost, kneeling on the ground, looking around, shivering. There was a gurgling sound in the air, and the air fish smelled the blood and came over. They surrounded it little by little, wanting to eat the injured lamb. Qing Ling was very distressed, and she had to do something. A few seconds later, she sang an old song, which was her favorite. In fact, Qing Ling liked the lyrics of the first version of the translation more, and the artistic conception was more beautiful. Unfortunately, she couldn't sing it to him now, which would definitely disturb him. After the song ended, Gao Yang's breath became long and his whole body was no longer stiff. Qing Ling's heart also softened and joyful. In the imaginary story, the timid lamb heard the song and saw a glimmer of light in front of it. It mustered up its courage and limped over. Finally, the lamb saw the safe and warm sheepfold. It got into the wooden fence and lay in the straw pile illuminated by the kerosene lamp. It curled up into a ball, with its ears drooping, licking the wounds on its body. Soon, in the circle of warm orange light, it slowly fell asleep. The air fish in the dark could only swim unwillingly outside the sheepfold and gradually retreated into the darkness. The ending of the story was not bad. Qing Ling was satisfied and breathed a sigh of relief. The work time was over, and next, it was my private time. Qing Ling was excited and decided to count Gao Yang's left eyelashes again, to see if they were even or odd. She was curious about this question for a long time. Suddenly she froze. At some point, Gao Yang's eyes became wet, and his black eyelashes all stuck together, making it impossible to count them. He was clearly asleep, but his eyelids were still trembling slightly, and hot tears kept flowing from the corners of his eyes, and dripping onto the pillow, as if sadness was connected to a spring. Qing Ling watched quietly. She wanted to wipe away Gao Yang's tears, but was afraid of waking him up. The girl's hand was suspended in the air for a long time. Chapter 981. Late at night, Shanxing District. Rain fell from the sky, and a black commercial vehicle with a license plate number ending in 36 slowly passed through the streets of Shanxing District. Perhaps because of the rain, almost all the stores were closed, and there were no snack stalls or pedestrians on the road. It looked extremely deserted, as if it was midnight. Nana was driving the car, and Xinying was sitting in the co-pilot seat, closing her eyes perception. In the back seat, Gao Yang and Juanmo were sitting. The four of them were considered the advanced troops, and the others were also organized into groups, approaching Qinghe Park in different ways. Gao Yang observed the streets outside through the rain-stained car window. Sure enough, the closer to Qinghe Park, the more dead the streets became, and the air was full of conspiracy. Juanmo has completely changed since his rebirth. Not only has his appearance changed from a fat man to a normal body shape, but his personality has also become mature and stable. Along the way, he didn't talk much, silently checking the equipment he carried with him, and adjusting the cybercaf over and over again to ensure that it was in the best condition. Are you used to it? Gao Yang asked proactively. Used to it. Jiuenma took out a professional tone of reporting work. I broke through level 4 jump in less than 2 hours after getting the rune, and then directly upgraded to level 7. Don't worry, as long as you keep your distance, Qilin will never catch me. Yeah. Gao Yang looked at the man in front of him, feeling emotional, and for a moment, he seemed to see the shadow of Officer Huang in his eyebrows. Brother Yang, what about you? Jiuenma asked back. What's wrong with me? Gao Yang didn't react. I heard that you had a good sleep. Qining couldn't help but speak. She explained guiltily. It's not me who gossiped, everyone is spreading it. I slept well. Gao Yang smiled faintly. That's good. Qining breathed a sigh of relief. Gao Yang hadn't rested for several days. Everyone was worried about his physical and mental state, afraid that he would collapse at any time. In the evening, Lei rushed into the cafeteria excitedly, and shared the latest gossip with everyone. Gao Yang finally fell asleep with the help of Qingling. Everyone felt relieved and felt more at ease. There is an old saying that goes, if you can eat and sleep, there will be no big problem. After that, the gossip spirit was burning. Many people ran to the roof and watched a live broadcast with binoculars. Everyone sat on small stools, eating melon seeds and chatting enthusiastically. Is she Qingling? No, I feel like Qingling. TSK, Captain Gao's sleeping posture is hard to describe. I thought that people who are handsome in normal times would also be handsome when sleeping. What's the point of being handsome when sleeping? Just sleeping soundly is enough. That's right, look how well he sleeps now, like a docile big cat. What kind of cat? At least it should be a tiger. With a tiger in your heart, you can smell the roses. I feel that smell. Look! He turned over. Haha, a good sign, indicating that Jussi is going to turn over completely. That's right. We will win tonight. Fuck the dog Qilin. The horse in the car looked out the window, and knew that they were almost at their destination. He said solemnly, Brother Yang, while there is still time, I want to talk to you for a few more words. If you don't like to listen, I won't say anything. Go ahead, I want to listen. Gao Yang responded seriously. I'm really sorry that I said that to you when you came to comfort me that night. It's okay. Gao Yang said, everyone wants to be alone sometimes. Jiuenma lowered his head and looked at his legs, his voice was a little bitter. I was in great pain at that time. I always thought that Baitu regretted saving me. She saved me in a desperate situation. She kept scolding me until she died. If she knew the result, she would definitely not care about me. People like me are not worth saving. I kept asking myself why I was not the one who died that night. Gao Yang didn't speak. But the moment the jumping talent appeared in my mind, I suddenly figured it out. Jiuenma looked up at Gao Yang, tears in the corners of his eyes. Brother Yang, whether Baitu has been using me, hating me, or feeling guilty about me, or even having a little affection for me, I will never know, and these are not important anymore. You said, judge by deeds rather than by heart. What's important is that Baitu did save me that night, and she did give me the jumping talent, that's enough. Brother Yang. Jiuenma's voice was sincere. You too, no matter what the result is, you have done everything you can, you have never let anyone down, that's enough. Gao Yang was silent for a long time, and stretched out his hand. Han Ingjun, thank you. Thank you too, Gao Yang. Jiuenma stretched out his hand, and held it firmly. During this process, Jiuenma also quietly handed a small thing to Gao Yang, which was the mouse trap that Dr. Jia had driven out. In Dr. Jia's original words, the effect is not guaranteed, and we are not responsible for anything that happens. Captain, we're here. Qining opened her eyes. The car had stopped at the north gate of Qinghe Park. As expected, there was a roadblock outside the gate. Several staff members wearing raincoats and holding batons prevented anyone from entering. Gao Yang only took one look and found that they were all controlled by the puppet master. Captain. Chen Ying's face was heavy. The distance is a bit far. I can't be sure that Qilin is in Qinghe Park, but there are indeed many awakened people there, with varying strengths. It's okay. Everything is going according to plan. You wait for my signal. Gao Yang just opened the door and got out of the car, and he was stunned for a moment, as if he had forgotten some details. He calmed down and couldn't remember it. He stopped struggling and walked into the rain. 3 minutes later, Gao Yang came to Qinghe Lake in the center of the park alone. This time, the water in Qinghe Lake was hollowed out again, turning into a huge mud pit 3 meters below the ground, and it was full of withered lotus stems. At first glance, it looked like scorched earth after a war, leaving countless broken arrows and spears. A pavilion was built on the mud pit, and several people were standing in the pavilion. Ming Yang and Wang Wayne, who were in a calm state, held hands and looked ahead in a trance, as if they were sleepwalking. Zhu Kei sat in a wheelchair beside them. She tilted her head slightly. Her eyes were dull and stained with a layer of haziness. Zhang Wei stood next to Zhu Kei. He wore black gold shackles on his hands and feet, his face was tense, and his eyes were looking around. He hoped that someone would come to save him, but he didn't want anyone to die. In addition to these 4 people, Li was also sitting in a wheelchair, accompanying them with a peaceful expression. As for the protagonist of the night, Qilin, he stood on the corridor, outside the pavilion, leaning on a crutch with one hand, his expression calm, as if he was really just admiring the lotus flowers. He was dressed formally today, no longer in an elegant coat, but in a slim dark suit, with his coat open, a straight shirt and tie inside, and a black gold Kirin brooch pinned to his chest pocket. As expected, he never really forgot the Kirin Union, nor his original intention. The cold rain stopped at some point, his slightly damp chestnut hair was combed back, he wore black framed glasses, his right eye was gray and cold, his left eye was deep and dark green, and he exuded the coldness of abstinence. His eyes condensed slightly, and the target appeared. Chapter 982. A tall and thin boy appeared on the shore of Qinghe Lake, looking at the Qilin in the pavilion above Qinghe Lake through the white marble guardrail. Gao Yang was still dressed as before, wearing a dusty black coat, jeans, and marten boots. His messy black hair was pulled back, and a few strands of hair fluttered on his pale face. Gao Yang was covered with a layer of transparent golden holy cloth, plus a level 7 spirit armor, and more than 3,600 charm points. He was confident that as long as it was not a close-range brain formatting, Qilin would not be able to kill or control him in seconds. Once the situation was not good, Gao Yang had enough time to activate the absolute barrier and force a 50-50 split. However, in the daytime tactical discussion, everyone had taken into account all the current cards of Qilin. First of all, there were at least the following talents that Qilin borrowed. Sisterling's Water God. Praise, Liutu's Rivers and Lakes Rules, Flowers Telekinesis, Ywoba's Flu Referee. Mind's Eye, Iman's Arm Strength, Jinka's Bone Hyperplasia, Wanzu's Hedgehog. Bullseye Effect, Huang Furong's Muscle, Huang Daihe's Gambler, Zhonghe's Phantom, Xueba's Patient, Edmund's Invincible. To speculate more maliciously, it is not ruled out that Qilin turned all the remaining members of Haichuan Group into puppets. Of course, this possibility is very small. First of all, the talents of the remaining members of Haichuan Group are not combat-oriented, which is not very helpful to Qilin. Moreover, Mr. Li will not allow Qilin to do this unless Qilin kills Mr. Li together. This is naturally impossible. At least for now, Qilin still needs Mr. Li's assistance. Qilin raised his left hand wearing a black glove and looked at his watch. I'm glad you came on time. Qilin looked at Gao Yang, who was dozens of meters away. I always hate people who are not punctual. Me too. Gao Yang was very calm. The people you want are all here. Qilin smiled faintly. Did you bring the runes I wanted? Yes. Gao Yang raised his right hand, and 2 more runes appeared between his index finger and middle finger. I brought them all, but I have to confirm the hostages situation first to make sure they are really safe. Qilin's eyes sank slightly. That's it. Gao Yang continued to play with the 2 runes in his hand, which were auxiliary runes and strengthening runes. To show sincerity, these 2 runes are given to you first. Qilin was silent. Gao Yang did not give him time to think, and took the initiative and said, if you don't agree, the transaction will be invalid. You can deal with the hostages. Anyway, everyone will die in the end, but I can guarantee that you will never find some runes again. Qilin seemed to have expected Gao Yang to say this, and smiled. You have 3 seconds to think about it. Gao Yang began to count down. 3. Okay. Qilin agreed. Swish. Gao Yang immediately appeared as an illusion, holding the auxiliary and strengthening runes, and walked towards Qilin along the corridor leading to the pavilion. Soon, the 2 met in the middle of the corridor, just like meeting on a single plank bridge. Neither of them gave way to the other. Gao Yang's illusion kept a certain distance, and threw 2 runes to Qilin, but Qilin didn't catch it, and activated telekinesis to let the runes hang in front of his eyes. 3 seconds later, Qilin confirmed that this was a genuine rune circuit. In the blink of an eye, the 2 runes flew into Qilin's hands, and then disappeared. Qilin accepted it, turned sideways with satisfaction, and made way for Gao Yang's phantom. Gao Yang's phantom could feel that although Qilin was one step away from him, he did not give Gao Yang any possibility of a sneak attack. The mental rays were like countless needles, surrounding every inch of his skin. Gao Yang's phantom did not intend to play tricks, and generously passed by Qilin and walked towards the people in the pavilion. Zhang Wei was completely immune to Qilin's all things and puppet master, and was very sober at this moment. His eyes were red, and he was emotional, with mixed feelings of sadness and joy. He was happy because Gao Yang really came to save them, and sad because he hated himself for being useless. The fear and grievances of these days suddenly surged up, and he cried as soon as he opened his mouth, "Captain, you are confused, runes can't be given." "Shut up." Gao Yang stepped forward coldly, and put his hand on Zhang Wei's shoulder. A few seconds later, Gao Yang turned around and checked Zhu Ke, Meng Yang and Wang Wayne separately, confirming that they were all alive, and had no curses or puppet contracts. Gao Yang's phantom turned around and gestured okay in Gao Yang's direction. "Gao Yang, give me the remaining runes, and you can take them all." Qilin said slowly, "From now on, the civil war will end, and there will be no more bloodshed between you, me, and the dragon. I will open the door to the end, and take you out of the misty world, and humans will continue forever." Gao Yang raised his right hand by the lake, and there were 2 more runes in his hand, one for elements and one for poison. "Qilin, answer me a question honestly, and these 2 runes are also yours." "Captain, you are crazy." Zhang Wei was about to shout, but Qilin's telekinesis had already grabbed his throat and slowly lifted him up. "Zhang Wei, we can't revive the corpse now, you take it easy," Gao Yang said. "Yes, I'm sorry. I was wrong, I shut up." Zhang Wei's face turned red, and he begged for mercy and humiliation. A second later, telekinesis disappeared. Zhang Wei fell to the ground, holding his neck and coughing violently. "You ask?" Qilin looked directly at Gao Yang. "You collected the 12 runes, not to open the door." Gao Yang's eyes sank. "Isn't that right?" Qilin was silent. Gao Yang said, "There is one thing I have never figured out. The door of the end was discovered by you and Mr. Jiang, and only you know the existence of the door. If you don't tell others, no one will know about it. Isn't it better for you? You and Mr. Jiang obviously don't want to open the door, but you still want to promote the theory of opening the door. Isn't this contradictory? My goal has always been to open the door." Qilin's mouth curled up slightly, unpredictable. "However, I can try to provide you with 2 ideas." Qilin took a step forward with a cane. "According to your hypothesis, I don't want to open the door, but I want to promote the theory of opening the door." "Why?" Thought 1. The Qilin in your hypothesis wants to use the door of the end as bait to mobilize the awakened to collect the 12 runes together. After all, these 12 runes are hard to find, and Qilin can't do it alone. "Yes." Gao Yang smiled. "This assumption is reasonable, but there is actually a better way. For example, this Qilin only needs to tell everyone that the 12 runes can help everyone become stronger, and the dead beast will sooner or later come and kill all awakened people. Then I believe that everyone will spare no effort to collect the 12 runes to fight against the dead beast under the instinct of survival. When all the runes are found, this Qilin can find a reason to integrate the 12 runes and secretly realize his ambitions, and will not encounter such a big obstacle now. Indeed, if the Qilin in your hypothesis does what you say, it will obviously be wiser." Qilin pushed his glasses. "So, you can listen to the second idea." Chapter 983. Gao Yang was silent, alert to the possible dangers around him. Qilin spoke in a gentle and soothing tone, like a lazy afternoon chat between a few old friends. Thought 2. Maybe Qilin and Jiangyi in your assumption are not the only ones who know about the gate of the end. There may be a third party who knows about the existence of the gate. Then, Qilin can't use your method, because once it is exposed, he will immediately be put on the opposite side of humans, which is too unfair. Long Gao Yang has figured it out. Long also knew about the existence of the gate of the end a long time ago, but he didn't tell anyone. But you and Jiangyi told everyone. You were in a competitive relationship from the beginning. Qilin smiled but said nothing. But dragons have never seen the gate of the end. How do they know the existence of the gate? Gao Yang frowned. No, that's not right. Maybe dragons have seen the gate, but you and Mr. Jiang don't know. He. Qilin's laughter was full of complex pity. I can't tell you the reason, but I can assure you that dragons have never seen the gate of the end. Never seen the gate, but know the existence of the gate? Gao Yang asked back. Yes, so in your assumption, dragons are more worthy of your vigilance, right? Qilin still smiled. Gao Yang said nothing. After a moment, Gao Yang raised his head slightly. You only answered half of my question. I forgot to tell you that my lie detector is already level 7. You didn't lie directly, but you stole the concept. The door you said is different from the door we understand. Qilin didn't answer Gao Yang's question, grasping the point he cared about. Can talents after sequence 100 also reach level 7? Others may not be able to do it, but I can. Gao Yang said teasingly, Zhu Yuan, there must be some cheats. When Gao Yang said this, he deliberately observed Li's face. She was very calm, as if nothing happened tonight had anything to do with her, and she was just a spectator. Qilin, you didn't intend to let me leave alive. Gao Yang smiled coldly. How do you know? Qilin said, didn't the transaction go smoothly? Gao Yang shook his head slowly. You just said that as long as I hand over the rune, the civil war will end, and there will be no more bloodshed between you, me, and the dragon. Gao Yang's eyes turned into a cold light, and shone on Li's face. I clearly remember that Madame Li had to kill me. In order to kill me, she gave up everything, and even stabbed Qining, who she regarded as her own daughter. But when you said those words just now, she was not moved at all. It can only be said that you had colluded long ago. Suddenly, the seemingly calm atmosphere became tense and sinister. 3 seconds later, Qilin raised his eyes slightly and retracted his smile. Gao Yang, you don't plan to hand over all the runes, do you? Why do you say that? Gao Yang shrugged. Isn't the transaction going smoothly? I have noticed the little tricks of your subordinates a long time ago. Tell them not to get closer. My patience is limited. I don't mind a few more corpse puppets. Gao Yang was calm and smiled. Gao Yang, pause. Jiu Han, everyone. Stop approaching. Wait for my order. The negotiation broke down and the test ended. Gao Yang knew very well that he could not give more information. The plan to delay time to cover the teammates' encirclement was also discovered. Everything was still as planned. At some point, the sobbing cold wind stopped. Gao Yang looked at Qilin. Finally, let me tell you one more thing. My phantom is level 7. Qilin focused his attention slightly, and suddenly he was shocked. Wait! Why hasn't Gao Yang's phantom disappeared yet? Why is he still standing behind Zhang Wei? Is it because the time of the level 7 phantom has been extended? No, Gao Yang must have a new skill, a move similar to the clone. Qilin. He wants. Li was shocked, and had seen the future 10 seconds later. In a flash, Zhang Wei kicked Li's wheelchair over. Shut up, bitch. Qilin's eyes tightened, and a telekinesis quickly pinched Zhang Wei's neck. Zhang Wei's face was red and full of pain, but he was ready to die, with tears in his eyes, and continued to kick Li with his feet, just to prevent her from speaking. 2 seconds later, Qilin realized that he had been misled. He didn't want to solve Zhang Wei at all, and there was no need to wait for Li to remind him. The one who was going to do something was Gao Yang's clone. He was less than 15 meters away from Qilin, and Qilin could directly launch brain formatting to kill him instantly, and no matter what he wanted to do, he would fail. Qilin quickly launched all things attack. He was suddenly shocked. Ineffective. Gao Yang's clone sneered at Qilin, and the skin on his face had cracked, and there was a dazzling red light surging inside, like magma. He had already raised his hand, and made a signature move, gently scratching his neck. Checking the authenticity and safety of the hostages was only the first task of Gao Yang's clone. His second task was to use the 6 ears of Shuyu of level 7 copy to copy Zhang Wei's confidence when he came into contact with Zhang Wei's body. This confidence can only be used once, but it is enough to resist Qilin's all things. Even if Li reminds Qilin, Qilin cannot stop Gao Yang. And Gao Yang's clone will launch the strongest skill of level 7 flame, burning the sky. That's right, Gao Yang's clone wants to kill everyone. Why dare to do this? Because Gao Yang's clone has already brought the black gold Mobius strip with the gamer mark. Gao Yang's clone can't put a black gold clip on each hostage under the eyes of Qilin and Li. However, Gao Yang's clone can use himself as a landmark, and use the Mobius strip to mark the local space of the pavilion. In this way, Hong Xiaoxiao can arrive in time and trace the entire pavilion space back to 3 minutes ago. All lives that died in the space will be resurrected and in a coma, naturally including the killed Qilin and Li. If this trick succeeds, it will directly determine the victory or defeat. Boom. Gao Yang's clone burned itself, and it turned directly into a little sun, bursting out thousands of violent flames up to 3,500 degrees Celsius, and everything around it was instantly sublimated. The roaring little sun exploded, with dazzling energy ripples spreading out in circles. They crawled along the ground at a high speed, and in an instant, the mud of the entire Qinghe Lake was burned into scorched earth, and the withered lotus stems also turned into black ashes and dissipated with the wind. Gao Yang's real body stood behind the marble guardrail by the lake, and the flame ripples rushed over with a swoosh, and the white guardrail was immediately coated with a layer of hot and cracked black paint. A light golden shield was suspended in front of Gao Yang, blocking the flame ripples. He had no expression on his face, but his breathing unconsciously became heavy, and a drop of cold sweat flowed from his forehead. The death of the clone not only consumed 30% of the energy in the body, but also instantly destroyed 30% of the energy paths in the body. The pain was no different from being tortured to death. Gao Yang endured it with the help of spiritual armor. He stared at the front, and the flame slowly disappeared. Did the plan succeed? It succeeded. But it was only half successful. Chapter 984. According to the plan, the self-immolation was successful, and the hostages were killed instantly without any pain. What awaited them was a resurrection without any injury. But unfortunately, Qilin and Mr. Li were unharmed. One of them stood gracefully on the scorched earth with the crutches, and the other floated gently off the ground. Their bodies were translucent and green, like two ghosts. Qilin had been prepared and put a ring with the invincible mark on Mr. Li, and activated invincible before Gao Yang's clone self-immolated to escape. Gao Yang was not surprised at all. If Qilin could be calculated so easily, the civil war would have ended long ago. Everything was still in their plan. Johan, Tengu group. Do it. Tengu, oh. Gao Yang was secretly shocked. It was the first time he heard Tengu answer with such a strong oh. Just a few seconds before Gao Yang's clone decided to self-immolate, the Tengu hiding in the sky at an altitude of 1,000 meters quickly fell with Hong Xiaoxiao and Chu Yu, heading straight for Qinghe Lake. As the residual power of the self-immolation began to fade, the distance between them and Qilin was only half. Space teleportation. Chu Yu immediately created a teleportation port the size of a makeup mirror, which appeared in front of Hong Xiaoxiao. At the same time, a teleportation port of the same size appeared in the pavilion that was raised to the ground 500 meters away. Time reset. Hong Xiaoxiao had been holding back her energy for a long time, and launch time reset at the teleportation port. Sure enough, she immediately sensed the Mobius ring, and a large amount of white energy thread surged from her 10 fingers, and she drilled into the teleportation port. Qilin immediately noticed that a strange energy emerged not far behind him. They were like white seaweed growing on the ground, spreading wildly and expanding, outlining a rough pavilion shape, with 4 figures vaguely inside, 2 girls, a man and a woman. At the same time, these white energy threads also rushed towards Qilin and Li, trying to trace them back to 3 minutes ago. Qilin did not give it a chance, and raised one hand, and Li, in ghost state, flew towards him. Qilin grabbed Li, supported his crutches and jumped out of the entanglement of the energy threads, and at the same time, he was far away from the recovery range of time reset. If they waited for another 7 or 8 seconds, they really couldn't get away. Qilin and Li just landed and stood firm. Their faces sank again. Gao Yang appeared above Qilin's head in a flash. Although Qilin was in an invincible state, he was still afraid of Gao Yang's various tricks, and decided to control him. He briefly released invincibility, his left eye condensed, and launched a mental lock towards Gao Yang. In the past, this trick could at least restrain Gao Yang for 5 seconds. Today is different from the past. Now Gao Yang only feels a certain degree of discomfort under the blessing of many factors. The slowness of his body, and the dullness of his mind are within the acceptable range. But Gao Yang didn't dare to hold on. After all, he had already lost 30% of his combat power at the beginning of the battle. Gao Yang, who was in midair, fell towards Qilin. He guessed that Qilin would wait for Gao Yang to enter the casting range before launching brain formatting. He must not give this opportunity. Gao Yang launched the tranquility wave. Woo! The sacred white ripples spread out from Gao Yang's body. Zhuang Mei's tranquility wave had a restraining effect on Edmund's invincibility, so Gao Yang also planned to imitate it. Sure enough, Qilin's face sank. In addition to the brief silence of his body, he also clearly felt that the energy of invincibility stored in his body was disturbed. They were split into a group of headless flies, flying to various corners of the energy circuit, and hiding in the dark and trembling. Qilin secretly calculated his luck, and quickly made an estimate. He could not activate invincibility again for at least 2 minutes. Having lost his life-saving talent, Qilin changed his strategy of controlling Gao Yang, and went all out to kill him immediately. Qilin's left eye sank, and a dazzling green light was emitted, launching a strong mental pressure. Gao Yang's body sank in midair, and his whole body stiffened. At the same time, various negative emotions appeared in his mind. In Gao Yang's imagination, they had already materialized into corrupt seeds, and quickly took root and sprouted on Gao Yang's skin. Gao Yang forced himself to stabilize, mobilized his energy, and threw a medium-powered flaming fist at his feet. Roar! A fire dragon roared and rushed towards Qilin. Boom! A huge column of fire rose from the ground. For a moment, the hot flames were surging, and half of Qinghe Lake turned into a boiling oil pan again. The sky was as bright as day, like an upside-down golden bowl. 7 seconds passed. A charred pit appeared on the ground, and 2 black figures stood in it. That was Qilin and Li, who were fully armed with a level 7 phantom. At the same time, countless water drops were floating around them, forming a rain curtain, which was a defensive skill from the water god. Qilin easily took Gao Yang's attack and saved Li. All of this was within Gao Yang's expectations. This move was originally to distract attention, delay time, and help more teammates gain time to travel. Overhead. Space cutting. Behind. Tang sword. Lightning. In front. Air cannon. Spells. Underfoot. Yeah. Gun god. Li, who was protected by the phantom, had already seen the future 10 seconds later. She spoke clearly and thought neatly, and predicted all 4 sets of attacks in one breath. In fact, even if Li didn't remind him, Qilin had already sensed the danger coming. There were secret changes in the surrounding space, which was the precursor of space debris. He quickly grabbed Li and jumped away. Swish, swish, swish. Almost at the same time, hundreds of cold weapons flew over like a rain of arrows from the sky above Qilin's head, and among these weapons there was a black gold sword, 2 butterfly short knives, 2 black gold darts, and 4 black gold slashing knives. That was the state of Iman's giant boomerang after it was disassembled. Qilin clenched and loosened his right hand, and an invisible telekinesis expanded out. The rain of weapons that should have pierced Qilin and Li into a sieve was paused instantly. Zizizizi. However, the murderous intent was still there. All the weapons that were frozen contained a small amount of lightning elements. They jumped and connected with each other, forming a dazzling lightning cage. Swish. 20 meters above this lightning cage, a portal the size of a manhole cover appeared again. A long-haired girl holding a tang sword jumped out of the portal and rushed to the lightning cage at a very fast speed. Qilin's pupils trembled, and he launched a mental lock on Qingling, forcibly restraining her movements. Qingling's body stiffened, like a flying bird hit by a bullet, and fell suddenly. Swish. Qilin was shocked. Something is wrong. This Qingling is too weak. It turned out that this Qingling was just a substitute made by Jingshu. The real Qingling was hiding behind Qingling. She was carrying Nana on her back, in an invisible state, and secretly launched an attack. Nana used the 1,000 faces to copy Hong Xixiao's invisibility. The moment the substitute was exposed, Qingling and Nana had to show up. Qingling's long black hair spread like seaweed, and tiny tadpole-shaped electric currents floated around her body. Her brows were tightly furrowed, and a golden mole appeared between her eyebrows at some point. She held the knife with both hands and raised it high. On the tip of the knife was a concentrated ultra-high density of lightning elemental power, which was madly emitting countless lightning and thunder in all directions. Thunder slash. Qingling slashed down fiercely, and a pale lightning arc as beautiful as a pearl necklace, with a cold green blade, slashed towards the lightning cage below. Like a white thunder whip, it lashed fiercely on the thunder bell. Clang, clang, clang. The shockwave composed of thousands of lightning rushed out from the bell, turning into a thunder and lightning tsunami, easily breaking through the telekinesis barrier, and instantly engulfed Qilin and Li. Looking around, lightning flashed and the sky and earth were vast. Chapter 985. While the lightning tsunami submerged the enemy, countless air cannons and explosive symbols had arrived in time to bombard Qilin and Li. Wow! 5 seconds later, an invisible lightning energy backfired towards Qingling. It carried a certain kind of rule-like restraining force, like a shadow that was about to return to Qingling, and it was impossible to dodge. Similarly, the damage of the air bombs and explosive symbols began to backfire a little on Lao 7 and Lin Fu in the distance. However, the power of the thunder attack launched by Qingling on Qilin was far from that of Lao 7 and Lin Fu. The backlash damage that was about to be suffered would be terrible. Not only that, Nana behind Qingling would also suffer. Ding. At the critical moment, the golden mole on Qingling's forehead exploded and turned into countless golden energy particles. They instantly attached to every part of Qingling's body, and turned into a tailor-made translucent golden holy clothes. This was a move that Gao Yang had prepared long ago, and it could be triggered immediately when encountering danger. Qingling put on the golden cloth in time, and effectively resisted the lightning backlash from the hedgehog, but still felt numb all over. This numbness was also transmitted to Nana's body. The two of them lost their ability to move for a short time and fell downwards. When Qilin realized that he could not stop Qingling's slash, he immediately activated Phantom. Muscle. Bone hyperplasia. Hedgehog. Bullseye effect. On the one hand, he immediately armed and strengthened himself from head to toe, and on the other hand, he attracted all the lightning damage and long-range attacks to save Li's life. After forcibly resisting all the damage, Hedgehog rebounded a small amount of damage to the enemy. Swish. Just as Qilin was about to make a move, an incredibly fast figure suddenly jumped out from the ground, like a rocket, and instantly rescued Qingling and Nana in midair. With the help of Lele's shuttle, Juanma quietly came to the underground, and found the right time to launch the 7th level jump. When he successfully rescued his companions, Juanma did not forget to throw a rain of light elements at Qilin. Just as Qilin easily resolved it with telekinesis, 6 bullets were fired from the ground in succession, 3 of which went straight to Qilin's vitals, and 3 hit Li's vitals. It was Lele's gun god. Unfortunately, Lele and Juanma's general whereabouts did not escape Qilin's mind eye. He was well prepared and transformed part of the phantom on his body into a black shadow warrior holding a giant shield, squatting beside Li, and blocking the bullets shot obliquely from the ground. Ding ding ding. Qilin himself blocked the bullets with the phantom armor, and 3 bullets flew out. Swish. No one expected that a white shadow would emerge from the smooth black gold bullet. It was Enhegi who activated Man in the Mirror. Flowers from the sky. Enhegi, curled up into a ball, spread her limbs, and countless hidden weapons flew towards Li and Qilin. Qilin activated telekinesis again, freezing all the hidden weapons. Qilin's eyes turned cold, and his mental power quickly caught up with Enhegi and locked her. Her body trembled, and her eyes immediately became dull. At this distance, Qilin could kill her in less than 2 seconds. Qilin was startled. His mental sickle was clearly placed on Enhegi's neck, but he couldn't wipe it off, because an invisible spacetime force field locked Enhegi, and even his mental power was temporarily ineffective. Qilin suddenly realized that it was the dead pig's time, and space conversion. Buzz. 1 second later, the dead pig wearing the golden holy clothes appeared at Enhegi's position. Roar! The dead pig did not hesitate, and directly activated the level 7 beast, expanded into a porcupine as big as a small truck, and rushed towards Qilin. It is unlikely to kill the dead pig wearing the golden holy clothes and losing his mind in seconds. It will take 4 or 5 seconds to completely subdue him by mental pressure or mental lock. The enemy will not give Qilin this time. Qilin decided to use the old method and spend 1 second to create a short illusion for the dead pig. The dead pig's biggest mental weakness at present is Bachiochi. Give him a beautiful dream, and he can immediately recall his sanity, remove the level 7 beast, and then it will be much easier to kill him. Qilin's decision is not wrong, but the enemy did not give him even a second chance. When the dead pig rushed towards Qilin, energy surged from his side at the same time. Qilin immediately turned sideways, and switched to defense mode. He looked closely, and saw that it was one of the many hidden weapons that Enhegi had thrown out before, but it was not a hidden weapon, but a palm-sized toy. Judging from its shape, it was a thumb-sized plastic speaker. However, it had already been injected with tiny Luo's toy energy, and at this moment, it was triggered and turned into a golden speaker as big as a washing bucket with a bang. ZZ. The harsh sound of the electric current almost scratched the eardrums of Qilin and others. Half a second later, the speaker played the lion's roar that Xiao Qingkai had recorded in advance, which turned into a super strong sound wave attack and vibrated out. Hypocrite Qilin. Old Foxley. Go to hell, go to hell, go to hell. I hate you. Go to hell. No matter how strong the Qilin's mental attack is, no matter how fast it strikes, it can't stop a toy that has no life and soul at all, and a lion's roar energy that has been injected into it long ago. The strong sound wave attack turned into a raging wind and huge waves, crushing everything in its path, and directly shook the Qilin away. Li was also blown away more than 10 meters away. She fell to the ground, blood flowing from her ears, her eardrum shattered, and her life or death was unknown. It's hard to imagine that after this fierce battle, only half a minute had passed. At the same time, Hong Xiaoxiao, under the cover of Gao Yang, successfully traced the entire pavilion back to 3 minutes ago. Xu Ke, Zhang Wei, Meng Yang, and Wang Weiyin, who disappeared in the fire, all returned intact and fell into a coma. Johan, Lulu Group. Lulu, come on, come on. Buzz. 2 seconds later, the ground under the pavilion suddenly cracked. In fact, This is the space flat on the ground that is cracked, just like the spacetime manager waved his hand, unzipped the spacetime zipper, and revealed the dimensional space inside. The entire pavilion and the 4 unconscious companions instantly fell into the dimensional space. On. The ground closed again. Liao, done, I take the crow shark away. Chiohan, crow shark takes the hostages away. Liala continues to fight. Liao, Chiohan, everyone. The hostages are safe. Let's go! Chapter 986. Qilin, who was blown away by the sonic attack, quickly landed and stood firm. He glanced at Li, who was more than 10 meters away, and decided not to care about her anymore. The unconsciously could no longer help, and he himself was the target of concentrated fire. Forcing her to stay with him would not only drag him down, but also implicate the other party. Hush. A whistle sounded. Qilin's thoughts began to drift away, and he suddenly remembered his long-lost childhood memories about summer, river dams, woods, cicadas, water temperature, and the touch of the wind. Qilin frowned and immediately closed his hearing from a spiritual level to minimize interference. The whistle continued, and everyone was disturbed to varying degrees. Qilin forcibly overcame the interference and found the source of the whistle. At 4 o'clock, he seized the opportunity and reluctantly activated the wooden man. 1 second later, the whistle stopped abruptly. Ku, who was hiding behind a stone sculpture at the edge of Qinghe Lake, was hit again. Not only that, Lin Fu, Lao 7 and others were also hit. Without the restriction of the strange whistle, Qilin's wooden man became more powerful, and the attack range extended in a fan shape, restraining all enemies on the front battlefield. But when launching wooden man, he himself could not move. Qilin quickly released the attack of wooden man and launched a point-to-point spirit lock to lock Ku again. He was about to exert force. Boom. The earth shook violently. The monkey finally completed the barrier, turning the entire lotus pond into a living body under the mobilization of the earth element. Bang bang bang. The ground under Qilin's feet suddenly cracked in all directions, like a large gap caused by an earthquake. Then, the surface between the gaps directly turned into a giant slice that covered the sky and the sun. They were like cut pizzas, and were quickly rolled up by an invisible hand that reached the sky and surrounded Qilin. In less than 3 seconds, Qilin will become an ant trapped in a giant pizza roll. Once Qilin is trapped, everyone can devote all their efforts to attack the earth element fortress under their feet. Just like putting on a sack and beating it randomly, Qilin must bear double the damage. Qilin did not let the monkey succeed. Swish swish swish. Seeing that the earth element fortress was about to be encircled successfully, 18 murderous black shadows drilled out of the gap of the encirclement. They were 18 shadow warriors with different images and various weapons. They turned into 18 vigorous and freehand brush characters, quickly wandering around the periphery of the earth element fortress, leaving countless dark cracks on it, forming countless cursive brush characters. Boom. After a few seconds, the powerful black energy exploded in the middle, and the earth element fortress was torn into pieces, turning into a short and violent rain of stone. However, the Qilin standing on the cracked ground was unscathed. 18 shadow warriors stood around him, loyal, powerful, cold, and murderous. If one move didn't work, he would take another one. Roar. The beast-like dead pig covered with the golden sacred cloth rushed over. With his current defense and self-healing ability, he was not afraid of the phantom's attack. Qilin had to use all things to restrain him. As soon as he focused his mental power on his left eye, he noticed that a figure was approaching at high speed 100 meters away. The other party had a flamboyant golden hair, and it was Wang Zikai. Qilin's heart trembled, and he immediately activated the mental lock to temporarily restrain the dead pig's actions. At the same time, he raised his right hand violently, aimed at Wang Zikai's direction, and clenched it fiercely. Swish swish swish. The 18 phantom warriors turned into 18 black winds, rushing towards Wang Zikai one after another. Humph! Such a petty trick. You dare to show off in front of God. Wang Zikai ran fast, and 3 bone spurs grew out of his right fist. He kicked his legs hard, crushed the ground in an instant, and turned into a cannonball flying towards Qilin. The black shadow that rushed towards Wang Zikai first began to transform into a shadow warrior holding a big knife. It didn't even have time to make a swinging motion before its head was cut off by Wang Zikai's bone spurs. The second shadow warrior holding a giant axe also failed to chop down, and was cut in half by Wang Zikai. The third shadow warrior was huge, holding the phantom shield in both hands. Wang Zikai used the bone spurs as a breakthrough point and pierced its shield in an instant. His whole body passed through its body like a spear, shattering it into a ball of black shadow. The whole process was so fast that Wang Zikai changed his body at high speed, while flying towards Qilin, slashing flexibly, and defeating one phantom warrior after another. In the eyes of ordinary people, they could only see a golden lightning dragging a curved, scarlet-red arc light, which was unstoppable and drove straight in. In less than 2 seconds, it threaded the needle, and connected the 18 phantom warriors into a string. Time was silent for half a second. The 18 phantom warriors were still standing in a row, and then they all dissipated with a splash, like brush calligraphy quickly dissolving in water. Wang Zikai almost didn't stop and rushed straight to Qilin. Swish. Wang Zikai's right fist hit Qilin, but it was frozen when it was 2 meters away from him, as if someone pressed the pause button. Qilin activated his telekinesis. The closer he was to the gifted person, the higher the intensity of his telekinesis. In addition to Qilin's terrifying mental power blessing, his telekinesis was not at the same level as Flower's telekinesis. Wang Zikai, who was frozen, was not panicked at all. Gao Yang had already deduced this situation, and gave Wang Zikai a follow-up plan. Ah! Wang Zikai roared, broke free from the restraint of telekinesis for a short time, and launched the Spear of Death. The 3 bone spurs instantly turned into 3 scarlet lasers, instantly piercing Qilin's shoulders, right chest and abdomen. The pierced Qilin smiled at Wang Zikai. Wang Zikai was startled and realized that he was hallucinating again. It seemed that without Zhang Wei's repeated hints, Wang Zikai was still not confident enough, and could not be completely immune to Qilin's all things. 1 second later, Wang Zikai opened his eyes. Sure enough, Qilin still stood in front of him, locking Wang Zikai with telekinesis, and Wang Zikai's 3 bone spurs brushed past Qilin and pierced into the ground more than 10 meters behind him. Wang Zikai quickly retracted the scarlet bone spurs and mobilized all his energy to completely break free from the restraint of telekinesis. Qilin had experienced how terrifying Wang Zikai's unreasonable brute force was, so he didn't fight head-on. Swishing. The 18 destroyed phantom warriors turned into countless phantom silk threads, flying from all directions and entangled Wang Zikai. They were flexible, cunning, and could do whatever they wanted, and they were indestructible. As soon as Wang Zikai struggled to break free, they immediately relaxed. As soon as Wang Zikai lost his strength, they immediately tightened, perfectly demonstrating the use of softness to overcome hardness. What the hell? Wang Zikai was furious for a while. Although he was not immobile, he stumbled and fell, like a cat that got tied up after playing with a ball of yarn. Chapter 987. Qilin also used the God Lock to restrain the dead pig, and controlled the phantom silk to restrain Wang Zikai, so that he could no longer activate the full state of brain formatting. In addition, Wang Zikai had overcome this trick before, so he would permanently develop a certain resistance. Qilin would not spend a lot of energy to make an attempt with a success rate of less than 40%. He made a prompt decision, and the front part of his left arm suddenly fell off, and a white bone hand with strange red spots quickly grew out. At the same time, his entire left arm was twice as thick as before. Qilin instantly activated bone hyperplasia. Patient. Arm strength and perfectly combined the 3. Wang Zikai's bone spurs were extremely hard, but his physical strength was not invincible. He could be cut by bone hyperplasia. As long as Qilin's white bone hand pierced his skin and injected the chronic virus of patient into it, Wang Zikai would soon become weak until he completely lost his combat effectiveness. But Qilin didn't have time to execute it. As soon as he raised his right hand, a huge pressure came from above his head. Qilin didn't have time to look up. He instinctively sensed the huge danger. He quickly retracted all the overflowing energy, activated his muscles in exchange for super high explosive power and reaction ability, and at the same time used telekinesis to suddenly jump sideways, and jump more than 10 meters. At the moment when Qilin jumped away, Dohu, with a hideous face and blood on his face, fell from the sky. A giant dragon-eating sword with a narrow and long sword energy chopped down heavily. From a distance, he looked like he was leading a huge blue-gray wave. Pound. The giant sword came down with a huge wave, and a large gap was directly split on the ground. The entire Qinghe Lake was divided into 2 halves, and a small rift appeared in the middle, triggering a small earthquake. The residual power of the terrifying power of shock was like an invisible ripple, sweeping into everyone's body, and the energy path in the body was more or less destroyed. When Qilin dodged to midair, the distance was still too close, and he was chased by the power of shock, and the energy path in his body was instantly shattered by 20%. Qilin was secretly shocked. Fortunately, he did not choose to take this move head-on, nor did he choose to use all things to interrupt Dohu's attack. Dohu's attack was obviously an unreserved attack in the dying state of killing expert, and he wanted to decide the outcome with one move. He did not fall from the sky to show off, but because he considered that even if Qilin used all things to interrupt him, he could rely on the strong inertia to complete this attack, and it would be too late to shoot the bullet out of the gun and knock it down. If this were the case, the energy path in Qilin's body would definitely be completely shattered, and he would die immediately, and it was even uncertain whether he would have a complete body. Wow! Dohu stood in front of the rift he created, let go of the giant sword, knelt on one knee, and spat out a mouthful of blood. I lost the bet again. Dohu took advantage of his last breath, and immediately pulled out the dagger inserted into his chest, and gave himself an injection. Then, he fell to the ground silently, and fell into a semi-comatose state. It would take at least a minute to stand up again. As for Wang Zikai, Gao Yang had already seen the opportunity, and teleported to rescue him, otherwise even he would have died under Dohu's slash. Johan, let's go together. Create an opportunity. Roar the dead pig regained his freedom, without the restraint of the mental lock. His two fangs were emitting white gas, and he used both feet to arch towards Qilin. Qilin secretly gathered his luck, and quickly adjusted the disturbed and damaged energy paths in his body. This fight also consumed most of his state. The dead pig in front of him relied on the blessing of the golden holy cloth. It was hard to kill and control, but he couldn't ignore it. It was like a tough sticky candy, or a giant sticky candy. As far as Qilin could see, in addition to the dead pig, there were 4 people surrounding him, namely Wang Zikai, Qing Ling, Gao Yang, and Tengu. There were even more people hiding in the distance waiting for an opportunity to move, and it was impossible to count them. Qilin changed his strategy, and launched Patient. The white bones that grew on his left arm melted rapidly, and turned into a sticky black liquid that fell to the ground. They evaporated immediately and spread a large area of poisonous fog, like a smoke bomb, hiding Qilin in it. The people who were about to attack stopped immediately. Johan, Nana. Nana, Humph! My king is waiting. The power of the wind. Nana, who was flying in the air, raised her hands and summoned a hurricane to blow towards Qilin, and the poisonous fog was blown away almost instantly. Qilin frowned, facing the direction of the wind, and activated the wooden man for half a second. Nana and several people in the same position immediately entered a state of sluggish thinking and stiff movements, and their talents were forced to stop. Half a second later, Qilin stopped the wooden man, ran quickly, kicked hard and lifted more than 10 meters, quickly closing the distance with Nana, and activated the illusion within the limit distance. Nana was about to fly away, but was suddenly startled. The whole world has been paused, and everyone around is standing still, and melting, rippling, and dissipating little by little, like bubbles in the water. In a blink of an eye, only Nana and Qilin are left in the world. Clang, rub, rub. A steep scarlet mountain range rushed out from under Nana's feet, supporting Nana to soar straight up. At the same time, a terrifying mountain of white bones and corpses rushed out from under Qilin's feet, carrying Qilin straight up into the sky. Soon, the two came to a sea of red clouds, and above their heads were suppressed, twisted and rotating stars, like the starry sky painted by a certain painter. Qilin looked across the sea of clouds and shouted at Nana, the incarnation of Songdao, the leader of all beasts, the maker of order, the weaver of destiny, the only descendant of the creation which, and the first generation of fallen angels, the queen of thorns, Nana. Today is your death. Ha ha ha. Nana was extremely happy to hear this. Qilin villain, you have defiled my territory and hurt my people. Do you think that you are qualified to challenge my king just because you sold your soul to the devil and signed a contract with darkness? You are really overestimating yourself. Stop talking nonsense. Come on. Qilin shouted, rock. Scissors. Paper. Nana also shouted, rock. Scissors. Paper. Wait, why is my king playing rock paper scissors with him? Although Nana realized that it was wrong, she still punched uncontrollably. Boom. Suddenly, golden light flashed behind the two of them, and a fiery red sun appeared behind Qilin, which represented a fist. Behind Nana, 2 intersecting crescent moons appeared, which represented scissors. No! Nana screamed in grief, and the scissors behind her instantly shattered, turning into moonlight fragments all over the sky. Boom boom boom, the scarlet mountains under Nana's feet began to collapse. She spread her limbs, looked unwilling, and fell into the endless abyss. Ha ha ha. Kiran's artificial laughter came to my ears. I am willing to accept the loss. From now on, you will not be able to use any talents. Until the end of the battle. Johan, Nana. Ah! Nana suddenly came back to her senses, and only 2 seconds had passed. In just these 2 seconds, Nana had experienced a grand illusion, and was hit by the gambler talent attached to the illusion, and played rock-paper-scissors with Kirin, becoming the loser. Nana was still hanging in the air, looking at her teammates fighting fiercely under her feet. She clearly wanted to join the battle, but she just couldn't do it. As soon as this idea came into her mind, it was immediately taken away. Nana, my king's divine power has been sealed. Johan, you may have won the gambler's game. Nana, oh yes. My king played rock-paper-scissors with Qilin. That despicable outsider. Johan, hide it, leave the rest to us. Chapter 988. After dealing with Nana, Qilin relied on the deterrent power of Wan Xiang to keep a distance from everyone, while constantly defending and dodging long-range attacks. In less than 10 seconds, he mobilized the energy in his body again, and a ball of black liquid secreted from the broken part of his left hand fell to the ground and quickly evaporated, turning into a thick poisonous fog again. Johan, he wants to drag it out until the invincible silence time ends, don't give him a chance. Johan, Gregor, here it comes. Qilin hid in the poisonous fog, and finally got a breath. While feeling the energy path in his body, and the time of using his talent, he thought about the next move. From the moment he started fighting with Gao Yang, Qilin was counting the time silently. 1 minute and 45 seconds had passed. It was almost time. If he held on for a while longer, the invincible time would be up. Suddenly, Qilin was startled and immediately activated telekinesis to control all the poisonous fog around him. Wow! 3 seconds later, Qilin took the initiative to disperse the poisonous fog around him, and for a moment, he was exposed to everyone's vision again. Qilin's face was ugly, and he had to do this. Just now, with his full mental perception, he noticed that other stronger and more dangerous toxins were mixed in the poisonous fog. However, his telepathy could not distinguish two very similar toxins. This not only required unimaginable energy consumption, but also was still very likely to make mistakes. Qilin knew very well that he could not make any mistakes. If he let this strange toxin touch him, he would be dead immediately. Sure enough, dozens of darker toxin winds quickly emerged from the dispersed poisonous fog. They had sneaked into the poisonous fog of the patient before, trying to sneak through and attack Qilin. At this moment, they gathered again in midair, forming a terrifying, depressed skull with shaking upper and lower jaws. It was Gregor's level 5 Plague Knight. However, Gregor did not dare to attack blindly again. His control of the poisonous wind was not as perfect as X's level 7 Plague Knight. If he was not careful, he might accidentally hurt his teammates. As soon as the poisonous fog dissipated, Wang Zikai, Gao Yang, Qing Ling, and Dead Pig immediately surrounded Qilin from different directions, not giving Qilin the opportunity to deal with anyone alone. Poor Monkey, Fad Jun, Tengu, and Lele, who came back, maintained a medium distance to attack. Lao 7, Lin Fu, Wei Xiaoluo, Mu Zitu and others attacked from a long distance. Among them, the decay dust of the bumblebee mixed with the bee venom and spider venom of the red bee also spread up, but in order to minimize the damage to teammates, the toxins acting on Qilin were also limited. Qilin relied on the blessing of many talents to resist for a few more minutes. Gradually, the delicate balance of combat power began to tilt. The close-range opponents were the most threatening. If he made a mistake, anyone could kill him, especially Gao Yang and Wang Zikai. Therefore, Qilin had to use mental coercion and other abilities to contain the two men, but it was only a containment. Even if he had a chance to kill one of them with one blow, he would need at least 2 seconds of full concentration. However, let alone 2 seconds, even a half-second window was a luxury. At the same time, Qilin controlled 10 phantom warriors, the remaining phantoms armed themselves, to focus on fighting Qing Ling and the Dead Pig, while constantly converting other available talents in his body to deal with more dangers. Qilin's energy and mental power were consumed crazily, and he gradually felt powerless. He had a feeling that he was being put on the guillotine. The guillotine was lowered inch by inch, and the rope holding the guillotine was bitten in Qilin's mouth. If he wanted to escape from the guillotine, he had to loosen the rope in his mouth, which would mean death. But if he didn't loosen the rope, he would not be able to bite it sooner or later. Of course, as long as he could hold on until the invincible time, the problem would be solved. However, every second that followed was so difficult that Qilin could no longer count the time silently. Hiss. I don't know how long it had passed. Qilin's mental power dropped greatly, and he was distracted for a moment, and Wang Zikai, who was still killing the phantom warrior with Qing Ling the previous second, appeared above Qilin's head the next second. It turned out that Gao Yang had separated a phantom, and this phantom used teleportation to bring Wang Zikai to Qilin. Wang Zikai had been waiting for this moment, gritted his teeth, and launched the scarlet spear again. Swish. Qilin's mental perception was still sharp, but his body couldn't keep up. He dodged sideways, but one of the scarlet bone spurs still pierced half of his left arm. Qilin was shocked. He knew that if the energy path was blocked, he would die. Without any hesitation, he activated the phantom attached to his body and removed his entire left arm. Hiss. A large amount of blood rushed out of his arm. Swish. The blood did not fall to the ground. Under the control of the water god, it turned into countless sharp red needles and pierced Gao Yang and Wang Zikai. Gao Yang's mind moved, and a translucent golden shield unfolded in front of him, blocking the red needles mixed with patient's toxins. Qilin lost his entire arm and became even more embarrassed. Gao Yang's morale was greatly boosted, and he pressed forward more fiercely. Qilin used telekinesis to stop the bleeding of the broken arm and block the mental pain at the same time. He raised his head suddenly and shouted, "Ah!" Instantly, abundant mental rays burst out from his body. They greatly weakened their power in exchange for an ultra-long distance of 100 meters around him, and penetrated most people on the battlefield at 360 degrees without dead angles. These mental rays basically could not harm the target, but Qilin activated Six Senses Judge at the same time, allowing its energy to attach to the mental rays, expanding the range of action to the maximum. Gao Yang only felt that his eyes went black, and he could not hear any sound at the same time. Damn! Gao Yang knew that he and his teammates were deprived of vision and hearing. The good news is that Qilin himself was also deprived of vision, and could no longer launch targeted powerful mental attacks and illusion attacks. The bad news is that Qilin is mind's eye, and he can still see around. Gao Yang, it's the Six Senses Judge. Seventh Plan. Red B, got it. Chapter 989. The emergence of this move was also deduced by Gao Yang, and a solution was formulated, so he made a prompt decision to replace Johan as the commander. Red Bee and Bumblebee, who were standing farther away, were blind and deaf, but the two had been standing together, which did not affect the plan. Red Bee's hands turned into 10 needles, which were inserted into Bumblebee's thick fleshy back and injected spider venom into Bumblebee's body. Ah! Bumblebee screamed in pain, but ironically no one heard it. Soon, a large piece of decay dust rushed out from his armpits again, this time without distinguishing between enemies and friends, and directly covered most of the battlefield. For a while, everyone felt a sense of weakness that was difficult to get rid of, but at the same time, they also gained a wonderful vision. That was the effect of Red Bee's spider venom. In a short period of time, they would have spider eyes, and could sense light of different wavelengths such as ultraviolet rays, visible light, and infrared rays within a certain distance around them. On Qilin's side, after launching the Six Senses Judgment, he found that the enemies around him had indeed stopped attacking. Qilin immediately retracted all the phantoms, and fully armed himself to defend against the decay dust and possible long-range sneak attacks. Then, his broken arm swished and a bloody black hand blade grew out, which was the phantom element. His mind's eye quickly saw a person very close to him, and Qilin rushed over and stabbed the other person's chest. Qilin just rushed halfway and suddenly realized that something was wrong. The person was motionless and waiting for him to come over. Qilin guessed, this person is Gao Yang. Qilin would not get close to Gao Yang because he was too dangerous and cunning. He could be eliminated in a medium distance, and Qilin would never play close combat with him. Qilin retreated quickly. However, Gao Yang, who had acquired spider vision, also saw Qilin. He immediately teleported forward, closing the distance with Qilin to ensure that Qilin would not leave his photosensitive range. Qilin was surprised. He couldn't understand why Gao Yang, who had lost his vision and hearing, could still capture his position and movement trajectory so accurately. Qilin jumped back again and activated the phantom at the same time. 3 phantom warriors rushed towards Gao Yang. Gao Yang had seized the opportunity and locked Qilin within the teleport distance. Activate teleport swish. In a moment, Gao Yang ignored the obstruction of the phantom warriors, appeared behind Qilin, and stretched out his hands to hug Qilin tightly. Qilin was shocked. He clearly predicted Gao Yang's teleportation and dodged in the opposite direction with all his strength. Why did Gao Yang still appear behind him accurately? It felt like Qilin took the initiative to jump to the place where Gao Yang would appear. After a moment, Qilin calmed down. His body was still armed with phantoms, so the dagger could not hurt him, and Gao Yang could not throw a charged flaming fist in such a short time. In fact, Gao Yang's move looked more like a suicide move. Qilin took advantage of the situation and immediately removed the sixth sense's judgment. After regaining his sight, he activated the brain formatting without hesitation. Gao Yang's brain was blank, but after a second, the brain formatting process stopped. Gao Yang held on, relying on the 7th level spirit armor, the 7th level absolute defense golden sacred cloth, and the extreme points of the power of enlightenment. At this moment, Gao Yang's charm is as high as more than 18,000 points. Ding. At the same time, the small absolute barrier that had been empowered on his chest was triggered, and a golden telephone booth was immediately created, locking Gao Yang and Qilin inside. Qilin had no time to be surprised that Gao Yang actually resisted his brain formatting, and he activated Phantom without any hesitation. Puff. The phantom armor behind Qilin turned into countless black spikes. Even though Gao Yang still had the golden saint cloth to bless him, he was still pierced in several places at such a close distance. Wow! Gao Yang spat out a mouthful of blood, let go of Qilin, and fell back to the absolute barrier. Qilin knew that people outside the absolute barrier could never get in, and people inside could never get out without the owner's permission. He did not give Gao Yang a chance to leave the absolute barrier. The phantom spikes that pierced Gao Yang's body immediately turned into countless tiny phantom threads, entangling Gao Yang. Now Qilin can't get out, and Gao Yang can't get out either. Both of them are safe for the time being. He stared at Gao Yang, who was only half dead, and was very confused. What are you doing? Gao Yang, who was bound by the phantom, slowly raised his hand, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and smiled faintly. Of course, I'm going to kill you. Not hesitating to die together? Qilin didn't understand. I will die. Gao Yang smiled. But I swallowed a hairpin in advance, you should worry about yourself. Qilin was shocked. He slowly raised his head, and looked outside the absolute barrier. Outside the translucent golden barrier, a large number of black spots began to appear. That was the toxin of the plague night attached to it. In addition, there was a large area of dark purple mist lingering, which was the decay dust containing spider venom and bee venom. In the outer circle, there are countless spells, which have strong seal and weakening properties. In the outer circle, there are dozens of black gold cold weapons. Each weapon is injected with lightning, connecting and flashing. This is a lightning cage. In the outer circle, there are countless air blades. In the outer circle, there are countless earth element thorns that rush out of the ground. Layer by layer, airtight, the net of heaven and earth is ready to go off. A second later, these nets of heaven and earth suddenly became disordered and twice as dense. This is Hengmu launching after image, making them hard to distinguish between real and fake. Outside the net of heaven and earth, there is Qing Ling holding a tang sword with a cold face. It is Dou Hu who just woke up and grinned evilly while carrying the dragon-killing giant sword. It is Wang Zikai who wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and planned to overdraw energy again to launch the scarlet spear. It is Lei Lei who is holding two guns and is ready to fire all the bullets at once. It is Hong Xiaoxiao who is ready to launch time reset on Gao Yang at any time. It is Kyo who can blow the whistle at any time to prevent accidents. It is the dead pig who has returned to human form and protects other weak companions behind him. It is Juanma and Ishir who are healing injured teammates. It is Commander Johan and Chening who are walking quickly from a distance. It is the Tengu in the sky who has accumulated power and is ready to launch a large-scale space debris at any time. It is Nana who is suspended in the air, with her hands on her hips, laughing and saying the second-year lines. It is the thin girl in a red cheerleading outfit standing in the crowd, holding up the horn and shouting with red eyes, Qilin must die. Justice must prevail. Chapter 990. At that moment, all those who suffered from the Civil War, all those who held faith, and all those who pursued the dawn, approached Qilin step by step. They were covered with war wounds, and their eyes were like torches. They had been ready for a long time. Many sad or angry nights, they imagined the arrival of this day over and over again. The sinful, extremely conceited, and crazy careerist in front of him finally ushered in his failure and this solemn trial. At this moment, Qilin was no longer elegant and noble. His suit was torn and covered with mud. His glasses fell off during the fight, and the black gold prosthetic eye was also blown away by the shock wave, leaving only an empty dark eye socket. His combed hair was soaked with sweat and messily draped on his forehead. His face was covered with blood, some of which was his own and some of which was others. His face was ashen, and he said nothing, looking at the net outside the absolute barrier and the awakened people surrounding him. He knew very well that when he killed Gao Yang, the absolute barrier would be lifted, and there would be interference skills such as chaos, mute, and strange, Invincible could not be activated smoothly, but the existing net could easily kill him. Gao Yang slowly urged, I see that everyone can't wait, so let's not waste time. Duh. Gao Yang raised his hand, snapped his fingers, and took the initiative to lift the absolute barrier. He closed his eyes, happily welcoming his short death and the eternal damnation of Qilin. But nothing happened. Gao Yang opened his eyes in surprise, and the absolute barrier disappeared, but the nets around him also disappeared, and everyone was still surrounding Qilin as before, maintaining the same posture and expression. This feeling was so strange. If there was no cold wind blowing, if there was no smell of blood and burning in the air, Gao Yang would have suspected that time had stopped. But it wasn't. It was just that no one moved, including Gao Yang, who couldn't move either. Puff. Qilin couldn't hold it back any longer. He removed the phantom weapon on his body, and blood immediately spurted out from his broken arm, but he didn't feel any pain at all. He bent down and couldn't help laughing so hard that he almost couldn't stand. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. This laughter was crazy and collided with the whole space to create a twisted sense of absurdity. It was as if the world was just a shaky iron box, trembling and disintegrating in Qilin's laughter. After laughing for an unknown period of time, he finally got tired of laughing, and sat down on the ground, level with Gao Yang's eyes. Qilin looked at Gao Yang, raised his eyelids, and Gao Yang suddenly found that he could speak. Shock, despair and fear had passed, leaving only a deep confusion, which solidified into a rough stone, and stuck in Gao Yang's throat. He tried very hard to utter 3 hoarse syllables. Why? Why? Gao Yang, do you still like this dream of victory that I carefully prepared for you? Qilin asked. Gao Yang's face was pale, and he was still moving his throat, but he couldn't utter a syllable. Do you think I'm waiting for the cooldown of Invincible? Yes, I am waiting for invincibility, but this invincibility is not a noun. Qilin stretched out his bloody right hand, and combed his messy hair back to his head. It's a verb. Qilin roughly tore off his shirt and tie, and pulled hard. A strange green vertical eye appeared in the center of his chest. Around the eye, there were small mesh totems, which were slightly raised, like human blood vessels, and like exquisite black gold reliefs. They are the concrete forms of the spirit runes, and summoning runes melted together, and injected into the Qilin's body. The combination of level 8 all things and level 8 puppet master realizes the dual control of the spirit and body. I call this move Lonely Emperor. Gao Yang, you are very unwilling. You don't understand why things have become like this. Qilin was in a good mood. While reading Gao Yang's thoughts, he patiently explained, Did you notice the rain in the sky? That was created by me using water god to hollow out Qinghe Lake. All raindrops are mirrors, with the refraction effect of spiritual power. From the moment you step into Qinghe Park, you enter my all things realm. You did forget some details. You forgot your doubts about the rain. It is not normal for such a heavy rain to occur in winter. However, if the 8th level all things wants to make you forget a small thought quietly, it is still possible. Yes, when you stepped into Qinghe Lake to fight me, you stepped into the contract field of Puppet Master. Of course, you could not notice it because you were covered and paralyzed by the all things field. Yes, the 3-minute contract time is a bit long, but I succeeded. Gao Yang could only listen quietly, unable to make any expression or say anything. At some point, Qing Ling slowly came over. She had no expression on her face. She took out the sea potion she carried with her, knelt on one knee, and respectfully injected Qilin. At the same time, Tiangdo and Dohu also came side by side, and handed the space-time rune and damage rune to Qilin respectively, with the same respectful movements. The next second, Gao Yang's body began to lose control. He took out the element rune and the poison rune, respectfully presented them with both hands, and Qilin took them. Soon, Qingling, Tiangdo, and Dohu retreated back to the team. Yes, everyone is consciously lined up in 2 queues, standing on both sides of Qilin, like loyal soldiers waiting for the general's inspection. They are not dead, they are still alive, but they absolutely obey Qilin's will. Such puppets, without time limits, are the most perfect puppets. Qilin stood up slowly. Gao Yang, this is really a long farce. Fortunately, everything is settled. Gao Yang, I don't hate you, nor do I hate anyone. You will resist and be angry, which is your limitation and sorrow, because the truth is always in the hands of a few people. Don't worry, mankind will have a bright future, and you will witness it with me. Qilin walked slowly to the middle of the queue. Hiss. In just 5 or 6 seconds, Qilin's left arm and right eyeball grew out quickly, intact. Because he used Gao Yang's level 3 Gecko, Dead Pig's level 7 self-healing, and Horse's level 7 treatment at the same time. Qilin opened his arms and faced the sky, his eyes flashed with a sacred white light, and his chest also emitted an extremely deep voice. He spoke with ups and downs, and every bite carried an extremely abundant energy, shaking the sky one by one. One. Xiang. Gui. E. After the voice ended, Qilin closed his eyes, and waited for the decisive scene to come. Gao Yang behind him was also forced to wait. Time passed by minute, but nothing special happened. Qilin opened his eyes again, and deep doubts were engraved on his arrogant face. At the same time, Gao Yang's desperate eyes ignited the fire of hope. The master has come, and all beings surrender. Chapter 991. 8 gentle, distant, and majestic syllables came from heaven and earth. They were not transmitted to everyone's eardrums, but cleansed everyone's body. Gao Yang had an illusion that his soul was like a kite hanging high on a cliff, swaying in the storm, and it could be blown away at any time to an unknown place. After the last syllable disappeared, Gao Yang immediately felt a subtle loosening of his body and mind. He knew that this was the weakening of the control of Gu Huang. Just 2 seconds later, the control of his body and mind was taken back by Gu Huang. A combination of will and power fixed Gao Yang firmly in place, like a screw on a huge machine, which was screwed back as soon as it loosened. Qilin looked up at the sky, his eyes twitched, and he found some strange and secret changes. The night sky was originally a deep dark blue, but now it became lighter, as if it was stained with a layer of gray. Qilin immediately activated clairvoyance and found that it was dark clouds. They covered the sky and the moon, surging rapidly, like a silent tsunami, sweeping across the night sky and heading towards the ground. Boom! The Qilin transformed into a golden cannonball, crushed the ground, and appeared nearly 1,000 meters in the sky a second later. At that moment, he activated flight, jump, teleport at the same time, plus the attribute bonus of combat talents such as killing expert, muscle, sword god. Wow! 6 huge colorful wings instantly grew out from behind the Qilin, and quickly spread out in the night sky. They were the scarlet flame wings, the dark purple lightning wings, the pure white frost wings, the light blue water god wings, the translucent wind wings, and the black mist-like phantom wings. Ding! After less than 2 seconds of charging, the 6 elemental wings shattered in an instant, leaving only scattered elemental fragments. Most of the remaining energy had been injected into Qilin's right arm and directly reached his clenched right fist. Roar! Qilin punched, and the 6 elemental energies intertwined with each other, like a pillar of creation rushing straight into the gray fog in the sky, and quickly transformed into a roaring colorful Qilin, like an ancient creature in mythology. When Qilin threw that punch, a huge shockwave spread in the air, and the terrible reaction force pushed Qilin down, falling back to the ground in less than a second. Pound. At the moment of falling to the ground, countless earth elements rose from the ground and transformed into a brown throne of thorns, which steadily dragged Qilin. At the same time, the giant elemental Qilin rushed to the border of the gray fog. The imagined explosion, that was enough to instantly flatten an area of leeching, did not appear. The elemental Qilin disintegrated in an incredible state the moment it hit the border. It was as if this elemental Qilin, which was powerful enough to burn the sky and boil the sea, was just a grand holographic image. When it was reflected on the gray mirror, it was instantly absorbed and refracted, leaving nothing behind. The speed of the gray fog did not slow down at all, and continued to roll silently, surrounding the ground. The Qilin did not hesitate at all, and with a swish sound, it transformed into a clone, and then the 2 Qilin disappeared at the same time. He simultaneously activated all the talents that could increase agility, such as flying, jumping, teleporting, wind, muscle, murder expert, sword god, shuttle, and fled the area at a speed close to Jingzha. Gao Yang could hardly catch the Qilin, and only felt a hurricane blowing around him. In less than 10 seconds, Qilin and his clone explored all 5 directions: east, south, west, north, and underground. Unfortunately, there was no so-called exit. The gray fog was at least 3 kilometers away from all directions. Qilin was already trapped. Swish. Soon, Qilin and his clone reappeared in front of Gao Yang and merged into one again. Qilin quickly raised his head and opened his mouth. His chest bulged exaggeratedly, and his throat quickly became thicker. Ah! A powerful and weird scream broke out from his chest. At the same time, a pure white tranquility wave, accompanied by a dark green spiritual ray, formed a hemisphere, spread in all directions, and rushed towards the shrinking gray fog. Qilin activated talents such as all things, chaos, silence, requiem, strange, tranquility wave at the same time, trying to interrupt or destroy the process of domination. At that moment, Gao Yang and the others present were all thankful that they no longer belonged to themselves, but were puppets controlled by the solitary emperor. Otherwise, under the scream, their eardrums would be broken at best, and their spirits would collapse at worst. Unfortunately, it was useless. The gray fog continued to surround them, like an incomprehensible, impeccable, and irresistible divine will. No! This was the first sentence Karen said. At this time, the gray fog, or more precisely, the domain of domination, had shrunk to a diameter of half a kilometer, and was still shrinking. Gao Yang realized that the solitary emperor's control over himself was rapidly declining, while another control force was constantly increasing, which was the will from domination. Like a familiar and gentle voice, lingering in everyone's ears, everyone directly understood the content of that will. Thank you for your hard work. Leave the rest to me. Gao Yang no longer tried to break free, allowing the two control forces to seesaw in his body. When domination gained the upper hand, Gao Yang began to lose weight, his feet left the ground, and floated into the air. Not only him, but also others, including Qilin. Everyone in the domain was suspended together at a height of 100 meters. At some point, the gray fog from the east, south, west, north, up and down had completely combined, and everyone was trapped in this stable gray fog sphere with a diameter of less than 300 meters. No! Qilin repeated it again. Ding. Qilin summoned a translucent golden energy cube and locked himself in it. It was an absolute barrier that could defend against anything in the world. This was Qilin's last resistance. Chapter 992. The so-called resistance is nothing but a dying struggle. In the domain of domination, everything seems ridiculous and futile. Gao Yang slowly discovered that the gray fog was flowing quickly. Without any explanation, he understood that it was time flowing quickly, and it was only for Qilin. The time in domination is infinite. Even if Qilin's absolute defense can last for a day, a month, or a year, it is meaningless. For dragons, it is just a moment. Just like the arrogance of three-dimensional creatures towards two-dimensional creatures, your so-called 1 year and a lifetime of two-dimensional creatures are just a few pages for me, three-dimensional creatures. Even if you are invincible on this page, I will wait for you on the next page, that's all. In Gao Yang's perception, maybe less than 5 seconds have passed, and the gray fog has stopped. Ding. The absolute barrier around Qilin collapsed, turned into countless golden particles, and disappeared quickly. At that moment, Gao Yang felt that he was completely out of the control of Gu Huang, and the energy, thinking and willpower in his body returned. No! Qilin said the third sentence, still the same word. There was deep unwillingness in his dark green eyes. After a while, his stiff body relaxed, and he let himself float in the air like everyone else, completely giving up resistance. 2 seconds later, he slowly looked at Gao Yang, his face was pale and calm, the smile on the corner of his mouth was extremely lost, and it was full of pity, as if he was staring at someone with the same suffering. Gao Yang, are you satisfied with this ending? Gao Yang did not answer, because he could not say anything. Qilin stopped talking. Everyone was gently stilled. At the same time, the gray fog of the entire domain ball became thinner at some point, and Gao Yang found that he could see the world outside the gray fog. The outside world was not the original Qinghe Park, but a vast expanse of space, like an endless and lonely universe. Then, a giant made of gray fog, a real giant, appeared. Boom boom. His face was blurred, and he walked slowly from the universe. Every step shook the frame column of the universe. At that moment, Gao Yang was left with absolute humility and piety. He felt like an ant that was about to be trampled to death by humans. No, a speck of dust on the antennae of the ant. Others felt the same way. Boom boom. The giant was still coming, and his blurred gray fog face was getting closer and closer to the domain ball of domination. His face was so huge that it looked like a cross-section of the universe, directly blocking Gao Yang's sight. Boom boom. The giant was still approaching, and finally, the entire domain ball entered the giant's body, and was embedded in the left eye socket of his face. Gao Yang suddenly realized, it turned out that the entire domain ball was just his left eye, or in other words, it was just a line of sight from his left eye, a gaze with judgment. All living things are guilty. Under the divine concentration, all are judged. Gao Yang didn't know how long it had passed, and he didn't have time to have any emotions. It was a strange experience. His cognition of himself, time, and his reaction to everything around him were passed over. Yes, it was not stolen, not erased, but passed over under the will of God. So Gao Yang knew clearly what happened, but he couldn't understand it, and even couldn't recall what happened. When he really came to his senses, he had returned to the Qinghe Lake in the real world and stood on the battlefield where people were devastated. The others had all returned, but they were all unconscious. Gao Yang quickly counted the number of his companions. Thank God, no one was missing. Even Mrs. Li was still there. Only Qilin disappeared, or was erased. Gao Yang didn't have time to think about it. He didn't know when there was an extra person beside him, and he immediately looked sideways. Dragon. Same as the last time he appeared, elegant and slim gray windbreaker, waist-length black hair tied in a simple long braid, 2 strands of hair sticking to the feminine and pale cheeks, swaying gently in the night breeze, and it was hard to tell whether he was male or female. His right eye was a gentle and peaceful aqua blue, and his left eye was a deep and noble golden brown, but it was too dim at this moment, as if the highlight was stolen. He held his right hand to his chest, and on his palm was a gray mist ball the size of an eyeball, spinning at high speed. Long raised his right hand, and gently pressed the gray mist ball back into his left eye. This action looked ordinary, like a person who had just woken up and rubbed his eyes. 2 seconds later, Long's left eye regained its spirit and became deep and bright again. Long exhaled lightly, slowly turned sideways, and smiled gently at Gao Yang. It's over. Gao Yang could speak a long time ago, but he was speechless for a long time. At that moment, his emotions were very complicated. In the ups and downs and twists and turns, sadness, despair, passion, anger, unwillingness, joy and countless other emotions were stewed in a pot, serving a bowl of hard-to-swallow dishes. Gao Yang took some time to eat and digest the dish, and at the same time, only one thought remained in his mind. Why, after so long, and after so much experience, and after continuous loss and continuous strengthening, Gao Yang was still as immature as a rookie who had just left the novice village when facing the man in front of him. Thousands of words converged into one word of true feelings. Gao Yang slowly opened his mouth. Fuck. Long was stunned, and his face was even a little innocent. You are scolding me? Gao Yang shook his head. Scold myself. After a pause, he said, scold you too. Long smiled faintly. Captain, why didn't you wake up earlier? Gao Yang asked. This way, many people wouldn't have to die. Sorry. Long was calm and frank. As long as the hunter fires a shot, the whole forest will hear it. If you are not absolutely sure, you can't shoot. As Long said, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Gao Yang almost thought he was going to faint again, and was ready to help Long. Are you okay? Don't worry. Long looked pale and laughed self-deprecatingly. I've charged for a long time this time, so I can hold on for a while. Long raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, slowly walked forward, and waved his hand. Gao Yang hesitated for a moment, but followed quietly. The two walked all the way to the center of Qinghe Lake, and the unconscious companions behind them were getting farther and farther away from them. Gao Yang was confused in his heart. Why Long didn't wake up his companions, but only woke him up, but he didn't rush to ask. He asked as he walked, Captain, you didn't think I could beat Qilin from the beginning, right? You just wanted me to hold him back, and buy time for you. Long walked in front and replied lightly, I don't know. Gao Yang was silent. I only know that defeating Qilin and opening the door are two things that must be done, and the only people who can do it are you and me. Long stopped, turned around, and took out 12 runes from his windbreaker pocket. They looked like a thick stack of chips. So far, on this large gambling table in the misty world, player Long finally won all the chips. There was no pride and joy of a winner on his face, and even no nostalgia. He threw the runes in his hand lightly, and they flew to Gao Yang and automatically floated in front of Gao Yang. Under some invisible energy connection, they formed a circle and slowly rotated, like the gears of fate. Gao Yang, I killed Qilin. Opening the door is left to you. Chapter 993. Gao Yang was startled and fell silent. The evening breeze gently blew across the eyebrows and hair tips of the two men. Long smiled first. You don't trust me? No. Gao Yang was not lying. If Long really had any conspiracy, or if Long was the biggest enemy of the awakened ones, he could have just eliminated Gao Yang in the domination domain. It's just... Gao Yang answered honestly. I didn't expect things to go so smoothly. Yes, smooth. Along the way, Gao Yang lost too much and experienced too much. Although this victory was also full of twists and turns and extremely dangerous, Gao Yang still felt that it was a bit smooth. Qilin died, and the 12 runes were gathered, and the door could be opened immediately. If Gao Yang's fate is a script, then the final stage of the script is too smooth. Long nodded slightly, Maybe I can understand this feeling. People who have lost too much, although they are extremely eager to win, dare not believe that they can win. Gao Yang was silent. Long looked calm. Gao Yang, when I told you about opening the door from the beginning to the end, there were actually two meanings. The first meaning was that I only trusted you and myself at that time. Gao Yang nodded. I know. The second meaning is that the door to the end can only be opened by you and me. Even if other people get the 12 runes, they can't do it, not even Qilin. Gao Yang was surprised, but after thinking about it, he felt it was very reasonable. So Qilin didn't plan to open the door, and couldn't open the door. Gao Yang became more and more certain of this. Yes. Long nodded. He has other ambitions. I don't know what they are, but it doesn't matter. It's not important anymore. Gao Yang repeated coldly, but he felt sad in his heart. How many lives were lost behind these 4 words? Gao Yang, I know you still have a lot of doubts, but these are not important anymore. Long raised his chin slightly. Come on, open the door. But where is the door? Gao Yang asked. It's far away in the sky, but close at hand. Long smiled faintly. Gao Yang thought for a few seconds, and was suddenly shocked. Miracle rune? Long smiled and agreed. Gao Yang suddenly realized. No wonder Qilin refused to tell everyone the true location of the Gate of the End, and even those who trusted him only showed them an illusion. The so-called Gate of the End is not in a fixed place at all, nor is it a door in the traditional sense. Its true face is the Miracle Rune Circuit. The Miracle Rune is the first of the 12 runes. In addition to having many privileges, it also has a most core and critical function, connecting to the world outside the fog, like an official channel. If the Miracle Rune is regarded as a door at the entrance of the passage, then the other runes are the keys to open the door, and Long and Gao Yang are the designated door openers. Gao Yang clenched his fists. He should have thought of this earlier. The reason why Long knew so much was because he was the chosen one and a sequence 1 master. He might have known this through a dream, just like Gao Yang knew the world of the black and white wall through a dream. It is also possible that Long was born knowing this, just as fish are born knowing how to breathe in water. Long was looking for the Miracle Rune, and the Miracle Rune was also calling him. Long was born to be a door opener. Apart from him, the only door opener was Gao Yang. The two were connected head to tail, but they had completely different talents and embarked on completely different destinies. The two went to the poker table at different times, holding different chips, and using different ways of playing, but they had the same goal and the same destination. The two were Song Dao's double insurance. Gao Yang stared at the 12 runes spinning in front of him. How should I use it? Long shook his head. I don't know, but I have a feeling that as long as I touch the Miracle Rune, it will give us the answer. Gao Yang didn't ask any more questions. He stretched out his right hand towards the Miracle Rune, and when his 2 fingers were about to touch it, he hesitated again. Gao Yang looked at Long again. Are you really not going to be the door opener? Long shook his head. I really want to open the door, but my current state doesn't seem to allow me to do so. I can feel the call of the rune, and I can also feel its repulsion. Even if I hibernate until the end of the world, I may not be sure that I can turn the key, but you don't seem to have this burden. It's really strange. Is this luck? Gao Yang was silent. He did feel a certain call from the Miracle Rune, but as for the repulsion, he didn't have it at all. Is the polygraph over? Long was a little tired, sitting on the ground, with a leisurely attitude. The target did not lie. The attitude was kind. Emotion, expectation. Long took a deep breath and raised his head slightly. Gao Yang, I have been waiting for this moment all my life. If possible, don't let me wait any longer. Gao Yang was unwilling to wait any longer, but no one knew what would happen after opening the door, or what was behind it. At this moment, his desire for hope was as strong as his fear of the unknown. In fact, if you calm down and think about it, Gao Yang still has a lot of things he wants to do before opening the door. For example, if he gets the life rune, he can see if he can help Suzaka reach level 8 and restore brain fibrosis. Another example is to comprehend time and space ghost and reach level 8, and try to go back to the past and rewrite the future. He still has too many regrets in his heart, too many things he wants to redeem. But now, the ultimate goal is in front of him, and he can open the door directly. After opening the door, will everything get better automatically? Or is it just a final conclusion? Gao Yang couldn't help but think of the first multi-ending RPG game he played in his childhood. At that time, there was no strategy. He saved the game almost every 3 steps. He was so serious that he tried his best not to miss any side plots, not to miss any treasure chests, explore every hidden map, and train the character to the highest level. But when he was about to face the boss battle, he still hesitated. He was not afraid of not being able to beat the boss. On the contrary, he was afraid that after beating the boss, the story would not have the perfect ending, but he could no longer look back. Time passed by every second. After an unknown amount of time, Gao Yang suddenly felt his eyes light up. The miracle rune among the 12 runes emitted a dazzling sacred light, calling Gao Yang. Gao Yang was a little dazed. He reached out his hand again and touched it. Ding. In an instant, countless sacred wills turned into concrete information and concepts, and all of them entered Gao Yang's head. The last time he had this feeling was the second when Gao Yang saw Du Yuan. At this moment, Gao Yang became more and more certain that he was the one who opened the door. He was born to open the door, just like a dragon, just for this moment. No matter what was waiting for him behind the door, no matter how many side plots he had not completed, how many treasure chests he had not obtained, and how many hidden maps he had not explored, it didn't matter at all. The important thing is just to open the door. Gao Yang's eyes were firm, and he grabbed the miracle rune. Black. Abundant energy exploded from his palm, quickly swaying out sacred golden energy ripples, which spread at different angles, like an extremely complex giant gyroscope. Then, the energy in Gao Yang's body was awakened and unconditionally injected into the miracle rune, and the energy path in his body began to connect with the rune circuit. In the entanglement and intersection of the majestic sacred energy, Gao Yang could hardly distinguish the boundary between self and rune. Black. I don't know how long it took, and those energy ripples that were swept out in circles were retracted in an instant and concentrated in Gao Yang's palm. Gao Yang felt a burning sensation. At some point, the miracle rune disappeared, and was replaced by the totem on the back of his right hand, a golden six-pointed star. Gao Yang squeezed hard, as if he had grabbed a non-existent door handle. Swish, swish, swish. The remaining 11 rune loops suddenly spread out, spinning around Gao Yang at high speed, and soon turned into 11 streams of light of different colors and spread out. Swish, swish, swish. These 11 streams of light were extremely fast, dragging long tails, wandering in the air in front of Gao Yang. They were like 11 paintbrushes, outlining a huge door, and the details on the door through high-speed movement. Soon, the familiar relief appeared. The ignorant and foolish beast that was sunk in joy, anger, sorrow and happiness, the violent and angry beast that wanted to destroy everything, the greedy and greedy beast that wanted to possess everything, the indifferent and numb beast that stood by and watched, the loving beast that embraced everything with its arms, the dead beast that seemed to be holding everything, and seemed to want to pierce everything, with only bones left. The gate of the end that I had seen in the Chilan illusion appeared again. The difference is that they are not entities made of black gold, but 11 streams of light moving at high speed and quietly on a fixed trajectory, thus outlining a door that is both real and illusory. The dragon sitting on the ground, his black hair spread out at some point, flying behind him. Blood flowed out from the corners of his slightly raised mouth again, his pale face was dotted with streams of light, his eyes were beautiful and dazzling, and full of a sense of brokenness. His voice was clear, even with a hint of innocence that only children have. What will be behind the door? Gao Yang did not answer, and could not answer. He took a step forward, raised his right hand branded with the miracle totem, and placed it on the door of the end. Chapter 994. Without any warning, the change occurred. In an instant, the world around him became silent and slow, like a petri dish filled with thick liquid, and Gao Yang was the experimental subject in that petri dish. It was a very strange feeling. Crack, boom. Gao Yang did not use any force, and the ancient and heavy sound of the door opening came from the door of the end in front of him. Swish, swish. The 11 streams of light that made up the door disintegrated rapidly, and they turned into countless messy rays, which continued to radiate towards the sky on both sides, forming a strange V. These rays were like light trying to escape the huge gravitational force, and they tore a hole in the central space with great difficulty. This hole became larger and larger, and soon became a tunnel entrance, and gentle white light like waves emerged from it, and it was white. No matter how complicated his mood was before, at least at this moment, Gao Yang was extremely happy. The door was finally opened, and the passage to escape the foggy world really existed, and the possible hope really existed. Gao Yang didn't rush in, he turned around immediately. Gao Yang wanted Long to wake everyone up before making the next plan, but he was stunned before he finished speaking. Long behind him was still sitting on the ground, looking up slightly, with an expectant smile on his face, and his whole body was still. Not only him, but everything around him was still, as if time had stopped. Long? Gao Yang raised his voice, and took a step forward. Tap. He heard his own footsteps, And then the whole still world trembled slightly, as if an invisible high-dimensional ripple was spreading. This ripple began to destroy the still and fragile world. The dragon nearby, the companions who were unconscious on the ground in the distance, the entire Qinghe Lake battlefield, and even the entire world within sight, all began to dissolve. Yes, dissolving. Gao Yang couldn't find a more appropriate feeling. The dragon in front of him was like an oil painting soaked in water. Its figure blurred little by little, and then turned into countless filaments of paint, slowly spreading around, like a dream bubble. The whole world was like this. At that moment, Gao Yang's mind was blank. What happened? What happened? It was completely incomprehensible. Gao Yang. A voice came from behind. Gao Yang turned around abruptly, and the door was still white. He squinted slightly, and slowly adapted to the dazzling white light. Finally, he found that there was a young woman standing in the light. She had long, smooth hair, with the end of her hair tied in a braid, wrapped around her neck, and fell on her left chest. She was wearing a plain floral dress, with a blue whistle hanging on her chest. She smiled gently, clasped her hands together, and placed them in front of her belly, like a mother watching over her child at the door. She was the dormitory aunt. System? Gao Yang was surprised. Hello, patient number 31415926. Let me introduce myself again. I am the super artificial intelligence of the N Company, codenamed Bodhi. My eye clone is providing you with medical services. Everyone calls me Miss Pooh, and you can call me that too. My image is just a projection of your reason, emotion, and imagination. There are thousands of faces for each person. You don't need to overinterpret it, so as not to cause unnecessary mental confusion. The dormitory aunt was gentle and warm, and her manners were so precise and correct that there was nothing wrong with it. What are you talking about? Gao Yang didn't understand at all. Every patient will have many doubts before waking up. This is normal. I will slowly answer them for you. The dormitory auntie, or Miss Pooh, in the white light, smiled and turned sideways, making a welcoming gesture. Patient number 31415926, please follow me. Gao Yang stood there, dumbfounded. The huge sense of absurdity filled his brain like a rough stone. He instinctively wanted to use spirit armor to force calmness, but he couldn't do it. All his talents failed, and the energy path in his body disappeared. He turned back to the state before awakening, an ordinary person. Gao Yang had a blank expression on his face, but his hands couldn't stop shaking. Who are you? What did you do to me? Miss Pooh still had a gentle and patient smile on her face, as if she had dealt with this situation thousands of times. Patient number 31415926. My name is Gao Yang. I'm not sick. Gao Yang yelled. Mr. Gao Yang, please turn around. Miss Pooh said. Gao Yang stared at Miss Pooh half doubtfully, and after a few seconds of stalemate, he turned around. He was shocked. There was nothing behind him. The dragon, his companions, Qinghe Park, the night sky, the earth, the whole world disappeared, leaving only incomprehensible and boundless nothingness. What's going on? Gao Yang looked at Miss Pooh again and shouted, Where are the others? Where are they? What do you want to do? Miss Pooh looked sincere. Mr. Gao Yang, there is no one else, only you. I don't understand what you are saying. I don't understand. All this is just your dream. Dream? Gao Yang was stunned. Miss Pooh nodded and made a regretful expression. Huh? Gao Yang laughed. Are you kidding me? Do you think this is funny? Mr. Gao Yang, this is indeed hard to accept, and it is the same for every patient. When you realize that everything is a dream, everything in the dream will disappear. The door to the end is just a concrete concept of your ultimate doubt about an extremely real dream. Your subconscious mind has been doubting and saving yourself. The door you want to find is the door of awakening from the dream to the reality. Miss Pooh blinked and her voice became softer. Mr. Gao Yang, you are very lucky. Not every patient can wake up. Many people died in their dreams, and you defeated the Jupiter virus. You are about to wake up. Shut up. Shut up. Every one of you fucking said. I won't believe a word you say. Gao Yang's emotions were completely out of control. He was so angry that he trembled all over. Don't think I don't know. I'm in an illusion. What I see now is an illusion, just what you want me to see. You are the god behind the door. You are playing tricks on me, right? You just want me to collapse again and again. You want to see my joke. I will never be fooled again this time. You can't defeat me. No matter what method you use, don't think you can defeat me. I will never admit defeat. I will never fall down. I will keep fighting. Gao Yang rushed into the white light, pinching Miss Pooh's slender neck with both hands. I will kill you. End the illusion. End it all immediately. Gao Yang swore that he used all his strength, but he couldn't hurt Miss Pooh at all. He found himself becoming a weak patient. His fingers were as soft and weak as rotten leaves, while Miss Pooh's body was as hard as a sculpture. Miss Pooh let Gao Yang pinch her. Her eyes showed high-speed data crawlers, and two blue lights scanned Gao Yang's face. Mr. Gao Yang, your current condition belongs to Jupiter virus sequelae type E. Before you wake up completely, I need to give you comprehensive psychological counseling. Are you fucking done? Gao Yang pushed Miss Pooh away, but it was like pushing a high wall. He staggered back and almost fell. Miss Pooh still stood there dignifiedly, no longer smiling, but absolutely calm. The first step is to ensure that the patient is emotionally stable and can communicate effectively. Gao Yang didn't want to listen to her playing tricks here. He turned around to leave, but was stunned. There was no concept of space inside and outside the door behind him. He was in the boundless hazy vastness. Except for him and Miss Pooh, there was nothing. Chapter 995. He lost his talent, energy, system, and even his previous clothes and equipment. At this moment, Gao Yang, wearing a loose blue and white striped hospital gown, barefoot, weak and frail, dizzy, chest tightness and shortness of breath, was already a seriously ill person. He didn't even have the strength to run, stumbling and swaying, not knowing how far he had walked. This fucking world had no sense of space at all. Finally, he was sweating profusely, exhausted, and could faint at any time. Turning around, Miss Pooh was standing quietly behind him, as if Gao Yang had never moved. Miss Pooh looked at Gao Yang and returned to the cold face of AI. In the subconscious dimension of human beings, time is almost infinite, so don't worry about wasting time. You can try everything. When you calm down, please tell me I'm ready. I will continue to communicate with you effectively to help you accept the current situation and get out of the sequelae faster. Warm reminder, although time is infinite, the subjective feeling of time still exists. The faster you calm down, the less negative emotions you will bear. Miss Pooh stopped talking and turned back into a calm and objective statue. Gao Yang stood there, his mind blank. A few seconds later, he leaned back, closed his eyes, and collapsed on the ground. Gao Yang opened his angry eyes, but he didn't wake up from the dream. Gao Yang opened his desperate eyes, but he didn't wake up from the dream. Gao Yang opened his numb eyes, but he didn't wake up from the dream. Gao Yang opened his calm eyes, but he didn't wake up from the dream. His voice was hoarse, and his eyes reflected the boundless whiteness of the void. You won, I admit defeat, kill me. Gao Yang opened his eyes, and sat up slowly. He lowered his head and said lightly, I'm ready. Mr. Gao Yang, I'm glad you calmed down. The statue on the side spoke again, and the expression on his face became vivid and specific again. In order to better take care of your feelings, and let you understand your own situation more quickly, next, I will take you through the Thousand Dreams Corridor, which is a guide scene prepared by me for patients with Jupiter virus sequelae type E. Do you accept it? Accept? Okay. Do you want to walk or use a wheelchair? Too lazy to move. Gao Yang was exhausted physically and mentally. Long-term coma, physical weakness and fatigue will also affect the spiritual level. This is normal. Your choice is wise. Miss Pooh raised her hand gently. Countless wheelchair parts immediately appeared on the ground where Gao Yang was. They were quickly assembled and lifted Gao Yang steadily. When he came to his senses, Gao Yang was already sitting in an automatic wheelchair. Chong chong chong. In the sky, countless square-shaped buildings fell one after another like a rain of building blocks. After a while, Gao Yang was in a long corridor of a hotel, with symmetrical hotel rooms on both sides. The numbers on the doors were not room numbers, but dates. Starting from January 1st, 2001, each room seemed to be a day. Gao Yang looked up. The corridor had no end, and the red carpet under his feet extended to the distance and turned into a point. Miss Pooh walked forward slowly, and the automatic wheelchair also moved and followed Miss Pooh. Mr. Gao Yang. Call me patient. Gao Yang sat in the wheelchair dejectedly. He didn't want to hear his own name, which would only remind him over and over again. He was a joke. You are ready to wake up. I can't call you a patient anymore. It's not good for your physical and mental recovery. Then just change one. Okay. Miss Pooh did not stop. The data crawler in her eyes appeared again and disappeared after a second. According to publicly available information, your name before the age of 6 was Lu Li. Is it okay to call you Mr. Lu? Yes. Mr. Lu, first of all, I hope you can understand that you are indeed very lucky. Among the patients of Jupiter virus, it is very rare to wake up after sleeping for nearly a year. Currently, the population infected with Jupiter virus has exceeded 40 million, accounting for 1/50th of the world's total population. No more than 1% of the patients can wake up, and less than 1,000 can fully recover after waking up. The rest will have varying degrees of mental and physical sequelae. Gao Yang did not speak. He felt that he was just an audience, listening to Lu Li's story. The Jupiter virus was developed by the world's most wanted criminal, Kiran, 10 years ago. It has evolved to the third generation. It is a complex virus that targets brain neurons and human genes. The infection route is still unknown. From data analysis, it seems to be a random infection. Once infected with the Jupiter virus, the patient will fall into a deep coma within a week, that is, a vegetative state. Most patients will die in their sleep within the next 2 months. Kiran Jupiter virus. When Gao Yang listened to these stories, he couldn't help laughing. It's really hard for you. You made it up. Miss Pu was not surprised by Gao Yang's reaction. She still explained calmly, Kiran is just a code name. No one knows his true identity, age, or gender. Many experts believe that he is not even a person, but a genius criminal gang. There are even rumors that Qilin is not a human being. He is a messenger chosen by advanced alien life, who invented the Jupiter virus to exterminate humans. However, Qilin himself claimed that he developed the Jupiter virus not to exterminate humans, but to initiate a life evolution, with the goal of selecting new humans to resist the predicted doomsday. He believes that he is continuing human civilization, and is the savior of mankind. Continue. Gao Yang tried to play the role of a good listener. According to Qilin, the Jupiter virus is only the first screening. Those who wake up and pass the test will face 2 more screenings. Only those who survive in the end are new humans, who can survive the doomsday. The remaining 2 screenings, let's talk about them in detail. Even if Jupiter virus patients wake up, they will have a serious existential crisis, and cannot distinguish between reality and illusion. In the past 10 years, our Zhongyan company has been trying to rescue as many patients as possible, and help many patients wake up successfully. Unfortunately, many patients still go crazy quickly. They often choose to commit suicide, or use the Jupiter mutant virus circulated on the black market to return to their dreams. The ending is still death. This is the second screening. The third screening is genetic screening. Most patients who wake up will have genetic mutations and possess certain supernatural powers, which are commonly known as superpowers. Your story ability settings are very complicated? Gao Yang complained. Miss Pu ignored Gao Yang's provocation and continued to explain. According to the data currently in our company, there are as many as 2012 kinds of supernatural powers that have emerged, which can be generally classified into 12 categories. We have not yet found the rules behind them, nor do we have a good treatment method. The patients have different reactions to the sequelae. Some patients just want to go back to their old lives, hate themselves, feel disgusted with themselves, and feel that they have become monsters. Some patients think that this is indeed an evolution. They voluntarily follow Qilin, become Qilin supporters, and even fanatical believers. Of course, most patients have a neutral attitude. Some of these patients will spontaneously organize groups to fight against Qilin. They do not trust the authorities or our Zhongyan company. They think that our company is just another evil technology oligarch. They refuse to accept our long-term follow-up treatment, which our company regrets. The data shows that patients who do not accept our long-term follow-up treatment have a faster deterioration of their condition, and more people are heading for destruction. Third-rate setting. Gao Yang pulled the corner of his mouth. One of the typical symptoms is that the patient loses his memory of the real world after waking up. Miss Pu continued to ignore Gao Yang's criticism and patiently explained, you must understand the real-world view to get rid of the influence of Jupiter Traveler to the greatest extent. Additional explanation, people who are infected with the Jupiter virus and fall into a coma and then wake up are called Jupiter Traveler. This dream is not your real life, but just a journey. Thinking in this way can help you get rid of the sequelae faster. Gao Yang listened casually, and his attention was already elsewhere. The two walked in the corridor for a while, and the number on the hotel door already started with 05. Gao Yang's pupils trembled, and he shouted, there is a flaw. Chapter 996. Gao Yang always believed that he had fallen into a powerful illusion or dream from the moment he opened the door. The only way to break the situation is to find the flaw. Miss Pu stopped and turned slowly. What's wrong? It was just 2001. How come it's 2005 now? How long have we been here? It can't be so fast. There must be a lot of dates skipped in between. Gao Yang was sure. Yes. Miss Pu smiled in a persuasive way. You finally found it. This is the flaw of the dream. Gao Yang repeated. You are still in your dream. Miss Pu blinked. Don't play this with me. I'm talking about you, and everything now, it's all a dream. Miss Pooh sighed softly. If the facts are as you said, then you have found the flaw. Why don't you wake up from the dream? Gao Yang was speechless. Miss Pooh continued to walk, and Gao Yang's wheelchair automatically followed. Half a minute later, Miss Pooh stopped in front of a hotel room on the left. Please look. Gao Yang looked up and saw the number on the door of this hotel was April 1st, 2006. Gao Yang was stunned. He was very familiar with this date. Mr. Liu, I will open this room for you now, okay? Gao Yang stared at the door and said nothing. Mr. Liu, you think all this is just a dream. So what are you afraid of? No matter what is in the room, it is fake, isn't it? Gao Yang was still speechless. Sometimes, it is very painful to accept reality, especially when a person gets love in a dream. Miss Pooh sighed softly. From an idealistic point of view, dying in a dream is not bad. But Mr. Liu, you are different. You have been doubting and seeking the truth, so you can come to this point. At this moment, you feel conflicted, afraid, and want to escape because you are about to wake up, and you are on the road to recovery. Humans always say that feeling tired is because you are on the uphill road. Gao Yang sneered. I don't want you to open the door because I know what is in the room. I don't want to face that memory now. It will shake my faith and make me weak. I don't believe a word you say. Don't try to change the concept with me. It's useless to me. For any mental illness, the most difficult and most critical step is to accept the fact that you are sick. Miss Pooh nodded. I am just an AI who has served countless Jupiter travelers. My words are indeed not convincing. Mr. Liu, don't rush. If you can complete the first 99 steps, you can naturally complete this last step. I believe that reality and time are the best doctors. Miss Pooh gently raised her hand and opened the door of the hotel named April 1st, 2006. There is a small world in the room. That was the orphanage in Gao Yang's memory. The old and messy dormitory was dimly lit. The dormitory manager and a dozen children sat around a wooden table. Gao Yang, who had just turned 6, sat next to the dormitory manager, wearing a birthday hat made of cigarette box cardboard. A cupcake with a lit candle was placed on the table at the same level as his chest. The little boy put his hands together. His malnourished face was red in the candlelight. His eyes were closed, his lips were tightly pursed, and he made a wish devoutly. Outside the door, Gao Yang in a wheelchair stared blankly at his 6-year-old self. He knew exactly what the orphan was wishing for, and remembered every word clearly. Soon, the little boy opened his eyes, and the stars twinkled in his eyes. Huh? He puffed his lips and blew out the candles, and the dormitory was suddenly dark. Great! Oh! The children clapped and shouted. The dormitory auntie immediately got up to pull the light cord, and a dim light bulb lit up above her head, like a magic umbrella in the dark forest, with golden warm magic power, covering all the children. Happy birthday to you! The dormitory auntie happily hugged Gao Yang in her arms, and took the lead in singing. Happy birthday to you! The children sang along. After singing the song, everyone was noisy again. Okay, although the cake is small, we still have candy. The dormitory auntie took out a handful of very cheap chocolate candies from her clothes pocket and gave one to each child present. The children were happy and excited, as if they had found some treasure. The dormitory aunt took down the candles and held up the cupcake. Luli, eat it quickly. Gao Yang happily took a big bite, and only half of the cupcake was left. Is it delicious? Delicious. Gao Yang puffed his lips, feeling unprecedented happiness, and he said loudly, Auntie, you eat it too. Auntie freed one hand and gently wiped the corner of Gao Yang's mouth. Auntie doesn't eat sweets. She needs to lose weight, otherwise she won't be able to get married in the future. When I grow up, I want to marry you. A little boy shouted. I want to marry you too. Another little boy said. I want to marry you. A little girl said. Me too. Me too. The children rushed to eat. Ha ha, when you grow up, Auntie will become an old woman. Bang. The hotel door closed, and all the memories of the night of my 6th birthday were sealed in the room named April 1st, 2006. Gao Yang had no expression on his face, and a tear silently slid down his face. He turned his face away quickly, wiped it with the back of his hand, and then took a long breath. If you have any other tricks, just use them. Miss Pooh continued to move forward, and the wheelchair automatically followed. The Thousand Dreams corridor shows only fragments of your dreams, not every real minute and every second, so there is no need for so many rooms. Gao Yang was silent. The foggy world is just your dream. The boundary of the foggy world is essentially the boundary of your cognition. The Jupiter virus is madly squeezing your brain, forcing it to build a perfect dream. All the information, memories, experiences, yourself, cognition, concepts, emotions, etc. stored in your brain, all of which make up every brick and tile, every blade of grass and every tree in the foggy world. According to the information, you were indeed an orphan before, named Lu Li. When you were 6 years old, you were adopted by the Gao family and renamed Gao Yang. Your family members include your grandmother, father, mother and sister. This Thousand Dreams corridor stores your everything in the dream. Strictly speaking, this is no longer your dreamland. You can think of it as a transit station built in your subconscious mind, so that you can have a buffer before you wake up, so that you don't have a mental breakdown the moment you wake up. We didn't develop this technology until 2 years ago. Before that, the shock to patients who woke up was unimaginable. Most patients forgot the real world, but created a perfect dream world based on the real world. Let me tell you the rest. Gao Yang interrupted impatiently. Chapter 997. Miss Pu stopped and looked at Gao Yang quietly. Gao Yang pretended to be relaxed. You mean, the boundary of the foggy world is the boundary of my cognition. I live in Liqing, so Liqing is very large and specific. I have never been to other places in reality. I only know about them through movies and books, so they have become official channels and isolated islands, because dreams cannot produce specific things outside of my cognition, and the brain cannot create things outside of its imagination. The foggy world is shrinking because I am dying. My body is weak, my brain is shrinking, and my memory, cognition, and experience are constantly being lost. I am afraid of this. This is my doomsday. As for all the people I met in the foggy world, they can be found in real life, so the relationship between me and them is very real. Let me think. There is more. Gao Yang became more and more excited. The so-called human nature, animal nature, and divinity are just an extreme expression of my own emotions, desires, and rationality. From beginning to end, this is just a dream of a dying person. In this dream, I played a game with my unconscious brain, I passed the level, saved myself, and woke up. Isn't that right? Not accurate, but basically correct. Miss Pu nodded. Correct bullshit. Gao Yang yelled and stood up from the wheelchair. You want to deceive me with such a rubbish script? I know what is true, and what is false. Everything I experienced in the foggy world is real, and you, and everything now is false. I am indeed fake. I am just a piece of data implanted in your subconscious mind. Miss Pu smiled and blinked. But why do you think the foggy world is real? Gao Yang was speechless. Mr. Lu, I believe you must have had this feeling before. At a certain moment without any signs, you will suddenly feel that everything is absurd, and everything happening around you is meaningless. You may even think that maybe everyone except you is an NPC in the game, and you have never really thought about what others think and feel what others feel for even a second. Gao Yang remained silent. You have never been sure for even a second that others have the same cognition as you, and you have never been sure for even a second that others exist like you. This is called his heart in philosophy. Think about this feeling carefully. Miss Pu retracted her smile. Did you often have such feelings during the years you were in the foggy world? It came suddenly and was particularly strong, and often expanded into an absolutely authoritative and invincible sense of emptiness. Gao Yang was silent. Miss Pu said, That's because you are talking about the big self, also called the true self. This I in your heart knows very well that it isn't a dream, so it always keeps you doubtful. No matter how much happiness, perfection, sadness, pain, regret your small self and false self gain in the dream, and how extreme the feelings you experience, you can never get rid of it and avoid nothingness. Think about the wishing well, those mysterious existences high above. They are actually the embodiment of the Jupiter virus in your dream. Remember, what does it want you to pay? Nothingness. Gao Yang answered almost subconsciously. Yes, they want you to give up nothingness. If you pay for nothingness, your big self and true self will lose the last life-saving straw, and your small self and false self will sink forever in the dream until the end of the world called brain death comes. Gao Yang remained alert, but also began to think seriously. After nearly half a minute of silence, he raised his head. You want me to believe that all this only happened in my brain? Miss Pu responded to Gao Yang's concentration with a faint smile. Mr. Lu, don't be pessimistic or depressed. Dreams are also meaningful. Our company's treatment plan never advocates a complete separation between Jupiter Traveler and his dream world, which is not conducive to recovery. In fact, you can change your mindset. What mindset? Gao Yang asked. It's not that everything happens only in your brain, but that everything happens in your brain. Gao Yang was stunned. For you humans, the brain is your universe, the world. You are like this in your dream, and now you are about to wake up, it is still the same. No matter where you are, Your brain will always be your universe, the world, and this will never change, right? One flower, one world, one leaf, one Bodhi. Gao Yang inexplicably remembered this sentence. Great. Miss Poo's smile seemed to be really relieved. I have a feeling that your subsequent recovery will be better than 99% of Jupiter travelers. Gao Yang smiled fearlessly, not giving up on himself. Then can I wake up? Take me to see the real world quickly. I can't wait. You are still full of doubts, which is normal. Your mental state has stabilized, and you will be deeply awakened soon. Miss Poo said, stretching her hands to both sides of the corridor. Before that, there are some things I need to tell you. Our company provides free treatment for all Jupiter travelers for 30 days, and the subsequent treatment work is paid. After your parents died, you automatically inherited the estate. We have automatically deducted it for you during the treatment process. At present, your credit limit is only 36 points, which is only enough for you to support one more day of basic treatment. You are very lucky to wake up before the credit points are used up. Otherwise, our company will hold a special meeting to decide your life or death, and the possibility of giving up treatment is 57.2%. You have successfully awakened now. As long as you sign a deep cooperation agreement with our company, you can get long-term free follow-up treatment from our company. It is worthy of being a big company. It is really humane. Gao Yang had a blank expression. There is one more thing I need to ask for your consent. Everything you experienced in your dream has been converted into holographic images and stored in the cloud under our technology. You can come to the company to visit and check it at any time. Understood. However, we will only automatically save it for you for 3 months. If you have not established deep cooperation with our company after 3 months and are not a member of our company, the dream data will be permanently deleted. Our company's annual membership fee is 300 credit points. Then I don't have enough money. Gao Yang sneered. Through big data analysis, the experience in dreams can help patients regain their real memories and have a positive effect on their recovery. Considering your current financial situation, I suggest that you choose to cooperate deeply with our company after you wake up. What if I don't? Then I suggest that you find a job immediately or seek help from relatives and friends and pay the annual fee within 3 months. There will be no problem. After you wake up, there will be a week of free rehabilitation treatment. After that, you can find relevant personnel to handle the procedures. It's not too late to make a decision then. Got it, Gao Yang replied. Then, I wish Mr. Liu a speedy recovery and all the best. Miss Poo picked up the whistle on her chest, put it in her mouth, and blew it hard. Shoo. Chapter 998. Brother, the sun is shining on your butt, get up quickly. Yang, it's a rare holiday, why don't you sleep a little longer? Breakfast is in the rice cooker. Hey, good morning, son. Hee, look who is awake, it turns out to be my good grandson. Brother, wake up for me, wake up immediately, you hear me. Get up. You useless. Don't die. Gao Yang, don't sleep, the airfish is coming. Brother Gao, I will accompany you here. Brother Yang, don't sleep, everyone is counting on you. Little Yang, you finally woke up. Elder Qiang, great, you woke up. Captain, don't sleep, wake up quickly. Boss, cheer up. Gao Yang, go quickly. The moment his consciousness was reconnected, Gao Yang felt a rapid fall. After falling to a certain extent, he began to slowly rise again, as if he had fallen into a soft waterbed, and was slowly spit out. Soon, he was sent back to the ground, back to this world. He slowly opened his heavy eyelids, and the strong stinging pain forced him to close his eyes immediately. But this stinging pain was also like the fuse of life, igniting other sensory nerves in his body and spreading rapidly, finally helping him to regain his breathing and heartbeat, and the feeling of being alive. After an unknown amount of time, he opened his eyes again and gradually adapted to the dim light. Beep, beep, beep. A crisp signal sound came from his ears, slowly, regularly, and accurately hitting his heartbeat, like a rhythm of cheering, constantly encouraging him. Finally, Gao Yang's fingers moved. Ding. The light around gradually brightened, and a soft, neutral artificial voice sounded. Please note that patient 31415926 has awakened. Please note that patient 31415926 has awakened. Duh. There were hurried footsteps around. Gao Yang's vision was still blurry, and he could only vaguely tell that it was a nurse who came to his side. Beep. Doctor, he's awake. He's awake. Who? Mascot. Quick. Call Director Shi. Gao Yang's brain and body were too weak. Just processing the simple information in front of him and trying to think about his situation was enough to consume all his memory. He closed his eyes again and fell into a deep sleep. This time, he just fell asleep. 7 days later, the Inn Rehabilitation Center. The building is a circular 5-story modern building, spacious, comfortable, and fully equipped. If you remove the rehabilitation site and medical equipment, it is more like a leisure club equipped with high-tech systems. Gao Yang ate, drank, defecated and urinated here for 7 days, with a doctor, a nurse, and an AI pet that looks like a cat and a dog but speaks human language. The AI pet is called Xiaoyan, Gao Yang's daily assistant and caregiver. It can not only monitor Gao Yang's physical condition 24 hours a day, answer most of his questions, but also has a chat mode to relieve worries and boredom. All this is not because Gao Yang is a noble person, but simply because Gao Yang is the first Jupiter traveler to wake up this month. According to the data, this rehabilitation center can serve 300 patients at the same time, but the highest peak in history has only served 43 people at the same time. The day before Gao Yang woke up, the last 2 Jupiter travelers were just discharged from the hospital, so the entire rehabilitation center gave Gao Yang the illusion of being booked. Gao Yang didn't care about it at all. He always maintained a funny mentality to see what new tricks this dream could play for him. The only thing he had to do was to find the flaws. Whether it was a dream or an illusion, he had to wake up. However, he would not tell anyone about these thoughts, because everyone was an NPC. They would only tell Gao Yang, "It is normal for you to have such thoughts. This is the main sequelae of the Jupiter virus. You need time to slowly get out of it." This reminded Gao Yang of a movie he had seen before. The protagonist was obviously not crazy, but the people around him, including the doctor, insisted that the protagonist was crazy. The more the protagonist wanted to prove that he was not crazy, the crazier he behaved. In the end, the protagonist was driven crazy and sent to a mental hospital as he wished. At this time, everyone around him breathed a sigh of relief. They smiled and said, "His illness will get better soon." 2 days before waking up, Gao Yang had been lying in bed, transitioning from nutritional injections to eating liquid food. On the 4th day, Gao Yang began to eat normally and took compound nutritional tablets. In the last 3 days, he gradually recovered his mobility with the help of the rehabilitation robot. Gao Yang did not hate the rehabilitation robot. He felt like he was driving a Gundam. During these 7 days, Gao Yang could not leave the rehabilitation center. All the windows of the building were smart screens that could simulate outdoor sunlight and virtual beautiful scenery, alternating day and night, making the fake look real. In addition, the smart screens in certain occasions would also project holographic image advertisements. They were all internal advertisements of the Inn company, such as the global promotional video played in the lobby on the 1st floor. First, the development history of the Inn company is explained, showing its strong technology, capital, influence and social status. Then the emergence and spread of the Jupiter virus, as well as the threat and blow it posed to all mankind, are quickly explained. At this time, the Inn company appears as a savior. It has made major breakthroughs in the fields of brain neurons, consciousness data, artificial intelligence, and has developed a complete set of treatment methods. The most core technology is that human consciousness can be uploaded to the neural network in the form of data, and the super artificial intelligence body can also be converted into countless simulated consciousnesses and implanted into the human brain. Bodhi splits into thousands of clones and implants them into the brain of every Jupiter virus patient. They will generate different forms according to the world in the patient's dream, such as systems, plugins, cheats, artifacts, pets, mentors, etc. Bodhi will guide the patient and do his best to help each patient reach their end, thereby awakening them from a deep coma. This set of complex medical technologies is called Inn therapy. After the implementation of the Inn therapy, the patient's chance of waking up increased from 0.000 to 1/100, a full 20 times higher. This brought unprecedented hope to the world, allowing all mankind to see the dawn of defeating the Jupiter virus, and the Inn company also became the world's largest technology company. At present, the Inn company has cooperated with the authorities of various countries to establish thousands of large and small treatment and rehabilitation centers around the world, striving to save more lives. But even so, 3/4 of the patients still cannot be treated and can only be sent to ordinary hospitals or wait for a miracle at home. The Inn company will arrange the patients' numbers fairly according to the duration of their illness. Once they enter the treatment center, they will receive 30 days of free treatment. For patients who have not woken up within 30 days, the subsequent survival rate will not exceed 1%. At this time, if the patient's family still refuses to give up, they can continue to receive treatment, but they will be charged a very expensive medical fee, which has become one of the main sources of income for the AND company. On the one hand, the company's technical maintenance and continuous research and development cannot be separated from a huge amount of funds. On the other hand, the resources of the treatment center are limited, and if you want to extend the occupation time of resources, you have to pay a price. Then, the promotional video began to focus on showing the company's outstanding achievements, the number of people who were successfully awakened, the upgrade of treatment methods, the iteration of Bodhi, and a series of help for Jupiter travelers to reintegrate into society. Whether it is music, pictures, actors' smiles and lines, they are all extremely inspiring, warm and touching. Finally, a logo composed of a letter B and a mirror reverse B appeared. It looks like a freehand door, which is the logo of the AND company. Then, a woman appeared. She is old, but well-maintained. She sits in a wheelchair, wearing a moon-gray modified cheongsam, a pearl cloud shoulder, her hair is neatly tied up, and she wears tortoiseshell glasses. She has a kind face and smiles at the camera. Life is a journey, and dreams are just one of the stops. When we are ready, we can set off again at any time. Gao Yang certainly knows this woman, it is Li. Mrs. Li is really amazing. Gao Yang, who was sitting on a bench in the hall in a daze, heard the voice, and slowly turned his head. His exclusive nurse sat next to him, without knowing when. She is in her 20s, with brown hair and a round face. She looks like a girl next door. She wears a silver nurse uniform with avant-garde cut, and a technological texture. She wears a swallowtail hat generated by holographic images on her head. The source of the holographic image comes from the communicator hanging on her right ear. It allows staff to grasp any situation in the rehabilitation center at any time, similar to an AI assistant. Her name is Tingting. Coincidentally, Gao Yang also knows her. Why? Chapter 999. Gao Yang asked knowingly. Sometimes, Gao Yang would chat with Xiao Yin. There were more than 20 options for the chat content, and Gao Yang always chose the most inconspicuous gossip. The so-called gossip is the gossip compiled by the AI pet from the personal information of all the staff of the rehabilitation center. Of course, it does not involve privacy. Gao Yang originally wanted to find the flaws in the dream, but he got countless gossip. Tingting is also a Jupiter traveler. She woke up during the free treatment time of the AND company 2 years ago. Tingting's parents passed away early, and she had no one to rely on. She tried her best to survive. She was fired from her job immediately after she was infected with the Jupiter virus. She fell into a coma on the 3rd day. Her credit point balance might not even be enough for the hospitalization fee. Fortunately, she was able to get a free treatment number at the treatment center. After Tingting woke up, her body and mind recovered quickly. The genetic mutation in her body was also very small. The superpower she obtained only made her presence less. When she didn't speak actively, she was completely invisible. But even so, once you become a Jupiter traveler, it will be more and more difficult to return to society. It is difficult to find a decent job. In the end, you could only become a marginal person in society to survive, wandering in the gray area, or simply taking the road of crime, and die on the street one day. But the AND company gave Tingting a way out. She was kept to receive training, and on the one hand, she worked deeply with the company as a patient, and on the other hand, she became a nurse in the rehabilitation center and lived a stable and decent life. You don't know yet? Tingting looked at Mr. Li in the promotional video with admiration. Mrs. Li is also a Jupiter traveler. She is my idol. Gao Yang certainly knew that it was said that Mrs. Li woke up quickly after being infected with the virus, and recovered quite well, with almost no side effects. It was because of this incident that she made up her mind. As the founder of the AND company, she actively cooperated with the government, vigorously promoted the construction of the treatment center and the improvement of the treatment system, and invested 80% of the company's resources in the research and development of Bodhi, which was a protracted battle with the Jupiter virus. She is one of the few public figures that both normal people and Jupiter travelers like. Normal people expect her to lead the AND company to develop a vaccine for the Jupiter virus, and Jupiter travelers also expect her company to completely cure their sequelae. Of course, there are also people who hate Mrs. Li, such as the evil organizations, terrorist organizations, and extreme fanatics among Jupiter travelers. They firmly believe in Qilin's human evolution theory. They believe that Qilin is God's messenger, and they are all new humans chosen by God. What Mrs. Li did was against the will of heaven. She wanted to stop human evolution, make humans unable to resist the coming doomsday, and ruin the entire human civilization. There are many Jupiter travelers who want to assassinate Mrs. Li. Really? Gao Yang pulled himself out of his thoughts and continued Tingting's words. Yes. Mrs. Li gave me a second life. Tingting smiled, She looked really happy and grateful. My life has become better after becoming a Jupiter traveler than before. I never dared to think about this before. Gao Yang smiled without saying anything. Ting Ting was biting a simulated lollipop in her mouth. She gently tapped the white plastic stick to switch the flavor. Simulated lollipops are a hot-selling product among simulated snacks. It cannot be eaten and has no calories, but it can stimulate the brain nerves through the taste buds, allowing people to taste the flavors of various foods. It is certainly inferior to real food, but it is an excellent substitute for people who are afraid of getting fat and can't control their appetite. Of course, the one-time use time cannot exceed 2 hours, otherwise people will fall into a state of fatigue, and over time, the brain will be irreversibly blunted. Those terrorists are really sick in the brain. At this time, Ting Ting talked about the thing that made her most angry. Qilin harmed them, but they worshipped him as a god. Madame Li saved them, but they turned their kindness into hatred. I think this is Stockholm Syndrome. Yes. Gao Yang nodded and acted as a good listener. Lu Li. Ting Ting looked at the 19-year-old boy who was younger than her. If you ask me, you might as well stay here. You have lost your memory, and don't know how cruel the outside world is, especially as Jupiter travelers, who are suffering. I think about it. Gao Yang smiled. Don't be perfunctory with me. Ting Ting said seriously. I know that you must still think that we are all people in your imagination, and your previous dream is real. I was like this when I just woke up. This is our disease. As long as you cooperate with the treatment, you will be able to get out of it soon. Got it, Gao Yang said. Dingling Ting Ting's headset flashed. Her holographic swallowtail hat immediately changed from white to blue, which means that she is already in working state. If it turns red, it means that she is very busy at the moment. However, after Ting Ting became a nurse, the hat has never changed to red. Ting Ting looked at Gao Yang. Lu Li, Dr. Shi asked you to go to the office. Okay. Gao Yang slowly stood up. At his feet, Xiaoyan was crouching. Its body was made of soft metal. Its 2 ears immediately pressed against its head, and its tail was tucked under its belly. Its body turned into a white metal ball. Gurgle gurgle Xiaoyan rolled quickly and followed Gao Yang to the elevator entrance. A few minutes later, Gao Yang and Xiaoyan entered an automatic door at the same time. Inside the door was an office with a light blue tone. To be precise, it was a light blue color adjusted by the smart screen on the wall, which made people feel comfortable and relaxed. The room was decorated in a minimalist style, with only 2 ergonomic chairs that could be adjusted for sitting and lying. A female doctor was sitting on one of the chairs. Even when she was sitting, it could be seen that she was tall, thin, and had long limbs. She wore a white coat, frameless glasses, and a silver pin on her chest, giving people a strong sense of professionalism and intellectual beauty. Gao Yang recognized her. Isher, who was Gao Yang's attending physician here. You're here. Isher smiled. What do you want to do with me? Gao Yang tried to act like a normal patient. Come, sit down first. Dr. Shi waved. Gao Yang sat down on the chair opposite her. Lie down, Dr. Shi said. Gao Yang did as he was told, and suddenly, he felt his body being tightly attached to the back of the chair. Then, 2 clover-shaped neuron sensors appeared on the back of his neck, spreading and attaching to Gao Yang's temples. 2 seconds later, a tingling electric current penetrated his brain and spread throughout his body. He felt light and floating, as if he was swinging on a swing. It's been a week since recovery. How do you feel? Very good, Gao Yang replied. Dr. Shi tapped the frame of his glasses with his index finger, and the lens immediately emitted 2 blue lights, transforming into a holographic data board in the air. Dr. Shi swiped his hand over, and the information on the data board kept switching. After checking for a while, Dr. Shi nodded. Your body is basically fine. I will evaluate your mental state again. Chapter 1000. Okay. Gao Yang cooperated very well. Next, I will strengthen the brain nerve impulses, and your dizziness will increase. But don't be nervous, this is a normal reaction. Okay. I will ask you 3 simple questions, and you can answer them according to your feelings. The answers are not important. The evaluation criteria do not depend on your answers, but on the comprehensive data of your neuronal reactions. Okay. As soon as the voice fell, Gao Yang's dizziness became stronger, just like the critical point between being drunk, seemingly still sober, but the mind cannot be focused for a long time, and can only maintain the most basic attention. If you hear my voice, please say yes. Now please answer my questions. Okay. Who are you? Lu Li. Where are you going? Home. Choose to live or die. Survive. Who are you? Gao Yang. Where are you going? The gate of the end. Choose to live or die. Hope. Who are you? I don't know. Where are you going? It doesn't matter. Choose to live or die. Truth. Gao Yang didn't know when he fell asleep, nor how long he slept. When he woke up, Dr. Shi was smiling, but his eyes were filled with worries. How was the test? Gao Yang had completely forgotten. Dr. Shi hesitated for a few seconds and sighed. Lu Li, you are in good physical condition, but your mental state is not very good. You have a strong tendency to split. Really? Gao Yang didn't care. But your situation is special. Dr. Shi smiled bitterly. Do you know how everyone called you before you woke up? Masked. Yes, the survival rate of patients who have been in a coma for more than a month is very low, and patients who have been in a coma for more than 3 months are almost certain to die, but you have been in a coma for more than 10 months. Such miracle cases can be counted on one hand in the world. Gao Yang said nothing. In this way, I can apply for special approval to extend your recovery time. No need. Gao Yang said, I want to be discharged normally. I really don't recommend you to do this. Dr. Shi said earnestly, your current situation is very difficult. Forgive me for being frank. Extreme poverty, amnesia, sequelae, refusing our company's follow-up treatment. You simply can't return to the outside world. You may not live for more than a week. I appreciate your kindness. Gao Yang insisted. I just want to be discharged. Seeing that Gao Yang had made up his mind, Dr. Shi nodded. Okay, after the basic rehabilitation process is completed, we will absolutely respect the wishes of every patient. Thank you. Before going through the discharge procedures, you have to see someone. If you continue to stay in the rehabilitation center for observation and treatment, I can help you turn it down first. Who? Gao Yang was a little curious. The boring story is finally going to have some new content. The police. Dr. Shi said, they are still investigating the murder of your family. Okay. Gao Yang stood up. He didn't ask where the police were. Xiaoyan at his feet had rolled into a ball and started to lead the way. Gao Yang followed the AI pet to a reception room in the lobby on the first floor. Gao Yang walked to the automatic door and immediately heard a knock on the door. Come in. A male voice came from inside the door, and the automatic door opened immediately. Master, according to Article 36 of the AI Pet Safety Agreement, I cannot be present when the police are working. I will wait for you outside the door. Xiaoyan lay at the door, his 2 round eyes flashing blue light, and his tail kept wagging. Gao Yang walked directly into the room. The automatic door closed, and the main color of the room was cold gray. There were also only 2 ergonomic chairs in the middle of the room. A policeman had been waiting for a long time. He was about 30 years old, with a clean crew cut, a wide chin, sharp face, and a mature and sharp look, giving people a sense of calmness and sophistication. Gao Yang stood at the door, his eyes a little sore. After a few seconds, he called out the other party's name. Officer Huang. Officer Huang was stunned. It seems that Dr. Shi introduced me to you. Officer Huang stood up, and the light and shadow on his head flickered, and immediately generated a holographic police hat. He extended his hand. Hello, my name is Huang Qi, a police officer in the 7th District of Moon City. I am mainly responsible for your parents' case. Boring script. A tear flowed from the corner of Gao Yang's eyes. This dream is really not creative at all. Are you so afraid that I will find a flaw? Officer Huang's eyes narrowed slightly, and he retracted his hand. It seems that Dr. Shi did not lie to me. Your current mental state is indeed not suitable for questioning. I will visit you another day. Today? Gao Yang smiled. I will be discharged from the hospital today, and I don't plan to receive follow-up treatment. According to Dr. Shi, I'm afraid you will see me as a corpse next time. Officer Huang carefully examined Gao Yang, smiling. You are different from other Jupiter travelers I have seen. Your condition is very serious, but you are particularly clear-headed. Dr. Shi said this is called splitting. Gao Yang said, you are a very interesting person. Officer Huang half-seriously approached. If we know each other privately, we might be good friends. The two sat down face to face. Officer Huang did not open the holographic workboard, but it seemed that he had memorized a lot of information. You have lost your memory. Let me review it for you. You were born on April 1st, 2049. Your parents died in the war. You were adopted by an orphanage and named Lu Li. When you were 6 years old, you were adopted by the Gao family and renamed Gao Yang. Your family members are as follows. Grandma Wang Yu and Mom Lin Yu, Dad Gao Shou, and Sister Gao Xinxin. Your father and his friends jointly opened a simulated snack factory. Your mother is a full-time housewife. After the Jupiter virus crisis broke out, she went to a nearby hospital as a volunteer every week. You and your sister are both in school and have good grades. On April 1st last year, the night of your 18th birthday, your grandmother, father, and mother all died at home. You were only slightly injured, but you were unconscious. You were soon diagnosed with the Jupiter virus and sent to the treatment center of the N Company. You didn't wake up until last week. Where's my sister? Gao Yang asked. Chapter 1001. Officer Huang paused and said with regret, he disappeared and his whereabouts are still unknown. Have you identified the murderer? Gao Yang asked. Officer Huang shook his head. It's a professional criminal gang. They pretended to be ordinary burglary and left some false clues to mislead us. Burglary? Gao Yang seemed to be listening to someone else's story. Can credit points be robbed? Yes. Officer Huang said, however, it's not just credit points that can be robbed, but also various human organs, artificial organs, cyber prosthesis, eye chips, S-chips, etc. I heard that you have completely lost your memory. Do you know the function of the chip? Gao Yang nodded. I have learned about it. The eye chip is a conventional chip. It is usually implanted in the back of the left hand after the age of 3 and is upgraded every few years. It is a permanent ID and an internet interface. People's personal information, property, privacy, food, clothing, housing and transportation are all inseparable from the eye chip. Without the eye chip, it can be said that it is difficult to move. The S-chip is the core product of the N Company. After the age of 14, people can decide whether to implant it. The S-chip has been implanted in the back of the neck. It can interact with brain neurons and digitize one's consciousness, and then upload it to the meta network, the neuron internet specially built by the N Company. In other words, all S-chip users are clients, and the terminal is in the super large server of the N Company. This is a brand new world, which is still growing wildly, and has not established perfect rules and real order. The more vast and free the meta network is, the more mysterious and dangerous it is. Although the N Company has introduced various measures to urge everyone to surf the internet safely, countless people still die on the meta network every year. Some people even go to the meta network to end their lives, dissolve their consciousness, and achieve the so-called eternal life. When the Jupiter virus first appeared, many people believed that it was spread by the meta network, but this speculation was quickly overturned. Although the number of people over 14 years old who have implanted S-chips has reached 93%, many people who have not installed S-chips and are under 14 years old have also been infected with the Jupiter virus. Gao Yang found that he was actually thinking seriously about the worldview of this absurd dream. He immediately woke up and retracted his thoughts. Lu Li, I will show you photos of your family, including photos of the crime scene. You can stop if you feel uncomfortable. If you remember any clues and details, please tell me. Gao Yang nodded. Seeing Gao Yang ready, Officer Huang took out a key-shaped laser pen from his chest pocket and pressed it. A beam of light was projected into the air, turning into a holographic album, which automatically turned pages facing Gao Yang. The first photo is a family photo of Gao Yang's 7th birthday. Everyone celebrated Gao Yang's birthday at home, and the family was harmonious and happy. Gao Yang sat in the middle of the sofa, holding an unopened gift box in his arms. His grandmother and sister sat on Gao Yang's left and right, and his parents stood behind the sofa. At Gao Yang's feet, there was a first-generation AI pet squatting. The photo was very warm, but Gao Yang had no impression of it. He knew very well that these did not exist at all, and were all fiction. The holographic album kept turning pages. Gao Yang saw various life photos of himself and his family in elementary school, junior high school, and high school. The level of technology shown in the life photos was far higher than that of the foggy world. During his recovery, Gao Yang was forced to learn the fictional history of his dream from Shaoyin. In the first half of the 21st century, humans made great breakthroughs in the fields of brain neurology, artificial intelligence, and human genetic engineering. These three technological explosions have completely changed human life and the world pattern. However, technology is neither good nor evil. It is like Pandora's box. Humans opened the box, but were not prepared to welcome it. Economic crisis, energy crisis, faith crisis, environmental crisis, survival crisis, racial crisis, various problems emerged one after another. The war initially occurred only in local areas, and finally inevitably swept the world. When the long war ended, the population dropped from tens of billions to more than 1 billion. Many places in the world have been submerged by seawater, and many places have become deserts full of sand and dust or dead places with serious nuclear pollution. Humans once again yearn for peace and begin post-war reconstruction, but they are struggling. More than a decade later, The global population finally recovered to more than 2 billion, and suddenly a common enemy of mankind, Kirin, appeared and brought the Jupiter virus to the world. Gao Yang found that he was distracted again. The album in front of him had turned to the black and white photos of Gao Yang's parents. Gao Yang was stunned and suddenly laughed. "What are you laughing at?" Officer Huang didn't understand. He actually laughed when he saw his parents' photos. No wonder Jupiter Traveler was called Jupiter Mad Dog by everyone. Nothing. Gao Yang shrugged. "My parents finally have a proper photo." Officer Huang was stunned and didn't know what to say for a while. After a moment of silence, Officer Huang's tone became more serious. "Next is the murder scene photo. You have to be mentally prepared." "Okay." The holographic album suddenly unfolded into a series of slides, arranged in front of Gao Yang. Gao Yang saw the body of his grandmother, her thin body lying under the dining table in the dining room, face down, blood all over the floor. Then came the body of his mother. She was lying in the corner of the living room, her hair disheveled, face down, with a shocking bloody hole on her back, blood all over the floor. His father fell on the sofa, with no obvious wounds or blood on his body. He was terrified, his pupils dilated, and his face pale. Gao Yang knew it was fake, but his heartbeat accelerated subconsciously, and his chest ached. He turned his face away. Officer Huang immediately turned off the photo of the deceased, and then showed some other photos of the crime scene. The pictures were relatively gentle. After confirming that Gao Yang had finished looking at them one by one, Officer Huang turned off the holographic album. "Do you remember anything?" Gao Yang shook his head. "No." "No impression at all?" "No." "If you remember anything later, be sure to tell me." Officer Huang hesitated for 2 seconds, and then said, "There is another photo. You can also take a look." Soon, a holographic photo popped up and enlarged. Gao Yang was startled. In the photo, high-rise buildings stood in a forest, neon lights were hazy, and it was drizzling. A girl stood on a billboard of a high-rise building, and it seemed that she was about to jump to the next billboard. In front of her was a translucent holographic mascot, a giant cyan python. If you don't look carefully, it's hard to find the girl behind the python. Officer Huang continued to enlarge the photo and process the image, weakening the holographic image in front, and the girl's figure became much clearer. She was tall, with a ponytail, wearing a blood-stained high school uniform, a black cyber prosthesis without simulated skin on her left hand, and a narrow silver-gray technology knife in her right hand, the blade reflecting cold neon spots. She faces the camera sideways, with fair skin and beautiful features, like a powerful and emotionless female killer. Chapter 1002. On the night your family was murdered, she happened to be nearby, and her whereabouts were suspicious. Officer Huang said, "Do you remember anything?" "Officer Huang, how could you even forget Qing Ling? We used to be an iron triangle." Gao Yang wanted to make a joke, but finally just shook his head. "No." Officer Huang pondered for a moment, and continued to enlarge the holographic photo. Only Qing Ling's cyber arm was left in the whole picture, and there was a blurred figure on the back of her hand. After a few seconds, the picture was intelligently completed, and the figure became clear, a symbol of a burning sun. "What is this?" Gao Yang asked. "Organization logo." Officer Huang smiled faintly. "The organization calls itself Juicy. It is rumored that there were 9 original founders, so it is called this name." Gao Yang was stunned and smiled. "It sounds powerful." "It is not." Officer Huang smiled sophisticatedly. "It is rumored that all members of Juicy are Jupiter travelers, with powerful superpowers and military-grade body modifications. They have been operating in secret, with unclear goals and positions, and are very mysterious. From the clues I have so far, your family's experience has a certain connection with the Juicy organization." Officer Huang looked at Gao Yang meaningfully. "If you have any clues about them, tell me as soon as possible. In addition, be careful of Juicy." "I will," Gao Yang said. After that, the two chatted for a while, and Officer Huang left without asking anything. Gao Yang followed Xiao Yin to the front desk of the rehabilitation center to handle the discharge procedures. The front desk lady generated by the holographic image was enthusiastic and patient, guiding Gao Yang to sign a large number of electronic documents, and finally completed the process. Duh. Gao Yang heard the footsteps and slowly turned around. A young woman walked towards him quickly. She had big eyes, a short chin, a mature temperament, but a baby face. The woman was wearing a white coat with a high-tech style, a professional shirt and skinny jeans inside, a pair of high heels on her feet, and a blue work badge on her chest. She put one hand in her pocket and held a cup of packaged coffee in the other hand. She looked capable. The woman came to Gao Yang, and the blue work badge on her chest automatically displayed her identity information. Xia Yi, Deputy Director of the 9th Research Office of the End. Should I call you Gao Yang or Lu Li? Xia Yi was very direct. Lu Li, Gao Yang said. Hello Lu Li. Xia Yi stretched out her hand. I am Xia Yi, from the research department. Gao Yang did not shake hands back, but asked casually, are Lao Wang and Yin okay? Xia Yi was stunned, guessing that Gao Yang should have known her information in advance. In fact, Jupiter travelers, who pretend to be prophets, are not new, and they are also one of the mainstream sequelae. They firmly believe that the real world is a dream, and the dream world is reality. What they see in dreams is a projection of the real world. Xia Yi smiled politely. Thank you for your concern. My family is fine. I just finished the formalities, and have nothing to do with the Inn Company. Gao Yang said. I have read your information. You can wake up after being in a coma for more than 10 months. It is very rare. There are only 3 patients on record, including you, and the remaining 2 patients are abroad, so I hope you can be your guinea pig? Gao Yang interrupted. Xia Yi retracted his smile and answered seriously. You have a deep misunderstanding of our company. In any case, you would have died without Bodhi's treatment. This is a fact. For Jupiter travelers, the treatment of sequelae is long and arduous. Our company provides free treatment, respects your rights and privacy, and only collects disease data in order to develop better medical methods to treat more Jupiter travelers until the Jupiter virus is completely conquered. I think this is a win-win situation. Have you ever thought that I don't want to wake up at all, and I would rather die in your so-called dream? Gao Yang asked. Your feelings at this moment are not your true feelings. This is just the sequelae of the Jupiter virus. Xia Yi was very sure. Gao Yang decided to shut up. It's just a dream. Why bother to be serious? Okay, what do you want to do? Gao Yang asked. Xia Yi was surprised. It seemed that she was going to start a debate the previous second, but how could she change her mind the next second? Of course, she didn't know that Gao Yang agreed only because he owed her the debt to the foggy world. I will copy all medical data from Dr. Shi and browse the entire content of your dream. This involves personal privacy and requires your consent. In addition, I will extract a portion of your blood, trace brain emotional hormones, cerebrospinal fluid, and active genes, also known as mutant gene compound energy. Don't worry, this will not cause any damage to your body, and the collection process is painless. That's all? That's all. No need to locate my whereabouts 24 hours a day, take medicine on time every day, write a diary every day, and have regular weekly checkups? These are not necessary. Xia Yi smiled. If possible, keep the eye chip connected. I will probably contact you later, but you can refuse. Okay. Gao Yang agreed. Thank you very much. Xia Yi took out a laser pen and clicked on the holographic contract. Read it carefully and sign it. Gao Yang didn't even look at it, stretched out his hand, activated the eye chip on the back of his hand, and popped up a confirmation option to sign. Gao Yang confirmed and signed in the air with his fingers. The words Lu Li immediately appeared on the holographic contract. If it's convenient, please follow me now. Shay smiled again, her eyes became gentle. To be honest, today is my daughter's birthday. If possible, I would like to get off work early. Gao Yang had no expression on his face, but quickened his pace. Crack. The multifunctional medical cabin slowly opened, and a slightly pungent medical white mist came out. Gao Yang, lying flat in the medical cabin, slowly woke up. He didn't know how long he had slept, nor did he know what was extracted from his body. He didn't care at all. It's over. Shay stood aside with his hands in his pockets. Thank you again for your cooperation. Gao Yang got up and moved his body. Nothing else, I'm leaving. Shay hesitated, smiled and said, I'm off work too. How about I take you a ride? It's quite big in here. Okay. Gao Yang's main point is that it doesn't matter. Let's go, take you to change clothes. Chapter 1003. 10 minutes later, Shay changed into the simplest white t-shirt, jeans, and white sneakers, just like Gao Yang. Shay explained that this was a special rule of the company. Mrs. Li did not want Jupiter Traveler to be recognized as a patient by others as soon as he was discharged from the hospital, and thus suffer discrimination, so both employees and patients would change into this set of clothes when leaving the company. Gao Yang and Shay passed through the security checkpoint with full-body scanning, walked out of the automatic door, and officially left the rehabilitation center building. This was the first time Gao Yang came outdoors. Ai Pet Xiaoyan squatted inside the door and watched Gao Yang leave. There was even a hint of reluctance in her big round eyes. It was already night, and the sky was dim and blurred, as if covered with a layer of oppressive and turbid gray fog, and there was a faint sour smell in the air. Gao Yang just took 2 breaths, and his throat felt itchy and his whole body was uncomfortable. Here. Xia Yi handed Gao Yang a mask, which was composed of 2 petal-shaped air filters. Remember to wear this when you are outdoors, unless you want to change to an artificial lung in 3 months, but the new artificial lung is really convenient and has fewer side effects. I am considering changing to one. Gao Yang took the mask, and just as he brought it to his mouth, the 2 air filters automatically attached to his cheeks, and the air instantly became fresh. Xia Yi also put on a mask. As soon as she raised her hand, the eye chip on the back of her hand immediately popped up a holographic operation interface. Xia Yi swiped her finger to a vehicle icon and clicked it in to operate a few times. The car will be here soon. Okay. Gao Yang looked ahead and saw an empty square with roads extending in all directions. There was no greenery around, only tree-shaped streetlights. There are strangely shaped buildings standing all around, with smart screens on the surface of the buildings, playing the company's advertising videos, and a group of drones in the shape of a human flying across the sky from time to time. This is the 3rd branch of the N Company, a large industrial park. If you walk, it will take a long time to get out. Xia Yi pointed to the nearest building on the left and said, "Do you see that weird building that looks like a back injury?" "I see it. The research building, where I move bricks." "Do you see that lunchbox-shaped building?" "The cafeteria?" "Yes, it's the cafeteria. The company provides employees with comprehensive life capsules for free, but most people still prefer to go to the cafeteria to swipe credit points for meals. Appetite is really hard to quit. Over there, that bright orange hemispherical building, we call it a greenhouse, specializing in the study of the nervous systems of animals and plants other than humans. It's quite interesting. I take you to visit it if I have the chance." Maybe because Gao Yang is highly cooperative with her work, or maybe because she is about to celebrate her husband and daughter's birthday, Xia Yi is in a good mood and talks more. A few minutes later, a flying car twice the size of an ordinary car descended from the sky. The 4 doors of the car opened to the sides like butterfly wings, with rotary jets attached. There were also 4 jets attached to the chassis of the car, which together created a strong airflow that was no less powerful than a helicopter propeller. The full name of this car is New Energy Land, Sea and Air Integrated Vehicle, also known as Amphibious Vehicle. It can run, fly and go into the water. Ordinary people can't afford it at all. Zhongyan Company is rich and powerful, and each middle and senior staff has one. The amphibious car slowly landed, the jets on the chassis were retracted, and the 4 wheels were lowered. After landing, the 4 doors quickly folded and turned back into ordinary doors. "Get in the car." Xia Yi got into the driver's seat, and Gao Yang sat in the co-pilot seat. There was no steering wheel in the car, and Xia Yi said by voice control, "Go to the south gate of the company first. Please confirm the destination." The intelligent voice appeared, and a holographic 3-dimensional map popped up on the console, with the destination marked. "Confirm," Xia Yi said. The holographic 3-dimensional map disappeared, and the car started. At the same time, the mechanical seat belts grew out like bamboo shoots, climbing up step by step, fixing Gao Yang and Xia Yi in their seats. In the car, Xia Yi's tone was more sincere. "Luli, in fact, you don't have to rush to leave the hospital. Your situation is special, and you can rest for a while. It's best to receive survival training. Don't worry, I have a strong ability to adapt." Gao Yang replied casually. "Heh." Xia Yi smiled bitterly. "I heard that you live in the Moon City. You have no memory now, and you don't know where that place is? I have a little understanding," Gao Yang said. "Okay, be careful." Xia Yi shook his head and sighed, and stopped persuading. 5 minutes later, the amphibious car drove out of the south gate of the End Industrial Park. 2 giant B-shaped buildings stood opposite each other, forming a magnificent gate full of technology. After Gao Yang got off the car, Xia Yi couldn't help but remind him, "You can contact me if you encounter any difficulties. Of course, the best way is to call the police." "Okay. Goodbye. Be careful on the way." "Goodbye." Gao Yang watched the amphibious car disappear in the night road. Gao Yang crossed a street in the opposite direction and came to the riverside scenic belt. In front of him was a wide river, and across the river was a prosperous technology city. It was where Gao Yang grew up, the city of the moon. The high-rise buildings in the Moon City are very dense, like a wildly growing steel and concrete forest. The buildings are covered with neon light boxes and billboards with different texts and styles. Virtual landscapes and dynamic mascots generated by holographic images are floating in the air, which are difficult to distinguish between reality and illusion. Above the city, under the depressing and dark night, there is a giant golden moon hanging. It is actually a sky city. There are 100,000 small drones floating around it, which together release holographic images, disguising its appearance as a moon. It will change from new moon to full moon over time, just like a real moon. Due to severe atmospheric pollution, residents of most cities in the world can no longer see the stars and the moon. The Moon City then created an artificial celestial body, which on the one hand demonstrates the power of the city of science and technology, and on the other hand creates a dream for people all over the world. The Moon City is a metropolis independent of the country. It has its own owners and its own rules and order. Here, there are many stories of overnight wealth, overnight fame, and the transformation of unknown people into legends. People say that no matter who you are or what your dreams are, you should go to the Moon City. But the reality is not like that. Under the beautiful and dreamy neon lights, in the dark corners where the golden moon cannot shine, is its true face, the law of the jungle, chaos and disorder, filth and depravity. The Moon City has no walls, no visas are required, and it is always open to all mankind. Whether you are poor or rich, elite or criminal, it welcomes you with a cold smile. You naively think that you will be the next legend of the Moon City, but in fact you are just the nutrients of the Moon City. The Moon City relies on these nutrients to bloom beautiful and charming poppies, and then attract more nutrients, continuously and endlessly. The above are Xiaoyang's unofficial literary introduction to the Moon City. Gao Yang boarded the pedestrian walkway of the Cross River Bridge, and set off towards the Moon City on the other side of the river. 20 minutes later, Gao Yang crossed the bridge, and came to the north gate of the Moon City. The avenue is wide and straight ahead. A holographic archway with the words "Welcome to Moon City" is across the road. The automatic security checkpoints for vehicles and pedestrians are non-existent. Gao Yang went forward to undergo a full-body scan and was simply allowed to pass. After officially entering the territory of Moon City, Gao Yang, as a citizen of Moon City, received a message of welcome home and several precautions. Gao Yang waved his hand, and the eye chip projected a holographic 3D map. Gao Yang said, "Number 94, Black Horse Street, District 7. Beep." 1 second later, a red X appeared on the map interface, and a line of text was attached below. Query failed, unable to locate the location. Gao Yang frowned, he cleared his throat, and repeated, "Number 94, Black Horse Street, District 7, Moon City. Beep." Query failed. Chapter 1004. Gao Yang was stunned, and suddenly felt unexpected but reasonable. Gao Yang firmly believed that everything he experienced after opening the door was a dream, or an illusion. He was going to go home now, so the creator of the dream would definitely set up obstacles to prevent him from easily achieving his goal. Once he tried to actively solve the problem, he would have a sense of participation, and would inevitably deepen his emotional ties with the dream step by step. Gradually, he would become more and more confused about the real and the fake, and then completely sink into the dream. Gao Yang took a deep breath and relaxed himself. In fact, he didn't have to go home, he just didn't want to stay in the N company. Gao Yang wandered around aimlessly, looking at the street scene around him casually. The interior of the Moon City, at least the block he passed by, was not as prosperous and beautiful as it looked on the outside. The buildings were old, and the styles of reconstruction and renovation were different. Even the uniformly installed high-tech urban facilities, and the holographic images running all over the sky could not cover up the chaos and decadence of the entire street. Cyber garbage and industrial wastewater can be seen everywhere on the streets. There are not many pedestrians on the road, but there are many homeless vagrants. Most of them are wrapped in tattered industrial-style robes, huddled in groups of 3 or 5 on the streets. Most of them are missing arms and legs, and have cheap mechanical prostheses installed. Their eyes are dull, their expressions are numb, and their eyes are dazed. The S-chip entrance on the back of their necks is connected to the public meta-network port on the street. Their weak consciousness turns into a string of data, wandering in the cheap world on the surface of the meta-network to escape the desperate life of extreme poverty and hunger and cold. Gao Yang has to go around every few steps to avoid stepping on these living dead. Handsome boy. Gao Yang heard someone calling him, and stopped to look. He was passing by a blatant sex shop. There was a pink sex window generated by holographic images at the door. A hot and heavily made-up blonde girl stood in the window. She was wearing a translucent suspender skirt, fishnet stockings and black high heels. The girl flirted with Gao Yang and smiled vulgarly. "Would you like to have some fun? 10 credit points per time, and you will get 1 milliliter of red rosemary. I guarantee you will have a great time." Red rosemary is a common hallucinogen circulating on the black market. It stimulates neurons to amplify sensory enjoyment. It is common in the pornography industry and illegal roaming of the Meta network. Gao Yang looked at the girl with the mentality of observing the details of a dream. Her two eyes were cold and hard like glass balls. At first glance, they were cheap artificial eyes with poor visual effects. The whole movement of her hooking her finger towards herself was a little stiff. It should be an old mechanical prosthesis covered with a layer of real skin. Gao Yang bet that she probably couldn't hold the chopsticks steadily. There were also obvious signs of modification on other parts of her body. At least half of them were fake. Gao Yang thought for a while and asked coldly, "Where is number 94, Black Horse Street, District 7? The blonde also saw that Gao Yang was not interested in having fun. She retracted her smile and her voice became cold. "Boy, there is no free stuff in Moon City. 5 credit points. So expensive?" Gao Yang didn't care. Bargaining was a subconscious behavior. Not expensive anymore. The blonde walked out of the sex window with a shrewd look on her face. "You can tell at a glance that you are a Jupiter traveler. You haven't woken up for long? Have you forgotten everything before?" Gao Yang said nothing. Is the map function not working?" The girl folded her hands and looked Gao Yang up and down. Gao Yang still didn't speak. "This is the Moon City. The cloud is hacked hundreds of times a day, and some functional modules of the eye chip are often paralyzed." The girl tapped her temple. "At the critical moment, I still have to rely on this." 2 credit points. Gao Yang said, "If it doesn't work, I ask someone else." "Okay." The blonde girl agreed readily. "Fly legs are also meat." The blonde girl stretched out her right hand to Gao Yang, and the eye chip on the back of her hand immediately popped up a holographic transaction window. Gao Yang touched the holographic image with his hand, activated the payment interface, changed the fee to 1 credit point and paid. "Tell me how to get there first, and then give me the rest." The girl shook her hair and twisted her waist to move forward. "It's not far. I take you there directly." Gao Yang followed silently without saying a word. Sure enough, the blonde girl was not really kind. She kept talking to Gao Yang along the way, trying to get more information from him. Gao Yang answered in a disjointed way, depending on his mood. "Boy, you are lucky to have met me. Don't blame me for not reminding you. It's not easy for a Jupiter traveler like you to survive in the Moon City. Do you want me to introduce you to a mountain leader? Not interested? Then you should at least buy a self-defense weapon. My friend has a lot of good stuff. Do you want to take a look? The price is absolutely fair." "No need." Gao Yang declined. The girl walking in front sneered and cursed in a low voice. "Poor bastard." After walking for a few minutes, Gao Yang was led by the woman into a narrow and deep alley. Gao Yang had always been indifferent, but when danger came, he was still alert. Even in dreams, he hated being deceived. "How long will it take?" Gao Yang stared at the blonde in front of him, asking while calmly opening the eye chip and looking for the alarm interface. "Soon, out of here, turn left in front." The blonde did not turn around. Gao Yang pressed the alarm interface, and it actually showed an abnormal signal. At this time, the blonde woman suddenly turned around and sneered at Gao Yang. "What's wrong, little brother? Do you want to call the police?" Gao Yang did not speak, but noticed that there was a buzzing metal ball in the woman's hand. The woman raised her hand as if showing a product. "Shielding ball. The signal within a dozen meters around the body will be interfered with. Do you want it? I can sell it to you cheaply." "Okay, how much?" Gao Yang talked to delay time while thinking about countermeasures. The blonde suddenly took back the shielding ball and retracted her fake smile at the same time. "I changed my mind. It would be faster to just rob it, right?" Bang. Gao Yang just wanted to retreat, and there was a sound of wind above his head, and then he was hit on the back of his head. Gao Yang felt a sharp pain, and the world was spinning around him. When he came to his senses, he was lying on the ground. In his last moments, he tried to raise his eyelids to see who had attacked him. It was a man, shirtless, with a mechanical black wolf tattooed on his chest, and leather pants and dirty boots on his lower body. He held a baseball bat in his hand, and wore a dynamic mask generated by a holographic image on his face, a wolf grinning and baring its teeth, with white hair. "Pooh." The man spat at Gao Yang through the holographic mask, kicked Gao Yang over, and squatted down. The man picked up Gao Yang's left hand, activated the eye chip, and traded with his own eye chip. "Be gentle. Don't beat him to death. I don't want to cause trouble." The blonde woman came over in a panic, and threw the shielding ball in her hand back to the man. The man took it, stuffed it back into his trouser pocket, and said with disdain, "A mad dog from Jupiter, it's dead, So many people die in Moon City every day, who cares? It's only 30 credit points, not enough for me to fill my teeth. Don't forget, there's still half of mine in it. Hee hee, didn't you negotiate a price with him? You lead the way, he gives you 2 credit points, I'm in a good mood today, so I give you 5 credit points, is that good enough? This is different from what we agreed before. You scum, you are not worthy of bargaining with me, bargain? You, don't force me, at worst we can die together. Haha, die together, are you going to surrender? I don't care, but you have to think it over, don't you have a precious daughter? Your daughter is so pretty, her body should not have been modified much, otherwise let me train her, she will definitely be worth more than you standing on the street. You dare to touch her hair. I won't forgive you, ah. The man jumped up suddenly, and knocked the woman to the ground with one punch. Chapter 1005. He then took a step forward and kicked the woman in the abdomen, and the woman screamed and got out. The man stepped on her head without waiting for her to get up, forcing her face to stick to a pool of dirty industrial wastewater. Stinky bitch, be careful when talking to me, I can kill you now, and put the blame on this mad dog from Jupiter. Do you think the police will be happy to close the case? By then, your daughter will be alone. How sad she will be, it's okay, I will comfort her well. The woman's face was pale, and she didn't care about being choked by the industrial wastewater. Yes, sorry. Cough cough, don't kill me, spare my life, I still have value. I will continue to recruit people for you in the future, I only need 5 credit points, no, 2 credit points will do. Not bad, you learn quickly. The man released his foot with satisfaction, and transferred 2 credit points to her, with a flick of his hand. Remember, you are my dog, this is the leftovers I give you. After humiliating the woman, the man turned around and looked at Gao Yang, who was lying on the ground. A trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes under the wolf mask. Although no one believes what Jupiter Mad Dog says, just in case, you can still kill him. No, don't kill anyone. The woman was panicked, if the police come. So you better get rid of the body. Isn't there someone who sells human bodies? Just frame them. How could I know that kind of person? I don't even dare to mess with you. I don't even have time to take a detour. Shut up. The man dragged a metal baseball bat towards Gao Yang, scraping it on the rough and wet ground with a ding-ling-ling sound. The man looked down at Gao Yang and raised the baseball bat with both hands. Jupiter Mad Dog, I help you get rid of it right now. No need to thank me, just consider it as a good deed. Gao Yang could hardly hear his voice. In his last moments, he had no fear and even wanted to laugh. What a broken script, he died at the beginning. I wonder what will happen if I die in the dream. Wake up! Or start a new dream? Woo! Suddenly, sirens sounded overhead, and a beam of strong light illuminated the wolf-masked man. He had nowhere to hide in the strong light, and only pale lines were left. Put down your weapons. Surrender immediately. Warning! Put down your weapons. Surrender immediately. Otherwise I will open fire. The blonde looked up and saw an amphibious motorcycle police car with a fully armed senior patrolman sitting on it. Without hesitation, the blonde grabbed the manhole cover beside her with her right hand and pulled it hard. The manhole cover flew out with a clang. Although her old mechanical arm had poor sensitivity and coordination, and no simulated touch, it was surprisingly strong and could be used at critical moments. A second later, the blonde girl slid into the sewer like a rag. Don't shoot. The wolf-masked man was locked by the searchlight of the police car. He immediately dropped the baseball bat in his hand, knelt on one knee, slowly raised his hands, and placed them behind his head, as if surrendering. 2 seconds later, his left hand quickly clenched into a fist. Caw! A second later, his entire left palm immediately fell off, bursting out a dazzling white light, like a flash bomb. A few seconds later, the strong light faded, and the masked man disappeared, leaving only 2 crushed footprints and a half-melted mechanical left hand steaming with hot white steam on the ground. The man's legs were modified prosthetic limbs with strong explosive power. After throwing the flash bomb, he quickly jumped and got into the sewer. In the Moon City, everyone knows that if you want to avoid the police, you just need to burrow underground like a mouse. Woo-woo. After more than 10 seconds, the sirens disappeared. The amphibious motorcycle police car slowly landed in the alley, and came to the side of the unconscious Gao Yang. Buzz. Suddenly, the police car and the patrolman disappeared, leaving only a small aircraft floating 1 meter above the ground. It was only the size of a baseball, in the shape of a flying saucer, with circles of colorful light spreading out from the center point, like a big turntable. Duh. A black shadow walked slowly into the depths of the alley. He was about 1.7 meters tall, thin, and wore a leather jacket and leather pants with rivets all over. He wore a holographic mask on his face, which was a rat skull, and his two eyes flashed purple light from time to time, as if charging. He snapped his fingers, and the aircraft immediately flew back. He caught it and put it back in his pocket. It's worthy of being the 6th-generation holographic drone developed by Yun Wang. This effect is so realistic, it's really cool. The man came to Gao Yang and muttered to himself. He kicked Gao Yang lightly and confirmed that he was unconscious. You are lucky to meet me. The man raised his hands and stroked his yellow broom head in an extremely artificial way. Drip drip drip. Gao Yang woke up slowly, and his first reaction was, am I back to the bed in the rehabilitation center, and the story of the dream is about to start again? As the blurred vision gradually became clear, he found that this was not a rehabilitation center, but an empty, dark underground space. He was lying on an operating table, surrounded by medical equipment. He tried to move, but found that he had been tied up tightly. One hum hum. Just then, a sound came from above, and a shadowless lamp slowly moved over. Caw caw caw. A cybersurgery arm also stretched out from the side. He had more than a dozen fingers, all of which were various surgical instruments. They were either twisting flexibly or rotating restlessly, which made people shudder. Hey, wake up! A man with a yellow broom head came over. He put on a mask and gloves and changed into surgical clothes. Gao Yang was stunned for a second, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Yes, according to the order, it's almost your turn to appear. From what you said, it seems that you know me. The broom-head man became interested. Electric Mouse? Gao Yang said. It's Lightning Mouse. Lightning Mouse corrected excitedly. Humph, my name is also well known in this area. It's not surprising that you can guess it. I also know your real name. Gao Yang's voice was weak and teasing. Wu Dahai, right. Damn. How do you know my real name? Wu Dahai was shocked. Except for his mother, no one in the world knew his real name, and his mother died before he came to Moon City. Oh. I know. Wu Dahai immediately rationalized the matter. This is your ability. Great. I picked up a good corpse tonight. Gao Yang, who was tied to the operating table, was confused. I just look like a corpse. Okay, have you ever seen a talking corpse? Soon Gao Yang figured it out. It turned out that he had just escaped from the wolf's mouth and was about to fall into the tiger's mouth again. Hee. Wu Dahai laughed shrewdly and cunningly. Look, my friend, I just saw injustice and helped you, which allowed you to live for 2 more hours. This is very common in the simple folk city of Moon. So according to the rules of Moon City, it's your turn to thank me next. Isn't this reasonable? Ah, it's reasonable, Gao Yang said. You are aware. Wu Dahai gave a thumbs up. Next, I will let you die without pain, and every valuable part of your body will become part of my dream. Chapter 1006. Really? Gao Yang just found it funny. What is your dream? Of course. Wu Dahai was obviously excited when he talked about this. My dream is to become the richest man in Moon City. And you, my friend, you will become my savings? The richest man? Gao Yang thought of some past events. The richest man may not be happy. Impossible. Wu Dahai seemed to be very obsessed with getting rich. There is nothing in Moon City that money can't buy. If there is, it means that there is not enough money. Wait, I will build the tallest building in Moon City, pick up the coolest girls, drink the most expensive wine, and use the best chip. What are you waiting for? Do it. Gao Yang suddenly felt a little tired and closed his eyes. Wow, you kid are really not afraid of death? Wu Dahai immediately looked at him with a new look. This is what a mad dog on Jupiter is like. Gao Yang laughed at himself lightly. Ha ha ha. Wu Dahai laughed. In that case, I won't use anesthesia. The more I can save, the better. Please. Wu Dahai snapped his fingers again after saying that. Chong. The dazzling shadowless lights all lit up. Gao Yang subconsciously closed his eyes. A pair of small pliers forcibly pried open his eyelids, and the automatic restraint locks also fixed his head and neck with a swish sound, ensuring that he would not move at all. Caw caw caw. The cybersurgery arm controlled the scalpel with a cold glow, and lowered it inch by inch. Start with the eyeball first. Wu Dahai explained on the side. The eyeball is easy to remove, with little bleeding and little trauma. The dissection process should take half an hour. If you really can't stand it, you can say it. I have to try my best to keep you alive to the end. As he spoke, the sharp scalpel had already touched the muscles of Gao Yang's eye socket. Z. A sharp and short noise suddenly came, and then it turned into some kind of invisible pressure that filled the air around. The cyber surgery arm stopped working and stopped moving. Wu Dahai was puzzled at first, and then his face turned pale, as if he was facing a great enemy. He hurriedly pulled off his mask, covered the S-chip interface at the back of his neck with one hand in vain, and shouted to the darkness around him, "May I ask which great god is passing by? Please be kind and give me a chance. Everything here, you can take whatever you like. Including your life?" In the darkness, a woman spoke, cold and tired. "You must have no problem taking my life, but if you want to spare my life, I can definitely create more value for you." "Huh?" The woman chuckled. "Creating value by dissecting Jupiter travelers? I'm looking for people who are dying. I'm just giving them a break and letting them suffer less. The rats in the sewers are eating leftovers and feeling superior." Wu Dahai knelt down with a thump. "God, please spare my life. I promise to turn over a new leaf and never dare to do it again. If I don't kill you, I get my hands dirty. Thank you, God. Thank you, God." Wu Dahai cowed out hurriedly. "I give you 3 seconds to get out of my sight." "Yes. Yes." Wu Dahai ran away without even looking back. The empty underground space immediately became quiet. Soon, the dim light next to the operating table lit up, and all the restraints on Gao Yang were removed. His head was still a little dizzy, and he was too lazy to get up. He remained where he was, half lying on the operating table, letting the blood flow from the corners of his eyes. Duh. Footsteps were heard in the darkness. Gao Yang glanced sideways, and saw the great god clearly. The first thing that caught his eye was a pair of black short boots, and her calves were slender and straight. Then, she stepped into the light. From the outside, she was a beautiful woman in her 20s, with brown wool curls and fluffy hair bangs. Her brown right eye was bright and cunning, and her left eye was dark and cold. It should be a prosthetic eye. Her skin was pale, her facial features were delicate, and the corners of her eyes and mouth were slightly drooped, exuding a faint sense of world weariness. She was wearing a white coat with a high-tech style, and a waist-bearing short vest and hot pants inside. A red tattoo like a centipede climbed up along her left ankle, crawled over the outside of her thigh and her white waist, bypassed her delicate collarbone, and went straight to the base of her left ear along the side of her neck. In less than 10 seconds, the woman came to the operating table and nodded slightly. Gao Yang's eyes were a little moist, and he squeezed out a tired but sincere smile. "Xiao Li, long time no see. We are not that familiar, so just call me Zhu Ke." Zhu Ke smiled faintly, not surprised that the person in front of him knew his real name. Maybe it was just as Lightning Mouse said, this was his ability. After all, Jupiter Travelers were a group that was least short of geniuses, lunatics, prophets and charlatans. A short silence. Zhu Ke turned gracefully, and sat on the operating table. She took out a pack of cigarettes from her big pocket, shook out a cigarette, and gently scraped the cigarette, but on the red tattoo on her waist, and the cigarette lit up. She took a puff gracefully, raised her head, and blew out a smoke ring. "Smoking hurts the lungs," Gao Yang said. "Thank you for your concern. I clean the artificial lung every month." Zhu Ke raised his eyebrows slightly. "It's still bad for your health." Gao Yang was like a stubborn old lady. "Smoking is bad, quit it." "Shut up, Annie, I'm not your turn to be a kid." Zhu Ke was a little unhappy, and stuffed the cigarette into Gao Yang's mouth to stop him from talking. Then, she leaned forward, pressed Gao Yang, put her arms around his neck, crossed them into his hair, and carefully checked the back of his head and neck. Zhu Ke stood up again, took the cigarette from Gao Yang's mouth, took it back and took a puff. "No wonder you're not afraid of me. You didn't even implant the S-chip. So you can quickly invade the target's brain through the S-chip and kill the target." Gao Yang tried to speculate. "It's almost the same." Zhu Ke smiled. "You can think of the brain as a computer, the S-chip is the data interface, and I am the hacker. Not everyone can hack into it. People without S-chips certainly can't do it, and those with high firewall levels are also difficult. It depends on technology, but there are very few people who can beat me. I have a blessing in this aspect." "So you are also a Jupiter traveler," Gao Yang said. "It's easy to talk to smart people." Zhu Ke patted Gao Yang's face with a little joking. "Then guess why I came to you." Chapter 1007. "Is it related to the murder of my family?" Gao Yang asked. "It seems that you know it very well. This will be easy. I forgot everything about my family." Gao Yang thought for a while, and added, "To be precise, this dream was set for me like this. I guess the dreamer hasn't finished it yet. Haha, the condition is quite serious." Zhu Ke laughed happily. "You know, you are like a rebellious teenager now. When you meet someone, you will loudly say, 'Everything is fake, I don't care. Don't try to hurt me. Gao Yang didn't speak. Zhu Ke put his hand on Gao Yang's chest and said softly, "Relax, in Moon City, no one cares about your existential crisis. No one cares about your life or death. If you think everything is fake, just commit suicide. Do you need to wait for the likes of Lightning Mouse to help you get rid of it? Since you didn't commit suicide, does it mean that you think this world is still interesting and want to go around again? I have to find the flaw, otherwise I will be trapped here forever." Gao Yang said. Yes, yes, yes. Zhu Ke changed her cold image when she first appeared and turned into a cunning bad sister. She half coaxed and half deceived Gao Yang to get up from the operating table. "Well, you can continue to find flaws, and help me by the way. I will thank you very much. Even if everything is just a dream, a good dream is better than a nightmare, right?" Gao Yang couldn't refute it. Even if these old friends in front of him are fake, he will still be affected by them. Even if it is just a dream, he still seems to hope that everyone can be happy and safe. "Tell me, what do you want to do?" Gao Yang asked. Zhu Ke retracted the smirk on his face and became serious for a second. "Fine, Qilin. Why? Why else? I want to eliminate the Jupiter virus from the source, so that there will be no more mad dogs in this world." A trace of hatred flowed from Zhuchua's lips and teeth. "Do you think I can help you find him?" Gao Yang asked. "It's quite possible," Zhu Ke answered truthfully. "Why?" "I can't tell you yet," Zhu Ke said, his eyes cold. "Boy, listen, you have two choices now, or I join you." Gao Yang interrupted. "Ah? I join you," Gao Yang repeated. Zhu Ke was stunned for several seconds, and finally couldn't help laughing. "No, at least let me finish the lines to scare you. I rehearsed for a long time. You and Lightning Mouse have also been preparing for this scene for a long time, right?" Gao Yang said. "Fuck." Wu Dahai trotted out of the darkness. "It shouldn't be. I'm such a good actor. How did you find out?" "I don't know. It's just intuition." Gao Yang smiled. "Maybe I hope you are all good people, so the story of the dream unfolds like this." Wu Dahai looked at Zhu Ke. "Boss Xia, he is really sick. Are you sure you want to take this mad dog?" "Of course." Zhu Ke put one hand on his waist and held a cigarette in the other hand, grinning. "Don't you think he is super cute?" "Boss Xia." Wu Dahai was very surprised. "Didn't you say you wouldn't consider men younger than you?" "Aw, did I say that?" Zhu Ke blinked. "Yes. Don't try to get away with it." Wu Dahai was very excited. "Lightning Mouse, is there a possibility that I am just giving you a good person card?" "Oh no." Wu Dahai covered his chest exaggeratedly. "I feel like my heart is about to break." Yun Huang's 4th generation artificial heart is not that fragile. Zhu Ke teased. "Go, go. I have to work. Only money will not betray me." Wu Dahai didn't pretend anymore. Anyway, he had already lost count of the women he hadn't chased, and Zhu Ke didn't matter. The supplier sent a few more bodies that died in gang fights. "I have to work overtime all night. Well, see you another day." Zhu Ke took off his high-tech white coat and threw it to Gao Yang. "Put it on and follow me." "Where to?" Gao Yang asked. "Don't you want to go home?" Zhu Ke looked happy and ambiguous. "Number 94, Black Horse Street, District 7, right?" Gao Yang put on his clothes. The white coat, which was very large for Zhu Ke, turned into a slim-fitting thin windbreaker on Gao Yang. Zhu Ke threw Gao Yang a headphone-shaped metal equipment. "Put it on." Gao Yang put it on. Suddenly, a holographic mask of a faceless man covered Gao Yang's face. In Moon City, there are two types of people who don't like to show their faces. One type is people with status. Suzaku reached out and touched the red tattoo behind his ear, and a flame mask in the shape of Suzaku immediately appeared on his face. One type is a desperate criminal. Ha ha. Wu Dahai was very happy. "We belong to the second type, are you surprised?" "Are you surprised?" Wu Dahai's underground clinic is really hidden underground. Suzaku took Gao Yang away from Wu Dahai's territory and walked through the intricate abandoned sewers. Along the way, Suzaku taught Gao Yang a lot of lessons. In Moon City, the higher people live, the more glamorous and beautiful they are, and the higher their status is, but they are still just tenants of Moon City, not landlords. The real masters are all on the moon. They are the superior people, and are called Moon People. It is said that the Moon People are mainly divided into 3 families, which check and balance each other, and behind the 3 families, they are also closely related to the 3 major technology giants in the world. The 3 giant companies are Ant Company, whose main fields are neural networks, super artificial intelligence, data consciousness, etc. Yun Huang Company, whose main fields are aerospace, military industry, cyber prosthesis, holographic technology, etc. Lingsheng Company, whose main fields are biotechnology, medical pharmaceuticals, genetic programming, etc. The three companies control various subsidiaries under their names, cooperate and infiltrate each other in multiple fields, and compile a huge network covering all aspects of people's lives. As for the underground of the Moon City, it is a world that cannot be supervised by official forces, and it is the dark side of the Moon City. The deeper you go, the more evil and corrupt it is. It is said that the Moon City was built on the ruins of an old city, so there is also an underground city below, and many of the dangerous creatures gathered there are no longer considered human beings, and they are unimaginable to ordinary people. For ordinary people, falling into that place is no different from falling into hell. Interestingly, whether it is the high-level tenants living above or the monsters hiding below, they are all high-risk occupations, and death is always around. In contrast, ordinary residents living on the ground are much safer. Therefore, there is a saying in the Moon City, "Don't go underground, don't go to the sky, and live a peaceful day." Walking and chatting all the way, the two soon walked out of the sewer exit hidden by the virtual landscape and came to the riverside. The surface of the river at night reflects the neon-lit Moon City, which is magnificent and looks like an underwater palace. I always think that the phantom in the water is the most beautiful appearance of Moon City. Zhu Ke looked at the river's surface, reached out, and touched the red tattoo on the back of his ear, and the black artificial eye flashed blue light, like a signal receiver. Gao Yang put on an air purification mask and set him in a careless manner. 2 minutes later, a cool red motorcycle drove over automatically and stopped beside Zhu Ke. Zhu Ke took a long step and rode on the motorcycle. She tilted her head and smiled. "Get on." Gao Yang sat on it. "I drive very fast, you better hold me tight," Zhu Ke reminded. Gao Yang put his hands on Zhu shoulders. "Okay." Zhu mouth corners curled up slightly and held the handlebars tightly. Buzz. The motorcycle accelerated in 1 second and rushed forward. Gao Yang was almost thrown out and immediately grabbed Zhu shoulders. Caw. Gao Yang's feet made a sound. It turned out that the pedals he stepped on turned into 2 flexible jets. Boom. A few seconds later, the high-speed motorcycle soared up and rushed into the sky, almost at a right angle to the ground. Soon, the motorcycle flew into the night sky, dragging a red trail, leaving a backlit parabola in the huge moon. Ah! Gao Yang couldn't help but scream, and at the same time, he clamped his legs tightly around the motorcycle and held Suzaku's waist tightly with both hands, so that he didn't get thrown off. Ha ha ha. Suzaku, with his hair flying, laughed heartily. She was very happy that this kid finally took the first step of trust. Chapter 1008. Moon City, Black Horse Street, District 7. After entering the city, the motorcycle changed to road driving, arrived at the destination, and parked in a special area. A coffin-sized grid immediately appeared on the ground, and the motorcycle was placed in the parking garage. At some point, acid rain fell from the sky again. The two hurriedly crossed the streets dyed with neon lights, and came to a community. The community is a square matrix composed of 16 apartment buildings. The surface of the building is all mirror-like smart screens, switching various advertisements from time to time. The apartment building has no traditional entrance, only a row of organ-like glass pipes. "Swipe the eye chip," Zhu Ke said. Gao Yang stretched out his left hand and scanned it on the operating table. "Ding identity verification, owner of room 94. The holographic operation interface popped up. Gao Yang chose the option of take the guest home and gave Zhu Ke a long-term access permission. Swipe. After a few seconds, a glass pipe opened, and inside was a small elevator, like a giant capsule. Zhu Ke and Gao Yang stepped into the capsule elevator, which quickly rose and turned, like a mild roller coaster. In less than 10 seconds, they rushed out from the entrance of room 94. Crack. The capsule elevator opened, and the two walked out, officially returning home. The sensor lights in the house lit up one by one, and in front of them was a 3-bedroom and 2-living-room house of no more than 80 square meters, which was not a small space. Except for the load-bearing walls, the other walls of the room were made of smart glass walls, which were very thin and soundproof, and transparent mode and privacy mode could be switched freely. At this time, the house defaulted to transparent mode, and the distribution of rooms and furniture in the house were clear at a glance. The living room was furnished with an ergonomic sofa and a multifunctional automatic coffee table. Zhu Ke kicked off her boots and walked into the house barefoot. Gao Yang then discovered that her right foot was a cyber prosthesis, with a silver-gray metallic texture and no simulated skin, but with smooth lines and every muscle very natural, no different from a human foot. Zhu Ke noticed Gao Yang's look. She put one hand on her waist and kicked her right foot. Once when I was working, my right foot was hit by a pulse cannon and melted directly, but the next second the opponent's S-chip and artificial spine burned through, and I was the one who laughed last. Gao Yang nodded. He could imagine that scene. Zhu Ke began to walk around the room, took out a button-sized anti-reconnaissance metal device, pasted it in different places, and then confirmed at least 2 emergency escape routes. After doing all this, she opened the refrigerator in the kitchen, took out a bottle of beer, glanced at the date, and drank happily. After a while, Zhu Ke returned to the living room and lay lazily on the sofa. She already had access to the house. With a wave, a TV screen appeared on the smart screen wall opposite. Zhu Ke pulled his hand to his chest, and the TV screen jumped out of the screen and turned into a lifelike holographic image. As of 9 o'clock this morning, the number of people infected with the Jupiter virus has reached 40,212,529. Zhu Ke waved his hand to change the channel. Now broadcasting local news. In response to the terrorist attack on the 9th District Energy Company last week, the police have arrested the mastermind of the criminal gang. Zhu Ke continued to wave his hand. In the new round of calculation and testing, our super artificial intelligence Bodhi has calculated 4,936 trillion digits after the decimal point of pi, which took 12 hours. I believe this will be a brand new. Zhu Ke waved his hand. The latest AI pet, with both plant and pet forms, can heal loneliness and provide quiet companionship. Zhu Ke waved his hand. Well, baby, I love you. Accidentally switching to the Midnight Adult channel, Zhu Ke had a blank expression on his face, pushed the TV and turned it off. Zhu Ke stood up and walked to the bathroom, take a shower. Gao Yang was still stunned at the entrance, feeling like a guest. He walked through the living room and came to his bedroom, which was simply furnished with only a bed, a desk, a built-in wardrobe, and a deflated basketball in the corner. On the desk stood a smart photo frame, which contained a warm family portrait. Just as Gao Yang was about to pick up the photo frame, the eye chip on the back of his hand activated the built-in system of the photo frame. A life-size holographic scene shot out from the photo frame, filling the room with Gao Yang in it. The sun was shining, the sea and sky were blue, and the family was playing volleyball on the beach. Dad was in a group with Gao Xinxin, Gao Yang was in a group with his mother, and Grandma was sitting on a sun lounger, holding a cup of strawberry ice cream, cheering for Gao Yang's team that lost. Close. Gao Yang ordered. Beep. The holographic scene disappeared, and the room returned to normal. Suddenly, Gao Yang heard the rustling sound of running water. Gao Yang turned his head, and was immediately surprised. There was a glass wall between the bathroom and Gao Yang's bedroom. The default mode was transparent. Zhu Ke, who was standing under the shower, was facing Gao Yang sideways, and he could see almost everything. Zhu Ke knew all this, but didn't care at all. Gao Yang quickly looked away, but the red tattoo that ran from her ankle to her ear still left a deep impression on him. Its nickname is the Red Centipede. Zhu Ke rubbed his hair, white foam flowed down his neck, and the mist gradually blurred the glass wall. Yun Wang took the lead, and found Zhongyan and Ling Sheng to jointly develop an artificial neuron integrated system. It is the most cutting-edge technology. There are no more than 30 in the world, and it is still in the military trial stage. But you implanted one, Gao Yang said. Haha, this is the Moon City, nothing is unusual. There was only a vague figure behind the glass wall. It is equivalent to my second spine and brain. The brain consciousness data conversion rate is 97.2%, the neural network delay is less than 3 milliseconds, and the neural response is 400 m/s. It sounds a bit impressive. Gao Yang applauded. Not a bit, it's very impressive. Zhu Ke corrected. Do you know the Blue Sea? I don't know. Gao Yang turned his head and looked at the wall. A dangerous area in the meta-network, where all the data and consciousness fragments of the meta-network wanderers are gathered. People say that you can get everything by going to the Blue Sea, provided that you don't lose everything. For ordinary people, strolling on the beach is the limit. If you want to soak your feet in sea water, you may lose your life, but I can dive to the middle layer under the sea. After you implant the S-chip, I can take you to the sea surface to play. Such a powerful thing must have a price, right? Gao Yang asked. Haha, you are not stupid. Ordinary people can't wait to hear this. Zhu Chua's hair has been washed clean. She lies on her back and brushes her hair, and her left hand touches the red centipede on her neck. Chapter 1009. There are a few days every month when you get rheumatism. The pain directly affects every neuron in the brain. People in the industry call this life essence damage. Believe me, it feels worse than death. There are two main solutions. Take strong tranquilizers or commit suicide by swallowing a gun. Every time I get rheumatism, I lock my pistol in the cabinet. There is no other way. At that time, the desire to swallow a gun is 10 times stronger than the desire to take a strong tranquilizer. These are the side effects at present. Suzaku has finished taking a shower. She dried her body, put on a bathrobe, and left the bathroom. Gaoyang also left the bedroom and returned to the living room. In other words, there may be other costs? Gaoyang asked. Who knows? Suzaku wiped his wet hair while taking out beer from the refrigerator. Jupiter mad dogs never ask about tomorrow. They drink and get drunk today. Suzaku grabbed the beer and touched Gaoyang's chest, turned around and sat down on the sofa. She turned on the holographic TV, changed channels several times, and finally locked on a horror puzzle show. Gaoyang also decided to take a shower. He waved his hand and switched the whole house to privacy mode. He walked into the bathroom, took off his clothes, and turned on the spray with voice control to wash away the sweat and dirt on his body. He was about to wash his hair when he suddenly realized something was wrong. He quickly glanced to the side, and one side of the glass wall switched to transparent mode again. Outside the wall was Suzaku in the living room. The woman on the sofa was lazily crossing her legs with a smirk on her face. Gaoyang knew it was Suzaku's doing. Privacy mode. Gaoyang switched back with voice control. 10 minutes later, Gaoyang returned to the living room in a bathrobe. Zhuke turned off the TV and sat in front of the French window. Zhuke leaned against the window, one leg bent and the other leg straight, with the arm holding the cigarette on her knees, and 2 empty beer bottles beside her. She tilted her head slightly, exhaled the last puff of cigarette, and put out the cigarette but on the beer bottle. Outside the French window was a neon ocean. At this moment, a huge holographic whale swam slowly by, and the strong and gentle blue light cut Zhuke into a lazy silhouette. For a moment, Gaoyang felt that she was in an aquarium. Are you a naturalist? Zhuke asked. The so-called naturalist means that except for the necessary eye chip, no technological products are implanted in the body, and no artificial organs and cyber prostheses are replaced. Even if sick or accidentally injured, they are determined to maintain the integrity of the original body, even if the price is death. Juchua's peeping just now was to confirm this. I don't know, Gaoyang said. Then do you resist the implantation of the S-chip? Zhuke said. Just as Gaoyang was about to reply, a voice suddenly sounded in his head. Gaoyang. Gaoyang was startled and froze in place. What happened? Zhuke frowned. Someone called me. Impossible, there is no one else here except us. Zhuke was sure. No, someone just called me. Gaoyang was also sure. Zhuke was slightly stunned and sighed slightly. It's a sequelae. Gaoyang was silent. It's normal. Zhuke said in a relaxed tone. Most Jupiter travelers have auditory hallucinations. It's a voice from the depths of consciousness, and it wants to pull us back to our dreams. Have you heard this kind of voice too? Gaoyang asked. Well, but it wasn't my name. Zhuke smiled, but called me sister. Haha, I don't have a brother at all, but I still think that voice is very familiar. Gaoyang was about to say something when he suddenly had a splitting headache. Ah! Gaoyang fell to the ground, holding his head with both hands, rolling on the ground in pain. Hey, are you okay? Why is it so serious? The voice of Suzaku came to his ears, becoming more and more blurred. Gaoyang felt that he was falling continuously. Ah! Gaoyang shouted and opened his eyes. Door. In front of him was the door of the inn formed by the huge vein of light. Gaoyang's hand with the hexagonal star totem was still pressing on the door, and the door did not move at all. Gaoyang. Gaoyang quickly withdrew his hand and turned around in a panic. Behind him was Qinghe Lake, which had turned into a charred meteorite crater. Long was still sitting on the ground, with a faint trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He was pale, and looked a little puzzled. Why don't you open the door? Gaoyang didn't rush to answer, but immediately checked his talents, energy paths and systems, all of which were still there. Great, I woke up and finally returned to the real world. Gaoyang secretly gathered his luck and sorted out his thoughts. A dozen seconds later, he tried to answer Long's question. I was immediately hallucinated the moment I touched the door. Hallucination? Long asked. Well, you can understand. I had a dream, a very absurd dream, but that dream was very perfect and real, and I could hardly find any flaws. Gaoyang was still frightened, Fortunately you called me and woke me up. Long was silent. He stared at the door behind Gao Yang quietly. This door. Gao Yang also turned around and looked at the door of the end again. It's resisting me. Long smiled and shook his head. It's not resistance, it's a test. Gao Yang was startled and smiled bitterly. It seems that I didn't pass the test. No, you passed the test. Long said. Gao Yang was confused, but I couldn't open the door. Long still smiled, with a complex emotion in his eyes. Gao Yang, you are so lucky. What? Gao Yang was a little confused. Gao Yang, you are so lucky. Long repeated again. Gao Yang opened his mouth, and suddenly found that he had lost his language. Instantly, the familiar feeling of stagnation came back. The world around him became weird again. Gao Yang took a step forward and was about to reach out, but found that his hand was dissolving rapidly, turning into wisps of dust and disappearing in the endless void. Gao Yang looked down, his feet were gone, and the dissolution quickly spread from his limbs to his body. It was really strange that Gao Yang was still alive, could think, and could see, but Gao Yang disappeared again. He became a sight, a feeling, a lonely ghost in the gap of a dimension. Chapter 10:10. Ah! Gao Yang woke up with a start, and his consciousness was reconnected. 2 seconds later, a huge sense of loss and futility came over him. It turned out that what he had just experienced was a dream. At this moment, he returned to the reality, the absurd reality that he could not get rid of and would never end. Then, the discomfort in his body took over, forcing Gao Yang to face his own situation. In short, the world in front of him was upside down, and his whole body was tied up by a retractable technological rope, and then hung upside down on the ceiling. Wow! He's awake! Gao Yang turned his head, and there was a girl standing in the upside-down living room. She was thin and petite, wearing a loose white sweater with an orange pattern, which covered her knees directly. She wore a pair of large mechanical sneakers on her slender calves. She had a fluffy brown bob and a holographic mask on her face. The mask had no facial features, and the word Xiao flashed, constantly changing colors. Ha, this guy finally woke up. A tall and strong man walked out of the kitchen quickly. He was wearing a tough brown leather jacket, jeans, and hiking boots, holding a half bottle of beer in his hand. His jacket was open, revealing a strong chest and abdominal muscles, but it was a silver-gray metallic texture. He also wore a holographic mask on his face, which was a bear. Put him down quickly. A thin young man sat on the sofa very politely, with a young voice and a hint of shyness in his gentleness. He wore an ironed white shirt, khaki 9-point trousers, and casual leather shoes. He was clean, and there was no sign of transformation. He wore a holographic mask on his face, shaped like a mahjong tile with the word Xi written on it. If the brain is congested for too long, it will indeed kill you. Next to the man in the shirt sat a tall and thin young man. He wore an avant-garde black jumpsuit, shaved half of his head, and the other half of his hair was slightly longer and dyed in various colors, like a cocktail that was half poured out, and then the still button was pressed. He had metal rings hanging on his earlobes, which kept flashing spots of light. He also wore a holographic mask, which was a gloomy and abstract gothic face. If he died, just a mad dog. The tall and thin man in technological camouflage uniform leaned against the French window, playing with a technological short knife with flowing light in his right hand. The holographic mask on his face was a python spitting out its tongue, and there was a hideous scar on the face of the python. Hanging upside down, Gao Yang looked at the 5 uninvited guests, without fear or joy in his heart, as if everything was within his expectations. But for some reason, his eyes quickly became wet and red. Oh my God! The girl in the sweatshirt took a step back exaggeratedly. Uncle Xiong. He seems to be crying. No way. So cowardly. The strong man holding a beer came over with a gloating look. Why did the captain find us softy? Brother Snake. The girl in the sweatshirt was anxious. The captain said to get along well with him. Look at you, you have to tie him up. This is how I get along. The snake man sneered, raised his hand, and the technological short knife flew out, cutting the rope, and then flew back into his hand. Gao Yang's whole body relaxed and fell down. The strong man grabbed Gao Yang with his thick arms, hugged him, and then threw him onto the sofa, like throwing a piece of clothing. The 2 young men on the sofa immediately moved to both sides and made room. Gao Yang fell on the sofa with a muffled voice. Are you okay? The young man in the white shirt hurriedly helped Gao Yang up. Brother Snake has no ill intentions. He is afraid that you will be unconscious for too long. Many Jupiter travelers will not wake up after sleeping. The young man with cocktail hair added. Junior brother. The girl trotted over excitedly. I heard from the captain that your ability is very special, and people who meet for the first time can also call out his name. Gao Yang sat down on the sofa and answered a little tiredly, yes. Okay, let me test you. What is my name? The strong man also came over. Gray male. Man snake. She ran. Ronnie. Can. Gao Yang looked over one by one and said their names. For a moment, the 5 people were stunned. Although they are all fake, I am still very happy. Gao Yang smiled faintly, and a tear silently slid down his face. I miss you very much. Without any signs, the lively living room fell silent. Although everyone was prepared and knew that the young man in front of them had serious sequelae, when he said this calmly and sincerely, everyone felt some deep emotions. Ha ha ha. Kim was the first to break the silence. The holographic mask on her face disappeared. She looked cute and neighborly. As the team supporter, if there was a second of silence, it was Can's responsibility. Captain is not lying, junior brother, you can really predict the future. Can said, then you must be able to tell fortunes, right? Help me calculate when I will be single. Gray male knocked on Can's head. You don't think about improving yourself every day, but just think about finding a handsome guy. Not a waste, still useful. The mask on Man's face disappeared, revealing a serious face, with a narrow scar on his forehead, cold eyes, and bloodless thin lips. It was unclear who was sharper among the 3. When has the captain ever made a mistake? Gray male's mask also disappeared, revealing a rough beard. Shi Ran took off his mask, smiling cleanly and elegantly. He extended his hand to Gao Yang. Hello, my name is Shi Ran. She in the west, Ran in burning. His name is Ronnie. His punctuation is a bit strange. You will get used to it. My name is Ronnie. Ronnie also extended his hand to Gao Yang. Gao Yang did not extend his hand. He missed all this so much that he dared not accept it. Swish. The floor at the entrance opened, a capsule elevator rushed out, and Zhu Ke came out with 2 large bags of things, fresh food and daily necessities. The captain is back. Cantu ran over happily, and took a large bag of food with both hands. Let me see what the captain bought. All your favorites. Zhu Ke rubbed Cantu's head. Go get some breakfast. We can eat and talk. Chapter 10:11. Yes, sir. Ken carried the shopping bag and ran to the kitchen, put the ingredients in the refrigerator, and hummed happily. Half an hour later, the 7 people sat down at the dining table in the dining room to share a large plate of meat sauce noodles, except for Man Snake. He had not eaten traditional cuisine for many years, and took comprehensive life capsules every day. Hui Xiong ate with relish, and soon cleared his plate. He pulled out 2 tissues to wipe his mouth, put a cigarette in his mouth, and took a puff with satisfaction. Then, he looked at Man Snake with contempt and began his usual complaints. If a person can give up even his appetite, what's the point of living? Only animals are dominated by desires. Man Snake disagreed. Brother Snake, being dominated by desires is not all bad. Shi Ran smiled. Only those with 7 emotions and 6 desires can be called human beings. Otherwise, what is the difference between us and artificial intelligence? The term 7 emotions and 6 desires is inaccurate. Ronnie stopped stuttering when he talked about topics that interested him. Artificial intelligence can also design various desires. The essence is that the modular structure of the human brain leads to its contradictions and chaos. The algorithm structure of artificial intelligence enables it to accurately execute absolute instructions. The underlying logic of the 2 modes is completely. Stop, stop, stop! Can interrupted hurriedly. There are new students joining today. It's a good day. Can we change the topic? Please, please! Shi Ran and Ronnie looked at each other and smiled tacitly. Can looked at Gao Yang and brought the topic back. Junior, how is my cooking? Very good. Gao Yang picked up a piece of luncheon meat in the bowl. Is there such a way to put luncheon meat in stewed noodles? Haha, no. Kim was very happy. I saw the captain bought it, so I suddenly got an idea. Junior, don't you like it? Gao Yang shook his head. I like it. Then eat more. Ken held his cheek and smiled at Gao Yang. Can you like me so soon? Zhu Ke also finished eating, holding a cigarette in his hand, and grinned. No. How is it possible? Kim was panicked and waved his hands excitedly. I just looked at my junior and thought of myself when I just joined the organization, so I couldn't help but take care of him. No hurry, there will be plenty of time to take care of him later. Zhu Ke said. It seems that the boss has a plan. Manchi said. Zhu Ke nodded and looked at Gao Yang. Luli, from today on, you will officially join us. Okay. Gao Yang couldn't think of a reason to refuse, and the more complicated the story unfolds, the greater the chance of flaws appearing. Hee hee. Kim was very happy. Guess what our organization is called? Gao Yang shook his head. I can't guess. Is your ability not working again? Manchi sneered. Yeah, it sometimes works and sometimes doesn't. Gao Yang answered along with his words. Can. Tell him the name loudly. Hui Xiong patted his belly proudly. Dream Pan Organization. Ken said. Gao Yang was stunned. He didn't expect it to be a strange name. Jupiter travelers are people who have escaped death in dreams, which is equivalent to rebirth in dreams. Shiran pushed his glasses and explained gently. Hee, the name Shiran thought of was passed unanimously. Ken said. Suzaku exhaled a puff of smoke. Lu Li, your task is to contact the attending physician and restore a deep cooperative relationship with Zhongyan Company. Why? Gao Yang asked. Good question. First, I have to browse the contents of your dream. Zhu Kei smiled. They are stored on the end server. If you don't cooperate deeply, even if you pay the membership fee, you can only browse them by yourself in their company. You can't copy them away, and outsiders can't see them. Zhu Kei tapped his temple. If you have a deep cooperative relationship with the end, you can browse them online. I can copy and save them locally with some tricks, so that everyone can watch them together. I understand. Gao Yang nodded. It seems that my dream is related to finding the Qilin. Haha, your brain is pretty fast. Hui Xiong laughed. Zhu Kei exhaled white mist lightly and concentrated slightly. I extracted some clues about you from some data consciousness fragments in the Blue Sea. Gao Yang waited calmly for the next part. The investigation process will not be expanded. Anyway, I followed the clues and found an important piece of information. The orphanage that adopted you was funded by a businessman named Su, who is one of the identities of Qilin. It's reasonable. Gao Yang nodded. I do it. I didn't expect that this kid is so straightforward. Hui Xiong said. It's called free and easy. Kan corrected. No, he just doesn't care. He still thinks it's just a dream or a game. Suzaku said. I advise you to play it seriously. Man Snake stared at Gao Yang coldly. Dare to drag your feet, I let you game over. Brother Snake. Kan was unhappy. We agreed to love each other. Why are you threatening each other? Man Snake ignored Kan and played with his technological short knife again. Suzaku was very pleased. Kan, since you care so much about your junior, you can stay here for the next period of time. Ah? Kan was startled and blushed. Captain, this is not appropriate. Lu Li's condition is unstable now, and needs someone to look after him. I don't have time. Zhu Kei said. I have work recently. Me too, yes. I can't be a good babysitter. It's none of my business. The other members immediately expressed their opinions. Zhu Kei shrugged and smiled helplessly. You also saw that the situation is like this. Okay. Kan blinked at Gao Yang. Junior brother, please take care of me. Okay. Gao Yang nodded. Zhu Kei said again. Kan, you still have a task. When I get Lu Li's dream, you read it carefully and collect and organize relevant information. Captain, you put the data on the meta-network and use your red centipede to read it. Wouldn't it be much faster? Kan said. It's different. It's easy to quickly browse and summarize information. It's another matter to associate and deduce information. Technology is not omnipotent, at least so far. I know. I will complete the task seriously. Kan nodded seriously. Zhu Kei thought for a while and continued to arrange. I will make a fake identity for you. In the future, you will be Lu Li's distant cousin, who comes here to take care of him when he is sick. As for you. Zhu Kei looked at Gao Yang. Recover first. I will find you if there is a task later. Finding Qilin is a long-term goal. We will also take some work on weekdays, as a source of income for the organization. Ah. Ken sighed with his chin in his hand. In the Moon City, you can't move without money. Humph, it's the same everywhere without money. Pies won't fall from the sky. Gray Male said. But Jupiter virus will fall. Man Snake added. That's it. Zhu Kei got up and walked to the living room. She ran. Prepare a vomit bag for me. Okay. She ran, followed, and got up. Zhu Kei sat down on the sofa and reached out to pull out the circuit drawer under the coffee table. Inside was a meta-network connection port. Zhu Kei grabbed a handful of jellyfish-like tentacle-like wires and put them on the back of his neck. They immediately twisted into a line and slowly drilled into the access port of the S-chip. Zhu Kei trembled all over, tilted his head, and fell limply on the sofa. Chapter 1012. Part of Suzaku's consciousness was digitized and entered the meta-network. Her black artificial, I showed a fast-flowing data crawler, and the red centipede on the side of her body flashed a dark red light, and the capillaries on both sides also brightened and darkened. Captain is so handsome, Cantu said with a crazy look. I also want to implant a red centipede. Even if you are lucky enough to survive, like the captain, you will definitely not be able to bear its side effects. She took a black vomit bag, and sat down next to Suzaku. I'm just saying it. Cantu stuck out his tongue. Don't let me dream. About 5 minutes passed. Suzaku opened her eyes, and sat up suddenly. She almost rudely pulled off the meta-network cable, and began to vomit. She immediately caught it with a vomit bag, and gently stroked Suzaku's back. After a while, Juke recovered. She took the wet tissue and wiped her mouth, and made an okay gesture to Cantu. From today on, you will be called Lu Qingzi, Lu Li's cousin. In the afternoon, you will accompany Lu Li to Zhongyan Company to handle the procedures for in-depth cooperation. Leave it to my cousin. Cantu patted his chest exaggeratedly. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Gao Yang and Cantu left the Moon City, and went to Zhongyan Industrial Park across the river. They handled the procedures at the rehabilitation center, and then returned home. Gao Yang operated the eye chip and browsed the holographic image generated by the dream data online. Juke operated it synchronously, and copied it easily. Theoretically, Gao Yang lived in the dream for 19 years, and should have a holographic image of 19 years, but in fact, the length of the memory that can be viewed is no more than 1 year. Because Bodhi incarnated as a system after sneaking into Gao Yang's dream, and established a deep connection with Gao Yang in less than a year. The content of the dream is from the perspective of Bodhi, which is like a camera, objectively recording every minute and every second that Gao Yang sees. It is worth mentioning that the time in the dream is not equal to the real time. Some people are only in a coma for a month, but they live in the dream for many years. Gao Yang is very special. Since the Bodhi incarnation system, the time he spends in the dream has been synchronized with the real time. On that day, all the members of Mingpen stayed and enjoyed the beginning of Gao Yang's dream story together. The story started when he was almost killed by Li Weiwei, and then Qing Ling appeared, Officer Huang, Wang Zikai, Pang Jun. For boring and worthless content, everyone will fast forward directly, and for interesting parts, everyone will watch normally, just like chasing a TV series. It was not until late at night that the members left one after another. At 2 o'clock in the morning, only Gao Yang and canned food were left at home. This series has been broadcasted to Gujia Village. Cantu hugged the pillow and screamed in fear, "Junior, your dream is too scary." Gao Yang sat beside him, smiling but not saying anything. Cantu was watching the show, and Gao Yang was also watching the show. Unconsciously, Gao Yang began to look forward to what Cantu's reaction would be when he saw Group 5 and Suzaku appear in his dream. However, he was not in a hurry to spoil the plot and let it go. When the crisis in Gujia Village came to an end, Gao Yang was saved by the 12 zodiac animals. Cantu finally breathed a sigh of relief. She turned off the holographic TV and stretched. Let's watch this today. I'm so sleepy. I take a shower and go to bed. Cantu, who already has family permissions, walked to the bathroom and switched to privacy mode. After taking a shower, Cantu changed into pajamas. She tilted her head and rubbed the wet ends of her hair with a towel with both hands. She saw Gao Yang still sitting on the sofa. "Junior, you don't want to sleep?" "I sleep here," Gao Yang answered. "Sleeping on the sofa?" Gao Yang nodded. The Jupiter traveler who woke up after a year of coma is really strange. For a moment, Cantu felt more distressed for this unhappy boy. She smiled and said, "Good night, Junior." A week later, Gao Yang and Cantu began to live together. Life was more regular than expected. They got up at 8 o'clock and went to bed before 12 o'clock. They prepared 3 meals a day together, washed dishes, and left clothes and cleaning to the machine. The rest of the time, Cantu stayed on the sofa and watched Run Lam. This name was given by Cantu. Gao Yang watched with Cantu, quietly waiting for the key content to appear. Finally, Gao Yang in the story transferred to the Kirin Union, and Hui Xiong was the first to appear. "Little brother, you just got here, and don't know the rules. I tell you, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't take any name. You are not qualified for the name Chiang, understand? Mr. Hui Xiong, you may not understand it very well. I know it very well. This kid is going to join our Group 5, and he will be my brother in the future. You let him take the name of Protector. Isn't that asking for trouble? I mean, is there a possibility that I am here to be a protector?" Ha ha ha. Cantu hugged the pillow, kicked his feet, and rolled on the sofa happily. "This uncle is so funny." Gao Yang on the side couldn't laugh, and doubts appeared in his eyes. Junior? Cantu pressed the pause button. I finally know why you can call out our names. It turns out that you really appeared in the dream. Don't tell me, the gray Xiong in the dream is really a bit like Uncle Xiong. Similar? Gao Yang frowned. Shouldn't they be exactly the same? Well look, they are both big, rough-voiced, and silly, with big beards. Cantu didn't look like he was acting. Gao Yang looked at the gray Xiong frozen in the holographic image. He was obviously exactly the same as the current gray Xiong, but in Cantu's eyes, the two were just a little similar. Keep watching, Gao Yang said. Yeah. Cantu continued to watch, skipping some meaningless plots one after another. A few hours later, Gao Yang in the dream finally met all the members of Group 5. This time, the Can's reaction was the same. Oh my god. This is such a coincidence. It just corresponds to a few of us. Ah, this Can is very similar to me. I used to love playing games. Junior, what is King of Glory? Is it fun? Gao Yang's face was ashen, and he slowly stood up. He was sure that the flaw he was expecting would not come. Junior, you don't want to watch it? Ken was watching it with great interest, and wanted to talk to Gao Yang about the plot. Gao Yang walked into the room without saying a word. Chapter 10:13. In the following days, Gao Yang shut himself in. The dream behind the door was too perfect. Gao Yang could not find any flaws at all. He was not desperate, but began to fear, because he realized that before he found the flaws, he would probably sink first. Gao Yang would not give up. He began to meditate and try to find a new breakthrough. Refusing to accept any information and interference from the dream might be the way to break the deadlock. Gao Yang no longer communicated with anyone and stayed in the room to meditate. Sometimes, he could sit for a day, feeling unprecedented peace in his heart, and the truth and falsehood were no longer so important. He was no longer unwilling, no longer worried, no longer angry, and nothing could hurt him. 3 days later, in the middle of the night, Gao Yang was still meditating in the room, and someone knocked on the door. Gao Yang did not intend to pay attention, but the knocks kept ringing. He sighed slightly, waved his hand, and the automatic door opened. Ken was wearing pajamas, his eyes were red, and he stood outside the door, wanting to say something but stopped. What's the matter? Gao Yang asked. Ken sniffed and asked, what do those 3 words can mean? Gao Yang's chest twitched, and he didn't say anything. Junior. Ken rubbed his eyes. Your dream was full of ups and downs, very attractive. I was drawn into it unconsciously. I couldn't help but skip some unimportant time, wanting to see the end of the story quickly, but I really didn't expect that it would be so heavy later. Gao Yang looked at Ken in front of him. The two looked at each other quietly for a long time, and Gao Yang finally spoke. Ken, you should ask yourself this. Ken was stunned. I don't know, how can I know? She is you. Gao Yang's voice was sincere. Although we all call her Cantu. Cantu smiled and shook his head, but she is not me. If you were her, what would you say? Gao Yang asked in a different way. Cantu was stunned again. She bit her lower lip subconsciously, thought seriously for a long time, and finally raised her head. I really don't know, I can't think of it. Instantly, Gao Yang had an epiphany. Yes, how could she know? She was just my dream. Why did I have such a stupid idea before? I wanted to make the person in the dream realize that something was wrong, that he was just a dream of mine, so that there would be a flaw in this dream. How is this possible? Cantu cannot have this kind of autonomous consciousness. She is just a product based on my dream. Even if she has this idea, it is not her real idea, but the idea given to her by my cognition. When I determined that all this was a dream, then the whole dream was already a huge flaw. So how could I find the so-called flaw in this flaw? Will I never wake up again? Did the real me die the moment I pushed open the door of the end? The me now is just a fragment of my consciousness at the end of my life, made into an incorruptible specimen and locked in a museum? A dream that I can never wake up from. Is there any difference between it and reality? Wait, I can't wake up. I can't find the flaw. Is it possible that this is also reality? This is not a dream, it is the world behind the door of the end. Yes, this is a parallel world, the real way out that the door of the end provides to the people in the fog, to live in a parallel world. Of course it is possible. Gao Yang, have you forgotten? You came from another parallel world before. You are not dreaming now. You just traveled again. This time, your consciousness traveled to this world and stayed in Lu Li's body. The real Lu Li should have died of the Jupiter virus. Your consciousness came to this world through the gate of the end and took over Lu Li's life. So Lu Li was able to wake up miraculously after a long coma. So, the foggy world inside the door is real, and the world outside the door is also real. If everything is not a dream now, then you can no longer treat everyone as NPCs, they are all flesh and blood people. You can no longer be so passive, which is unfair to Lu Li's life. At least, you should try to find a way to travel back to the foggy world. No, 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 no. It's not right. Not at all. This must be a dream. The dreamer is guiding me to think in this direction step by step, wanting me to be serious. The more serious I am, the easier it is to get stuck in the dream, and the harder it is to get out. Yes. Everything is fake. I won't be fooled. Gao Yang. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out in my head again. Who? Gao Yang looked around in horror. Who is calling me? Junior, are you? Okay? Confound that in just a dozen seconds, Gao Yang's calm face turned pale, and the whole person seemed to be in great panic and pain. She hesitated, but still took a step forward. Junior. Don't touch me. Gao Yang roughly opened Ken's hand, and he staggered back, shouting, You are fake. You don't exist. You are dead. I killed you. There is no need to remind me of this again. Cantu knew Gao Yang was talking about the content of his dream. For some reason, she suddenly felt very sad and tears welled up. Junior, you are sick. Calm down first. Don't be led by negative emotions. It's dangerous. Shut up. Shut up. Gao Yang shouted desperately. You are just a person in my imagination. I won't be fooled, never. Cantu then remembered Juchue's instructions. She arranged Cantu to take care of Lu Li because she was worried that his condition would get out of control. Junior, I'm sorry. I have to calm you down. Cantu took out the tranquilizer he carried with him, took off the needle cover, and rushed to Gao Yang. Don't touch me. Gao Yang was completely stressed and wanted to push Cantu away, but Cantu suddenly disappeared. Cantu became invisible. This is the supernatural power she gained after becoming a Jupiter traveler. Gao Yang was startled. 2 seconds later, his arm was tingling. The strength of his body was rapidly lost. He wanted to say something, but his eyes were black and the whole person fell into the endless void. Ah! Gao Yang suddenly woke up and sat up from the sofa. He was covered in cold sweat and his face was itchy, which were the traces of dried tears. Gao Yang? Gao Yang looked sideways and saw Qing Ling sitting beside him, with a puzzled look on his face. Are you okay? Gao Yang looked around. This was the square of an isolated island on the border. The sky was gloomy, and the sea was gray and blue. In front of him, a bonfire was burning, and from time to time, it popped and exploded messy sparks. Gao Yang's voice was low and hoarse. How long did you sleep? Less than 2 hours. Qing Ling asked, Are you better? Gao Yang lowered his head and stared at his hands. His head was dizzy, as if covered by a layer of gauze, and the brain fog that slowed down his thinking came back again. Did you have a nightmare just now? Qing Ling's voice was full of concern. Gao Yang nodded. What did you dream about? Qing Ling moved closer. Gao Yang shook his head. Nothing. Gao Yang. Qing Ling frowned slightly. You seem a little weird. Really? Gao Yang was absent-minded. Well, I feel that you are a little depressed and confused. This is not good. Cheer up. There is still a tough battle tonight. It doesn't matter. Gao Yang interrupted. This is not real. It's just a dream within a dream. No matter what I do, it seems ridiculous. Qing Ling was slightly stunned, and then laughed. Gao Yang, you are so slow. Why did you find it so late? Chapter 1014. What? It's really just a dream. Qing Ling turned sideways. Look. Gao Yang looked up. The bonfire in front of him disappeared, the sky and the sea disappeared, and in the darkness, Jiu and all the members of the 12 zodiacs stood in front of him. They surrounded Gao Yang, smiling but with pity in their eyes. Suddenly, everyone said in unison and kept repeating, Gao Yang, you are so lucky. Gao Yang, you are so lucky. Gao Yang, you are so lucky. Gao Yang wanted to stand up, but he couldn't move. Swoosh swoosh. In the darkness, there are some terrible creatures. They are approaching. They are air fish. Swoosh. Jiu Han, who was standing at the front of the crowd, disappeared. Swoosh. Dohu, who was carrying a giant sword, also disappeared. Swoosh swoosh. Others disappeared one by one. No, Gao Yang was very scared, but he still couldn't move or speak. After a while, everyone around him disappeared, and there was an increasingly frequent and strong undercurrent in his ears. It was the air fish, countless air fish. A hand gently grabbed Gao Yang's hand. Gao Yang turned his head, and Qing Ling was still there. Qing Ling smiled gently and sadly. Gao Yang, the air fish is coming. Don't worry about us, run. Gao Yang's eyes were red. He wanted to speak, but he couldn't make any sound. Where can I run to? This is a game between you and the airfish. If you want to pass it, you must find the correct save file. Qing Ling seemed to hear the voice in Gao Yang's heart. What game? What save file? I don't understand. The save file is the flaw. Find it before the airfish eats you. There is no flaw at all. I tried, but I can't find it. I can't find it. Gao Yang, you can do it. Gao Yang, run quickly. Qing Ling held Gao Yang tightly. Swoosh. Gao Yang's hand was empty, and Qing Ling disappeared. Swoosh. Gurgle gurgle. The airfish finally came. They were still hiding in the darkness, with only the shape of their eyes outlining countless gray lines in the darkness. They were densely packed, surrounding Gao Yang like flowers. They looked at him quietly, coldly, and innocently. Gao Yang woke up slowly. I'm back again, back to this world. Gao Yang lay on the sofa, with Cantu by her side. She hugged the pillow, curled up, and leaned against the corner of the sofa. Perhaps because of the effect of the sedative, Gao Yang's mood at this moment was like a calm lake. He tried to move his body, making a rustling sound. Can, who was sleeping lightly, woke up immediately and opened his eyes. You are awake? Her voice was still a little hoarse, and she smiled dazedly. Great, I was really worried that you wouldn't wake up. Gao Yang didn't say anything, staring at Can's face. There was a red scar on her left cheek. Can subconsciously touched it with her hand, and still smiled. I accidentally scratched my face with my nails when washing my face. Gao Yang looked down at Can's hands, and there were no nails at all. Can subconsciously clenched his fists. Haha, so I cut all my nails. I hurt you, Gao Yang guessed. Can quickly waved his hands. Hey, it's like this when you're sick, it's inevitable to bump and bump. I was also crazy at the beginning, and the captain suffered a lot. I'm sorry, Gao Yang said. Oh, no need to apologize. Ken shouted. It's not a big deal, it's too polite. Gao Yang was silent. Ken looked at Gao Yang, his eyes quietly became gentle. The captain said that Jupiter travelers are very lonely. Dreams will keep a part of us in dreams forever. Even after waking up, we always feel that something is missing in our hearts, and we are out of tune with this world. That feeling is like being an orphan in the world. But even if you are lonely, you can still live well. We humans are much stronger than we think. Gao Yang slowly raised his head. Haha, why did the style suddenly change? Ken stretched out his hand and patted Gao Yang on the shoulder. Senior sister has graduated. Come on, junior brother, you can definitely do it. Before Ken finished speaking, the eye chip on the back of his hand flashed. Ken immediately retracted it and said answer. A small holographic image popped up on the eye chip immediately. Suzaku was in an abandoned factory, sitting on a container, with his long legs crossed and smoking. This is a recorded group holographic image. Zhu waved his cigarette-holding hand. Patience, it's time to work. Meet at the old place in an hour. Beep. The holographic image disappeared. Ken immediately stood up and stretched hard. 1 hour, there is still time. I get you something to eat. We have lunch before leaving. I want to go too, Gao Yang asked. Of course. Ken smiled, we are companions. 1 hour later, District 17 of Moon City. This is the area of Moon City that looks most like a ruin, with large areas of abandoned old factories and unfinished projects, no water and electricity, almost no residents except homeless people, and no meta network coverage. Gao Yang drove the motorcycle left by Zhu Ke and brought Cantu to an abandoned factory where Zhu Ke was. The two walked into the factory and looked around. There were scattered scrap prosthetic limbs, broken milky white human shells, lumps of mechanical fluid solidified into blue jelly, and nerve circuits scattered like old tree roots. You two are so slow. You can't even eat shit in time. Hui Xiong sat on a scrapped crane, holding a robot head in his hand and throwing it around. We are not late. Cantu walked quickly towards everyone, while tidying up his hair that was messed up by the wind. And who wants to eat shit? She Ran and Ronnie were concentrating on operating a green technology box the size of a suitcase. The technology box projected a holographic operation interface that was as big as a piano. The two stood side by side, with flexible fingers and tacit division of labor, as if they were playing a piano piece together. Captain, this is indeed Yunhuang's latest VR scenario deduction simulator, nicknamed Green Box. How did you get it? Shi Ran pushed his glasses on his nose, unable to hide his excitement. It was given by an old customer, as an advance payment for this mission. Zhu Ke was still sitting on the container, his posture lazy. There was a dong 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 sound of footsteps above his head. Gao Yang looked up, and found that Manshi was hanging upside down on the ceiling of the factory. He walked around and gestured okay to Zhu Kai. Manshi had checked the vicinity and arranged a micro-reconnaissance aircraft and signal jammers. Zhu Kai jumped off the container and clapped his hands. Everyone is here, let's have a meeting. Everyone walked towards Zhu Kai, and Manshi jumped directly from the ceiling, kneeling on one knee and falling steadily. Ken explained quietly beside Gao Yang. Before Snake got sick, he was a Special Forces soldier. His special ability allows him to walk against the wall like a gecko. In addition, his legs have cyber muscles implanted, which makes him extremely mobile. He is the leader of the team. What about me? Gray Male was very unhappy when he heard Ken praise Man Snake. Chapter 1015. Hee. Seeing that his words were heard, Cantu simply said loudly, Uncle Xiong used to be a bodyguard for the rich people in Moon City. After he got sick, his superpowers were strong and powerful, but there was also a side effect, that is, the skin on the upper body would grow a lot of bristles, just like a bear. It would grow every day if you shave it every day, which was very annoying. So Uncle Xiong saved money for half a year and changed into cyber skin, which is invulnerable to swords and guns. Humph! Not only is it invulnerable to swords and guns, but even lasers can't cut it. Hui Xiong is very proud of each of his prostheses. The more expensive, the more proud. Juchua's slender index finger gently touched the red centipede on the outside of his thigh. 2 seconds later, the black prosthetic eye immediately emitted a holographic image, which unfolded in front of his eyes according to the real-life proportions. It can be seen that the content is the high-altitude parking lot of Moon Hotel in District 1 of Moon City. After an amphibious car was parked, 3 people got out of the car and walked towards Gao Yang and the others. The driver got off the car first. A middle-aged man wearing a gray shirt and trousers, less than 1.75 meters tall, with narrow shoulders and a narrow face, slick back hair, and frameless glasses. His eyes were shrewd and defensive, as if he had never trusted anyone since he was born. The next person to get off the car was a tall and burly bald man, with a face full of flesh, a black suit, and black sunglasses, a typical bodyguard outfit. The last person to get off the car was a handsome, mature and elegant middle-aged man, wearing a light green thin windbreaker, a plaid shirt and casual pants, giving people a casual but not cheap temperament. Gao Yang immediately recognized the 2 old friends. The driver was Xuanwu, and the windbreaker man who got off the car last was Yin Feng. After a few seconds, the holographic image froze. Zhu Kai walked over and tapped the man in the windbreaker with his hand. His data immediately emerged, including age, height, personality, identity information, physical information, etc. This person is Yin Feng, a big star in Moon City. I believe you are all familiar with him. Wow! Ken was very excited. I just watched his new movie Moon City Has No Tears last week. His eye acting is really good. Even looking at a bottle of beverage makes people feel very affectionate. This time's target. Zhu Kai explained slowly, on the surface, he is a big star, but in fact he is backed by the underworld. His position is middle level, and he is responsible for the inspection of human transactions. Of course, it is not an ordinary human transaction. The target is mainly Jupiter travelers. I don't know what it is used for. No way, my filter is broken all over the floor. Ken was very disappointed. Ken, you have been in Moon City for almost 2 years. Don't just grow meat without brains. Hui Xiong said disdainfully. Nonsense. I didn't grow meat. It's you who gained 10 kilograms. Ken was anxious. I've changed my body. I give you my head. Zhu Kai ignored the bickering between the two, walked up to the driver, and clicked on his information. This person is called Guasia. On the surface, he is Yin Feng's agent. The two are inseparable. In fact, he is also a middle-level Black Force. He should be on the same level as Yin Feng. He is a low-key person, and there is very little information about him. Zhu Kai turned around and touched the burly bald man. The information was immediately spread out, densely packed with a lot of information. This person is called Bao Shi. He was an early mercenary. He is currently Yin Feng's personal bodyguard. Except for his head, all other parts of his body have been transformed more than once. The side effect is that he has lost most of the desires of humans. His only hobby is killing people. It sounds very dangerous. Ronnie was operating the green box and inputting Bao Shi's data. It is very dangerous, but the weakness is also obvious. Zhu Kai laughed. His body is almost a machine. Without the military firewall, I can destroy him in 2 seconds. Haha, I met a natural enemy. Hui Xiong said. Don't get me wrong, this mission is much more difficult than killing people. Shukei waved his hand, and the frozen holographic image disappeared, turning into a live photo of a bar. The mission is only said once. Shukei raised his voice. Tomorrow night, I will go to this bar to trade with Yanfeng. Shukei turned his head to look at Manshi and Huixiong. You two are my bodyguards. Okay. Shukei looked at Shiran. You are the bartender. Understood. Shiran nodded. Shukei looked at Ronnie. You are a DJ. Okay, K. Shukei glanced at Cantu. You, a drunkard, act like one. Cantu thought seriously. It's a little difficult, but not a big problem. Shukei looked at Gao Yang. You are my cargo. Gao Yang was stunned, and immediately understood. Shukei planned to use Gao Yang, a genuine Jupiter traveler who had just woken up, to trade with Yanfeng and act out the whole thing. During the transaction, my cargo, Shukei turned and looked at Gao Yang, suddenly burst out with some kind of neural signal-like supernatural power, causing all the people with S-chips implanted on the scene to enter a state of confusion for about a few seconds, and my cargo escaped in the chaos, and the transaction failed. This is the whole task. No, it sounds like nothing to do to me, Huixiong said. Don't worry, the above is the outer task, and then the inner task. Shukei smiled. The truth is, I will find a way to make them unconscious for 3 minutes. During these 3 minutes, I will sneak into Yanfeng's brain, digitize his memory within a week, copy it away, and hand it over to the buyer, and the mission will be completed. Why bother so much? Just beat them directly, Huixiong said. If it's so simple, why do you need to ask us for this? Manshi sneered. Huixiong, I think the most important thing you need to change is your brain. Get lost. Huixiong glared at him. Shukei continued. The buyer asked us to get the information quietly, and not to alert the enemy, otherwise the information will lose its value. I understand. Kan's eyes lit up. So we have to create a perfect scam. Yeah. Shukei focused slightly. On the surface, this is just a failed transaction. The goods I brought suddenly burst into superpowers and escaped in the chaos. Jupiter travelers are originally an extremely unstable factor. It's not surprising that anything happened. The other party thought their brains were only disturbed for a few seconds, but in fact they were unconscious for 3 minutes. Perfectly covering this up is the core of this mission. If they find that they have been unconscious for a short period of time, they will definitely guess that their brains may have been invaded, and then carefully check the S-chip. 3 minutes is too hasty. I can't erase all access traces, and there will definitely be clues left. Once the enemy is alerted, the information obtained by the buyer will lose its value. Not only will we not get the final payment, but it may also cause trouble. Interesting. Facing challenges, Manshi is always excited. Others also nodded. Time is running out, start preparing. Chapter 1016. Late at night, Durian Street, Moon City District 4, Mirror Flower Water Moon Bar. In the Moon City, a city that never sleeps, Durian Street gathers a large number of young people who are looking for fun. This street is full of bars, and there are virtual landscapes of durian trees everywhere. Various advertising light boxes and building signs are also durian elements. Nowadays, pure natural plants and animals are extremely scarce resources. Ordinary people may not see them once in their lifetime. The fruits and vegetables that can be tasted are also some artificial synthetic products. People have a strong yearning and love for plants, flowers and fruits, and the use of this element has also penetrated into the landscape of the city. The Black Horse Street where Gaoyang is located was also formed for this reason. Soon, a new energy luxury business car stopped at the door of Mirror Flower Water Moon, and a group of beautiful women generated by holographic images were dressed sexy and danced happily on the roadside. A half-man came up. It was silver white, without hair, no facial features, no sexual characteristics, and no clothes. As the bionic man became more and more like a human, it triggered many crises. Later, almost all countries enacted laws to prohibit the humanization of bionic people's appearance, to prohibit the implantation of more realistic human emotions and self-awareness in bionic people, and to prohibit the further development of bionic human technology. The remaining castrated bionic people serve humans diligently and loyally, and they are called half-humans. The driver Manshi got off the car first. He was wearing a well-tailored suit and a holographic mask, and respectfully opened the car door. A black stiletto brought out a long leg, and with a click sound, he stepped on the shallow blue industrial water. Suzaku, wearing a red windbreaker and a holographic mask of Firebird, walked elegantly to the bar stairs. At the same time, Gaoyang and Huixiong also got off the car. Both of them wore black suits and holographic masks. Huixiong held Gaoyang with one hand, and it was obvious that he was holding him hostage. Welcome to Mirror Flower and Water Moon. May I ask if the 4 guests have an appointment? The robot's chest made a mechanical sound. Mirror room. Zhuge stretched out his left hand coldly. The robot immediately stepped forward and gently held Zhuchua's hand, accessed her eye-chip, and obtained the appointment information. Please come in. The robot took a step back and made a welcoming gesture. His movements were too precise, which was why they could be easily distinguished. Zhuge walked in front, and Manshi and Huixiong followed behind, holding Gao Yang on the left and right. As soon as Gao Yang walked into the translucent shielding layer, the deafening music immediately hit his eardrums and made his temples throb. Looking around, there were bright lights and wine, and indulgence in music. In the central dance floor, people of various shapes, mainly young people who have undergone a large number of prosthetic transformations, danced wildly to the rhythm of the music. A string of numbers was suspended above their heads, which increased rapidly and soon reached 99999, while flashing a dazzling red light. Bang! A few seconds later, the numbers exploded, turning into countless red butterflies, flying to the back of everyone's neck in the dance floor, and drilling into the interface of the S-chip. This is a visualized data interaction, which directly stimulates people's brain nerves through the light interaction of drinks, music, and emotional data, providing people with a collective pleasant experience, which is commonly called emotional catalysis. Ah! In an instant, the people in the dance floor shook their heads and screamed wildly, and their faces were even a little hideous. This feeling was so strange. They were happy, but from Gao Yang's point of view, they seemed like a group of animals about to be slaughtered, desperately calling for help. Soon, everyone quieted down and stood still, like zombies. It was a strange silence that lasted for more than 10 seconds. Bang! Then, more explosive music sounded. Visual data appeared at the S-chip interface of everyone. They turned into independent golden tentacles, gathered towards the sky above their heads, and soon merged into a giant golden jellyfish. The higher everyone's emotions were, the bigger the golden jellyfish expanded. Everyone danced and screamed more crazily, waiting for the next critical point of emotional catalysis, and then welcoming the next collective emotional climax. Zhuge and his group passed by the dance floor and walked towards the private room area. Halfway through, Zhuge slowed down a little and looked at the DJ stand in the middle of the dance floor. There are 3 DJs on the DJ stage. The one in the middle is the main DJ, who is responsible for the emotional interaction of the guests, and is also called an emotional masseur. The 2 DJs beside him are responsible for music and holographic light effects. One of them is Ronnie. His main job is a bar DJ. He has strong business skills, but he doesn't like to go to work. He only takes part-time jobs when he is short of money. Under the careful arrangement of Zhuge, a DJ of Jinghuishui was suddenly sick, and Ronnie came to help. Ronnie made eye contact with Zhuge and continued to play without stopping. Zhuge also walked forward. Soon, Shiran appeared with drinks. He showed a polite smile of a waiter and passed by Zhuge. The 4 of them soon came to the entrance of the box area. A hot and heavily made-up blonde girl just left the bar and stumbled over. It was Can. In order to play this role well, she temporarily gained 10 kilograms of weight with attached simulated muscles, and immediately became sexy and enchanting. Zhuge turned into the corridor with ambiguous lights, came to the box called Mirror, and knocked on the door. Swish. 10 seconds later, the door opened, and a burly, bald man in a suit blocked the door. He wore a holographic mask with a skull made of bullet shells. Behind the mask, a pair of red artificial eyes were like a scanner, emitting 2 beams of red light, looking up and down at Zhuge, quickly accessing Zhuchua's basic identity, and then trying to connect to the S-chip for deep access. Zhuchua's left eye flashed slightly, and his brows frowned. Boy, be polite. I don't want to kill anyone today. Huh? Baosher snorted coldly, half believing and half doubting Zhuchua's threat, but still stopped the deep access. Baosher looked at Manshi, Huixiong, and Gao Yang behind Zhuge, and soon his eyes stopped at Gao Yang's face. Is he the one we want? Zhuge nodded. He just came out of the rehabilitation center and woke up after being in a coma for a year. He is very special. What is the superpower? Baosher asked. I don't know. The ability he has shown so far is that he can call out the other person's name when he first meets. A little trick. Baosher was disdainful. Indeed? Zhuge sneered. But I don't care, as long as I can exchange money. Baosher was silent for 2 seconds and said in an imperative tone, Woman, you bring the goods in, and these 2 dogs get out of here. You are looking for death. Huixiong got angry. Shut up. Zhu Kei interrupted sharply, and Hui Xiong shut up immediately. You go have a drink, don't disturb us. Zhu Kei grabbed Gao Yang's arm, and walked into the box under Baosher's surveillance. Chapter 1017. The room was dimly lit, and the smart screen wall was a changing aurora. There were two men sitting on the long sofa against the wall. The man on the left was thin and wore a casual shirt and trousers. The tall man was wearing a t-shirt and jeans. The two dressed very low-key. These two people did not use holographic masks, but used attached facial simulation muscle groups to directly disguise themselves into popular looks. However, Gao Yang still guessed at a glance that the person on the left was Guizha, and the person on the right was Yin Feng. You are 2 minutes late. Guizha's voice was cold and hard, but he was not unhappy. The road is a bit congested, Zhu Kei said, and the holographic mask on his face disappeared. You should change to an amphibious car, Guizha said. Too high profile, not suitable for people like me. Zhu Kei pushed Gao Yang forward. The goods are here, where is my money? Guizha took out a coin-sized black card from his chest pocket and threw it to Zhu Kei. Zhu Kei took it, his artificial eye flickered, and he immediately confirmed that there were 3,000 independent credits in it, but a password was set, and it could not be transferred. Miss Zhu Kei, let's confirm the goods first, and tell you the password if there is no problem. Yin Feng spoke, his voice was magnetic, and even with an ordinary face, he was still elegant. No need, I have cracked it. Zhu Kei smiled lightly. Please do as you please. The sea wanderer Zhu Kei. Seeing is believing. Yin Feng's tone was a little more appreciative. Thank you. Zhu Kei sat down on the sofa beside him generously, turned sideways, crossed his legs, and his eyes had already found a purple metal box the size of a small drawer hidden under the coffee table. It's called Quiet Monster. Any eavesdropping and spying will fail in the local space where it is. It can't access the meta network wirelessly, nor can it wirelessly invade the brain of the S-chip implanter, which basically abolishes Juchua's martial arts. Baosher stepped forward and punched Gao Yang in the lower abdomen. Gao Yang groaned and knelt on the ground. Baosher kicked him over. Won't he resist? Guizha looked at the goods coldly. Believe me, he tried it, and the result was not pleasant. Zhu Kei smiled. Baosher squatted down, and pressed Gao Yang's head with his thick palm, which could easily crush it. The index finger of his other hand spread out directly, and more than a dozen white thin lines appeared inside. They condensed into a rope, and drilled into the back of Gao Yang's head. Gao Yang trembled all over and lost consciousness. Of course, this was fake. Gao Yang didn't have an S-chip implanted. Zhu Kei forged a surface database for him. This couldn't withstand in-depth inspection, but just asking the other party to confirm his identity, he could still get away with it. Sure enough, within 10 seconds, Baosher pulled back the data cable and nodded to Yin Feng. Yes, Jupiter Traveler, the identity information matches. Very good. Yin Feng smiled. Miss Suzaku, happy cooperation. Knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door, and the picture taken outside the door immediately turned into a holographic image inside the door. A young bartender was waiting outside with a tray of drinks. Baosher stood up, exchanged glances with Yin Feng, and walked to the door. Outside the door, Shiran smiled politely. Sir, the drinks you ordered are here. Baosher stared at Shiran's face coldly, directly accessed his basic information, and after confirming that he was a bar staff, he cursed. Get lost. Shiran was stunned, but continued to maintain a polite smile. Sir, I did receive a message from the mirror room. Crack. The muscle on Baosher's left arm suddenly opened and deformed, and soon turned into a charged shotgun, with a huge muzzle directly against Shiran's head. I told you to get out. Don't you understand? Yes, I'm sorry. I get out now? Shiran's face was pale, and he was shaking all over, and he almost couldn't hold the drink steadily. Wait a minute. In the box, Zhu Kei had already lit a cigarette elegantly. I ordered the wine. Zhu Kei didn't even look at Baosher, and took a puff of the cigarette. Excuse me. Baosher's dissatisfaction was written on his face. Just as he was about to explode, he was stopped by Yin Feng's eyes. Baosher retracted the gun and his left arm turned back into human form. Ugh. The incident happened suddenly, and a blonde beauty stumbled over and bumped into Shiran, and a mouthful of vomit sprayed directly on Shiran's clothes. Ah! Shiran was startled. Baosher was alert again, and immediately stared at the woman, who was already kneeling and vomiting, and checked her identity to eliminate suspicion. Dear, don't leave me. What can I do without you? Take me away, take me away. Ugh! Cantu lay on the ground, hugged Shiran's legs tightly, and vomited while being drunk. Guest, you recognize the wrong person. Baosher tried hard to resist the urge to blow the heads of these two people. He walked out of the door and took the tray from Chiron's hand. Get out now. Yes. Yes. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Chiron was so scared that he quickly helped Cantu up. This guest, you are drunk, I will help you go to the toilet. At the moment when Chiron lifted up the can's body had a double image for a moment. Under the dim and ambiguous light, no one noticed it at all. At that moment, the can became invisible, and the green box created a holographic image of the can, seamlessly replacing the original owner. The invisible can took advantage of the moment when Baosher took the wine, and quickly got into the private room, huddled in the corner, and waited silently. Baosher closed the door, and put the wine on the coffee table unhappily. The exquisite round wine rack contained 4 glasses of wine, and different colors of dust were floating in it. The signature wine of this store, Qianmenglong Gallery. Zhuge picked up a glass and shook it gently, and the colorful dust in the wine immediately spun, like a flowing starry sky. The name of the wine is as it is. When you are drunk, you will feel like you are standing in a corridor in your dreams. The dreams on both sides are like infinite mirrors, and you can freely shuttle in your dreams. It is said that the owner of the store is a Jupiter traveler, and he got the inspiration when he was treated by Bodhi. It sounds great. Yin Feng replied lightly. It's a pity that I don't drink. Haha, you missed a lot of fun. Zhuge took a sip lightly. I want to have a cup after I finish my business. I hope you don't mind. No mind. Yin Feng watched quietly. Zhuchua's eyebrows moved. In fact, my business scope is very wide, and I have been looking for long-term partners. I wonder if you have this intention. Of course, but it's a pity that the schedule tonight is tight. Let's make an appointment to chat another day. Okay. Zhuge guessed that Yin Feng was in a hurry to deliver the goods, and said nothing more. Yin Feng gave Baosher a look, and Baosher took out a leech-shaped mechanical device from his pocket. The bottom of it was a suction cup covered with silver needles. This thing is called corpse-driving talisman in jargon. It is attached to the target's back and reaches the spine, thus controlling the target. If the target disobeys the order, he will be worse off than dead. The violent master lifted Gao Yang's clothes, and was about to stick the corpse-driving talisman on Gao Yang's back. Z. Chapter 10:18. The sound of electricity that pierced the eardrum appeared. It seemed to come from outside, and it seemed to explode from inside one's head. Suddenly, everyone present immediately covered their ears, feeling confused and weak. Ah! Gao Yang found the right time, turned over immediately, kicked Baosher away, and rushed to the door. Gao Yang's hand was about to touch the door lock sensing area, but he didn't reach it. He stood still and turned slowly. Baosher, Yin Feng, and Guizhi behind him fell on the sofa and the ground respectively, and fell into a coma. At this time, a head slowly emerged from the edge of the coffee table. It was the can that had lifted the invisibility. She laughed evilly. It's done. 10 seconds ago, she quietly turned off the quiet monster manually. When Gao Yang was about to be controlled by Baosher, Ronnie used his position to turn on the speakers of this box alone, emitting a special electric sound that could confuse people's minds. This was his ability, called Chaos. Without the restrictions of the quiet monster, Suzaku, under the cover of Chaos, immediately invaded the S-chips of the 3 people and implanted the sleeping pill virus, causing them to fall into a short coma. All this happened almost at the same time, and it was difficult for the 3 to know what tricks they had been hit by. Suzaku, who pretended to be hit, immediately stood up. Start working. Suzaku touched the red centipede on his waist and immediately contacted everyone. Ronnie, continue working. She ran, guard the outside. Man Snake, come in and cover me. Wei Xiong, go to Lu Li's escape route. As Suzaku spoke, she walked towards Yin Feng. Her slender fingers touched his chin, where there was a secret switch. She pressed it lightly, and the simulated muscle group on Yin Feng's face immediately began to flow, like a ripple. In a blink of an eye, Yin Feng's familiar face of a big star appeared. At this point, Zhuge confirmed the other party's identity 100%. She pressed the switch again, to help his face return to the disguised form. She took a deep breath, sat down next to Yin Feng, and directly invaded the other party's brain wirelessly and deeply. 2 seconds later, Zhuge leaned and fell on the sofa. Swish. The door of the private room opened, and Manshi walked in quickly. Manshi understood the situation at a glance. Can, this is none of your business, go first. Manshi said, taking out 2 charged laser pistols, and throwing one of them to Gao Yang. Manshi walked to Baosher and stuffed the laser pistol directly into his mouth, ready to pull the trigger at any time. Gao Yang, who took the gun, was not idle either. He walked to the sofa, pointed the muzzle of the gun at Guizha's temple, ready to pull the trigger at any time. If the plan fails, the three people wake up and resist in the middle, then shoot them immediately. Ken looked at Suzaku with some worry. Every time the captain invaded someone's brain, she was at her strongest and most vulnerable. She wanted to stay by the side, but it would only get in the way. Be careful. Ken immediately became invisible after saying that. 2 seconds later, the automatic door opened and closed. Remember, you must wait until they open their eyes and see you before you rush out the door. You must move quickly. Manshi said. Gao Yang nodded and reminded, remember not to make any mistakes in time. Manshi calmly replied, she ran as tampered with the time in the bar. Suzaku can erase the traces of coma and access in their S-chips. Gao Yang stopped talking. When the three people were unconscious, Suzaku's I-chip popped out a timer, and a holographic image of a 180-second countdown appeared in the air. At this moment, there were only 139 seconds left. Gao Yang held the gun and stared at the countdown, feeling a strange feeling. Every second seemed to tick faster than usual. But when a minute passed, time seemed so long. When the countdown reached 64, Zhu Kei suddenly opened his eyes and woke up. So fast? Manshi frowned. Although the task was completed ahead of schedule, it was not a good thing to have such a large error in the time estimate. It was really too smooth to get the data memory. Juchua's voice was a little tired. She was not in a hurry to get up, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. After resting for about 10 seconds, Zhu Kei opened his eyes, entered the final stage. Manshi took back the pistol, and Gao Yang also handed the pistol to Manshi. Manshi quickly left the private room, and Gao Yang stood inside the door, maintaining the action of opening the door. The data in Juchua's left eye was still flowing rapidly. She turned on the quiet monster machine, which took 7 or 8 seconds to start up, and returned to the position where she fell before. She covered her head with one hand, looking painful, and silently gestured to Gao Yang. 3 seconds later, Zhu Kei instantly woke up the three unconscious people, and the quiet monster would start working again, and the confusing electric current sound would reappear, but the intensity would be at the end. The three people would only think that they were attacked by Gao Yang's supernatural power, and their thoughts would be confused and their brains would be blank for a few seconds. When they recovered, they saw Gao Yang opening the door and escaping, as if the whole thing happened in just a few seconds. Zhu Kei retracted 3 fingers one after another. 3, 2, 1. Swoosh. The next second, Juchua's temple was pierced by a tiny purple laser. She was shocked and had no idea what was going on. No! Gao Yang shouted and rushed forward. Swish. Another laser shot into Gao Yang's brow. Gao Yang fell to the ground with a muffled sound and died on the spot. A pool of blood soon appeared on the ground. Guizha was still lying on the sofa, still in a comatose state. In fact, he woke up the moment Juchua's data consciousness left Yanfeng's brain, but he pretended to be in a coma. He quietly raised his right hand, and a bullet hole appeared in the palm of his hand. This is a new type of laser gun prosthesis. It can fire 10 lasers when charged. It has a 1-second locking function and never misses. Guizha opened his eyes and stood up with a sneer. I knew it was a trick. Guizha slowly walked towards the 2 corpses under his feet. Suddenly, he and the world around him stopped together. Stop! Ronnie shouted. In an instant, the surrounding scene became illusory and quickly disappeared. The private room bar disappeared, and this was just an empty and messy old factory. The real furnishings around were just some old tables and chairs temporarily built. Gao Yang and Zhu Kei opened their eyes and stood up unscathed. Ronnie was standing next to the green box, analyzing and giving feedback on the data of the entire simulated battle. Ken, Manshi, Huixiong, and Shiran were standing outside the box, also confused. Zhu Kei looked at Ronnie. What's going on? It's worthy of the high-tech of the final artificial intelligence. Ronnie's eyes lit up, and he spoke fluently. The green box will not rigidly simulate the preset scene, but will conduct in-depth deduction based on all the information we provide to get the most likely result. Ronnie looked up at Gao Yang after speaking. When entering the keyword, Luli asked me to emphasize the word inseparable. It seems that this detail is very important. Zhu Kei was stunned at first, but immediately reacted. She cast a look of approval at Gao Yang. You are good, you are thoughtful enough to guess the possibility of a substitute. Chapter 1019. Thank you. Gao Yang didn't guess it at all, he just knew it. After all, he had experienced this kind of plot once in the Misty World. At that time, Yanfeng was just a puppet, and the real Xuanwu was the agent. At this point, Gao Yang had an illusion that this dream was like a crappy rebirth story, and sooner or later, everything he experienced in the misty world would be adapted again. Captain, the results are out. Shiren also came to the holographic operating table of the green box. He pushed his glasses excitedly. According to the current data, the green box believes that Yin Feng is likely to be an advanced bionic person. The real mastermind is Guizha. The terminal control of Yin Feng's S-chip is in Guizha's hands. No wonder I quickly copied out his memory data after invading Yin Feng's brain. Zhu Ke smiled. The memory in the bionic person's brain is originally data, and does not need to be truly converted. In order to save time, I didn't think about checking this. Yes. Shiren also smiled. The moment you left Yin Feng's brain, the information that Yin Feng's brain was invaded was automatically fed back to the terminal, causing Guizha to wake up early and shoot at you. Oh my god, an advanced bionic person has become a big star, and has so many fans. Cantu felt a huge shock. Advanced bionic people are almost indistinguishable from humans only from the appearance. It is a Class 1 contraband item all over the world, and is strictly controlled. It is difficult to get even on the black market. Only a few official research centers still have very few prototypes. But this happened in the Moon City, so everything makes sense. What is the probability that Yin Feng is an advanced bionic man? Zhu Ke asked. 83.53%. Shiren said, the largest of the 37 possibilities deduced by Green Box. Ha. Hui Xiong came up and patted Gao Yang hard. You have done a great job. After the success, Luli should get an extra 10%. It should be. I don't mind. It doesn't matter. You are awesome, junior brother. Cantu also ran over happily. Seeing Gao Yang's ability recognized by everyone, she was happier than being praised herself. Zhu Ke clapped his hands. Take a break for 20 minutes, let Green Box regenerate the environment, and practice again. Practiced over and over again, Green Box continued to deduce based on feedback data, and finally got a higher pass evaluation. When the exercise ended, it was already 2 o'clock in the morning. Everyone didn't have time to go home and rest, and there was still some work to prepare during the day, so they took a nap in the warehouse. When Gao Yang woke up, it was already 5:30 in the morning. Kim was sleeping on a mattress made of 2 sofa cushions, wearing earplugs and an eye mask, revealing half of his fair face. Shiren and Ronnie were sleeping on a large wooden board, both lying straight, with their hands clasped together on their lower abdomens. If a bunch of white flowers were placed on their chests, they would look like a pair of brothers buried together. Hui Xiong was sleeping directly on the ground, using a bionic thigh as a pillow, snoring loudly. Man, she was hiding in a dark corner, sitting with his back against the container, his head lowered, holding the patrol plane alarm in his hand, and even his breathing when he fell asleep was alert. Gao Yang got up very quietly, not wanting to disturb everyone, but found that Zhu Ke was gone. As he was wondering, a flash of red light flashed before his eyes. He looked up immediately. Suzaku was on the staircase corridor on the upper floors of the factory. Her artificial eye emitted a gentle red laser that flashed into Gao Yang's eyes. Seeing Gao Yang found her, she waved to Gao Yang and motioned him to come up the stairs on the side. Gao Yang did as he was told and quickly walked to Suzaku's side. What's up? I show you something. Suzaku looked mysterious. A few minutes later, the two climbed up the working stairs to the roof of the factory and sat on the edge, as if sitting on a small cliff. In front of him was a large group of low buildings, mostly old factories, and on both sides were high-rise buildings and holographic landscapes from other districts. Looking around, Gao Yang felt that he was in an ancient ruins in the middle of a dense forest. Gao Yang's eyes passed over the entire 17th district and looked at the outer area of the Moon City, which was an uninhabitable wasteland. Zhu Ke faced the turbid morning breeze and lit a cigarette. Gao Yang wore a filter mask and could hear the sound of moist water vapor when breathing. The two were silent for a long time. Zhu Ke finished smoking a cigarette, flicked the cigarette, but under his feet, supported his hands behind his back, and raised his head. It's coming. What? Gao Yang asked. Sunrise. As soon as the voice fell, a touch of red appeared in front of Gao Yang. He looked carefully, and a very hazy red glow emerged in the dim sky outside the Moon City, which was far from the sunrise in Gao Yang's impression. Due to severe air pollution, the sky of the Moon City is always filled with haze, no matter day or night. Only in the early morning every day, when the air visibility in the east is slightly better, can the sunrise be seen briefly for a few minutes. The faint dawn that could not penetrate the haze was reflected in the eyes of the two people, like a candlelight on a stormy night, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Then, The whole sky began to brighten, but it was not azure blue, but a turbid grayish white. The neon advertisements and holographic virtual landscapes in the city were also closed one after another. The Moon City was like a corpse without heavy makeup, revealing its pale skin and cold pores. Zhu took out something and threw it to Gao Yang. It was a coin-sized S-chip implant, which looked like a conical nail with a hollow middle. S-chip, Zhu explained. It has been castrated. It will hurt a little when implanted, but it will not pierce your spine or connect to your brain neurons. Gao Yang took it and looked at it in his hand. Do you need help? Zhu asked. Gao Yang didn't say anything and returned the S-chip to her. Zhu stood up, walked behind Gao Yang, and lifted his hair. Gao Yang immediately felt a chill in the back of his neck, followed by a needle-like pain, but it was bearable. It's a little bleeding, but it's not a big deal. Zhu smiled and took out a disinfectant tissue to wipe his wound. At the beginning, chip implantation required a lot of courage, and the mortality rate was as high as 4%. With the advancement of technology, the S-chip implantation operation now only takes half an hour. Anesthesia is given, and when you wake up, the world has completely changed. That feeling is like having a pair of wings. Zhu sat back next to Gao Yang. Of course, people who have implanted S-chips can also remove them, but almost no one does so, because once they are removed, there will be a huge sense of emptiness in the heart, as if life is incomplete, like a bird with broken wings. Zhu took out another cigarette. A complete life is implanted with something that does not belong to it, and then the thing is taken away, and the life is incomplete. Don't you think it's ironic? What do you want to say? Gao Yang looked at Zhu and asked calmly. Chapter 1020. Don't be nervous, just chatting casually. Zhu smiled and lit a cigarette. You are the only one in our team who doesn't have an S-chip implanted. I need to hear a different voice. Gao Yang was silent again. I know you think everything in front of you is fake. We are just the product of your imagination. You have never really trusted us. Sorry. Gao Yang admitted generously. I can't and dare not trust this world, otherwise everything I have believed in, worked hard for, paid for, loved, and lost will become a joke. Suzaku pondered Gao Yang's words, his eyes softened. In fact, when we first met, you gave me a strong feeling, as if we knew each other before. Gao Yang smiled faintly. Did Kantu report my dream to you? Suzaku nodded. She said that in your dream, someone with the same name as us appeared. To be honest, I don't think this is just a coincidence. Maybe you really have the ability to predict the future in dreams. Give me your hand. Gao Yang stretched out his hand to Suzaku. Let me show you something. Suzaku held Gao Yang's hand and accepted a dream image sent from his eye chip. Suzaku's left eye flashed and quickly toured his brain. That was Gao Yang's memory of meeting Xiaoli in the morgue for the first time in the foggy world. Oh, I forgot to tell you. I just dissected a body and didn't have time to wash my hands. Ah? The good news is that I wore gloves. Oh. The bad news is that I took off my gloves halfway. Ah? The good news is that the body I dissected was just a small animal. Oh. The bad news is that this little animal is a poisonous beast. Ah? The good news is that the above is all made up by me. Oh. Uh-huh. Zhu retracted his hand and laughed happily. This woman is quite interesting. Is she the person with the same name as me in the dream? Gao Yang stared at Zhu. She is you are her in my eyes, you are the same person. Zhu frowned slightly. But in your eyes, you and her are different except for the name. Gao Yang smiled. So, either my cognition is wrong, or your cognition is wrong. But I can't feel your feelings, I only exist in my own cognition, so I only believe in myself. Relatively speaking, I can't believe you. Continue to ask under this premise. Why do you have a wrong cognition? There is only one reason left, because you are all the products of my thoughts in this dream. So even if it is chaotic, the contradiction can be established. Gao Yang's mental state began to be disordered again, his face gradually turned pale, and his body was shaking. So there is only one solution, I must find the flaw, I must leave here, Gao Yang. Zhu put his hand on Gao Yang's shoulder. The action was very light, but it carried an incredible weight. Gao Yang's soul, which was almost torn into pieces, was instantly pulled back into this body. Zhu eyes were sincere. Gao Yang, I always feel that you like this name more. Gao Yang stared at Zhu in a daze. Gao Yang, don't be afraid. Just treat us as a dream, and treat this world as fiction. Are you willing to listen to the advice of a person in your dream? Gao Yang nodded. Gao Yang, the Jupiter virus spread by Qilin is not that simple. I have long suspected that everyone infected with the virus is actually related. To make an inappropriate analogy, we are not immersed in our own standalone games, but through this dream, we have entered a connected game together. I know that everyone's dreams are different, and everyone is the protagonist in the dream, but these are just appearances. Perhaps at a deeper level, in other dimensions, we are all pulled into the same dream. This is the truth of the Jupiter virus. This is why our dreams are so real. Even if the dream world is false, the people we see in the dream and the love that happens are all real. This also makes it difficult for us to get out of this dream after waking up. All Jupiter travelers are left with serious sequelae. Because we are obsessed with the truth in our hearts. This obsession is our hope, and also our nightmare. It makes us push away the world and turn us into illusions and fictions in each other's eyes. Gao Yang, I have never said these words to anyone. I know that I don't express them clearly, and even a little crazy. Zhu Kei smiled sincerely, and even a trace of shyness flashed in his eyes. But for some reason, I think you can definitely understand me. Gao Yang was silent for a long time, and slowly met Juchua's eyes. An old friend of mine said something similar. He said that the world is fake, and love is real, and that's enough. After a pause of 2 seconds, Gao Yang smiled sadly. It's all his fault. He fooled me badly. Zhu Kei also smiled. The answer is already in your heart. He just woke you up. Zhu Kei stretched out his hand. Gao Yang, I want to find Qilin. I want to cure all Jupiter travelers. I want everyone to become the light in the eyes of the people they love, rather than the shadow under the true and false obsession. Can you lend me a hand? Gao Yang was speechless. After an unknown amount of time, he held Juchua's hand. Late at night, Durian Street, Mirror Flowers and Water Moon. Mirror Room. The mission went smoothly. Yin Feng, Guizha, and Baoshe were all unconscious on the ground. Gao Yang and Manshi each held a laser pistol, and pointed it at the temples of Yin Feng and Baoshe respectively. Zhu Kei has confirmed that Yin Feng is indeed an advanced bionic person, and part of her consciousness has turned into data, and directly invaded Guizha's brain. At this moment, Zhu Kei, who entered the roaming state, frowned slightly, and it didn't look smooth. This made everyone feel relieved. Encountering obstacles means that Guizha's S-chip firewall level is not low, which further proves that he is the mastermind. 30 seconds left. Gao Yang has been counting silently, and the palm of his hand holding the gun is slightly sweaty. Manshi continued to stare at Zhu Kei. 20 seconds. Gao Yang continued to count the time. Manshi had to make a decision. If the invasion failed within 3 minutes, Manshi and Gao Yang would have to shoot and kill first to eliminate future troubles. 10 seconds. Gao Yang didn't finish his words. Zhu Kei suddenly opened her eyes and took a deep breath. Her face was pale, and she covered her mouth with one hand, trying to resist the urge to vomit. Time, only 7 seconds left. Chapter 1021. Action. Manshi finally calmed down. He immediately took back Gao Yang's pistol and rushed out of the private room. Gao Yang was not idle either. He immediately went forward to help Zhu Kei up and send her to her original position. Then he turned around and rushed to the door of the private room, pretending to open the door. The timing was just right. Zizi. The sound of electricity was not as strong as before. Zhu Kei lay on the ground, covered his ears with both hands, pretending to be in great pain. Yin Feng, Guizha, and Baoshe regained consciousness immediately. The familiar sound of electricity was in their ears. For them, everything was coherent. Catch him! Zhu Kei shouted. The three of them saw Gao Yang, who was about to open the door and escape at the same time. Baoshe's reaction was not slow. He was still lying on the ground. He raised his thick right arm and quickly transformed into a charged shotgun. Bang! Hundreds of golden energy pellets were ejected, instantly smashing the automatic door and the surrounding walls. Gao Yang turned right when he went out. A strong blast of air came from behind him, which directly blew him away 2 meters. The splash also cut his arms and back. Gao Yang was secretly shocked. If he was half a second slower, he might have died. It was not good luck that saved Gao Yang, but the green box. If he had not practiced it for more than 10 times in a row, how could he open the door and escape so smoothly? Don't fire. It will attract the police. Guizha stood up shakily and ordered sternly, Go, catch him alive. Baoshe resisted the urge to blow up the whole bar and rushed out of the private room. Zhu Kei immediately contacted the bodyguards Manshi and Huixiong and acted out the whole play. The guy ran away. Catch him. Gao Yang had planned his escape route. He rushed out and knocked open the back door of the bar and laid down some pre-prepared debris in the corner to block the door. Gao Yang rushed out of the dirty alley without looking back. At this time, an agile figure rushed over from above and pressed Gao Yang to the ground. It was Manchi. Gao Yang immediately pushed him away and stood up to escape. Manchi rushed over again and locked Gao Yang's neck with both hands. Gao Yang immediately struggled desperately, but couldn't get away. The feeling of suffocation soon came up. Bang! The debris blocking the back door of the bar was knocked open by Baosher, and he chased out. Manchi and Gao Yang had rehearsed this fight many times, just for Baosher to see. Gao Yang couldn't get rid of Manchi, and suddenly opened his mouth. Z! In an instant, the headache-splitting electric current sound appeared again. This was made by Ronnie through the sound transmission device on Gao Yang, but Gao Yang pretended that it was made by him. Ah! Manchi was forced to let go of Gao Yang and covered his head with his hands. Baosher was far away and felt a certain headache. He forced himself to catch up. Gao Yang had successfully escaped from the alley, rushed to the side of the road, rode a motorcycle that just happened to be parked nearby, and drove away quickly. Gao Yang did not look back, rode the motorcycle at full speed, and took a shortcut according to the designed optimal route. In less than 10 minutes, he drove into District 17. Gao Yang drove the motorcycle into the abandoned factory where they gathered yesterday. After getting off the motorcycle, he immediately removed the castrated S chip on the back of his neck, quickly threw it on the ground and crushed it. After doing all this, Gao Yang was sweating and panting. As he took off his suit, he couldn't help thinking, if he still had talent, why would he be so embarrassed? He could use Phantom to play tricks on him. Gao Yang changed into casual clothes and sat down. His work was done. The next step was to wait patiently. After Zhuke dealt with the follow-up matters, someone would come to pick him up. Gao Yang's identity was no longer useful. He would definitely not be able to return home. He would change his identity and live with Meng Pan's people. Clatter. Gao Yang had just come to his senses when a noise came from not far away. Gao Yang looked up suddenly. In front of him was a pile of scrap prosthetics, robot parts and fiber lines, like a white grave. Clatter. A broken palm on the white grave became loose and rolled down from it. Gao Yang immediately became alert. This looseness was very unnatural. There was something hidden in this pile of garbage, and it was still alive. Gao Yang immediately stood up and took the laser pistol from the motorcycle and aimed it at the pile of industrial waste. Clatter. Finally, something came out of the garbage. Gao Yang was stunned, and then his hands began to tremble. It was the head of a white cat, with a pair of big green eyes, blinking at Gao Yang. Meow. It called out. Gao Yang was startled, his mind went blank. The disordered thoughts and broken emotions were like puzzles that had been knocked over on the ground. Gao Yang could no longer put them together, so he could only hastily pick them up and stuff them into his pocket. When he came to his senses, his face was already full of tears. The white cat struggled to get out of the garbage heap. It was white all over, with smooth fur, but its back seemed to be stained with some blue industrial waste, strands and knots. It jumped off the garbage heap, but its movements were not very flexible. Its hind legs seemed to be injured, and it walked with a limp. It raised its front paws, licked them a few times, and began to wash its face. After repeating this for more than 10 seconds, it seemed to become more energetic and looked up at Gao Yang, who was still pointing a gun at it. Meow. It called again, the voice was gentle. It was not afraid of Gao Yang at all, limping towards him, with its tail raised high. Soon, it came to Gao Yang's feet, rubbing its head against Gao Yang's trouser legs, and then turned over, facing Gao Yang with its belly. Gao Yang squatted down. He stretched out his hand tremblingly, wanting to touch its head, but he didn't dare to touch it. He didn't know what he was afraid of. Meow. The white cat turned over and took the initiative to rub Gao Yang's fingers with its head. A string in his heart broke, and tears burst out. Boom! Suddenly, the roof of the factory collapsed. Gao Yang didn't have time to figure out what happened, but his rich combat experience made his body react subconsciously. He picked up the white cat under his feet, and jumped out of the place with all his strength. A strong airflow and loud noise came from behind him immediately. Gao Yang rolled on the ground for several times. He stood up quickly, holding the white cat in one hand and holding a pistol in the other. It was Baosher. He stood in the position where Gao Yang was before, crushing the ground with his feet. He had a pair of mechanical wings with 4 jets on his back. This was a one-time short-distance aircraft that could quickly reach within 10 kilometers, which was very suitable for targeted raids. Baosher actually installed this kind of modern prosthetic equipment at the level of special forces. Wild dog, do you think you can run away? The mechanical wings behind Baosher folded quickly and retracted to his back. I've been watching you in the sky. Bowser looked around and was disappointed. This is your old nest. It doesn't look like it. I thought I could take it all out. Gao Yang's heart sank. This Bowser was not stupid at all, and his prosthetic equipment was ridiculously strong. They were overly defensive against Guizha and Yanfeng, but they underestimated this guy's combat power. At this time, the back of Gao Yang's hand holding the gun flashed. It was the eye chip that received the signal, and his companion called him on the video phone. Bowser's gloomy eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Haha, there is indeed an accomplice. Chapter 1022. Hurry up and answer it. It might be too late to ask for help now. Bowser urged excitedly. Gao Yang didn't answer it. He shook his hand and cut off the signal of the eye chip. So you're not stupid. Bowser lost his patience and walked towards Gao Yang quickly. It doesn't matter. I have 10,000 ways to make you speak. Gao Yang threw the white cat aside and raised his laser pistol. Swish, swish, swish. Gao Yang fired 3 laser bullets in a row. They burned through Bowser's suit but failed to burn through his chest. Bowser didn't stop and tore off his tattered suit, revealing his gray composite metal skin. The laser bullets only left a shallow mark on it. Gao Yang turned around and ran without hesitation. Bowser sneered disdainfully, and his legs immediately bent. His leg muscles bulged exaggeratedly. The metal skin on his ankles showed artificial tendons, like integrated circuits, and countless golden energy flowed through them. Chong. The super explosive force made Bowser jump towards Gao Yang in an instant. Gao Yang felt like he was hit by a huge monster. He flew out and hit a container behind him. Then he bounced back to the ground. He suddenly saw stars, and his internal organs were churning. So weak. Bowser was a little disappointed. He slowly walked towards Gao Yang, who was lying on the ground. Don't you have superpowers? That sound that can make people headache. Use it quickly. Gao Yang's mouth was bleeding. He supported himself with his hands and tried to get up tremblingly, but failed. His body almost fell apart. Do you know how much money I have to spend to maintain this set today? Bowser stepped forward, grabbed Gao Yang's neck, and lifted him up easily. As a result, you are so vulnerable. There is no fun at all. Gao Yang's feet left the ground, and he felt his neck was about to break. His face flushed, his hands and feet kicked wildly, and he was still struggling to death. It was really strange. He felt that everything didn't matter, and he was eager to be relieved, but now he was really going to die, and his heart was resisting. The boss said he couldn't kill you, but he didn't say he couldn't torture you. A violent and perverted cold light flashed in Bowser's eyes. His right arm began to deform, and in a blink of an eye it became a huge composite gold hand blade. Swish. Bowser raised his left hand and cut off Gao Yang's entire right shoulder. For a moment, blood gushed out everywhere. Ah! Gao Yang wailed in pain. Yes! That's it! That's it! Bowser finally found a little fun in Gao Yang's pain. On. 2 seconds later, the high temperature was transmitted into Bowser's hand blade, and it immediately turned into a bright red blade with a temperature of more than 3,000 degrees. You can't lose too much blood. Come on, stop the bleeding. The violent lion placed the bright red blade on the broken part of Gao Yang's shoulder. Sizzle, sizzle for a moment, blood mist spread, and the air was filled with the smell of burnt flesh and blood. Ah! Gao Yang's heart-wrenching screams filled the entire warehouse, and the huge pain almost made him faint. Several times, he felt that his soul was about to leave his body, but he was nailed to the nail of pain, and he couldn't escape no matter how hard he struggled. Ha ha ha! The violent lion finally felt pleasure, and killing the original body of humans made him extremely happy. Meow! A touch of white suddenly jumped down from a high place, and stepped accurately on the face of the violent lion. It was the white cat, and it didn't run away. The white cat showed its sharp claws, and clung to Bowser's face. One of its front claws scratched into his artificial eye. What the hell? Get out of here! Bowser threw Gao Yang away in a hurry, and raised his hand to grab the white cat on his face. He pulled the white cat off his face with force, and at the same time took out one of his artificial eyeballs, which was connected to some artificial nerves. Ah! Bowser felt the pain. Where did this garbage come from? Huh? The white cat's hair stood up, and he breathed angrily, biting Bowser's thumb hard, but he couldn't bite it at all, because his arm was made of composite metal. You're looking for death. Bowser was furious and his arm exerted force instantly. No. Gao Yang, with a broken body and a dazed consciousness, lay on the ground and tried to reach out his hand forward. No. Please let go. Baji. Bowser crushed the white cat like crushing a raw egg, and then threw it to the ground casually. 1. The familiar tinnitus sound appeared again. Good friends never betray good friends. Hook and hang for 100 years, and never change. Gao Yang, I miss you so much. Gao Yang, I won't leave this time. In my eyes, you are just Gao Yang, the Gao Yang I love the most. Because I love you, nothing is scary anymore. Baosher pinched his eyeball, and stuffed it roughly into his eye socket, cursing in a rough voice. Little bastard, you actually damaged my eyes, and it's another huge maintenance fee. I kill you today. Baosher turned around and stopped talking. He was surprised to find that Gao Yang actually stood up. He was covered in blood, his face was bloody, and he was missing an arm. He looked weak and dying, but he stood straight in the same place, exuding a kind of truth-like majesty and sacredness, as if he belonged here and stood here before the beginning of chaos. Ha ha. I knew you were not that simple. After a brief surprise, Baosher became more and more excited. If this kid could provide him with more pleasure, then the high maintenance cost of this body would be worth it. Gao Yang raised his pale, dirty, and ragged face, and looked at Baosher coldly. He slowly opened his mouth. Baosher had already closed his hearing, and was ready to endure the confusing sound of electricity, but the result was beyond his expectation. Gao Yang only said 2 syllables, but he could not hear them. Woo! In an instant, the air around him became stagnant, the space became distorted, and his thinking became slow and weird as if it was covered with sticky butter. Baosher had not dreamed for many years. At this moment, he remembered the experience of being sleep-destroying during a nap in his childhood. At that time, he knew it was a dream, but he could not wake up. He was suppressed by the ghost. He was awake but felt powerless. He wanted to break free, but found himself absurdly with nothing. There was only fear and despair, spreading like ink dripping on raw rice paper. Now, that feeling appeared again, but it was 10 times stronger. Fuck you. Die! Driven by fear, Baosher became crazy. He took advantage of not being completely dominated by the strange power, and mobilized all the energy in his body to fight to the death. His right arm quickly turned into a charging shotgun, and at the same time, his chest and abdomen quickly split open, revealing a large energy cannon with a laser emission ring around it. Boom. Swish. Phi. After 2 seconds of energy storage, hundreds of energy projectiles, 20 powerful lasers, and a huge golden energy shock wave engulfed Gao Yang. Chapter 1023. Bang bang bang. The entire factory was cut in half, and the fierce firepower rushed out of the factory, rushed into the sky at a 35-degree angle, struck a match in the night sky, and left a few clusters of flames in the concrete forest a few kilometers away. Such a big noise, and the damage to other areas, will immediately trigger the first-level alarm system of Moon City, and soon, the Moon Riders will appear. The Moon Riders are the strongest special forces in Moon City, with a total of 12 groups, each with 58 people. They have the most sophisticated combat equipment, and the proportion of prosthetic transformation is as high as 75%. Whether it is mobility, physical combat ability, S-chip invasion and anti-invasion ability, they are top-notch. Even facing terrorists of the level of Baosher, one-on-one can be easily defeated, let alone sending out a group. In the factory where the walls are broken and the flames are everywhere, Baosher is panting and running out of energy. He knew very well that he had made a big mistake. Now he had to escape immediately, otherwise the Moon Riders would come to clean up the battlefield soon. But he did not escape, and his face was full of confusion. In the gully destroyed by firepower, Gao Yang stood there unscathed. Whether it was energy bombs, lasers, shock waves, or subsequent explosions and flames, they all seemed to have perfectly bypassed Gao Yang. But how could this be possible? Even the strongest defensive position could not do it, not to mention that there was no position around Gao Yang. The pale, bloody face of Gao Yang was reflected in the terrified pupils of the violent lion, as well as the pair of eyes on his face that had no details. One was absolutely black, and the other was extremely white. He walked towards the violent lion with a blank expression. No. This is impossible. Baosher finally remembered to escape, but his feet could not move. What kind of superpower is this? What kind of monster are you? Gao Yang did not answer and continued to approach Baosher. In his cognition, the world was already different. Gao Yang opened a field, in which everything lost its entity and turned into constantly changing data. They changed so fast that they looked like countless chaotic silk-like light veins. Gao Yang walked towards Baosher in the face of countless light veins, just like pushing aside dense reeds. And the Baosher in front of him was nothing more than a ball of yarn entangled with silk threads. Gao Yang stretched out his hand, and the ball of yarn immediately flew in front of Gao Yang. Swish. In reality, Bowser only felt a trance, and he was standing in front of Gao Yang, and Gao Yang's bloody hand was raised, pointing at his chest, less than half a meter away. Don't touch me. Let me go. Bowser was hysterical, but his body couldn't move at all. No, don't kill me. Please spare my life. Soon, terror annihilated the violent lion, leaving only the most instinctive desire to survive. In Gao Yang's eyes, he gently squeezed. The ball of yarn suddenly disintegrated, turning into countless spots and fragments, flying in all directions, like blooming fireworks, illuminating Gao Yang's face and ruffling his hair. In reality, swish. The violent lion disintegrated, and all his prosthetic equipment and artificial organs were decomposed into the most basic components. They scattered in thousands in all directions, floating around Gao Yang's body, like a circle of asteroid belts. Huala. 2 seconds later, these asteroids fell to the ground and became part of this abandoned factory universe. Woo! The field disappeared. The light in Gao Yang's eyes also disappeared. The sacred will that supported him seemed to have left, and he became extremely fragile again. He dragged his broken and bleeding body, and walked through the components on the ground step by step. Under his feet, there was a crystal ball, with a special gray-white film on the surface, which was densely packed with holes. Those were microneurons connected to the brain. This crystal ball was Bowser's brain, his only remaining human body. Gao Yang didn't even look at it, and stepped on it, and it turned into a pool of disgusting blood. Gao Yang continued to walk forward, and finally found the crushed white cat. He knelt down with a plop, stretched out his only hand with difficulty, and picked up the white body. Meow. The white cat opened its mouth and made a weak cry. Gao Yang was startled, and thought he was hallucinating. He took a closer look and found that there was no blood or internal organs in the torn body of the white cat, but rather sophisticated chips, artificial organs, neural circuits, and blue liquid batteries. It turned out that it was an AI pet, not even a bionic cat. The head of the white cat was still intact, so it had only lost its ability to move, but was not dead. Meow. The white cat was held in Gao Yang's arms, and its voice was much gentler. It twisted its neck with some difficulty, trying to rub Gao Yang's bloody chin, but it couldn't reach it. Great. Gao Yang sat down slowly, leaning against a pile of prosthetic garbage with broken hands and feet. He hunched his back, buried his head, and carefully held the white cat in his arms, crying silently. He was still losing a lot of blood, his body began to become stiff and cold, his vision began to blur, and he became more and more sleepy. Junior brother. Gao Yang opened his eyelids, and vaguely saw a thin girl running towards him. I found the cat. Gao Yang opened his lips slightly, and slowly closed his eyes. Chapter 1024. Drip drip drip. When he opened his eyes, Gao Yang was lying shirtless on a semi-automatic operating table, with a sealed transparent tent around him, isolating the dimness, dampness, and coldness outside. In his blurred vision, a man in a full set of surgical clothes was holding surgical tools, working with the help of a cyber-surgical arm, and he was the one being worked on, but he didn't feel anything, only the fatigue of a mountain. Gao Yang slowly fell asleep. Gao Yang opened his eyes again, and the surroundings were very quiet. He had a ventilator in his mouth, and was full of infusion tubes. He felt that his body was very strange, but he couldn't tell where it was strange. Swish. He heard the sound of a cloak being lifted, and a tall and thin figure walked in, leaning over to look at him. Gao Yang's vision was still blurry, and he vaguely saw a narrow scar on his face. He was very tired and closed his eyes again. Once again, Gao Yang woke up. This time, he was no longer wearing a ventilator, and most of the 4 tubes on his body were gone. He felt much better, and had a sense of security that his soul and body were finally properly nested. He tried to open his mouth to express his demands, and soon heard his hoarse voice, thirsty. Wow! Gao Yang looked sideways, and Cantu, who was accompanying him, stood up from his chair excitedly. Her eyes were red, and she shouted, Junior brother is awake. He is awake. Cantu fed Gao Yang half a bottle of energy water, and he finally came back to life. Wu Dahai heard the sound and rushed over first. He flipped Gao Yang's eyelids, checked his tongue, and touched Gao Yang's body with his hands wearing medical gloves. Finally, he patted his shoulder. Well, not bad, your body has recovered well. Gao Yang didn't say anything. Hey, have you noticed that you're missing something? Wu Dahai smirked. Gao Yang had already remembered what happened before he fell into a coma. He tilted his head, and saw that his right arm was gone, replaced by a cold and smooth silver-gray cyber prosthesis. When Boss Xia brought you back, you were just one breath away. Your right hand was gone, and the wound on your shoulder was burnt by high temperature, causing local nerve necrosis. Even if you find your original arm, it can't be reattached. I made you a prosthesis. Wu Dahai rubbed his hands, looking forward to it. Are you ready? I'm going to activate it. Gao Yang nodded. Wu Dahai touched the back of Gao Yang's hand and pressed a hidden button. The veins on his arm lit up immediately, and a holographic operation interface was illuminated at the button. Wu Dahai's fingers quickly tapped on it to check the user status and debug the initial data and basic settings. Done! 30 seconds later, Wu Dahai pressed the enter key in the air. On. The cyber arm was activated. Ugh! Gao Yang felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, as if countless steel needles were traveling through his blood vessels and then reaching his brain. Fortunately, the pain was only for a moment and slowly subsided after a few seconds. It hurts a little the first time, but you get used to it later. Wu Dahai took a step back with satisfaction. Come on, follow me. Wu Dahai raised his right hand. Gao Yang did as he was told. Wu Dahai opened his 5 fingers and moved them flexibly. Gao Yang did as he was told. Wu Dahai clenched his fist. Gao Yang did as he was told. The middle finger of Wu Dahai's fist was raised a little bit and aimed at Gao Yang. Just as Gao Yang was about to do as he was told, Wu Dahai interrupted him immediately. Okay, that's enough. This is the latest model, with a comprehensive adaptability of up to 94.5%. It can also simulate human touch and can switch to a painless state at any time. After listening to Wu Dahai's endless product introduction, Gao Yang stared at his cyber arm for a while and whispered, "Thank you." Hey! What are you thanking me for? We are all brothers. Wu Dahai stretched out his hand. Friendship price, 600 credit points. Gao Yang was stunned. I don't have money. I have already paid it. I used the money you earned from this mission. The rest will also be transferred to your account. Gao Yang looked up, and Zhu Ke came over with a smile, followed by Huixiong, Manshi, Shiran and Ronnie. Ha ha ha. Huixiong came over with a big laugh and warmly hugged Gao Yang's shoulders. Little brother. Welcome to join the Tin Man family. Tin Man is a nickname for the cyborgs by natural people, and later became a nickname. Uncle Xiong. Be gentle. Ken is a little worried about Gao Yang. Junior is still very weak. Listen to me, brother. Gray Xiong ignored Ken and continued to preach. There are only 0 and countless times to transform the body. I bet you will be addicted to it. You will end up like a violent lion. Man Snake sneered. That's pure idiocy. Gray Xiong looked disdainful. Transforming everything except the brain will not only cost a lot to maintain, but also increase combat power to a limited extent. It will also lose human emotions and desires, and finally become obsessed, and become a slave to technology. Gray Xiong patted his chest proudly. Look at me again, the proportion of body transformation does not exceed 55%, and the fun of human beings can be fully retained, and it has the advantages of prosthetics. Don't forget that the superpowers of our Jupiter travelers are also based on the natural human body after genetic mutation. This state is the culmination of everything, and can stand at the top of the food chain. Ah yes, our Uncle Xiong's main focus is a mix and match. Ken interrupted. Ken, when did you change your limbs? Don't you think you are too short? Wouldn't it be nice to have a pair of long legs? Hui Xiong said. Ha ha ha. Ken laughed awkwardly. I think about it. Shiren held a piece of simulated skin in his hand, and he asked with a smile, Captain, are we going to perform a traditional program? Ronnie took out a photolithography pen. It must be arranged. Others looked at Zhu Ke. Zhu Ke was a little helpless. Why are you looking at me? Are you asking for my opinion? That means you agree. Hui Xiong grabbed the photolithography pen, picked up Gao Yang's cyber arm, switched to painless mode, and carved on Gao Yang's biceps. Sparks flew everywhere, just like welding. After a while, a crooked Xiong character was left on the arm. It's my turn, it's my turn. Ken took the photolithography pen, thought for a moment, held Gao Yang's hand, and drew an orange pattern on his palm. While carving, she gently explained, I put on artificial skin for you later, which won't affect your appearance. This is our Mingpan tradition. No matter who it is, when they install a prosthesis for the first time, everyone will leave a signature as a blessing. Go ahead, I have no objection. Gao Yang said. Soon, others also left their signatures. Manshi left a snake's eye. Shiran left an arrow pointing to the west. Ronnie left a punctuation mark, a comma. Suzaka left never lost. Then, Ronnie and Ken helped Gao Yang put on the artificial skin. Gao Yang moved his right hand again. Except that it was a little heavier than the original arm, there was almost no difference. This one is not a combat model, but it has many functions. You can slowly get familiar with it later, Zhu Kei said, throwing a piece of clothing. Gao Yang put it on and finally asked, when I was unconscious, was there a white cat on my body? It should be an early eye pet. Zhu Chua's eyes were subtle, and the others looked at each other. After a few seconds, Zhu Kei nodded, yes. Can it be repaired? Gao Yang looked at Zhu Kei. Its head was not damaged, just the body. Don't worry. Ken smiled, it has been repaired. Meow. At this time, a white cat suddenly appeared, jumped onto the operating table, and jumped into Gao Yang's arms. At that moment, Gao Yang felt a great joy of regaining what he had lost. He carefully held the white cat in his arms. Great, you are still alive. Don't be afraid, you have a home, and you don't have to wander anymore. Meow. The white cat stepped on Gao Yang's chest, and rubbed Gao Yang's chin with its head. Gao Yang then discovered that her right front leg had lost its simulated hair and skin, revealing a mechanical structure that looked like bones and various circuit components. Gao Yang was slightly stunned, then smiled. You are the same as me. Everyone. Zhu Kei became serious and said solemnly, I underestimated the combat effectiveness of the Violent Lion in this mission, and I was seriously negligent. It's not all your fault, we are also wrong. Ronnie said. Yes. Shiren said with guilt, we are still not experienced enough in the use of green box. The human body modification of the Violent Lion has reached military level, and we should have deduced it long ago. Although it was very dangerous, it was averted. Captain, don't blame yourself. Kent also tried to smooth things over. That's right, you gave your share of the money to Gao Yang, which is also compensation. Hui Xiong grinned. It won't happen again next time. Mansnake said. Yeah. Zhu Kei nodded and looked at Gao Yang. But I'm curious, how did you kill Bao Shi? Gao Yang was stunned and began to recall, I was very angry at the time, and there was only one thought in my mind, which was to kill him, and then... Gao Yang suddenly stopped. Chapter 1025. What happened next, Gao Yang forgot. He seemed to have made a move, like turning on the light in a dark room, or opening the window in a stuffy room, a move so simple that it was not worth mentioning. And then, Bao Shi died. I should have done something to him, but I forgot. Gao Yang answered truthfully. What? Hui Xiong repeated exaggeratedly. Gao Yang nodded. Ha ha ha. You are so modest. Judging from the traces at the scene, Bao Shi opened fire on you. Those were all war-level weapons. Not only did you not die, you also dismantled him into the most basic components. All the data in his body was formatted and irreversible. Manchi added. Gao Yang was silent, with no impression of these. No, this is too strong. How did you do it? Wu Dehai was stunned and puzzled. This kid on his operating table was clearly an ordinary person. He really couldn't imagine that such a person could disassemble the Violent Lion into basic components. Superpower. Roddy said his guess. For a moment, everyone was silent. At present, it seems that only this reason can explain. Gao Yang, as a Jupiter traveler, has obtained S-level superpowers, which is the strongest one. If this is true, it is still unknown whether it is a blessing or a curse. It is said that the stronger the superpower, the greater the side effects. Zhu Kei sighed. Anyway, thanks to you, we were not exposed in this mission. Yin Feng is more inclined to think that the Violent Lion was unlucky and ran into the Moon Riders while chasing you. Zhu Kei looked at Gao Yang. Your identity is sensitive now, don't go home, and I have also cut off your cooperation with Zhongyan. Ken took out something that looked like a human skin mask, which was an adhesive facial simulation muscle group. Junior, you will have to wear 2 masks in the future, first a disguise, then a holographic mask. Gao Yang took the mask and nodded. I will give you a new identity, and we will live together in the future. Zhu Kei said, you can give yourself a name in the underworld so that we can call you conveniently. Gao Yang thought about it. Dark Horse. Haha, that's arrogant enough. Hui Xiong gave a thumbs up. I like it. Okay, Gao Yang is dead, and you will be the Dark Horse of Mengpan in the future. Zhu Kei smiled and stretched out his hand to Gao Yang. Everyone immediately came over, stretched out a hand, and stacked it up. Me. Wu Dehai, as a long-term partner of Mengpan, also rushed over to join in the fun. Gao Yang looked up and found that everyone was looking at him. He slowly stretched out his cyber arm and placed it on the top. Ken began to count down. 3, 2, 1. All the best, good luck. The slogans echoed in the dark and damp underground clinic. Mingpan has many bases in Moon City, and a funeral supplies store in District 8 is one of them. Nowadays, funerals are already a very unpopular business, especially in Moon City. Most people's bodies are either sent to the city administration for collective cremation, or end up in underground clinics on the black market, where they are squeezed into waste. However, there are always people with traditional ideas who hope to hold a decent funeral, let their souls be properly liberated, and scatter their ashes into rivers and return to nature. Others yearn for eternal life and hope to scatter all their data before their death, commonly known as electronic ashes, into the Song-Si of the meta-network. The boss Lady Zhuke can meet the above requirements, and the fee is not expensive. For a period of time afterwards, Gao Yang, who changed his name to Black Horse, looked after the funeral supplies store. His work was quite leisurely, and sometimes only one customer came every 2 or 3 days. Most of the time, he sat in the store in a daze, or played with the white cat, and was so leisurely that he seemed to not belong to this world. Of course, he had to go on missions occasionally. They were all easy jobs. Gao Yang usually worked as a driver, or played some temporary roles to cooperate with his teammates. After completing the mission, everyone divided the money and went shopping, buying what they liked, mostly weapons and equipment, as well as maintenance and upgrades of prostheses. In the evening, everyone would find a place to celebrate, mostly going to Jinghuashui for a drink, and occasionally having a special meta-network surfing. Time flew quickly, and a month passed in a blink of an eye. During this period, Gao Yang never had a dream again, nor did he hear the call from his brain, and of course, he could not find the so-called flaw. On a full moon night with acid rain, all the members of Mengpan went to Jinghuashui. Today, we successfully completed a job, and it was Hui Xiong's birthday. His age was kept secret. In Moon City, many people's origins and ages were secrets. Double happiness, everyone indulged in joy. After drinking and dancing, everyone went to the private room to surf together. 6 people lay on the roaming chair, and entered the meta-network through the interface of the S-chip. As the captain, Suzaka led the others to the blue sea and traveled on the sea. Gao Yang, who did not have an S-chip, sat alone and sober on the sofa, watching his companions, drinking and waiting. 20 minutes later, everyone woke up at the same time. Cantu unplugged the neuron interface, stood up suddenly, rushed to the corner, and vomited into the trash can. "Get out of the way!" Hui Xiong rushed over and vomited violently while holding the trash can. Although the others did not vomit, they also looked uncomfortable, but their eyes were lingering. "I can't tell whether you are in pain or happiness for a moment." Gao Yang smiled faintly. "Is this pain and happiness?" "Vomiting is just a manifestation of temporary imbalance between the body and consciousness," Ronnie explained. From his increasingly strange way of punctuating sentences, Gao Yang fully felt this imbalance. Haha, compared to happiness, there is more freedom. She found wet tissues, and handed them to Cantu and Hui Xiong respectively, and said seriously, "If I have to describe it, it is a feeling of breaking free from all constraints. The boundary between the self and the ocean of data becomes blurred, as if it can embrace the whole world at any time. Freedom, but also dangerous. Zhuke is in better condition than everyone else. She sits on the roaming chair and lights a cigarette. Your consciousness will dissolve in the Song-Si if you are not careful. One of the most important components of the Song-Si is the countless fragments of human consciousness. Without me, you must not get close to it." Gao Yang is more and more confused. "You know it is dangerous, but you can't help getting close. You are afraid of destruction on the one hand, and you pursue destruction on the other. It's really contradictory." "That's well said." Zhu Chua's native eyes lit up. "Maybe this is the nature of human beings. Adam and Eve couldn't resist the temptation of the venomous snake, let alone us," Ronnie said. "Don't pretend to be so profound." Hui Xiong looked at Gao Yang. "No matter how much you think, it's better to go there yourself, and you will know everything." "Yes." Cantu also hopes that Gao Yang will join in. "Junior, implant the S-chip, and the captain will take us to play together next time. The blue sea is really great. I always feel very stable and warm. All the loneliness and fear are gone." Cantu. Zhu Chua's eyes darkened. "You are very dangerous." Chapter 1026. "Ah?" Ken was startled. "What happened to me?" This feeling is often a precursor to the dissolution of consciousness. Zhuke frowned. "When did you have this feeling?" "It seems that it has been a while." Ken answered truthfully. "You are the one who is addicted to being a loser." Hui Xiong was a little gloating. "Captain, don't take her with you next time, or you will be left with only a canning bottle." "No! How can this be? Don't leave me behind." Ken was anxious. Huixiong is right. Zhu Kei said seriously. Don't go next time. Okay. Ken pouted a little disappointedly. Ken, don't be sad. Don't you still have a junior to accompany you? Shiran patted her shoulder gently. Yes, I think you are also very happy with Haima. No worse than going to Kangxi High. Huixiong touched his chin and smiled evilly. You. What nonsense are you talking about? Ken's face flushed. You drank fake wine tonight. TSK, you're right, I'm anxious. I didn't. Ha! Hey, why did you pinch me? Doesn't your hand hurt? At 2 o'clock in the morning, the 7 people left the bar and got on the 8-seater business car. After the happiness, there was a faint tiredness and emptiness, just like the beach where the waves receded, leaving only a lonely shell. Manshi concentrated on driving. Although unmanned driving was very mature, he still trusted himself more. Suzaku sat in the co-pilot, thinking. In the second row of seats, Shiran sat by the car window, and the eye chip on the back of his hand flashed from time to time. He clicked in to take a look, and then replied to a message. Are you chatting with your little wife again? Huixiong, who was sitting in the third row, kicked the back of Shiran's chair. Just an online friend. Shiran explained seriously, forgetting how many times this had happened. Shiran, I'm not saying anything about you. You escaped from the museum. What era is it still online love? Huixiong sneered. Uncle Xiong, you don't understand? This is called Play-Doh. Ken curled up into a ball, leaning his head against the car window, and said softly, Have you heard of this poem? The days in the past have become slower. Cars, horses, and mail are slower. A lifetime is only enough to love one person. I haven't heard of it, and I'm not interested. Huixiong said stubbornly. Ken smiled and turned back to look at Gao Yang. Junior brother, that Lin Mengwan is the same as you. She doesn't have an S-chip implanted, and has known Shiran for many years, and has been communicating with each other through an I-chip, commonly known as online love. We once suspected that it was an old AI scam. Ronnie also joked. I checked it out. It's not AI, there is indeed such a person. Xu Chua's voice was lazy, and the flashing neon light quickly passed over her face. Shiran smiled shyly. Lin Mengwan will be on a business trip next week, and will come to Moon City. Oh my! We are finally meeting in person. Huixiong was excited again. You are great. Take this opportunity to win her over. I will book a 5-star hotel for you two, and you two can have a good in-depth communication. You'd better convince her to implant an S-chip, so that we can communicate on the meta network even if we are far apart in the future. Isn't this better than sending messages every day? No need. Shiran said. Let's just meet, and have a simple meal. Well, I think you two don't have to eat. Let's go back to the glass cabinet in the museum together. Huixiong was disappointed. I think this is very romantic. Cantu couldn't help but look back at Gao Yang. Junior brother, what do you think? Yeah. Gao Yang nodded, a little distracted. Cantu smiled hurriedly and turned around, not letting anyone notice her disappointment. Cantu has always been a very unsteady person, afraid of loneliness, afraid of being disliked, and even more afraid of being in a cold atmosphere. So she likes excitement and a group of people, as long as she can be with everyone, whether it is the mysterious Song Si, the noisy bar, or the carriage on the way home, it's all good. But Gao Yang is really different. Perhaps because of the sequelae, he always has a sense of detachment and sadness, as if he is floating between reality and illusion. He obviously cares about everyone in Minpan, but he seems to be trying his best to restrain this emotion. Warm, indifferent, calm, fragile, profound, absurd, restrained, crazy, gentle, morbid, all kinds of unrelated characteristics are actually concentrated in him. Every time Cantu met his eyes, he would feel distressed, helpless, and want to approach him and hug him. Stop! Suzaku shouted, interrupting Cantu's thoughts. Manshi braked suddenly, and the others were also startled. They immediately went into alert mode, taking out their weapons, and preparing to activate their superpowers. Suzaku's artificial eyes flashed quickly, and after a few seconds, she smiled slightly. Everyone, there's a big job coming. Do you mind working overtime? Big job? How big? Huixiong grasped the key point. Suzaku pondered for a moment. If this order is completed, we will not have to worry about food and drink in the next 3 years, and we can concentrate on finding Qilin. Ha ha. What are you waiting for? Huixiong was eager to try. How dangerous. Manshi was very rational. I don't know. Suzaku replied. What do you mean? Manshi frowned. Let's go to the old dock in District 17 first. Zhu Kei said. Manshi restarted the car and turned the steering wheel. It's a coincidence that this matter is related to Guasia. Zhu skillfully took out a cigarette and lit it. I copied his memory for a week. According to the rules, I didn't keep a backup, but I still took a quick look while copying. As a result, I found that they had threatened a technician of Yunhuang Company. I was cautious at the time. Last week, I accidentally learned that 3 technicians of Yunhuang were missing, including the one threatened by Guasia. Zhu took a puff of cigarette. I felt that something was wrong, so I went to Shanghai and found some clues. The consciousness of the technician dissolved in Shanghai. I captured some fragments of consciousness. His family was kidnapped, and he was forced to sell out the company. He cooperated with others inside and outside to steal an S-level weapon that Yunhuang was still developing to a certain organization. After the incident was exposed, he chose to commit suicide in order not to implicate his family. He longed for data immortality, so he scattered his consciousness data into Shanghai. What organization threatened him? Shiran asked. I don't know. Zhu frowned slightly. I only know that the S-level weapon was targeted by many forces, and there was a fight along the way, and finally it flowed into the black market of Moon City. Haha, it really is the Moon City at the end of the universe. Hui Xiong remembered this joke. I shared these clues with an old sponsor, and he was quite interested. He immediately used all his connections to check. Zhu laughed. I thought there would be no follow-up to this matter, but I didn't expect him to find it. The old dock in District 17? Manshi guessed. Yes. Zhu nodded. Right now, a group of smugglers want to transport something away. Mysteriously, it may be the S-level weapon. Let's go over and take a look first to confirm the authenticity. If you can afford it, you can eat it. If you can't afford it, you can leave. Don't force it, Zhu said. Okay. Manshi had no objection. Captain. Ken was a little worried. If we really get this thing, will it offend some big forces? It's really a hot potato. My old sponsor doesn't dare to let his own people do this because he is afraid of getting into trouble. Suzaku's eyes moved. But don't worry, if we get it, I will immediately hand it over to the sponsor secretly. How he handles it is his business. I'm waiting to share the money anyway. Gray Male had a different opinion. Captain, why are you in a hurry? Let's see what kind of weapon it is first. If it's suitable, just install it on me. I pay you back the money I owe you. You have a big appetite. You dare to eat this. Suzaku smiled helplessly. Didn't you also eat the red centipede? Your appetite is no less than mine. Gray Male smiled confidently. Everyone, this is the Moon City. Anyone can become a legend. Chapter 1027. 3 o'clock in the morning, the old dock in District 17. This place has been abandoned for many years, and no merchant ships or cargo ships have been moored here for a long time. However, there are some private boats in the middle of the night to carry out various smuggling. Intelligence shows that the group of smugglers and the mysterious goods tonight are hiding in warehouse number 8 behind the dock. Man's car was parked 100 meters away. He activated the telescope function of the artificial eye and conducted a careful investigation of warehouse number 8. The artificial moon hung high above the city, and the silvery moonlight bathed the dilapidated warehouse. There were no reconnaissance aircraft around, and there were no signs of ambush. There is nothing outside the warehouse. Man's blue artificial eye dimmed and ended the telescope function. No way, are you so careless? Ken was a little unbelievable. This is an abandoned warehouse. Setting up a protective circle outside with great fanfare will only arouse suspicion. Zhu said. That's right. It may really be just smuggling ordinary goods. Shiran said. This possibility cannot be ruled out. Zhu thought for a moment and made a decision. Black Horse, you wait for us in the car, and the others act according to the plan. Yes. Everyone responded and got off the car. Gao Yang obeyed the arrangement and switched to the driver's seat. During this period of time, Gao Yang tried many times and never showed the so-called S-level ability again, so he could only be responsible for driving, receiving and keeping watch. Zhu took the others and quietly approached the warehouse, hiding silently behind a container. Manshi and Cantu took the lead. Cantu jumped on Mansh's back, and the two immediately entered the invisible state. Invisible Manshi immediately climbed to the top of the warehouse, and then activated the perspective function of the artificial eye, looking down from a high place, and clearly checked the situation in the warehouse. There were 9 people in the warehouse, indeed some smugglers. They were surrounding something, and covered it with a piece of oilcloth. It was found to be a metal box the size of a freezer, but it was no longer possible to see inside the box. 1 minute later, Chuchua's artificial eye flickered and received Mansh's encrypted signal. Manshi, 9 people, 7 men and 2 women, all have S-chips implanted, with a small amount of artificial body modification, no military grade, no quiet monsters, low alert, low danger, high success rate. Shukei, got it. Shukei looked at Chiron, silent. Yes. Chiron sat cross-legged, rolled up his sleeves, and raised his right hand. 2 seconds later, his small arm immediately disintegrated into 4 small aircraft, flying in 4 directions of the warehouse. Then, the aircraft began to flash blue light, and rushed out 2 blue rays to both sides, connecting with other aircraft, and finally forming a square. Soon, the square suspended above the warehouse turned into a blue curtain that fell from all sides and reached the ground. In a blink of an eye, the entire warehouse and the surrounding area were locked in this big blue box. 3 seconds later, the big blue box disappeared, as if it had never appeared. From the outside, the warehouse seemed to be the same warehouse, but in fact it was already a virtual image. Everything that happened in the real warehouse could not be seen, and no sound could be heard. This move was a combination of high technology and dumbness. Dumbness was Chiron's ability. Shukei took Ronnie and Huixiong and quietly approached the main door of the warehouse. When the distance was close enough, Shukei pressed the red centipede on his neck, closed his eyes, and quickly searched and locked the S-chip access port of each target in the warehouse. 10 seconds later, Suzaku opened his eyes and nodded gently to Ronnie. Ronnie understood and pinched his Adam's apple. His throat immediately became thicker and exposed artificial veins flashing with energy spots. He raised his head and opened his mouth. Zizi. The sound of electricity that almost pierced the eardrum vibrated. For a moment, the heads of everyone inside and outside the warehouse were almost split, and their thoughts were extremely confused. This move was a combination of artificial vocal cords and the supernatural power confusion. Huixiong blocked his hearing in advance, but his face was still full of pain. Suzaku also blocked his hearing and quickly invaded the target in the house. The smuggler in the warehouse didn't have time to react at all. He only felt a confusion in his mind, and the S-chip was forced to restart. His consciousness was interrupted, and he fell into a coma. Bang! Huixiong slammed the warehouse door open. Looking at the smugglers lying on the ground, he was disappointed. He had hoped that 1 or 2 people who survived would fight him, but things went so smoothly that it was disappointing. Is it over? Only 5 minutes, hurry up. Shukei walked quickly to the center of the warehouse, his artificial eye flashing blue. Swish. Manshi jumped down from the roof of the warehouse with a can on his back, and he put the can down. He walked over quickly and lifted the oilcloth. Sure enough, it was a black metal box the size of a freezer, square, with the logo of Yunwang Company printed on it, a cloud, but the pattern on the cloud looked like cracked magma stone. Is this an S-level weapon? Huixiong was more and more disappointed. How can I use it? Uncle Xiong, is there a possibility that this is just a packaging box with weapons inside? Ken said. Nonsense. Of course I know. Huixiong was very excited. Shall we open it? Suzaku thought quickly. It can be confirmed that this is the equipment of Yunwang Company, but no one knows whether it is the rumored S-level weapon. If the box is handed over to the sponsor, and the other party says it is what it is, there is nothing Shukei can do if he wants to deny it. In any case, we have to open the box and take a look to see what it is. Besides, the true appearance of the S-level equipment itself is an important information. Only a fool would miss it. Suzaku glanced at Manshi. Go out and keep an eye on it. Ask Haima to drive the car over. Manshi turned and left. Suzaku looked at the metal box in front of him. I will visit it regularly first to see if there are any firewalls and traps. Suzaku checked it with his naked eyes, and found no switch and data connection port. Suzaku initiated wireless access again, but still found nothing. Time waits for no one. Suzaku had to take the risk of reaching out and touching the metal box, but still failed to trigger and activate the internal system of the box. How is it? Huixiong was anxious. It can't be opened. Shukei frowned. It's so strange, there is no response. Ken curiously walked around the box and suddenly found something. Look! Ken was very happy. Others came over immediately. Ken pointed to a slightly concave position on the left side of the box and said, Look! What is this? Ronnie looked for a long time. Hidden data access port? No, there is one on the right side. Ken said. Shukei was stunned and suddenly realized. It turned out to be a grip. It's really clever but stupid. Huixiong and Ronnie looked at each other, still didn't react. Shukei smiled. It's just an ordinary box, just open it manually. Ah? Gray Xiong was confused. That's it? Don't say it. Get to work, Zhuge said. Okay. Gray Xiong stepped forward, grabbed the box grip, and pushed it forward to prevent any mechanism. After opening the box, he immediately stepped back. Wow! A burst of white mist came out of the box, carrying the smell of industrial disinfectant, liquid batteries, and special energy liquid. A few seconds later, the white mist dissipated and everything returned to silence. Zhuge walked over first and took a look inside the box. Qian, Huixiong, and Ronnie followed closely behind and cast their eyes. The next second, the faces of the four were filled with confusion and shock. Chapter 1028. 1 minute ago. Gao Yang had received Man's message. He drove manually, passed through the aisle made up of containers, and headed for the flat ground outside warehouse number 8. Meow. Gao Yang was about to open the door and get out of the car when a white cat pounced from behind, jumped onto Gao Yang's shoulder, and rubbed his face enthusiastically. Why are you here? Gao Yang was surprised and helpless as he took the white cat down, put it in his arms, and stroked it twice. Didn't I tell you not to go out with me secretly in the future? This was not the first time. There were 2 previous missions when it also followed Gao Yang out secretly, hiding in the car, and was already on the road when someone found it. Meow. The white cat was a little coquettish, as if saying, I know I was wrong, I will dare to do it again next time. Gao Yang had no idea what to do with it. He rubbed its head, picked it up, and put it on the passenger seat. Wait in the car, don't run around, hear me? Otherwise I'd be really angry. Meow. The white cat responded, curled up immediately, slept obediently on the seat, and blinked at Gao Yang. Gao Yang opened the door and got out of the car. He saw Shiran, who had lost his right arm, and he was still shielding. Shiran spoke first. It seems to be going smoothly. Gao Yang looked at the warehouse door calmly. Is it too smooth? It's probably a mistake. Shiran pushed his glasses. S-level weapons can't just appear here casually. It's probably smuggling some ordinary goods. Gao Yang nodded. Actually, this is good. Shiran smiled. Although everyone always wants to make a big fortune, I think it's better to live in peace. Boom. The incident happened suddenly. Gao Yang only felt a light behind him, followed by a deafening explosion, and then a burst of hot air. Gao Yang and Shiran were both shocked. When they came to their senses, the warehouse door behind them disappeared, or more precisely, melted, leaving a 5-meter wide charred gully on the ground. This gully that rushed out of the warehouse gradually became smaller, and extended to a giant container in the warehouse opposite. The container was filled with metal building materials, and a large pit with many traces of high-temperature melting was still smashed out. There was a person lying in the pit. Soon Gao Yang and Shiran saw clearly that it was Huixiong, but not the complete Huixiong. He only had 2/3 of his head and half of his body left. His limbs had all disappeared, and even the remaining upper body showed signs of severe melting. Fortunately, he changed into a military cyber skin that could not be penetrated by lasers, otherwise he would have turned into a pool of red metal slag. Swoosh. Then, a white light broke through the roof of the warehouse, and turned into a parabola, and landed on the flat ground outside the warehouse. Gao Yang and Shiran slowly looked sideways. They saw clearly that it was a slender girl with twin ponytails. She had no clothes, but a silver-white cyber skin, like a close-fitting armor. Under the moonlight, it was as exquisite as a work of art. Her face was covered with a black holographic mask, with a red S flashing on it. She had a pair of equally exquisite cyber bone wings on her back, each of which was emitting a small high-frequency vibration, spreading a certain stance around, easily destroying Shiran's dumb barrier. She slowly descended, like an angel. What is this? Shiran was pale and extremely shocked. Gao Yang couldn't answer, he was also shocked, and even felt a little absurd. At this time, Suzaku, Ken and Ronnie had already rushed out of the warehouse. Run! Suzaku shouted, with unprecedented panic in his eyes. It's a humanoid weapon. Humanoid weapon, S-level superpowers, genetic modification, cutting-edge cybernetics, a perfect fusion of 100% data consciousness, the strongest weapon in local wars. This thing that only exists in theory has unexpectedly become a reality. There is no way it can be an opponent. Let alone Mengpan. Even if the entire Moon Riders team is dispatched, I am afraid that more than half of them will be killed or injured before the situation can be quelled. Half a minute ago, in warehouse number 8. A girl with twin ponytails curled up in a metal box. She lay on her side, her hands tightly hugged her knees, her head resting on her legs. She was naked, her skin was white, and as pure as a baby. When she felt Suzaku's gaze, in an instant, The girl's skin grew silver-white scales, and in a blink of an eye she turned into a fully armed cyber armor. When Hui Xiong, Ken and Ronnie also looked over, the girl's long black eyelashes trembled slightly. She opened her eyes, her pupils were as black as ink. Then, she slowly tilted her head, and looked at the 4 people surrounding the box. 2 seconds later, she smiled slightly. That smile was innocent, even with a hint of shyness of a girl, but it made everyone feel creepy, because there was no good or evil in that smile. The girl still maintained a curled posture, and a strange holographic mask immediately appeared on her face, and at the same time raised her slender right arm. Caw-caw. In less than a second, the girl's right arm turned into a beam cannon that began to accumulate energy. Get out of the way! Hui Xiong suddenly pushed the people on both sides away. Boom! An ultra-high-intensity energy beam engulfed Hui Xiong and rushed out of the warehouse door. Can save Hui Xiong. Ronnie, cover me. Suzaku knew that she was fighting against a rock with an egg, but she had no choice but to find a way to invade the system of the humanoid weapon, to hold her back for even a little while, and to help the others escape, otherwise everyone would die here. Yes. Ken disappeared. Ronnie did not answer, but directly pinched his artificial Adam's apple. Swish, swish, swish. Suzaku, Gao Yang and Shiran each took out a laser pistol and shot at the humanoid weapon in the sky. The laser shot at the other party, just like ordinary light shining on a mirror, and quickly refracted. Not to mention burning through the body, not even a trace was left. Lie down. The voice of Manshi came from not far behind the 3 people, and everyone laid down immediately without hesitation. At this moment, Manshi was kneeling on one knee on a container, his left hand holding his right hand, and his right hand quickly turned into an electromagnetic gun launcher. When the electromagnetic pulse passes through any object, it will instantly change the molecular structure of the target, causing serious damage. It is specially used to deal with invulnerable enemies. However, the energy stored in the body of the snake can only be used once. This is the one-time killer of the snake. When Hui Xiong was attacked, he did not hesitate at all, quickly climbed to a high place, locked the enemy, and looked for opportunities. Bang, bang, bang. The sky and the earth suddenly dimmed for half a second, and a huge pale lightning rushed out of the snake's arm and struck the humanoid weapon in the air. Woo! The humanoid weapon responded immediately, and the stance formed by the vibration of the wings was quickly retracted, condensed into a visualized hexagonal pure white defense stance, and the energy lines spread out like ripples. The pale lightning formed by the electromagnetic pulse suddenly split into dozens of lightnings at the moment, when it was about to touch the white defense stance, turning to a void and striking everywhere. Bang, 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 bang. The lightning splashed everywhere, one of which directly hit the trunk of the car, and instantly melted a big hole. Woo woo woo, the car honked shrilly. Oops. The white cat is still in the car. Gao Yang quickly stood up and rushed to the car, while the humanoid weapon was restrained. Ronnie! Suzaku didn't miss this opportunity either. Ronnie's thick throat completed the charge, and he opened his mouth. Ziz. For a moment, the sound of electric current that made people's heads split, and confused thoughts drilled into everyone's brain. Gao Yang stumbled and fell to the ground. Fortunately, he didn't have an S-chip implanted, so his resistance to chaos was stronger than others. He gritted his teeth, stood up with difficulty, and walked towards the smoking car. Ronnie's chaos has a stronger effect on targets, with a higher artificial ratio. For a moment, the body of the humanoid weapon froze. It was still suspended in the air, unfolding a defensive stance, but the holographic mask on its face was very chaotic, switching various strange graphics and garbled codes at a high frequency. Now! Chapter 1029. Suzaku, who had closed his hearing in advance, rushed towards the humanoid weapon. Within the limit of 20 meters, he activated his supernatural power, activated the red centipede, and digitized all his consciousness without reservation, invading the humanoid weapon system. The humanoid weapon trembled, quickly raised his head, straightened, and fell into a standby state. Suzaku knelt on his knees, lowered his head, and also fell into a state of sleep. The digitized Suzaku did not expect to control it at all, and she turned into a data virus to directly destroy it. Suzaku was in the cold data city, shuttling around and rushing around. The high-rise buildings everywhere he went collapsed, and turned into garbled data floating in the sky. Soon, Suzaku stopped and realized that something was wrong. She suddenly looked up, and above her was an identical, intact data city, which was quietly hanging in the sky, like a mirror image. Ziz. In reality, Ronnie's chaos is still going on. He must constantly interfere with the brain of the humanoid weapon to cover Suzaku's invasion to the greatest extent. In just 3 seconds, Suzaku's face turned pale. 5 seconds later, blood flowed from Suzaku's nostrils. 10 seconds later, Suzaku's mouth began to bleed. Ah! Gaoyang, still bearing the damage of chaos, walked towards the car. Less than 10 meters away, but as difficult as climbing to the sky. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. 12 steps. Finally, Gaoyang came to the car. He opened the passenger door. Great! The white cat is still alive. It curled up on the seat, eyes closed, expression painful. It was also hurt by chaos. Don't be afraid. I save you now. It be fine. Everything will be fine. We go home together. Gaoyang slowly stretched out his hand. Wow! Suzaku opened his eyes sharply, spat out a mouthful of blood, and fell limply. Wow! A huge energy wave exploded above Gaoyang's head, blowing him away directly. Suzaku's face was pressed against the ground. Bleeding from all 7 orifices, she opened her mouth slightly, trying to issue the last order, run. The disordered holographic mask of the humanoid weapon stopped the garbled code, and the bright red S appeared again. She lowered her head slightly, seemed to look at Gaoyang, who was blown away, and based on his behavior just now, she made a judgment. There was something in the car, which was very important to the target, and it was a hidden danger, which should be cleared immediately. Swish. The humanoid weapon flew over the car. The humanoid weapon went against the moonlight, and its wings slowly spread, twice as large as before, cutting the artificial moon behind it into countless silver fragments, gorgeous, enchanting, and gloomy. The wind stopped. The humanoid weapon looked down at Gaoyang lying on the ground, and its stance reappeared. Its twin ponytails flew upwards, and the air around it became increasingly stagnant. Gaoyang climbed up while reaching out her hand. No. No. Black. Suddenly, the stance around the humanoid weapon shrank and concentrated at her feet. Empty. The ground shook suddenly in an S shape, like a bed sheet lifted from one end. Gaoyang, Suzaku, and Ronnie flew up and fell heavily like insects on the bed sheet. When Gaoyang endured the pain and climbed up again, he was stunned. The car under the humanoid weapon's feet disappeared, and the place where the car was originally located had become a deep pit. To be precise, the car was instantly compressed into a metal sheet of no more than 2 centimeters by a terrible force, and embedded in a 3-meter deep pit. No! Gaoyang roared and rushed towards the humanoid weapon. An agile figure rushed out and threw Gaoyang to the ground. It was Manchi. Let me go! Let me go! Gaoyang lost all his reason and struggled desperately. Manchi punched Gaoyang in the face with a hard iron fist. I hold it. You take the others away. Manchi roared. Cat! There is no cat at all. Manchi punched Gaoyang again and knocked him to the ground. There is no cat at all. What did you say? That's just your imagination. We are all acting with you. Manchi grabbed Gaoyang and threw him in the direction of Suzaku. Gaoyang flew out. In those short and long 2 seconds, countless pictures flashed in his mind. Gaoyang sat in the factory, staring at the pile of prosthetic garbage in front of him, as if he had found something there, but in fact there was nothing. Gaoyang had his arm chopped off by Bao Shi and was tortured cruelly, but he stared at Bao Shi's face silently, as if there was something on his face. Gaoyang was covered in blood and his body was broken. He sat in the ruins with one arm holding a ball of air, as if it was something very important. He smiled and kept saying, "That's great. That's great." On the operating table, Gaoyang looked at the non-existent thing in his arms, and said in a gentle voice, "Don't be afraid, you have a home, and you don't have to wander anymore. There is no cat. Everything is just an illusion. The cat is dead, and no longer exists. Everything is just a dream, yes, just a dream, there is nothing to be afraid of." Gaoyang's body trembled violently, and the last bit of rationality forced him to get up and stumble towards Zhu not far away. The cat does not exist. Gaoyang helped Zhu up with great effort, and his mouth was still mechanically repeating, "The cat does not exist. Don't worry about me, you go." Zhu was breathing weakly. "The cat does not exist." Gaoyang's eyes were dazed, and he helped Zhu to move forward slowly. Behind him, the artillery fire was flying and deafening. Swish. The back suddenly turned pale for a second, as if a white silver needle pierced the corner of Gaoyang's eye. Tap. 2 seconds later, something flew over and rolled to Gaoyang's feet. The cat does not exist. Gaoyang saw clearly that it was the head of the man-snake. His neck was cut off and blood was flowing all over the floor. His eyes were wide with fear, and there was doubt and despair. That was his last expression before he died. The cat does not exist. Gao Yang was still repeating, and slowly turned his head. The humanoid weapon stood on the ground, and the white bone wings behind it melted and turned into more than a dozen soft tentacles flashing white light. It converts high-concentration energy beams into stable and controllable light forms. It can easily cut and separate objects at the molecular level, cutting iron like mud. This trick is very effective against agile and difficult close combat enemies. This is the S-level weapon developed by Yun Huang, with technical support from Zhongyan and Ling Sheng. Compared with ordinary cyborgs, it is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. You can't run away, no one can run away. From the beginning, this was a trap. The cat doesn't exist. Gao Yang was still repeating, as if these 4 words were the last straw for Gao Yang's sanity. He slowly put down the Suzaku, turned around, and stared at the humanoid weapon in a daze. The cat doesn't exist. When Gao Yang looked at it straight, he found that it was very thin and looked like a teenage girl. The girl didn't rush to kill Gao Yang, and it slowly walked towards Gao Yang. The cat doesn't exist. The cat doesn't exist. Gao Yang stood there, repeating mechanically. The humanoid weapon stopped, and made a voice with a mechanical texture, but extremely clear and even innocent. Brother, when did you wake up? The cat doesn't. Gao Yang stopped. The next second, the holographic mask of the humanoid weapon disappeared, revealing a fair girl's face. Her eyes were big and dark, and she had a lovely oval face. It was smiling, but it gave people a weird feeling of no good or evil, and a sense of alienation that hated everything. It was Gao Yang's sister, Gao Xinxin. Chapter 1030. Go to hell. The invisible cat appeared beside Gao Xinxin. She held an antimatter pistol in both hands, aimed at Gao Xinxin at close range, and pulled the trigger. Bang. A black trajectory that almost distorted the space rushed towards Gao Xinxin. The cat also staggered back several steps due to the huge recoil, and almost fell down. Antimatter bullets are the enemy of position. There is no defense, only avoidance. Swish. The antimatter bullet passed through Gao Xinxin's body, but did not stop, and continued to fly towards the container on her side. Geo. In an instant, a large piece of the container was dug out, as if an invisible giant beast swallowed a mouthful of space. Ken looked at all this in disbelief. The hit Gao Xinxin turned into a wisp of afterimage. It turned out that it was just a holographic image. On. The real Gao Xinxin appeared, just 2 meters behind the afterimage. Gao Xinxin turned around and smiled at the can. Swoosh. Everything happened so fast that Gao Yang only caught a few tiny pale afterimages, and at the same time noticed that the white bone wings in the form of light behind Gao Xinxin flashed at a high frequency. Ken was still standing there with a gun in both hands, with tears on her face and eyes wide open, not understanding what was happening. Her body could no longer move, and her desperate eyes slowly moved in the direction of Gao Yang. She opened her mouth slightly, but could not make any sound. Hiss. 3 circular bloodlines exploded on the neck, chest, and waist of Can, and then her body broke into 4 sections and quickly turned into a large pool of blood on the ground. Can! She ran, who was hiding and waiting for an opportunity to act, saw this scene, and lost all his reason, rushing towards Gao Xinxin with a laser gun. Swish, swish, swish. Swish. Hiss. In just a few seconds, a similar scene replayed, and there was another pool of blood and a body that was cut into pieces next to Gao Yang. Gao Xinxin dealt with the annoying person, turned back again, looked at Gao Yang, and repeated with a smile, Brother, when did you wake up? Gao Yang had a blank expression, as if the muscles on his face had died. A few seconds of silence. Huh? Gao Yang laughed. Gao Xinxin was stunned. Brother, what are you laughing at? Ha ha ha. Gao Yang ignored Gao Xinxin and continued to laugh. Ha ha. Ah ha ha ha. Gao Yang laughed so hard that he almost couldn't stand. He completely ignored Gao Xinxin. The confusion on Gao Xinxin's face gradually turned into displeasure. Brother, you really deserve to die. The girl raised her right hand and turned it into a beam cannon. Boom. The huge energy beam instantly engulfed Gao Yang, and the warehouse behind him was also cut in half, leaving a gully on the ground, rushing out of the riverside dock, splitting the river surface, and raising 2 huge waves. Ah ha ha ha. Gao Yang's laughter was still there. He was still standing there. Although there were gullies all around him, he and the ground under his feet were intact. No one knew how he avoided all the damage in the energy beam. Gao Xinxin couldn't understand it either. There had never been such a situation in the database. The bone wings behind her returned to the metal form, slowly unfolded, covering the sky and the sun, and a huge force field fell from the sky. Empty. Empty. The ground where Gao Yang was collapsed instantly, turning into a big well, and the ground around him swayed in waves. Countless containers were blown away, and nearby warehouses collapsed one after another. But Gao Yang and the ground under his feet were intact. Gao Yang stood in the center of the wellhead, with a telephone pole under his feet. Ah ha ha ha. He was still laughing. Gao Xinxin's black eyes spread rapidly, filling all the whites of his eyes, and then turned dark red. Swish, swish, swish. Gao Xinxin's bone wings behind him were all aimed at Gao Yang, and at the same time, they sent out death rays with locking functions. The dense rays had locking capabilities, and rushed down towards Gao Yang. However, when all the rays were about to touch Gao Yang, they turned quickly to avoid him and passed by him. Under the locking command, these death rays refused to give up, and quickly turned around and rushed towards Gao Yang again, but at the last step, they avoided Gao Yang uncontrollably. They turned into hundreds of red thin snakes, constantly attacking Gao Yang, but they could only keep dislocating and keep entangled ineffectively. Finally, they ran out of patience and shot into Gao Yang's surroundings and exploded. Without stopping, a stronger round of firepower began to bombard again. But no matter how close death was to Gao Yang, it could never hurt him at all. Ha ha ha! Gao Yang opened his arms and laughed at the sky. Even the fierce sound of the gunfire could not cover up his crazy laughter that shook the sky. Ha ha ha! Who are you? Where are you going? Choose forgiveness or death. Who am I? Where are you going? Choose survival or destruction. What is true? What is false? Is false freedom true? Is the falsehood of freedom false? Is existence equal to self? Does self really exist? If nothingness is the starting point, where does truth come from? If nothingness is the end, why do we need truth? Ha ha ha. 3.14. 3.14159226. Warning. You are facing an extremely dangerous situation. Lucky point income increases to 19,980 times. Warning. You are facing an extremely dangerous situation. Lucky point income increases to 19,990 times. Warning. You are facing an extremely dangerous situation. Lucky point income increases to 20,000 times.